Chapter 1. Returning to 3 months before the apocalypse. Ling Feng jolted upright in bed, gasping for air, his entire forehead drenched in cold sweat. He looked around frantically. Yes, he was definitely in his bedroom inside his family's villa. The surroundings felt both familiar and strangely alien, leaving him with an unsettling sense of wrongness. He clearly remembered being murdered, so how was he back here, in his own room? He raised his hands, staring at them in disbelief. Just moments ago, or so it seemed, he'd had both palms severed. Yet now they were perfectly intact, not a single scar or wound in sight. Beneath him lay a soft mattress. The room was warm and cozy. Sunlight streamed through the window, and birds chirped cheerfully outside. This isn't the apocalypse. Ling Feng quickly grabbed his Dalong brand smartphone. Long calendar year 2098, May 1st. I've been reborn. After double and triple checking, he confirmed the impossible truth. He had truly returned to 3 months before the apocalypse began. He exhaled heavily, his tense muscles gradually relaxing. He remembered it all too well. Last time, the apocalypse erupted on August 2nd. The cause? 2 planets located 2,000 light-years from Blue Star had exploded, unleashing a devastating gamma-ray burst that struck Earth. This triggered catastrophic changes in the atmosphere, plunging Blue Star into its 6th ice age. Within just a few days, global temperatures plummeted by 100 degrees Celsius. This was followed by 3 straight months of blizzards, transforming the entire planet into a frozen wasteland. Faced with such overwhelming disaster, modern civilization collapsed overnight. Humanity suffered near total annihilation. Extreme weather and food shortages dragged society back to a primitive state. Governments ceased functioning. With no laws or moral constraints left, chaos consumed the world. People fought tooth and nail for survival, willing to sell their very souls for a single meal. Some would murder for a bucket of instant noodles. Others would trade their bodies for a loaf of bread. And in the later stages, when food became utterly scarce, cannibalism emerged. In this new world, trust between people vanished completely. You couldn't trust anyone, not your brothers, not your relatives, not even your lovers. You never knew when the person behind you might stab you in the back, steal your supplies, or worse, feast on your flesh. Humanity's darkest evils were laid bare. In his previous life, Ling Feng had been betrayed and killed by his own blood relatives. He still vividly recalled the horrifying scene. His uncle, his own father's elder brother, grinning maniacally as he drove a sharp knife deep into Ling Feng's chest. Afraid he wasn't dead yet, the man stabbed him over and over again, more than 10 times, while snarling curses. Die? Die already, you little bastard. You never should have been born into the Ling family. Go join that old fool in hell. Ha ha. Let me tell you, the old man. I killed him too. All because he always favored you. Everything in the Ling family belongs to me. Only in his final moments did Ling Feng see through their masks. All those years of kindness from his uncle's family? Nothing but lies. And he'd been foolish enough to believe them. Remembering that agony, Ling Feng clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. You filthy dogs. This time, I'll repay every ounce of suffering you gave me. 1,000 times over. 10,000 times over. Reborn, Ling Feng vowed never to trust anyone again. Last time, his fatal mistake was underestimating human cruelty. Back then, he'd actually survived relatively well, at least initially. As a military veteran, he'd developed the habit of stockpiling emergency rations. His home was filled with compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and other essentials. If rationed carefully, his supplies could last him half a year. But that very cash became the reason his uncle's family brutally murdered him. They had no habit of storing food. By the second day of the apocalypse, they were already starving. Living in the same villa community, they came begging to Ling Feng for help. Without hesitation, even braving the deadly blizzards, he delivered generous aid to them. When those supplies ran out, they came asking again. Ling Feng still remembered his uncle's fake, honeyed words. Xiao Feng, we're all out of food at home. Your aunt, your cousins, and I. Could we stay at your place for just a couple of days? At first, Ling Feng refused. No one knew how long the disaster would last. His own stockpile was barely enough for one person. If 5 more mouths showed up, it wouldn't last a week. So he said no. But his uncle's family wouldn't take no for an answer. They bombarded him with emotional manipulation, guilt-tripping, and endless promises. Finally, After swearing they'd leave in just 2 days, Ling Feng relented and let them in. That single act of kindness sealed his fate. His compassion cost him his life. Once inside, they refused to leave. For half a month, no matter how much he pleaded, they stayed put. As his food reserves dwindled, they grew desperate. One ordinary night, his uncle and 2 cousins burst into his room while he slept, pinning him down violently. Ling Feng snapped awake instantly. As a former Special Forces soldier, he should have easily overpowered 3 men, even in his sleep. But something bizarre happened. His 2 cousins, whom he knew as spoiled, debauched playboys whose bodies were wrecked by alcohol and lust, suddenly possessed inhuman strength. He couldn't move an inch under their grip. Normally, either one couldn't last a single round against him. To this day, he never understood how weaklings became monsters overnight, like a man who lasts 1 minute suddenly turning into an unstoppable beast. Nobody would believe it wasn't due to some external enhancement. Shaking off these troubling memories, Ling Feng refocused. This life, he wouldn't repeat those fatal errors. He would survive the coming apocalypse, no matter what. In the future, global resources would be unimaginably scarce. He needed to stockpile everything now. No one knew how long the extreme climate would last. 10 years? 50? 100? All he could do was prepare as much as possible. Every yuan he owned must be spent now, because soon, money would be worthless paper. Fortunately, Ling Feng was extremely wealthy. After his grandfather's passing, he was set to inherit 2 billion yuan. Just as he began planning how to best use his fortune, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Welcome! Binding successful. Hundredfold Spatial Replication System activated. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the System. A system? Ling Feng was startled and quickly delved into the depths of his mind. Within the recesses of his consciousness, he encountered an entity reminiscent of a luminous portal, and he hastened to immerse his thoughts within it. Upon entry, he discovered a vast expanse, where with a mere thought, every corner of this immense space manifested within his mind. The area was desolate and boundless, stretching far beyond the limits of visibility. Suspended in the air above was a virtual interface akin to a computer screen, adorned with text that elucidated the system. This system is a hundredfold space replication system. The owner of any item stored within can opt to replicate it 100-fold or enhance its quality 100-fold. Time within this entire space is in a state of suspension. All items housed here will remain in the condition they were at the moment of their entry. As Ling Feng perused the system's introduction, an overwhelming joy surged within him. 100-fold replication? This system was extraordinarily formidable, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Focusing solely on cost-effectiveness. With the assistance of this system, he would no longer fret about insufficient resources. Simply hoarding billions of supplies and then replicating them 100-fold would suffice. In the impending apocalypse, he would undoubtedly be among the most comfortable individuals on Blue Star. Thrilled, Ling Feng took a full 10 minutes to compose himself. The system was astonishingly powerful, a veritable anomaly in the apocalypse. He resolved to keep this secret closely guarded. A commoner is blameless, yet the one who possesses riches is deemed guilty. Without adequate means of self-defense, he could not afford to wield this power openly. Determined to test the system's efficacy, Ling Feng decided to experiment. With a flick of his mind, he stored a baton from beside his bed within the system. The reason for having a baton by his bedside was simple. It was for self-defense, as he had always harbored a sense of insecurity, keeping a weapon beneath his pillow since childhood. The moment the baton entered the system's space, an interface appeared before him. It was remarkably simplistic, featuring only 2 options, 100-fold quantity replication and 100-fold quality enhancement. With another thought, he selected the option for 100-fold quality enhancement. Instantly, the baton illuminated and floated within the space. Upon retrieving the baton, he noticed a distinct change. The moment he grasped it, he felt its weight had increased slightly. Yet its flexibility had improved, and its hardness had risen substantially. The system truly lived up to its promise. The quality had indeed been enhanced. Ecstatic, Ling Feng proceeded to store all of his household items within the system's space. Appliances, furniture, computers, gaming consoles, all were accepted without exception. He even attempted to store living creatures, successfully placing a goldfish from his aquarium into the system. However, upon retrieving the goldfish from the space, it had sadly perished, indicating that the system is incapable of storing living beings. After a series of attempts, Ling Feng finally garnered a fundamental understanding of the system's spatial capabilities. The entirety of the system's functionalities is remarkably potent. The items stored within remain in a state of stasis. This implies that one can stockpile an abundance of perishables such as fruits and vegetables without the looming concern of decay. This is far superior to using a cold storage facility. Ling Feng also experimented by placing a cup of hot water into the space, and upon retrieval, it maintained its original temperature. Splendid. With this system, one can hoard supplies while simultaneously engaging in a zero-cost acquisition before the onset of the apocalypse. After all, if I do not seize it, others will. It is far better for me to take it. Ling Feng harbored no remorse for this act. In an apocalyptic scenario, who would be overly concerned? With this thought, Ling Feng felt a surge of confidence. However, on another note, following his grandfather's passing, the inheritance of the Ling family is soon to be disclosed. This matter is anticipated to unfold within the next few days. He must swiftly acquire funds, procure firearms, gather resources, and perhaps consider the last item later. Suddenly, the ringing of his mobile phone broke his reverie. Ling Feng picked up the device and glanced at the screen. It was Wang Long, his comrade from the Special Operations Team and a steadfast friend. They had known each other since childhood, and after graduating high school, they had both enlisted in the military together, ultimately serving in the same unit. It is often said that the strongest bonds among men are forged through shared experiences, from studying together to bearing arms side by side, and they had certainly lived up to that sentiment. After their discharge, Wang Long, with assistance from his parents, opened a shooting range. Upon reflecting on this, Ling Feng was struck by an idea. He answered the call. Hello? Hey, what's with the slow pickup during the day? Are you watching something? Came Wang Long's playful voice, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire in the background, suggesting he was indeed at the shooting range. What brings you to call me? The two had grown accustomed to their informal banter, speaking freely without any constraints. Are you free tonight? Come over for a foot wash. It's been ages. Ages. Didn't I just wash 2 days ago? If I wash again, my skin will be raw. Ling Feng responded, exasperated. This fellow had developed an obsession with foot washing since their serendipitous encounter with it in high school. He was more familiar with the foot spa establishments in Anan City than he was with his own identification. Cut the small talk. Get over here. I need to tell you, several newcomers have arrived at Jimuxuan, and let me tell you, they look quite impressive. All right. I'll swing by your shooting range for a few rounds. Prepare a VIP room for me. After ending the call, Ling Feng prepared to tidy up and head to the shooting range. He frequented the shooting range quite often. Firstly, Ling Feng had harbored a fascination for firearms since childhood, reveling in the play of toy guns, a pastime that most boys indulge in during their formative years. During his military service, due to his precise marksmanship, he consistently held the position of a sniper. Consequently, whenever he had the opportunity, he would dedicate time to practice at the shooting range. Furthermore, the proprietor of the shooting range, Wang Long, shared a close rapport with him. Often, after their shooting sessions, they would continue their revelry at a foot massage parlor. Dressed in his leather jacket and donning sunglasses, Ling Feng made his way to the garage. He polished his cherished Harley. Unlike many, he preferred motorcycles over sports cars, relishing the exhilarating sensation of wind against his body, as if death were but a breeze accompanying him. As he mounted his motorcycle, he accelerated sharply, and the bike roared to life, launching forward. In his previous life, the extreme cold had confined everyone indoors, leaving his beloved motorcycle to gather dust in the garage. Now, back in a world of normalcy, he felt invigorated riding through the breeze, a profound sense of liberation enveloping him. Glancing in the rearview mirror and seeing no vehicles in sight, he twisted the throttle, propelling the motorcycle forward amidst a thunderous roar toward his destination. Chapter 3. The arrival of firearms. After a vigorous half-hour ride, Ling Feng arrived at the shooting range. Following a swift registration at the front desk, he effortlessly ascended to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the door, he heard laughter and playful banter emanating from within. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Wang Long reclined comfortably on the sofa, a cigarette perched between his fingers, his eyes slightly squinted in pleasure. A young woman, clad in employee attire, appeared to be around 20 years old, with a sweet visage and an alluring figure. Her loosely fitted t-shirt clung to her form in a captivating manner. She seemed to be assisting Wang Long with a stubborn zipper, struggling slightly as she multitasked. Upon noticing Ling Feng's entrance, the girl let out a startled scream. Wang Long, initially engrossed in the moment, was taken aback by the sudden intrusion. As the owner of the shooting range, he enforced a strict, military-style management over his employees, especially in this VIP room, which was off-limits without his express permission. He typically did not lock the door, but today, an unwelcome breach of protocol had occurred. Just as he contemplated expressing his irritation, he recognized Ling Feng, and his annoyance dissipated. He exchanged a knowing glance with the girl, who quickly straightened her attire and wiped her mouth. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily exited the room. "Damn it, why don't you knock when you come in? You nearly gave me a heart attack," Wang Long exclaimed, rising from the sofa and adjusting his position as he zipped up his pants. "In broad daylight, you remain utterly shameless. Your mind is filled with nothing but trivialities." Ling Feng picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, extracted one, and lit it. Ah, bliss. The smoke billowed out slowly. And due to the intensity of the inhalation, he felt a slight dizziness. What a delightful sensation. At the onset of the apocalypse, he had neglected to stockpile mental sustenance, which left him yearning for months. That one small puff sent him soaring. It seems he must procure more of this. In the apocalypse, such indulgences are invaluable. "I warn you, if you frighten me into a predicament, it will be your end," Wang Long remarked, extinguishing the cigarette butt in the ashtray and taking a couple of swigs from the beer on the table. "Enough chatter. Lead me to the armory so I can select my weapons. What is your hurry?" "Ah." Reluctantly, Wang Long, under Ling Feng's insistence, guided him toward the armory. Ling Feng was already well acquainted with this place, yet today, a thrill coursed through him. Surveying the wall adorned with weapons, Ling Tian began to make selections. As a firearms expert, Ling Feng was proficient with all types of weaponry, but he had his favorites. The AK was his weapon of choice. Its formidable power and durability made it perfectly suited for the apocalypse. Ling Feng approached the rows of AKs, turning his back to Wang Long, and seized 2 rifles while he was distracted. He replicated one 100-fold and enhanced the other 100 times. Gazing at the upgraded AK, Ling Feng felt an exhilarating rush. An AK with 100-fold increase in power? Who could withstand such a shot? He promptly returned the replicated AK to its original place. Though the process seemed lengthy, it transpired in an instant, and Wang Long remained oblivious. The reason for acquiring 2 rifles stemmed from system limitations. Items replicated by the system could not be upgraded a second time. Thus, the objects stored could only choose between quantity replication and quality enhancement. Ling Feng discovered this limitation early on and attempted to exploit a bug. Yet, alas, the system was not foolish and would not allow infinite nesting. After completing this operation, he proceeded to replicate various other weapons, numerous rifles and handguns, followed by ammunition. He chose to replicate the quantity of bullets to ensure a substantial stockpile. He replicated 200,000 rounds for each caliber. Observing the hundreds of thousands of rounds and thousands of firearms in his space, Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. All fear stemmed from a lack of vitality. With these weapons, he was more than capable of self-preservation. Wang Long watched Ling Feng rummaging through the armory like a madman. Utterly perplexed. Has he lost his mind? "Have you made your selections? Hurry up. Let us go." Seizing an AK-47 casually, I followed Wang Long outside. At the shooting range, the 2 of us donned our gear and took our positions. "Wendy, care for a contest?" Wang Long shot me a challenging glance. "How shall we compete?" I responded nonchalantly, as victory was a familiar companion. We often engaged in these duels, and I invariably emerged triumphant. "This time, let us do something different. We shall compete in rapid fire. I have been practicing diligently," he added with an air of confidence. "You needn't practice. You are indeed quite swift." I cast a suggestive glance at him. "Oh, you really shouldn't hit below the belt." After a brief exchange of banter, we commenced our contest. As expected, I won, firing 10 rounds. I achieved a score of 99 in 26 seconds, while Wang Long managed 96 in 36 seconds. Setting me aside, Wang Long's marksmanship was commendable. However, I was a sniper by trade, a top tier amongst special forces. What a bore. "I'm off. Time for a foot soak." Wang Long, visibly dissatisfied from his defeat, felt a tinge of frustration. Despite his rigorous training, he had yet to best me, leaving him somewhat despondent. His temper flared. He needed to cool off. I accompanied Wang Long to the sauna, and after our meal, we prepared for a second round. However, I declined, for I had little time for leisure. The apocalypse loomed near, and preparations were paramount. Under Wang Long's mournful gaze, I drove away. Upon returning home, I indulged in a hot shower, luxuriating on my bed. Compared to the trials of the impending apocalypse, this life felt like paradise. I retrieved my phone and began to browse through the listings of local construction companies. After my rebirth, I must construct a secure refuge. Although the villa I currently resided in was built to a decent standard, it would falter against extreme cold. Furthermore, in the apocalypse, weather was secondary. Humanity posed the greatest threat. Thus, my home needed fortification to withstand any assault. All walls, windows, and doors must be bulletproof, ideally capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. Additionally, it must possess insulation, ventilation, and other essential features to ensure that my villa was not only secure, but also comfortable. As I perused the profiles of various construction companies on my phone, I ultimately chose the one with the finest reputation, Huqiang Security Construction Company. I promptly left my contact information on their website, scheduling a visit for the following day. Chapter 4. Renting a warehouse. Mianjiang. The usual, please. Just pour me half a glass of Little Bird vodka, just like that. Suddenly, an urgent ringtone shattered my peaceful slumber. With my eyes still closed, I fumbled around on my bed until I found my phone. With eyes wide open, Lin Su from Yong'an Law Firm collected her thoughts and promptly answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Ling. This is Lin Su, the attorney from Yong'an Law Firm. A crisp, cool female voice resonated from the other end. Although Ling Feng had only met her once, her elegant demeanor and refined features left a profound impression on him, complemented by her profound legal expertise. Truly, she embodied the harmonious coexistence of beauty and intellect. Greetings. Ling Feng sat up, stretching lazily. Mr. Ling, I wanted to remind you that Mr. Ling Tianhu, with whom we previously discussed, left behind a will before his passing. Today marks the public announcement of the will, so please remember to join us at my law firm at 10 a.m. Yes, I will be there on time, he affirmed. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer. Goodbye. Goodbye, Ling Feng replied, hanging up the phone. The call had jolted him into the realization of today's significant event. His grandfather, Ling Tianhu, had tragically succumbed to a car accident a month prior. The official investigation attributed the incident to driver fatigue, a report Ling Feng found utterly implausible. It was evidently a premeditated murder. On the day of the incident, all surveillance cameras in the vicinity mysteriously malfunctioned, leaving the sole survivor as the reckless driver. Both his grandfather and the driver perished on the spot. Following the release of the accident report, Ling Feng sought out the driver, but he had vanished into thin air, along with his entire family. In his previous life, Ling Feng's inquiries had reached a dead end. However, there was no need for further investigation now. The perpetrator was none other than his uncle, Ling Yutong, who had brazenly confessed to the murder before attempting to eliminate Ling Feng. Ling Yutong was a duplicitous scoundrel, masquerading as a benign figure in society, admired as an exemplary entrepreneur while secretly engaging in disreputable activities. In his past life, under Ling Yutong's persuasive charm, Ling Feng had foolishly transferred his grandfather's shares to him. Reflecting on it now, he felt utterly naive, having placed too much trust in a relative. Orphaned at a young age, Ling Feng had been raised by his grandfather, who showered him with the affection he had missed from his parents. A veteran of war, his grandfather had maintained robust health, exercising daily. Had he not been murdered, he could have lived for another decade or more. Ling Feng shook off the melancholic thoughts, contemplating the will announcement scheduled for today. Let me reclaim a bit of interest first, he mused. The true drama was just beginning. After freshening up, he donned a formal outfit and made final adjustments in front of the mirror. Upon glancing at the clock, it was merely 8 o'clock. And with only half an hour's drive ahead, ample time was at his disposal. He decided to indulge in a breakfast first, driving to a nearby breakfast establishment. Ling Feng ordered a portion each of lamb buns, beef buns, and pork buns, along with 3 pieces of fried dough sticks and a bowl of spicy soup. Ever since the apocalypse, he found himself yearning for all manner of food. As soon as the buns were served, Ling Feng eagerly devoured them, drawing the attention of diners at neighboring tables. Oblivious to their gazes, he focused solely on his own enjoyment. After finishing his breakfast, Ling Feng mounted his small motorcycle, ready to set off, when he unexpectedly noticed a small supermarket nearby in the midst of relocating. He promptly turned off the engine and approached the entrance. A middle-aged woman, approximately 50 years old, was struggling to affix rental notices to the wall at the entrance. Inside, several workers were dismantling the supermarket shelves. The store's goods had all been removed, leaving behind a scene of chaos on the floor. Ling Feng estimated the supermarket to be around 1,000 square feet. "Excuse me, are you renting this place out?" he inquired. The busy woman paused at the sound of his question and turned to face him, her plump face breaking into a smile. "Young man, this place just became available today. You've come at the perfect time. Your supermarket was doing well. Why have you suddenly decided to close?" Ling Feng recalled that the supermarket had always attracted a good number of customers. With a sigh, the woman furrowed her brow. "Alas, the rent is just too steep. I've been working myself to the bone all year, and all my earnings go to the landlord. He raises the rent every year. And I simply can't continue, so I've decided to sublet. There are still 8 months left on the lease. If you need it short-term, you can rent it. The yearly rent is 600,000, but for 8 months, I can let it go for 350,000. As she stated her price, it was evident she had her own agenda. The actual rent was only 400,000 a year, and she hoped to make some extra money through subletting. Sensing her cunning intent, Ling Feng feigned an inability to afford it, frowning slightly. "Oh, what a pity. I suppose I shall look elsewhere. As others are offering me 2,000 a month. I only wish to use it as a temporary storage space, so the location is of no consequence. If that is the case, I shall take my leave." As he turned to walk away, he silently counted down in his mind, 3, 2, 1. "Wait. Don't go. Let us discuss this further." The woman hurried after him. In these times, it was indeed difficult to find tenants. Sometimes a place could remain vacant for half a year without being rented out. If she could find a tenant sooner, it would mitigate her losses. Ling Feng heard the anxious voice of a woman, the corners of his mouth curling slightly before returning to a look of resignation. "Sister, I can only offer 20,000 a month. If you agree, I will rent it, but I can only pay the rent quarterly." The woman listened to Ling Tian's words, pondering for a few seconds before nodding her head with gritted teeth. "All right, no problem. If possible, let us sign the contract as soon as possible." "No problem. Let us sign now." The two swiftly completed the agreement, and Ling Tian promptly transferred 3 months' rent to the woman. She assured him that the supermarket would be thoroughly cleaned. Only then did Ling Feng leave, satisfied. He had no intention of operating a supermarket. Rather, he intended to use the space as a warehouse. The substantial supplies he would procure later could be temporarily stored here before being transferred into his space. It was prudent not to draw attention to his acquisitions, lest the entire villa community become aware. Otherwise, during the apocalypse, he would become a target. Ling Tian, holding the keys to the supermarket, rode his motorcycle swiftly toward the law firm. Chapter 5. Selling shares. Ling Feng rode his Harley at full throttle, arriving punctually at Yong'an Law Firm. After registering at the front desk, the receptionist led him to the VIP room to wait. Just as he settled down, the sound of high heels scraping against the floor echoed from outside. As the sound approached, Ling Feng deduced it was making its way to his room. Indeed, with a click, the door opened, and Lin Su gracefully entered. Ling Feng gazed at the woman approaching him, her elegance evident in her black professional attire that exuded a blend of sophistication and competence. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, tall and curvaceous, with an alluring silhouette that was irresistibly enticing to men. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, her delicate and refined visage framed by picturesque brows and eyes that compelled one to steal a second glance. Ling Feng found himself captivated, his gaze following her every movement. She wore black high heels and stockings that accentuated her long, beautiful legs. His attention was irresistibly drawn, and he felt a slight swallow in his throat as he discreetly gulped. She approached Ling Tian with grace, smiling as she extended her hand. "Hello, Mr. Ling. I am your dedicated attorney, Lin Su." "Hello." Ling Feng rose to shake her hand, feeling the warmth and softness of her touch, which made him wish to linger in the moment. The faint, refreshing fragrance she carried was like a gentle spring breeze, utterly enchanting. "Mr. Ling, the notarization will commence shortly. However, Mr. Ling Yutong has yet to arrive. Please bear with us for a moment." Ling Feng nodded slightly, aware that, as in his previous life, his uncle would be an hour late. He understood that his uncle was engaging in a psychological game, subtly positioning himself as the superior. Ling Tian sat calmly on the sofa, waiting with a sense of composure that came from his reincarnated existence, devoid of any impatience. As the minutes stretched into an hour, his tranquility deepened, while Lin Su repeatedly called to urge Ling Yutang. As a lawyer, Lin Su held a strong belief in the value of time and harbored a profound disdain for tardiness. Finally, after an hour had passed, Ling Yutang hurriedly entered the room, wearing an expression of deep remorse. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. The traffic was exceedingly congested," he exclaimed, casting a glance at Ling Feng. Ling Feng smiled softly and waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right, uncle. It's a minor issue. Next time, it would be wise to use a navigation system, as it seems you have forgotten the route. The way I took was not only free of traffic, but also remarkably smooth." Ling Yutang, realizing he had been exposed, could only respond with an awkward laugh. "Haha, is that so? I shall certainly remember for next time." Noticing the subtle tension between the two, Lin Su interjected, "Gentlemen, now that we are all present, let us commence with today's agenda." They settled into their seats, and Lin Su began to announce the contents of the will. The first item was the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Technology Company, a testament to the lifelong dedication of Ling Tian's grandfather, Ling Tianhu. The company boasted a valuation nearing 20 billion, primarily engaged in the research of human gene development. In recent years, the research team at Tianhu Pharmaceutical had achieved remarkable breakthroughs, particularly in the development of gene serums. These serums were designed to transfer exceptional athletic genes from animals into humans, potentially altering human genetics to enhance strength and agility. Should this research reach practical application, humanity would witness a revolutionary advancement. The promise of such a discovery had significantly elevated the company's worth, attracting numerous renowned international pharmaceutical firms eager to collaborate, many offering exorbitant sums, all of which Ling Tianhu had declined. He believed that the current gene serum presented considerable flaws and was unsuitable for human application. Following Ling Tianhu's passing, the research came to a halt, as he had personally safeguarded the most critical data. With his demise, the data vanished as well. A sudden realization struck Ling Feng. He seemed to have grasped an important piece of information. He recalled instances from his previous life when his two cousins had experienced a sudden surge in strength. Could it be related to the gene serum? Ling Feng felt compelled to investigate this matter thoroughly, recognizing the significance of the gene serum. Meanwhile, Lin Su continued to read from the will in her hands. The distribution of assets in the will is roughly as follows. Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company is to be jointly inherited by Ling Feng and Ling Yutang, each holding a 50 share. Additionally, there are 10 properties under the name of Ling Tianhu, which are to be inherited jointly by the two. Lastly, Ling Tianhu's assets, totaling 800 million, are to be inherited solely by Ling Feng. As the contents of the will were revealed one by one, the expressions of those present began to change. The most affected was Ling Yutang, who never expected that his father had established a will long ago. In his quest to acquire all the assets, he orchestrated a perfect murder against his own father, only to find himself empty-handed. Ling Feng, that little bastard, not only obtained all the assets but also a portion of the pharmaceutical company's shares. This was simply intolerable for him. He inwardly cursed, "Old man, how could you be so biased towards this little brat?" He was indifferent to the 800 million in assets, as over the years, his father had invested a substantial amount of money in researching genetic serum, reducing his once 100 billion fortune to merely 800 million. In contrast, he had managed sales and procurement within the company, earning considerable kickbacks, and his net worth had already surpassed 6 billion. Only he understood the immense potential of Tianhu Pharmaceutical, 200 billion. That was merely a starting point. Forcing him to relinquish half the shares to Ling Feng felt more painful than death itself. At that moment, his murderous intent surged. Once Lin Su finished reading the will, she gazed solemnly at the two. "Do either of you have any questions?" "No questions. Let us proceed with the formalities," Ling Feng replied in a calm tone. "Wait a moment," Ling Yutang said with a smile, addressing Ling Feng. "Little Feng, your uncle wishes to purchase the shares you hold. You see, your understanding of the pharmaceutical industry is limited, while I have worked in this field for decades. If you sell your shares to me, I will provide you with an additional 10% dividend each year. What do you think?" Ling Feng smiled back at him. "No problem, uncle. How much are you willing to offer?" Hearing that Ling Feng, this fool, was willing to sell his shares, Ling Yutang's heart leapt with joy. He never anticipated that acquiring the entire company's shares would be so easy. From now on, Tianhu Pharmaceutical would be entirely under his control. Haha. Chapter 6, with 15.8 billion secured, the construction of the safe house begins. I am willing to offer 1 billion for all your shares. That is all I can muster at the moment. Uft. Haha. Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh, inadvertently spraying the water he had just sipped all over Ling Yutang's face. Ling Yutang's expression turned ashen. His hands clenched tightly beneath the table. Realizing this, Ling Feng quickly apologized. "Oh dear, uncle, I truly apologize. I couldn't help myself." Ling Yutong, suppressing his murderous intent, forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, managing to squeeze out 2 words. "It's fine." Ling Feng gazed at the defeated Ling Yutong, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He then continued, "Was the price you mentioned just now a jest? It's rather amusing. Xiao Feng, do tell me, what price would you propose?" Ling Yutong gritted his teeth and replied, 15 billion. "I'll take a loss to sell it to you." Ling Feng stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Given that we are on the brink of an apocalypse, retaining shares is futile. It would be wiser to liquidate everything for resources. In the end times, resources are the true currency. Upon hearing this price, Ling Yutong's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, this little rascal is asking for too much. That 15 billion is rather excessive. The company's market value is only 200 billion. Ling Yutong's face betrayed his dilemma. He clearly found the offer unacceptable. "Uncle, are you not aware of our company's true worth? The 200 billion is merely external speculation. We, being insiders, know better. If you find it unsatisfactory, I shall sell it to someone else. I have received inquiries from several parties recently." Ling Feng regarded him with a smile, feigning indifference. "Xiao Feng, this company is your grandfather's life work. It must not fall into the hands of others." Ling Feng surveyed his uncle's feigned sincerity, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "I only recognize money. Whoever offers me the best price shall receive the shares. If you lack the funds, so be it." With that, he pulled out his phone, preparing to call a few internationally renowned pharmaceutical companies that had recently expressed interest. "Wait, Xiao Feng, please give your uncle a moment. I will make a call to gather some funds." He then hurriedly stepped outside with his phone. Ling Feng, feeling relaxed, leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Beside him, Lin Su looked at Ling Feng's calm demeanor with admiration for his composure. After a short while, Ling Yutong returned, a smile upon his face as he addressed Ling Feng. "Xiao Feng, I have secured the funds. Let us proceed with your proposed price and finalize the paperwork today." Ling Yutong was eager to finalize the stock transfer agreement, fearing that Ling Feng might renege on the deal. Upon hearing that the price was settled, Ling Feng readily agreed. In the presence of Lin Su, the two signed the transfer agreement, and Ling Feng received the 15 billion. They exchanged a seemingly cordial handshake, both believing themselves to be the victors. Inside, Ling Yutong felt a surge of excitement. The company now belonged to him. With only 50 billion in hand, he had sold 5% of his shares to gather the necessary funds. All things considered, today was a considerable profit for him. The thought made him burst into laughter. Ling Feng, however, felt that he still had the upper hand. Looking at the 11 digits in his bank account, he felt a profound sense of security. With this newfound wealth, he could indulge in a shopping spree. After leaving the law firm, Ling Feng mounted his motorcycle, speeding towards his next destination, Huaqiang Security Construction Company. According to the navigation, Ling Tian swiftly arrived at Huaqiang Security. After reporting his appointment information in the company's lobby, he was promptly escorted to the reception room to await further proceedings. Inside the reception area, Ling Feng perused the company's profile when a middle-aged man clad in a suit entered. The man was robust, his muscular arms straining against the fabric of his attire. His fierce gaze suggested a military background, a trait easily discernible in those who have served, particularly due to their distinctive aura. "Good day, sir. I am Hu Yong, the business manager of Huaqiang Security Construction Company. Please feel free to express your needs." Hu Yong's voice resonated with a deep and sonorous timbre. "I wish to renovate my villa to enhance its security," Ling Feng replied. "Rest assured, Mr. Ling, our company is unparalleled in the construction of safe houses nationwide. We can accommodate any of your requirements," Hu Yong asserted confidently. "I wish to construct a villa that is bomb-proof. Is that feasible?" Ling Feng inquired. "Bomb-proof?" Hu Yong exclaimed, his astonishment evident. In his long career, he had seldom encountered a client with such elevated defensive demands. Typically, clients only requested bulletproof features. "May I ask, sir, do you have enemies?" "Indeed, I often face covert threats, thus I wish to fortify my residence," Ling Feng affirmed, nodding earnestly. "Your demands are quite lofty, and the costs will be substantial," Hu Yong cautioned, mindful of the high expenses involved in such materials. "Monetary concerns are trivial. I desire results. Moreover, I require the project to be completed within 3 months," Ling Feng declared, gesturing grandly with a sense of flamboyance. Hu Yang's expression shifted to one of concern upon hearing the 3-month timeline. Typically, such a project requires at least 6 months. 3 months is exceedingly tight. To meet this deadline, we would need to operate in 3 shifts, working around the clock. Understanding the implication, Ling Feng replied, "Do not worry about the costs. I only wish to achieve the desired outcome. Remember, it must be the world's most secure safe house." Ling Feng had over 10 billion at his disposal. An abundance of wealth he was compelled to expend, needing to invest 15.8 billion within 3 months. It was indeed a formidable challenge. "Rest assured, sir, we will adhere to the highest standards." Hu Yong responded, elated, for such affluent clients were a rarity, and there were no budgetary constraints. He planned to utilize the most expensive materials, ensuring a generous commission for himself. The two engaged in extensive discussions regarding the specifics of the renovation, covering aspects such as insulation, ventilation, plumbing, electrical systems, networking, decoration, and defense. Ling Feng was meticulous in his considerations, as he sought not only security for the impending apocalypse, but also comfort in his abode. After our recent budget discussion, it appears that the total cost for the entire house renovation will be approximately 1 billion. However, the exact pricing can only be finalized upon completion. Additionally, prior to commencing work, a 30 advance payment is required, with the remaining balance due upon completion. Does that sound acceptable to you? Absolutely. Let us expedite the contract signing. Once the contract is signed, I will transfer the funds, and you can commence the renovation tomorrow. Ling Tian readily acquiesced to their terms. Upon hearing his swift agreement, Hu Yang's heart brimmed with joy, and he respectfully led Ling Feng to sign the contract. Chapter 7. Stocking up on cigarettes upon exiting the Huqiang Security Construction Company. Ling Feng mounted his Harley, preparing to return to the villa. Habitually, he reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to realize that he had completely run out. For someone with a severe nicotine addiction, the absence of cigarettes was truly unbearable. He relished smoking while driving, much like some enjoy listening to music while running. Without such indulgences, everything felt amiss. Ling Feng promptly halted his motorcycle and approached a nearby tobacco shop to purchase cigarettes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He should stockpile cigarettes, for they serve as a vital source of comfort. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, the lack of cigarettes had been utterly suffocating, leading him to scour the villa for discarded butts, and ultimately, he had run out entirely. As he entered the tobacco shop, he surveyed the walls adorned with various brands and prices of cigarettes. It seemed this establishment had a comprehensive selection: Huazi, Likun, Nanjing, Huangalu, Yushi, Hongshuangxi, Baisha, Furongwang. What a challenging choice. Ling Feng typically enjoyed experimenting with different brands, often finding himself in a quandary during selection. However, today was different. He felt no hesitation. He called out to the shopkeeper, "Sir, please package everything for me." The proprietor, a young man in his 20s, was seated at the cash register engrossed in a game on his phone. Confused by Ling Feng's request, he hurried over to inquire, "What did you just say?" Ling Feng gestured toward the array of cigarettes and declared, "I want every single one of your cigarettes. Pack them all up." The shopkeeper nearly lost his balance upon hearing this. Who was this extraordinary patron, demanding everything at once? Are you serious? The total inventory would amount to hundreds of thousands. Do I seem like I'm joking? Hurry up and pack them. I only need the full packs. No loose ones. To alleviate the shopkeeper's concerns, Ling Feng promptly transferred a deposit of 50,000. Seeing such a generous and decisive customer, the shopkeeper's face lit up with a broad smile. He abandoned his game, eager to begin packaging the cigarettes. It is often said that the customer is king, yet, in this case, Ling Feng felt more like a revered deity. Observing the shopkeeper's diligent packing, he decided not to linger. He directly informed him of the warehouse address he had rented for the day, instructing him to deliver the goods there shortly. The boss, wearing a beaming smile, respectfully escorted Ling Feng to the door, assuring him of prompt delivery. Watching Ling Feng's departing figure, he felt a twinge of disbelief. Yet, upon glancing at the balance in his bank account, he was instantly filled with joy. He returned to the task of diligently sorting and packaging, determined not to neglect his esteemed clientele. Meanwhile, Ling Tian exited the tobacco shop, opting not to return home, but to seek out the next tobacco establishment. He resolved to stockpile more supplies, knowing that with such commodities, excess was not a concern, only scarcity. Riding his Harley, he meandered and paused, clearing out dozens of tobacco shops. He specifically chose larger establishments, ensuring quality and a diverse selection, wary of counterfeit products from smaller vendors. Having completed this endeavor, he was satisfied as he rode back to the warehouse in preparation for receiving his shipment. Upon arrival, he noticed a Wuling Hongguang parked, awaiting his presence. As Ling Feng approached, the occupant of the vehicle hurriedly exited and rushed towards him. "Brother, I've brought your goods. Please take a look," he exclaimed, opening the trunk for inspection. This individual was the proprietor of the first tobacco shop he had visited. Ling Feng gave the contents a cursory glance, then picked up a pack of huazi to examine, finding everything in order. "Let us move it inside," he instructed, opening the warehouse door for the shop owner to begin unloading. As the unloading commenced, several other vehicles arrived, also delivering goods. Among the arrivals were familiar faces, as competitors in the same area often recognized one another. A group of shop owners gathered, marveling at Ling Feng's extravagant spending. "I have been in this business for years. I've never encountered such a lavish boss," one remarked. "Indeed, I was on the verge of closing down. Yet this owner has revived my fortunes. However, tomorrow, the local smokers will find themselves without any cigarettes," another chuckled. Ling Feng spent the entire afternoon receiving shipments, having purchased in overwhelming quantity. From 3 in the afternoon until 7 in the evening, he worked tirelessly until all the goods were accounted for. Gazing at the supermarket brimming with cigarettes, he nodded in satisfaction. Ling Feng had spent nearly 20 million, effectively depleting the local supply of tobacco. With a grand gesture, he stored everything in his spatial realm, ready for replication. Observing the vast array of cigarettes, tens of thousands of packs, within his space, he felt an immense sense of security. These cigarettes would last him a lifetime, even if he were to smoke for 1,000 years. Ling Feng lit a huazi, inhaling deeply, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the equity transfer of the pharmaceutical company earlier that day. In his previous life, he had not paid much attention to this matter, but today's events suggested it was far more complex than he had previously assumed. The gene serum developed by his grandfather promised to be revolutionary for the entire pharmaceutical industry. However, during this pivotal moment, grandfather met with a tragic traffic accident. Could there possibly be a connection? Furthermore, the sudden surge in strength exhibited by Ling Yutong's 2 sons, might it be related? Ling Feng is certain that when they first arrived at his home, they displayed no such changes. They were merely ordinary individuals. This implies that their transformations occurred only after they arrived at the villa. What alterations did they undergo within the confines of their abode? Genetic serum? After grandfather's passing, all 5 vials of genetic serum he had been researching, along with the accompanying data, vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a fragment of memory flashed through his mind. He recalled a gift grandfather had bestowed upon him just before the accident, along with the words he had spoken. He distinctly remembered that morning, as he and grandfather engaged in their usual exercise routine in the garden. Grandfather had gifted him a remarkably exquisite model of a rifle, evidently a customized piece. "Xiaofeng," he had said, "this gift from grandfather is immensely precious. You must cherish it and not squander my heartfelt intentions." Reflecting on grandfather's words now, they seemed to carry a deeper significance. At the time, he had been quite fond of the model, yet he had not given much thought to grandfather's admonition. With this in mind, Ling Feng hurried back to his bedroom and rummaged through the bedside cabinet until he found the model. Ever since receiving it, he had placed it in the cupboard, and after grandfather's unfortunate incident, the matter of the model had slipped his mind. As he picked up the model and examined it closely, he indeed discovered something. At the base of the model rifle's magazine, he found a seam. With a firm pull, he opened the bottom cover, revealing an object reminiscent of a USB connector. Indeed, Ling Feng couldn't help but admire grandfather's ingenuity. He quickly retrieved his computer. Chapter 8. Injection of genetic serum. Ling Feng inserted the USB into his computer, and as the data loaded, a folder appeared on the screen. He clicked on the folder, which contained both a video and a document. Taking a moment to calm his emotions, he opened the video. The screen revealed grandfather's image, and judging by the background, it appeared to have been filmed in his study. In the video, grandfather addressed him. "Xiaofeng, if you are watching this video, I am gratified to see that you are astute and have discovered the treasure I left for you. Recently, I have encountered some unfortunate events, and I sense that the days ahead will not be peaceful, so I recorded this video in advance. The genetic serum I have been researching has recently made groundbreaking progress, causing a significant stir in the medical community. This research achievement has been kept confidential. However, A traitor in the laboratory has led to a leak of the results. Fortunately, the core data remains securely in my possession. In our recent study, the genetic serum was developed using ant genes as a reference, and we have successfully crafted it. It is well known that ants possess the extraordinary ability to lift objects over 500 times their own weight, making them one of the strongest creatures on the planet. Our serum, once injected into the human body, has the potential to elevate physical capabilities by an astounding 500 times, a truly alarming statistic. While we are not the sole researchers in the field of genetic serums, others have only managed to enhance physical limits by a few times. Thus, our serum has attracted considerable interest and envy. However, our serum has a critical flaw. Those who use it become irritable and volatile, gradually losing their sanity, and their lifespan diminishes. Should such a drug infiltrate society, it would spell disaster. Yet, your uncle has persistently advocated for collaboration with other pharmaceutical companies, pursuing maximum profit, leading to numerous disputes between us. I have lost faith in him and am prepared to hand over all findings and core data to you. Currently, there are only 5 vials of the serum, all of which I have concealed in a hidden compartment beneath the laboratory workbench. The password is your birthday. Be cautious, as there is only one chance to enter it correctly. Any mistake will result in immediate destruction. The core data of the genetic serum is stored on this USB drive. If you wish, you may continue the research in the future, but if you are disinterested, please destroy it to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The video abruptly concludes, and one can discern the urgency in my grandfather's expression. He clearly had more to convey, yet the footage was suddenly interrupted. Ling Feng arrived at the entrance of the laboratory on the 2nd floor, which is usually restricted by my grandfather to all but himself. Following his instructions, Ling Feng entered the password and successfully gained access to the laboratory. At the bottom of the experimental table, he discovered a hidden compartment. Upon entering the password, he retrieved a small box containing 5 vials of a bright red serum. This is the genetic serum. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ling Feng believed that no one could remain indifferent to such a discovery. In his past life, his uncle must have found these vials, acquiring immense strength. However, as my grandfather had warned, this serum possesses significant drawbacks. Curious about the potential transformation after spatial enhancement, Ling Feng decided to store 1 vial within his space. Opting for quality enhancement, a flash of white light enveloped the vial, transforming the originally bright red serum into a transparent state. An insightful revelation regarding the genetic serum emerged in his mind. This was the first instance of such an occurrence after accumulating numerous items within his space. The enhanced gene serum, boasting remarkable effects. 1. No side effects whatsoever. 2. Amplifies human potential 1,000-fold. 3. Develops the brain to an astonishing level of 20. Upon encountering this information, Ling Feng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This was utterly extraordinary, particularly the 3rd point regarding brain development. The average person typically develops their brain to about level 10. Einstein merely reached 15, so achieving level 20 would mean transcending humanity. This system was indeed phenomenal. Ling Feng picked up the gene serum and scrutinized it closely, finding no abnormalities. He resolved to inject the serum. Yet the method of administering this serum differed significantly from that of other medications. It required introduction directly into the heart, necessitating a specialized syringe. Fortunately, the laboratory was well equipped with medical instruments, including such a syringe. Ling Feng placed the serum into the syringe and aimed for the position of his heart. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he swiftly pierced the skin with the needle and pushed the plunger. The serum gradually flowed into his heart. Once the serum had fully entered his system, Ling Feng withdrew the syringe, eager to sense the changes within his body. However, he felt no immediate difference. Ling Feng moved his body, finding nothing amiss. Could the serum be a counterfeit? Just as the thought crossed his mind, an agonizing pain surged through him, as if his chest were struck by a hammer. His entire being tensed, his face flushed. It felt as though his body were being subjected to relentless torment. Every part of him experiencing excruciating pain, akin to being sliced mercilessly by a dagger. Internally, he felt as if his bones were being shattered. Enduring a pain so profound it was unbearable, his organs seemed to be slowly dissolving. Ling Feng writhed on the ground in agony, crashing into a multitude of experimental apparatuses. He coughed violently, expelling dark liquid from his mouth, as black blood streamed from his nose, eyes, and ears. His cries of anguish echoed through the laboratory, fortunately soundproofed, preventing anyone from hearing his desperate wails. With no one nearby, he saw no reason to stifle his cries. If it hurt, he would scream. Time lost meaning as the pain gradually subsided, leaving Ling Feng utterly spent upon the floor. His entire body was drenched, his skin coated with a viscous black substance. Gasping for breath, his vision slowly regained clarity. He rose with great effort, surveying the chaotic laboratory, bewildered by how he had managed to topple the equipment. Leaning against the wall, he settled down and lit a cigarette. The recent torment had left him completely drained. His legs still felt weak, requiring a moment to gather strength before he could rise. After finishing a cigarette, Ling Feng regained some energy and slowly stood up, becoming aware of the changes in his body. Chapter 9. Physical upgrade. Ling Feng gazed at himself, covered in a sticky, dark substance, and hurried to the bathroom to cleanse his body. He spent an entire hour washing, finally removing all traces of that grime. Staring into the mirror, he could scarcely believe the transformation was so profound. His once coarse and dark skin had become fair and delicate, surpassing even that of many women. This change unnerved him slightly. He preferred his former rugged complexion. Moreover, his facial features had altered. Although the outline remained familiar, his eyes appeared deeper, and his nose more pronounced, giving him a more robust and handsome visage, akin to having been enhanced with beauty filters. Additionally, he seemed to have grown taller. His previous height of approximately 172 centimeters had surpassed 180 centimeters. Ling Feng felt a sense of satisfaction with his physical and aesthetic evolution. He stepped into the villa's small courtyard to gauge his physical prowess. Approaching the barbell, he grasped it with one hand. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly lifted the 180 kilograms barbell above his head, feeling no strain at all. He then added more weights, increasing it to 300 kilograms, and still managed to hoist it above his head with ease. Feeling the surge of strength coursing through him, Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Surely, my strength could shatter world records." After ensuring no one was around, his gaze shifted toward the balcony on the third floor of his villa. He bent his knees slightly to gather momentum and then leaped powerfully, landing securely on the balcony. Looking down, he realized he had jumped from a height of 7 or 8 meters. He continued to test his speed, endurance, and reflexes with unbridled enthusiasm. Akin to a child discovering a new toy, it appears my physical capabilities are approximately 10 times that of an average person. Ling Tian concluded after a series of assessments. My potential could reach 1,000-fold, and as I continue to break through, these metrics will only ascend. If I remain patient and develop steadily, one day I shall be an invincible force in this world. However, for now, discretion is paramount. He recalled his grandfather's words, noting that he was not the only one researching gene serums. Who could say if others had already achieved remarkable physical development? It would be wiser to proceed cautiously. Suddenly, a growl emanated from his stomach, a wave of hunger washing over him. In his initial excitement upon gaining these abilities, he had been too preoccupied with his newfound strength to notice his hunger. Now, as his body relaxed, the intense sensation of hunger became quite uncomfortable. Ling Feng felt as if he could devour an entire cow. He glanced at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Contemplating whether to order takeout, he quickly reconsidered. In a world that felt on the brink of collapse, he thought it would be a disservice to himself. So he decided to venture out for a meal instead. Returning to his room, he gathered his phone, keys, cigarettes, and lighter before stepping outside. Rather than driving, he opted to walk, recalling a barbecue restaurant nearby known for its delightful aromas. Upon arriving at the establishment, he found it still bustling with patrons despite the late hour. The place was packed, with tables extending outside due to the overwhelming number of guests. He settled at a table on the sidewalk, where a rowdy group of spirited young men occupied the 2 tables behind him, their boisterous chatter proving quite bothersome. No one intervened, as the crowd was too large. Patrons could only silently curse under their breath. However, Ling Feng paid little mind to them. He was there to enjoy his meal, and as long as they did not provoke him, their noise was of no concern. He ordered 5 kilograms of lamb skewers, 40 skewers of kidney, 40 oysters, 10 servings of chives, and a selection of various vegetables. He also requested a bucket of beer, feeling a need to replenish his somewhat weakened body. Due to the crowd, the dishes took a while to arrive, but eventually, the tantalizingly colored and sizzling lamb skewers, generously coated with chili powder and cumin, made their appearance. igniting his appetite. Without hesitation, Ling Feng seized a skewer and took a bite. Delicious. The spiciness and savory flavor were just right. He transformed into a voracious eater, indulging in skewers while sipping on chilled beer. What bliss! Only through the experience of loss can one learn to cherish, having endured a resource crisis reminiscent of an apocalypse. Ling Feng truly understood the value of food. In a whirlwind of consumption, the skewers rapidly dwindled, yet he still felt unsatisfied, having only filled a third of his appetite. Thus, he ordered another 10 kilograms of beef, 10 kilograms of lamb, and 30 each of kidneys and oysters. As he devoured his meal, a striking figure approached him, a woman clad in denim shorts, her form captivating. Her legs were fair and straight, elongated and alluring, enhanced by the shorts that accentuated her charm. The casual short-sleeved top gently outlined her curvaceous silhouette, emanating an effortless sensuality. Her long, silky hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her stunning visage radiated mature allure. Her arrival captured the attention of every man present, and Ling Feng was no exception. This woman was a familiar face, Lin Su. Lawyer Lin, what a coincidence. Ling Feng greeted warmly. Lin Su had indeed noticed him, but today he appeared somewhat different from usual, making her hesitant to approach for fear of misidentifying him. Mr. Ling, what a surprise. I didn't expect to encounter you here, she replied. Lin Su gazed at Ling Feng, whose ordinarily unremarkable face appeared somewhat handsome today. Was it merely an illusion, or perhaps the allure of wealth? The seemingly average young man before her was, in fact, a billionaire. Yet, upon observing the mountain of barbecued delicacies in front of Ling Feng, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was her first time witnessing someone order such an extravagant quantity of barbecue. She then smiled and inquired, "Waiting for a friend?" "No, I'm dining alone. Would you like to join me?" Ling Feng invited her. "No, thank you. I'm waiting for a friend." Lin Su hastily waved her hand and then sat down at the adjacent table. Ling Feng noticed her refusal, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Nodding politely before returning to his meal, "Eat if you wish." A chorus of cheers erupted from behind. Ling Feng turned to see a young girl surrounded by a throng of diners. The girl, donning a hat, was obscured by the light, making her features hard to discern. However, her appearance was striking. She had fair skin, long legs, and a well-proportioned figure that suggested she was no stranger to exercise. She could easily score a solid 7 in physique. He overheard someone mention that she was a prominent internet celebrity named Lu Zihan. But Ling Feng had never been one to follow trends and knew little about her. He had occasionally seen her in videos, though the general consensus seemed to label her as a mere pretty face. It was rumored that her family was in business, and she pursued fame merely for fun. Watching a gaggle of infatuated fans clamoring for autographs, he found it rather uninteresting and turned back to his barbecue, resolute in his determination to enjoy his meal. Chapter 10. A lesson for the blonde. Once Lu Zihan freed herself from the throngs of admirers, she promptly took a seat across from Lin Su. Without delay, she poured herself a drink and downed it in a single breath. "I'm utterly exhausted. Have you ordered yet?" she exclaimed, pouring another drink and tilting her head back to gulp it down. Lin Su shot her a glance of disapproval. "It's already past that time," she replied curtly, then resumed her focus on her phone, ignoring Lu Zihan entirely. Lu Zihan, undeterred, also took out her phone to scroll through short videos. By chance, her gaze fell upon Ling Feng beside her. Her eyes lit up. There was a handsome man. A glance revealed that his features were strikingly defined, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a masculine aura. Though his skin was somewhat fair, it did not detract from his overall charm. He was undeniably more appealing than those youthful pretty boys. She found herself momentarily captivated. Ling Feng, feeling the weight of her gaze, turned to see a girl staring intently at him, mistakenly assuming she found his skewers appetizing. "Care for a bite?" he casually offered. "Absolutely." Lu Zihan promptly stood up and moved to sit beside him, eagerly reaching for a skewer and indulging in it. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent as he continued his meal. Lin Su looked on in astonishment at Lu Zihan, feeling utterly speechless. The young lady has once again taken the stage. You sit down to dine without even knowing her name. Ling Feng, observing Lin Su seated alone at a nearby table, couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Lawyer Lin, why not join us?" Lin Su, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, reluctantly accepted and made her way over, her cheeks tinged with a hint of awkwardness. "I hope it's not too much trouble." You two know each other? Lu Zihan inquired, her expression one of astonishment as she held a skewer in hand. Mr. Ling is my client, Lin Su replied with a bright smile. With such a handsome gentleman around, you ought to introduce him to your friends. It's unfair to keep all the good company to yourself. Lu Zihan exclaimed boldly. Lin Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as if she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes, and quickly signaled her to hush. She regretted bringing Lu Zihan along for dinner today. Ling Feng, however, appeared unfazed. In fact, he found Lu Zihan's forthright nature quite refreshing. It's never too late to get acquainted, so let us not stand on ceremony. He interjected to ease the tension. With Lu Zihan's vivacious presence, the three gradually opened up, and the atmosphere at the table became increasingly lively. Ling Feng relished the company. Dining with two stunning women was far more enjoyable than eating alone. After all, which man could resist the allure of beauty? This was evident from the envious glances cast by other men in the establishment. As their conversations flourished, Ling Feng gleaned some preliminary insights about the two women. Lin Su and Yang Zihan were college classmates and close friends. After graduation, they continued to work in the same city and eventually purchased homes in the same villa community. To Ling Feng's surprise, they resided in the same neighborhood as him. It was quite the twist of fate that he had never crossed paths with them during his previous life. While the trio laughed and chatted, a brash young man with bleached hair and tattooed arms swaggered over to their table, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Ladies, care to join us for a drink? He leered at Lin Su, flashing a grin that revealed a set of yellowed teeth. Lin Su shot him a glance, her brow furrowing in distaste. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested, she replied coolly. The young man, taken aback by her rejection, adopted a threatening tone. My brother has invited you. You'd do well to show some sense, or you'll suffer the consequences. Yang Zihan, overhearing this, immediately retorted, Who do you think you are? Just because you say so, we have to comply? Get lost, and don't interrupt our meal. Her voice was raised, drawing the attention of nearby diners, who began to murmur and point, especially the companions of the brash young man at the adjacent tables, who mocked him mercilessly. Hey, is that all you've got? If not, let me take over. You're just full of hot air. Huang Mao's complexion flushed with anger upon hearing those words, his pride wounded. He exclaimed, You shameless wretch. You think you can disrespect me? Don't you even know the renown of my elder brother, Niu Xian? With that, he raised his hand to strike Yang Zihan across the face. Their proximity and the suddenness of his attack left Yang Zihan unprepared for such brazen audacity in public. She found herself momentarily flustered, hurriedly raising her hand to defend herself, but it seemed too late. Just as Huang Mao's palm was about to connect with her cheek, a powerful arm swiftly intervened in front of her. She barely registered the motion before turning her head slightly to see Ling Feng standing beside her, wearing a relaxed expression, his hands firmly gripping Huang Mao's wrist. Gazing at Ling Feng's handsome profile, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced with excitement. Huang Mao, seeing his wrist captured, immediately exerted force to pull away, yet it felt as though a vice had clamped down on him. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. In a fit of rage, he threatened Ling Feng. You want to die, huh? Let go of me. Ling Feng smiled faintly and forcefully twisted downward. A sharp crack echoed through the air as a bone broke. Huang Mao was drenched in cold sweat, his face turning crimson as he began to wail in agony. With a powerful flick of his hands, Ling Feng sent Huang Mao flying several meters away, crashing to the ground and rolling about. My hand is broken. Seeing their comrade brutalized, Huang Mao's companions rose and advanced toward Ling Feng. Among them was an older youth with a prominent scar across his face, presumably their leader, who barked, How dare you provoke our Qingtong gang? Brothers, teach this brat a lesson. Instantly, the group swung their fists toward Ling Feng. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. Having just undergone a transformation, he was eager to test his newfound strength. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him. To him, the oncoming punches seemed sluggish, as if time itself had slowed. What appeared normal to an ordinary observer resembled the slow gait of an elderly woman. He slightly angled his body, effortlessly dodging a punch aimed at his face, then leaned into the assailant attempting to strike him. With a sudden burst of force, he drove his shoulder forward, launching the attacker 2 meters away, where he crashed onto a table, shattering it into splinters. The man lay groaning on the ground, clearly injured. Huang Mao had been kicked away, colliding with 2 others, who also fell to the ground, incapacitated. The remaining gang members finally realized they had encountered a formidable opponent and began searching for suitable weapons in their vicinity. Some grasped bottles, others clutched stools, and a few unsheathed daggers, while Lin Su and Yang Zihan stood behind Ling Feng, their faces etched with concern. The odds were stacked against them. Their adversaries were numerous and armed. Though Ling Feng possessed some martial skills, he was acutely aware that a single pair of fists could not contend with many. What had begun as a simple outing for a late-night snack had unexpectedly spiraled into a precarious situation. The thought of Ling Feng coming to harm sent Yang Zihan to the brink of tears. She realized that should something happen, she too would be implicated. She urgently cautioned him, "Ling Feng, please be careful. Nothing to worry about." Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. The group of ruffians, incensed by his calm demeanor and apparent indifference, surged forward with their weapons drawn. Ling Feng elegantly evaded each blow, opting to rely solely on his agility and reflexes rather than retaliate. He sought merely to assess the efficacy of his nimbleness in a real confrontation, and the results were promising. He found that he could deftly avoid their strikes, his agility surpassing that of an average person by 5 or 6 times. Frustrated and breathless, the ruffians realized their futile efforts had not even grazed a hair on Ling Feng. They erupted in anger, shouting, "What kind of man hides? Stand and fight." Unfazed, Ling Feng remained composed, his breathing steady as he observed their disarray. "Very well, I suppose it's time for me to make my move." With a sudden burst of speed, he propelled himself toward the ruffians, catching them off guard. Meanwhile, patrons who had been dining had wisely retreated at the onset of the conflict, some even recording the spectacle on their phones, eager for the unfolding drama. Yang Zihan, witnessing Ling Feng charge directly at the gang, felt a surge of panic and contemplated fleeing. Yet, Lin Su showed no inclination to leave, leaving her to stand helplessly by. Lin Su's expression was one of deep concern, her brows furrowed. As the ruffians glared at Ling Feng, their malicious intent evident, they raised their weapons to strike him down. However, Ling Feng's speed allowed him to dodge their attacks with ease, but their attempts to evade his punches were in vain. A former Special Forces operative, Ling Feng was not only skilled in combat, but had also recently undergone physical enhancements. His punches were devastating, and the moment one struck a ruffian, it felt akin to being hit by a vehicle, sending him sprawling. Within a mere 10 seconds, all but their leader lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Ling Feng had only exerted a fraction of his strength, barely 4/10, reserving his full might to avoid unnecessary casualties. He had no desire to invite trouble. This was not the apocalypse, and he did not wish to find himself in jail over such an incident. Meanwhile, the onlookers erupted in excitement, their admiration for the man on the field palpable. A group of youthful men, brimming with fervor, could not contain their applause, declaring the scene a veritable idolization of masculinity. 1 against 10, what a spectacle! It felt as though they were witnessing a cinematic performance. Meanwhile, a few young women gazed at Ling Feng with starry-eyed admiration, captivated by his striking looks and formidable physique. Some had already resolved to request his WeChat, but their confidence wavered upon noticing the 2 stunning women by his side. The remaining ruffian leader, with a scarred visage, had lost his initial bravado, his legs trembling slightly. Today, he had certainly met his match. In mere seconds, his gang had been subdued by Ling Feng's bare hands. An overwhelming display of strength. The speed of the punches had been astonishing. Before one could comprehend, adversaries had been sent sprawling, each blow executed with lethal precision. His companions, seasoned brawlers with experience, knew that even professional boxers would hesitate to claim victory against them. Ling Feng observed the leader's dampened trousers and detected an unpleasant odor. Wrinkling his nose in disdain, "Did you wet yourself?" Although the scarred leader was somewhat intimidated, he mustered his courage to retort, "We are the Qinglong Society, with hundreds of followers. Are you certain you wish to provoke us?" Ling Feng scoffed, "The Qinglong Society? Mere insects. What era are you living in, clinging to gang culture? With your kind, you should hurry home to suckle. Do not embarrass yourselves in public. Quickly depart, and do not disrupt my dining experience." With that, he turned back to his barbecue table, where he found Yang Zihan and Lin Su gazing at him intently. With a self-satisfied grin, he asked, "Am I not handsome?" Yang Zihan, utterly entranced, nearly drooled at the sight, unable to restrain herself. So handsome, exceedingly handsome. Lin Su's gaze mirrored a fleeting admiration before she quickly masked it, reverting to her usual demeanor. The barbecue shop owner surveyed the chaos of overturned tables and scattered chairs, feeling a wave of frustration. The recent scuffle had frightened away many diners, some of whom had not even settled their bills. He anticipated a loss of several thousand yuan that evening. Aware that the trouble had originated from the gang, he hesitated to confront them for compensation. Unlike Ling Feng, he lacked the fighting prowess and was no match for the Qinglong Society's local thugs. Ling Feng, noticing the owner's distressed expression, understood the situation and called out to the departing ruffians. "Hey, don't leave just yet." The thugs trembled at the sound of his voice. Still shaken from the earlier confrontation, fearing another bout, the scarred leader cautiously turned around, his face pale, eyes filled with dread. What is it?" Ling Feng gestured toward the ground, stating, "You've caused damage to this establishment. Are you not responsible for compensating the owner?" The scar-faced man's expression suddenly relaxed, and he strode to the boss, his gaze fierce as he addressed him. "Boss, calculate the amount. The Qinglong Society will compensate you." He emphasized the name of the Qinglong Society, the threat implicit in his tone. The boss, listening to the menacing words of the scar-faced man and observing his fierce countenance, felt a pang of fear and stammered, unable to respond, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ling Feng's eyes turned cold as he approached the scar-faced man and, pinching his nose, kicked him to the ground. "You dare to stall when it's time to pay? Be careful, or I might make you regurgitate your own filth." Ling Feng then turned to the boss and inquired, "Is 10,000 enough?" Yes, that is sufficient." The boss replied, his head bowed in trepidation, too afraid to meet the scar-faced man's gaze. "Did you hear that? Hurry and transfer the money." Ling Feng's expression was as frigid as frost as he stared at the scar-faced man. The latter ceased his scheming, hastily pulling out his phone to complete the transaction. Upon hearing the notification of the transfer, Ling Feng finally declared, "You may leave." The scar-faced man, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly turned and stumbled away. As he lowered his head, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Chapter 12. A grand feast after dealing with the ruffians. Ling Feng returned to his seat to continue savoring skewers, having only eaten half his fill earlier and still feeling a pang of hunger. Throughout the meal, the boss continually replenished their table with dishes, and Ling Feng, unable to refuse the generous hospitality, accepted it reluctantly. The three continued to dine for another half hour until the table was devoid of food, at which point Ling Feng contentedly patted his stomach. When it came time to settle the bill, the boss vehemently refused to accept payment. Despite Ling Feng's repeated insistence, he ultimately paid, for he was not one to take advantage of others. After all, as a billionaire, he was not in one of such trifles. For safety's sake, he ensured the two women were safely returned to the villa before departing. He assured himself that his motives were purely protective, devoid of any ulterior motives, absolutely none. Upon returning home, Ling Feng took a hot shower and reclined comfortably. He pulled out his phone and began searching the rankings of restaurants in Shanjing City. While enjoying his barbecue earlier, a novel idea struck him. Since his spatial storage could preserve delicacies, why not directly store some dishes within it? This way, even in a post-apocalyptic world, he could still relish a variety of culinary delights. Resolute, Ling Feng immediately sought out the top 30 restaurants in Shanjing City, preparing to order 100 tables worth of dishes from each establishment. As a first-tier city, Shanjing is renowned for its cuisine, not only for its unique flavors, but also for its diverse offerings. He contacted the top-ranked Daming restaurant to place his order. Although it was late at night, the establishment operated around the clock, and his call was promptly answered. On the other end of the telephone line, the operator's voice was that of a girl. Gentle in tone, Ling Feng began to peruse the menu on their official website, fervently ordering an array of dishes. He selected various signature and premium dishes that caught his eye, opting for high-end ingredients such as abalone, wagyu beef, bird's nest, and bluefin tuna, among others. As for the prices, they were of no concern to him. The operator listened intently as he rattled off dish after dish, her initial composure giving way to astonishment as Ling Feng continued to order more than 40 items without any sign of stopping. The extravagant ingredients he chose had already driven the total well into the tens of thousands. Ultimately, Ling Feng ordered over 60 dishes, feeling it was sufficient for now. "Let us start with these. Prepare 100 tables for me." "Ah, sir, are you certain you want 100 tables?" The operator could hardly believe her ears, thinking she must have misheard him, and promptly sought confirmation from Ling Feng. "Absolutely. 100 tables, not a single dish less," he asserted with unwavering conviction. The operator was momentarily flabbergasted. In her extensive tenure, she had never encountered such a lavish customer. Roughly estimating, she realized that this order would cost at least 2 million. An exorbitant sum. She hastily summoned her floor manager, recognizing that this magnitude of order was beyond her purview. Upon hearing the details, the floor manager was equally astonished and rushed to take the call. "Hello, sir. I am the floor manager at Daming Restaurant. I would like to confirm that you indeed wish to order 100 tables of the dishes you selected." With Ling Feng's repeated affirmation, the floor manager finally believed the enormity of the order. After confirming the total amount, Ling Feng promptly transferred a deposit of 1 million to the restaurant and requested that they prepare everything within a day and deliver it to his specified location. After hanging up, the floor manager's face flushed with excitement, and she quickly called her boss to report this development. The owner, who had been sleeping, was instantly roused and commanded that they ensure exceptional service for this client, meticulously overseeing both the quality of ingredients and the taste, instructing everyone to return to work, no matter the exhaustion, to fulfill this order on time. Having placed his order, Ling Feng then turned his attention to browsing for compound bows online. As a product of modern archery, compound bows possess a power that far exceeds that of traditional bows. Some models can even kill a grizzly bear. Ling Feng chose the highest-rated compound bow, with a price tag of 80,000. The bow was crafted entirely from carbon fiber, making it both lightweight and highly durable. He opted for the model with the highest draw weight and made a bulk purchase of 10 bows, along with 5,000 arrows and various accessories. These compound bows would suffice for his needs, and he still had room for upgrades. The upgraded compound bow undoubtedly possesses greater power. In addition to the bow, Ling Feng also invested 60,000 in acquiring 10 slingshots and over 1,000 pounds of steel balls. The slingshot, a toy Ling Feng has cherished since childhood, should not be underestimated in its potency. During his tenure as a Special Forces soldier, he received specialized training in the use of slingshots. Their compact and agile design often yields unexpected advantages during the execution of particular missions. Beyond slingshots, he has also procured an array of self-defense weapons, including military-grade shovels, baseball bats, and golf clubs, all aimed at ensuring his safety in the impending apocalypse. After surveying his amassed supplies, Ling Feng felt satisfied, as his storage contained dozens of rifles, handguns, and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition, ample resources for survival in the coming chaos. The only shortcoming was the inability to acquire a high-caliber sniper rifle. As a marksman, possessing such a weapon would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities, allowing him to avoid close-quarters combat and engage targets from a safe distance. However, procuring such firearms is impossible. The government has long imposed stringent gun control measures, and these powerful weapons exist solely within official channels. Ling Feng recalled that during the onset of the apocalypse, the entire national system had collapsed. The government had only been present in the initial days of the crisis before vanishing without a trace. Moreover, just 2 days prior to the apocalypse, a notable scarcity of resources had emerged in the capital city. Could there be a connection? It seemed imperative for him to expedite his resource collection efforts, aiming to complete all preparations at least 3 days before the catastrophe struck to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. With this in mind, Ling Feng recognized he had much to accomplish, including a trip to the Chiligo wholesale market in the capital the following day. Chiligo is not only the largest agricultural wholesale market in northern China, but also boasts the most extensive cold storage facilities in the nation. There, one can procure a myriad of ingredients, ranging from meats, seafood, and vegetables to fruits, an ideal location for stockpiling supplies. As Ling Feng contemplated his plans for the next day, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of furtive footsteps approaching. Chapter 13. Assassin Strike. Ling Feng swiftly leapt from his bed, relying on his acute hearing to discern 3 distinct sets of footsteps ascending from below. It appeared that 3 individuals had stealthily intruded. Quietly, he opened his door and peered down the staircase, where in the shadows, 3 figures were cautiously making their way upward, each wielding a silenced handgun. Clearly, these individuals were professional assassins, dispatched specifically to eliminate him. One could only surmise that the orchestrator of this deadly scheme was none other than his unscrupulous uncle, who had been so eager to settle the score after Ling Feng had recently acquired 15 billion from him. How impatient they must be. However, his uncle underestimated him, believing that he could be easily eliminated by just 3 mere fools. Was he perhaps overestimating his own capabilities? Ling Feng retrieved a pistol from his space, chambering a round in the process. This weapon had been upgraded, yet he had never tested its power. What better opportunity than to experiment on these individuals? The three assassins positioned themselves in a triangular formation, demonstrating a commendable level of professionalism. Ling Feng aimed at the one at the forefront and swiftly pulled the trigger. With a soft thud, the assassin collapsed. Surprisingly, the pistol emitted only a faint noise, much to Ling Feng's delight. He had not anticipated that the upgraded firearm possessed built-in silencing capabilities, far superior to those achieved with a suppressor. It is well known that attaching a suppressor does not render a gunshot as quiet as depicted in films. The reality is quite the opposite. Yet, with his pistol, the sound of the bullet being fired was nearly non-existent, an invaluable tool for stealth. After successfully eliminating one foe, Ling Feng quickly changed his position, concealing himself in a visual blind spot. The remaining two assassins downstairs, oblivious to the gunfire, merely noticed their companion pause before toppling backward. They reacted with remarkable speed, crouching down and simultaneously seeking cover on either side of the staircase. A slight smirk appeared on Ling Feng's lips. Despite their swift actions, they had failed to detect his location. At that moment, Ling Feng occupied the vantage point directly above the staircase, his line of sight on only one of the two remaining assassins, while the other remained in his blind spot. He aimed at the exposed assassin's calf and decisively fired. A piercing scream erupted from the assassin as he lost his balance and tumbled down the stairs. Clutching his wound, Ling Feng's shot had shattered his entire lower leg. Unable to contain his agony, the assassin cried out in despair. Observing the writhing figure below, Ling Feng refrained from delivering a finishing blow, patiently awaiting the arrival of the other assassin for a tactical rescue operation. Indeed, the second assassin, witnessing his comrade's injury, quickly crawled forward in a low posture, attempting to drag his companion to safety. Yet, Ling Feng would not grant him such an opportunity. The moment the third assassin exposed himself, Ling Feng acted decisively. With a soft thud, he fired once more, delivering a fatal shot to the head. Two assassins lay dead, one severely injured. Ling Feng had swiftly neutralized his adversaries. He descended the staircase with deliberate steps, illuminating the villa as he did so. The once shadowy staircase was now a gruesome scene, littered with blood and flesh. The upgraded pistol's formidable power was evident, as the head of the shot assassin had been obliterated. Brain matter and blood splattered across the floor. The sole survivor, witnessing the carnage, turned pale in terror, momentarily forgetting his own pain. As he watched the relentless approach of Ling Tian, a wave of terror engulfed him. "Stay back. Spare my life." He crawled desperately towards the door. "Reveal the mastermind, and I shall grant you a swift end." The cold, emotionless voice of Ling Feng resonated. The assassin trembled as he stammered, I don't know. We were merely following the organization's orders." "How could I locate your organization?" "At 185 Coral Street, on the 25th floor of the Changxing building. In the Jingwu boxing gym, seek Lu Wu." Ling Feng noted the address and, raising his hand, swiftly dispatched the last assassin. Surveying the carnage strewn across the floor, Ling Feng's expression darkened. How long would he have to clean up this pool of blood and scattered flesh? The bodies, however, were easier to manage. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the corpses in his space, planning to dispose of them in an unoccupied area the following day. He fetched a basin of hot water and a cloth, commencing the cleanup. It took him 2 hours to restore the staircase and living room to order. He resolved silently that firearms were no longer an option at home. The aftermath was simply too burdensome. Having completed the task, it was already 4 in the morning. Exhausted, his eyes barely able to remain open, he washed up briefly before collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep slumber. The following morning, 4 or 5 trucks brimming with construction materials rumbled into the Shizi Bay Villa area, where dozens of workers clad in matching uniforms began unloading in front of Ling Feng's residence. This spectacle drew considerable attention and chatter from the neighbors. The workers mentioned something about a safe house, which elicited laughter. Has he lost his mind? Perhaps he has been reading too many apocalyptic novels and is now delusional. Does he think the end of the world is nigh? A cacophony of voices erupted, turning Ling Feng into a figure of ridicule. Listening to their derisive laughter and observing their expressions, Ling Feng wore a cold smile. "Laugh now. When the apocalypse arrives, I hope you can still find humor in it." Ling Yutang emerged from the crowd, striding directly towards Ling Feng. A faint smile plastered across his face made Ling Feng feel nauseous. Although the urge to eliminate him surged within, he restrained himself. Killing him outright would be too merciful. He intended to torment this family thoroughly during the impending apocalypse. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Why are you renovating a perfectly good house? Ling Yutang inquired, a smirk playing on his lips. Things have been a bit unsettled lately. It's wise to make your home more secure. His gaze held a deeper meaning as it scrutinized Ling Feng. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of panic crossed Ling Yutang's eyes as he grasped the implications behind Ling Feng's words, realizing that his own affairs might have been exposed. Tentatively, he asked, "What's wrong, Xiaofeng? Have you encountered some trouble? If there's anything your uncle can assist with, just say the word." Ling Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, flexed his wrist. "Just a few insignificant pests, all of whom have been dealt with. No need for you to worry, uncle." Upon hearing those words, Ling Yutang was taken aback, realizing that Ling Feng must already be aware of yesterday's events. He inwardly cursed the unreliable individuals he had hired, lamenting their inability to handle even a single matter. That damned Ling Feng had such a fortunate fate that he had not been eliminated. Despite his seething hatred, he wore a smile on his face, saying, "It's all right. My uncle has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, he hurriedly turned to depart. Observing Ling Yutang's retreating figure, Ling Feng prepared to make a trip to Chili Gully to begin procuring supplies. Chapter 14. Procurement of supplies. Ling Feng drove his Hummer SUV towards Chili Gully. Having a military background, he had little affinity for sports cars. Instead, he held a deep admiration for this rugged beast of an off-roader, a gift from his grandfather on his birthday. He cherished this vehicle, with its robust muscular lines, expansive visibility, and sturdy aesthetics that perfectly resonated with his taste. After a half-hour drive, he finally arrived at the Chili Gully wholesale market. The market sprawled across a vast area, bustling with large trucks laden with goods, creating a lively atmosphere. Ling Feng made his way directly to the market management center, where he sought out the head of the market. The manager, a middle-aged man of about 50 with a prominent belly, welcomed Ling Feng into his office as soon as he heard the purpose of his visit, eagerly pouring him a cup of tea. "Mr. Ling, whatever supplies you wish to procure, as long as you can articulate your needs, our market will ensure everything is arranged to your satisfaction," Zhang Xinguang assured him confidently, thumping his chest. "I have quite an extensive list of supplies I wish to procure. I wonder if your market has the capacity to fulfill this?" Ling Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinguang burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Mr. Ling, you can rest assured that our market ranks among the top in the nation." Seeing his confident demeanor, Ling Feng handed over a piece of paper. "Here is my procurement list. Please see if it is feasible." Zhang Xinguang took the list, his expression shifting as he perused its contents. As he delved deeper, the initial smile on his face gradually transformed into a look of gravity. The procurement list included staggering quantities: 100,000 tons of rice, 50,000 tons of flour, 10,000 tons of beef, 10,000 tons of pork, 5,000 tons of lamb, 5,000 tons of chicken, 5,000 tons of beef steak, 10,000 tons of eggs, 5,000 tons of duck, as well as assorted seafood, vegetables, fruits, dried goods, and seasonings, all meticulously enumerated, with quantities reaching thousands of tons and even tens of thousands for certain items. The total cost of such provisions would undoubtedly exceed hundreds of billions, rendering them unattainable without substantial resources. "Mr. Ling, you cannot be jesting with me," Zhang Xinguang said, scrutinizing Ling Feng with a mix of disbelief and concern. "Do I strike you as someone who jokes?" Ling Feng replied, "I have come with sincerity." Ling Feng looked at him earnestly. "Mr. Ling, to speak frankly, the quantity of goods you require is far too great. It is impossible for us to provide everything at once, and supplying the entire market's resources to you would disrupt market order. You may receive the goods in batches, as long as the delivery is completed within 3 months. That is not a problem, Mr. Ling. We can assure you of that. However, due to the sheer magnitude of this order, we will need you to pay half the deposit before each shipment." "No problem," Ling Feng readily agreed. The two then discussed the details of the supply for over an hour before finalizing the arrangements. Ling Feng also signed an agreement directly with the market. "Then it is settled, Mr. Ling. I will promptly arrange for the resources, and the first batch will be delivered within a week." "Thank you, Manager Zhang, for your efforts." The two shook hands, and Zhang Xinguang respectfully saw off this benefactor. Watching Ling Feng's departing figure, he felt as if this entire event was too surreal, akin to a blessing from the heavens. This was a project worth nearly 20 billion. Even a fraction of that would ensure a lifetime free from want. At this moment, Ling Feng wore a relaxed expression. The resource matter was partially resolved. Nearly 20 billion worth of goods. He could never exhaust such a fortune, even over a millennium. Moreover, he possessed a system capable of duplicating resources 100-fold. What a delight. Furthermore, he only needed to pay half the deposit. What of the other half? By then, the world would be in chaos. Who would have the luxury to concern themselves with money when survival was at stake? Ling Feng subsequently rented a massive warehouse to temporarily store the goods, shrouded from prying eyes. He deliberately chose a remote location to avoid detection. After securing the warehouse, he quickly drove to his next destination, the food city. With food secured, the remaining essentials were beverages, snacks, and instant products. He could not rely on cooking daily. Snacks were indispensable for enhancing one's quality of life. With several billion in available funds, he could not afford to waste a single penny. Ling Feng soon arrived at Food City. However, this time, he did not visit the market management office. Instead, he strolled through shop after shop within the market. One must admit, the variety of food available in Food City was truly vast, with an abundance of snacks. There were many imported and high-end snacks that dazzled Ling Feng. He immediately activated his shopping mode, ordering 10,000 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors and brands. Such items were a form of hard currency. Even if he did not consume them, they could be traded for resources. In addition, he began to procure other supplies in bulk, purchasing high-end red wines and gourmet snacks without hesitation. As the day progressed, Ling Feng grew impatient with the slow pace and promptly activated his store-clearing mode, directly persuading merchants to deplete their inventories of delectable goods. His bold actions sent ripples through the vendors, each one eager to recommend their culinary delights in his presence. Ling Feng welcomed all offerings, swiftly acquiring anything that tantalized his taste buds. This shopping spree lasted an impressive 4 hours, culminating in the near-complete emptying of the food market. Content with his day's endeavors, Ling Feng concluded his shopping, with all goods meticulously packed for delivery to his warehouse. After a fulfilling day's work, he drove home and had just parked when he received a call from Daming Restaurant, notifying him that the 100 tables of food he had ordered had arrived. Without delay, he rushed to the small supermarket he rented to coordinate the unloading of the goods. The restaurant had adhered to his specifications, packaging each dish in insulated containers, complete with labels detailing the names of each dish. All the food was expertly stored in thermal boxes, maintaining an impressive warmth, as if freshly prepared. Satisfied with the restaurant's service, Ling Feng promptly settled the remaining balance. Gazing at the neatly arranged feast in his warehouse, he waved his hand grandly, absorbing the entire collection into his system space. As was his custom, he duplicated the bounty 100-fold. After completing this task, he retrieved his phone to continue ordering, this time opting for the second-ranked restaurant. Just as he finished placing his order and was about to head home, his phone rang. Chapter 15. The alluring woman. Ling Feng glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Wang Long. He answered without hesitation. Fengzi, you've become quite the sensation, did you know? The noise on the other end was raucous. It was evident that Wang Long was at a KTV. What do you mean by sensation? Ling Feng inquired, intrigued. Just check the video I sent you. It's gone viral. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng quickly opened WeChat and found the video Wang Long had shared. It depicted the brawl he had engaged in outside the barbecue shop the previous day. The footage captured the entire altercation, albeit in low lighting, rendering the image quality somewhat poor. Yet, the video amassed an astonishing view count, exceeding 2 million within a single day, accompanied by tens of thousands of comments. Curious, Ling Feng delved into the comment section, encountering a flurry of reactions. No way. This looks like a movie. It seems too staged. Normal people can't move that fast. It's undoubtedly fake. It's real. I was there. That guy is so cool. Is there a portal for handsome guys? Ling Feng furrowed his brow. This was not a favorable development. He had intended to keep a low profile while stockpiling goods, not wanting to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. If word got out about his stockpiling, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Fortunately, the dim lighting had obscured his features, allowing him to remain somewhat incognito. Only those who are intimately familiar with Wang Long can discern the truth. As Ling Feng scrolled through the comments, contemplating a resolution to this predicament, Wang Long's call interrupted his thoughts once more. Fengzi, when did you become so skilled? I need these videos to vanish. Can you help me out? I'll consult a friend of mine who works as a reviewer for this video platform. I'll call him now and let you know as soon as I hear back. After saying this, Wang Long hurriedly hung up. Such is the nature of brotherhood. When faced with adversity, they will unhesitatingly come to your aid. Once the call ended, Ling Feng felt a tumult of emotions. Wang Long was not just a friend from childhood. He was closer than a biological brother. They had faced numerous perilous tasks together during their military service, having saved each other's lives on more than one occasion. Their bond was forged in life-and-death situations. In this apocalyptic world, Wang Long was the only person Ling Feng still trusted, someone he could entrust his future to. As the impending apocalypse loomed, Ling Feng grappled with the dilemma of whether to disclose this matter to him. Wang Long had a tendency to speak freely, and there was no assurance that he would keep this confidential. Yet, he could not bear to watch his dear friend perish amidst the chaos. Ling Feng found himself in a quandary, lighting a cigarette while pondering how to navigate this situation. Suddenly, he recalled that the villa next door had been vacant and unsold. An idea swiftly materialized in his mind. Ling Feng booked a presidential suite at a nearby hotel, as his own villa was undergoing renovations, leaving him no choice but to stay at the hotel for now. After taking a shower, he resumed his online shopping for supplies. He had nearly acquired all the food provisions he needed, but was still short on winter gear. In this new world, the global climate had grown colder, and countless individuals had succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Thus, procuring warm clothing was of utmost importance. Ling Feng's first choice was the professional-grade penguin suit, typically worn by research teams working in frigid climates, renowned for its exceptional thermal insulation. Crafted from specialized materials, it was not only lightweight but also possessed waterproof and fireproof capabilities. Naturally, the price was steep, with a single suit costing several thousand. Ling Feng purchased over 100 suits in a variety of colors and styles. In addition, he acquired an array of tactical gloves, hats, socks, and undergarments. For daily necessities, he ordered copious amounts of items such as toilet paper, toothpaste, and shampoo, anything he could think of. Engaging in this frenzied shopping spree had become Ling Feng's daily routine. Regardless of whether he would use the items, he prioritized purchasing them. In the Qiangxing building of Jingjing City, Ling Yutong glared angrily at the individual across from him. I have invested so much money for you to handle this matter, yet you sent 3 inept fools. Not only has the issue gone unresolved, but now my identity is exposed. Please, Mr. Ling, do not be upset, came a beguiling voice from the sofa opposite him. A strikingly beautiful woman, adorned in revealing attire, approached Ling Yutong with a graceful, elongated figure that exuded allure. Her lips were a luscious crimson, and her captivating gaze hinted at seduction. She swayed her serpentine waist as she moved to Ling Yutong's table, placing a cup of tea before him. The 3 individuals dispatched yesterday were among our company's finest. Not mere incompetence. The target is far from being as simple as you, Mr. Ling, have suggested. As she spoke, she activated a video on her phone and handed it to him. Ling Yutong's expression grew serious as he watched the footage, despite the poor lighting obscuring details. Nevertheless, he instantly recognized the figure in the video, Ling Feng. The clip showcased him single-handedly defeating a group of thugs with ease, leaving them utterly defenseless. The enchanting woman's voice broke the silence. According to our investigation, your nephew is quite remarkable. He once served in a special forces unit, possesses exceptional marksmanship, and is well-versed in hand-to-hand combat. Eliminating him will not be a simple task. Ling Yutong scoffed coldly. Aren't you renowned for being able to handle any situation? Double the remuneration. I expect you to dispose of this individual promptly. The alluring woman smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Mr. Ling, regardless of the cost, we will fulfill your request. The following morning, Ling Feng rose early to engage in physical training. He arrived at the hotel gym, where he ran 10 kilometers on the treadmill and completed numerous sets of functional exercises until he reached a state of exhaustion. His physical potential was immense, with only a fraction currently realized. To enhance his physical capabilities continuously, relentless training was essential. After concluding his workout, Ling Feng proceeded to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. As a 5-star establishment, the breakfast spread was lavish, offering a myriad of choices ranging from Chinese delicacies like buns, noodles, and soy milk to Western options including bread, milk, and cakes. Ling Feng opted for a modest meal of a steamer basket of buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and a cup of soy milk. Post-breakfast, he drove to the small warehouse he had rented to check on his deliveries. Various weapons and equipment he had ordered online had arrived. and he was eager to inspect them. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, he noticed a small black dog lying on the ground. The pup appeared frail, dirty, and weak, gazing up at Ling Feng with pleading eyes. Moved by the sight of the pitiful creature, Ling Feng retrieved a pack of sausages from his belongings, tore open the packaging, and extended it toward the dog. However, the dog, though famished, did not immediately eat. Initially, Ling Feng assumed it was not hungry, but he soon noticed the drool spilling from the dog's mouth as it eyed the sausage. Realizing the misunderstanding, he placed the sausage on the ground. "Go ahead, eat." After receiving the command, the little black dog began to devour its meal voraciously. In just a few moments, it finished a sausage and gazed up at him with eager eyes. Ling Feng smiled gently and proceeded to feed it 3 more sausages. Once satiated, the little black dog refused to leave, following Ling Feng closely, clearly intent on sticking by his side. Amused by the dog's endearing demeanor, Ling Feng made no effort to shoo it away, allowing it to trail behind him. As he opened the warehouse door, Ling Feng settled onto a chair to await the delivery. He also took the opportunity to assess what additional items he might need to purchase. The little black dog, displaying remarkable understanding, lay down at his feet and drifted off to sleep. Shortly thereafter, the delivery driver arrived promptly in his small cargo van, demonstrating the efficiency of the service. Given the volume of packages, Ling Feng lent a hand in unloading them, and together they transported the deliveries into the warehouse. Once the delivery driver departed, Ling Feng began to methodically unpack each item, taking nearly 10 minutes to complete the task. He first stored 10 compound bows into his space for a hundredfold upgrade. Subsequently, he replicated 4,000 arrows, enhancing the remaining 1,000 arrows for quality improvements. Emerging with the upgraded compound bow, Ling Feng noted that its weight had hardly changed, yet its flexibility had significantly increased, alongside an enhancement in its rigidity. The overall feel and aesthetic of the bow had undergone a remarkable transformation. With a draw weight reaching an astonishing 500 pounds, the implications were immense. A typical compound bow, boasting a draw weight of 40 pounds, could effectively take down a target at 50 meters. The 500-pound draw weight could undoubtedly eliminate any adversary in an instant. Yet only someone with Ling Feng's physical prowess could wield such a weapon. Most individuals would find it impossible to draw. Ling Feng then produced a slingshot, subjecting it to a similar upgrade, resulting in a substantial increase in power. Testing it with a steel ball, he found that under maximum tension, it embedded itself into a concrete pillar. This level of force could easily penetrate a human skull. Compact and lightweight, this slingshot was perfectly suited for stealthy ambushes, a true weapon of subterfuge. Ling Feng continued to upgrade the remaining supplies, watching as his armory gradually expanded, instilling a profound sense of security within him. He resolved to venture into the wilds to test the efficacy of his newly acquired weapons. With the warehouse door secured, he took the little black dog along and drove his Hummer toward the outskirts. Upon exiting the city, Ling Feng noticed something peculiar. 2 white SUVs had been trailing him leisurely since they left the urban area. Even after intentionally taking 3 detours, the vehicles remained steadfastly behind him, indicating they were indeed following him. Ling Feng steered his vehicle into a secluded wilderness, preparing to confront this unwelcome tale. In one of the SUVs, a woman clad in a red leather jacket occupied the passenger seat. The woman possessed an exquisite visage, and her exaggerated makeup rendered her exceedingly alluring. Observing the target vehicle as it ventured into a secluded road, a subtle smile played upon her lips. How audacious of this man to lead us into the wilderness. He is quite intriguing. A bald man in the rear overheard her words and leaned forward to inquire, "Boss, do you think that he has already noticed us? How arrogant of him to challenge us alone." The woman licked her lips. It is precisely such men who evoke a thrill. Ling Feng assessed the vehicle closest to him, approximately 100 meters away. Suddenly, he slammed the accelerator. The off-road vehicle surged forward, rapidly distancing itself from the pursuing cars. The upgraded Hummer exhibited such instantaneous acceleration that it could outpace any sports car. Witnessing the sudden burst of speed, the 2 vehicles that had been trailing at a steady pace were taken aback, hastily accelerating in pursuit. However, the Hummer's velocity was insurmountable. Within mere seconds, its taillights became nearly invisible. Frustrated, the driver pounded the steering wheel and swiftly grabbed the walkie-talkie to report, "Boss, the target vehicle has unexpectedly accelerated. It is too fast for us to keep up. What should we do?" A languid voice responded from the other end, "Do not worry. This road is a dead end. He cannot escape. After driving another 4 to 5 kilometers along the road, the two SUVs finally spotted the Hummer again as it pulled over to the roadside. Activating its hazard lights, the SUVs halted 30 meters away, and 10 individuals disembarked, each wielding a handgun as they cautiously approached the Hummer. At that moment, Ling Feng, positioned on the hillside to the right of the road, observed the approaching assassins. He was situated 400 meters away from the road, a distance that would allow him to strike with ease, though it would be nearly impossible for the less accurate assassins to hit their mark. Furthermore, their handguns had an effective range of only 100 meters, rendering them incapable of reaching him. He could stand there, and they would fail to hit him. Today's strategy remained a classic encirclement and support tactic. Ling Feng steadied his AK and fired a precise shot. The bullet struck the thigh of one bald assassin, chosen for his glaringly reflective head that obstructed visibility. The sound of the gunshot was notably subdued, following system upgrades. The recoil of the AK had been diminished while its power significantly increased. The bald man collapsed to the ground, shrieking in agony as his thigh was shattered, his cries echoing across the desolate wilderness. Observing this, the nearest individual rushed forward to attempt to drag him away. Another shot rang out, striking him in the thigh as well, mirroring the fate of the previous bald assassin. The woman in red immediately called out, "Everyone, take cover." The remaining individuals immediately crouched and sprinted towards the side of the vehicle, seeking refuge behind it. However, it was evidently too late. With a series of sharp reports, 3 more fell victim to gunfire, sustaining injuries to their thighs. Yet, 5 individuals managed to take cover behind the automobile. On the road, the 5 wounded lay groaning in agony, blood pooling around them. None dared to expose themselves to offer assistance. The remaining assassins were gripped by terror, their hands clammy upon their weapons. The woman in red, once composed, now exhibited signs of anxiety, having yet to catch sight of even a shadow from across the way. Hearing the anguished cries of her injured subordinates, her patience began to wane. She retrieved a sniper rifle from the vehicle, setting it up to search for a target through the scope. After several tense seconds, she finally spotted Ling Feng, who was crouched on the hillside. A smile crept upon her lips. "At last, I have found you." Chapter 17. Counterattack. Ling Feng, lying on the ground, suddenly felt a prickling sensation across his body. This instinct had saved his life on numerous occasions. Without hesitation, he swiftly shifted to the side. Bang! At that very moment, a bullet struck the spot where he had just been. A sniper rifle. Cold sweat trickled down Ling Feng's back. Had it not been for his exceptional agility, he would have met his end just then. It was a grave oversight to have relaxed his vigilance and failed to notice the opposing sniper. He had nearly tumbled into the abyss. The woman in red stared in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? His reflexes are astonishingly rapid. An ordinary person could never dodge such a shot. She steadied her breathing, attempting once more to locate her target, but this time, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Just as she was exerting herself to find him, another wail echoed from her subordinates. Turning her gaze, she witnessed one of them pierced in the chest by an arrow. The projectile had penetrated the car door before embedding itself within him. His eyes glazed over, and it was clear he would not survive. The woman in red was once again taken aback. What kind of arrow possesses the power to penetrate a vehicle? She had never encountered such a phenomenon. Even bullets could scarcely achieve that. As her concentration wavered, another subordinate fell victim to an arrow, this one piercing through his heart, resulting in immediate death. The remaining 3 were overwhelmed with despair. The sensation of being hunted by death itself was terrifying. One of them cried out in panic, "I'm not doing this mission anymore." He then dashed away into the distance. The woman in red, witnessing this, shouted in frustration, "Don't run. Come back. It's dangerous." However, that individual covered 20 meters without harm. The other 2, seeing this, felt a surge of relief and quickly followed their fleeing comrade. The woman in red could only shake her head in resignation as she watched the 3 escape. Not long after the remaining 2 individuals dashed out. A mere 5 meters away, 3 men were successively shot dead, and the intervals between their gunfire were alarmingly brief. It was evident that the adversary possessed extraordinary marksmanship, having reached an almost supernatural proficiency. The woman in red, now in a state of panic, realized that all her most capable subordinates had perished, significantly diminishing the strength of the organization she had painstakingly established. "Damn it, if I ever catch you, I will make you wish for death," she seethed, as she once again sought her target. Before long, the figure of a young man reappeared in her scope. She decisively pulled the trigger, but once again, her shot was evaded. The man in the distance sprinted swiftly toward her, prompting her to aim once more in preparation to fire. However, his movements were too rapid and unpredictable, akin to a speeding automobile, rendering her aim futile. In a mere 3 seconds, the man, who had just been hundreds of meters away, now stood directly before her. How astonishing! This display had shattered her comprehension of reality. Upon witnessing this, the woman raised her weapon to shoot, but Ling Feng was even quicker. In an instant, he was behind her, executing a swift joint lock to effortlessly seize the sniper rifle from her grasp. As she reached for the handgun at her waist, she discovered it had also been taken from her. Gazing at the smiling man before her, an icy chill coursed through her body. What manner of being are you? Ling Feng, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, cast a glance at the woman. You and the 3 assassins from the day before yesterday are in league. Are you not? How much did my uncle pay you to go to such lengths to eliminate me? The woman, regaining her alluring demeanor, purred, handsome, if you spare me, I will tell you everything. She then arched her back to accentuate her voluptuous figure, casting sultry glances at Ling Feng. He brazenly scanned her body with a mischievous grin, stepping closer and lifting her chin with his hand. As long as you behave, I might spare your life. You will be at my service henceforth. Whatever you wish. I shall comply. One of her hands moved toward Ling Feng's thigh, while the other discreetly reached for the dagger at her waist. Just as Ling Feng relaxed his guard, she swiftly drew the dagger, aiming for his back. The proximity between them allowed the blade to easily slice through his clothing, filling her with exhilaration. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce his skin, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back. It was as though all the strength in her body had been siphoned away. The dagger slipped from her grasp as she staggered back in disbelief. She could not fathom that her demise was imminent, especially when success had seemed so close. Ling Feng shook his head in regret. I warned you that if you were more compliant, I would not kill you. As she felt her vitality ebbing away, the woman closed her eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of despair and terror. Upon confirming the woman's demise, Ling Feng swiftly cleared the battlefield, stowing away the weapons of the assassins into his spatial storage. However, the most significant acquisition was undoubtedly the Barrett sniper rifle. With this formidable weapon at his disposal, he felt as if he had gained wings. Though he lamented the scarcity of ammunition, only 30 rounds. Fortunately, the system allowed for replication. In a short span, it would suffice for his needs. Ling Feng carefully placed the sniper rifle into his storage for upgrades, subsequently storing the bullets, resulting in a total of 3,000 rounds. He then took out the sniper rifle and aimed at a tree approximately 800 meters away, with a diameter of about 1 meter. With a resounding thud, the tree was cleaved in two. Ecstatic, Ling Feng lovingly caressed the sniper rifle in his hands. Its power exceeded his wildest expectations. One could only imagine the devastation it would wreak upon impact. With exhilaration coursing through him, he sped down the road in his vehicle, contemplating a visit to the assassin's lair that evening, hopeful for unexpected gains. Yet, the immediate priority was to return and collect supplies, as several suppliers had contacted him during the battle, urging him to pick up deliveries. Upon arriving at the large warehouse, he found dozens of trucks, large and small, lined up at the entrance. He quickly arranged for the trucks to unload their cargo, all of which consisted of snack supplies. This was merely the first batch. Several more would arrive in succession. Once he finished with this shipment, he hurried back to his smaller warehouse, where 100 tables of meals he had ordered were waiting. Life was indeed fulfilling and busy. He had plans to visit the assassin's stronghold that night. So much to do, so little time. Ling Feng spent the entire day in a flurry of activity. By the time he wrapped up, it was already 6 in the evening. He casually stopped by a restaurant and ordered a dozen dishes for a quick dinner. After his meal, he lay on his bed and began shopping online, during which Yang Zihan messaged him on WeChat, but he responded in a perfunctory manner. With the impending apocalypse, who had time for idle chatter? It was far more prudent to procure supplies. After purchasing a considerable amount of provisions online, the clock soon struck 1 in the morning. Ling Feng changed into a black outfit, donned a baseball cap, and masked his face before stepping out. His destination was the assassin's lair, located in the Qianxing building. To avoid leaving any traces, Ling Feng opted for a walking route through narrow alleyways, changing outfits several times along the way until he finally reached the Qianxing building. Upon entering, he bypassed the elevator and took the fire escape instead. Ascending to the 25th floor, he indeed spotted the emblem of the Jingwu fighting gym. Despite the late hour of 2 in the morning, the gym was brightly lit, and faint sounds of training could be heard within. As Ling Feng stepped into the gym, several pairs of eyes turned towards him, and a burly, dark-skinned man approached him. "Sir, is there anything you require?" Ling Feng spoke in a calm tone, his gaze subtly sweeping across the venue. The training area spanned approximately 200 square meters, and deep within the venue, there appeared to be an iron door, the size of which remained a mystery. Visible within the arena were about 6 individuals, their distribution rather sparse, making the task of neutralizing them all within a short time frame quite challenging. The circumstances beyond the iron door remained unclear, and Ling Feng dared not act recklessly. At present, he could only bide his time, waiting until he had a better understanding of the personnel within the combat hall before taking action. Upon hearing Ling Feng mention Lu Wu, a burly man with a dark complexion regarded him cautiously, then turned to observe a figure clad in black seated at a table in the distance, sipping tea. The man acknowledged the inquiry with a slight nod. After receiving the signal, the burly man smiled at Ling Feng and said, "Sir, please follow me," leading him toward the iron door. As they approached, a black-clad man stationed by the door halted their progress. The burly man then addressed Ling Feng. "Sir, before you enter, we must conduct a search. All communication devices and weapons must be relinquished. We appreciate your understanding." Ling Feng nodded in acquiescence, extending his arms to comply with the search. He was unconcerned, as all his weapons resided within a secure space, leaving him with only a mobile phone. After confiscating the phone, the black-clad man utilized a walkie-talkie to call inside. Moments later, the iron door creaked open from within. The burly man gestured for Ling Feng to proceed before taking his position outside the entrance. With remarkable composure, Ling Feng stepped inside. Upon crossing the threshold, he found himself in a corridor measuring 10 meters in length, illuminated by 2 surveillance cameras that monitored every activity within. At the far end stood another iron door, which could only be opened from the inside. As he approached, the door automatically swung open. One could not help but admire the security measures in place within the assassin organization. An ordinary individual would stand little chance of causing trouble here. The corridor's walls were constructed of steel plates, and the iron door itself was fortified with 20-centimeter thick steel, rendering it impervious to standard bullets. After passing through the 2 iron doors, Ling Feng finally entered the core area of the assassin organization. Once inside, the door behind him closed automatically. The interior space stretched about 100 square meters, with 3 of its walls adorned with an array of weaponry that ignited a spark of excitement in Ling Feng's eyes. There were 4 individuals in the room. One sat directly opposite the entrance, with a wall of enormous safes behind him. This individual was likely the leader of the assassin organization. The remaining 3 members stood in a triangular formation at various points around the room, poised to strike should Ling Feng make any sudden movements. Ling Feng pondered internally on how to swiftly resolve the situation with these individuals. "Good day, sir. Please, take a seat." The leader, adorned with a broad smile, gestured towards the chairs ahead. Ling Feng ambled to the seat and scrutinized the leader. "Are you the head of this operation?" he inquired, as he lit a cigarette, maintaining an air of calmness. "The head is not present, but I can certainly take charge of matters here," the leader replied with a hint of arrogance, leaning back in his chair and exhaling a plume of smoke. "Summon your boss. You lack the authority. What I wish to discuss involves a business deal worth over 100 million. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed the man's eyes, but was swiftly replaced by astonishment at the mention of such a substantial sum. This was indeed a significant transaction. Typical deals hovered around 2 million, while anything exceeding 10 million was considered a large undertaking. A contract exceeding 100 million was a rarity, only previously seen with the chairman of the Tianhu Group. The realization that another deal of this magnitude was on the table was startling. Yet the leader had taken 4 associates to execute a major task and had yet to return. With a troubled expression, the leader responded, "I apologize, sir, but our boss is currently out on a mission with the team and has not returned." "Is your boss a woman?" Ling Feng asked, somewhat tentatively. "Do you know our boss?" The man replied, intrigued. "Not at all." Ling Feng thought to himself, surprised at the unintended consequence of inadvertently eliminating their leader. With this revelation, the matter became considerably simpler. All that remained was to dispose of these individuals. "Since your boss is absent, let us converse. First, enlighten me about your organization's capabilities," Ling Feng prompted. The man, brimming with confidence, declared, "Sir, regarding our strength, our organization is a leading force in the entire Shanjing city. We boast over 20 members, all of whom are former mercenaries. Our boss also has a background in special forces, having successfully executed over 100 missions without a single failure." As the man continued to boast, Ling Feng's right hand, resting on the table, unexpectedly materialized a handgun. A swift shot rang out, and the bullet pierced through the man's forehead, resulting in a grisly explosion of his skull. This entire sequence unfolded in an instant. Having discharged that round, Ling Feng adeptly pivoted, swiftly directing his firearm towards the remaining 3 individuals. Caught off guard and momentarily dazed, they struggled to comprehend how a seemingly unarmed person could suddenly wield a gun. As they hastily reached for their own firearms, it was already too late. Ling Feng's bullets struck their targets with rapid precision, eliminating the trio in mere moments. With the room now devoid of threats, Ling Feng began to meticulously examine the array of weaponry within. The more he observed, the more his admiration grew. The walls were adorned with over 100 assorted rifles and handguns. Within the room, there were 5 shotguns, a powerful sniper rifle, and over 50 assorted daggers. Ling Feng meticulously collected these weapons into his spatial storage for enhancement, thereby further expanding his arsenal. Once he had gathered all the weapons from the walls, only a few safes remained to be explored. As he searched the body of the assassin leader, he discovered a set of keys. With the keys in hand, he attempted to unlock the safes, and fortunate enough, the first key opened one. At the moment the safe was unlocked, Ling Feng's mouth broke into a wide grin. Chapter 19. Scavenging Weapons Grenades. A total of 30 M67 grenades lay within. Additionally, there were thousands of rounds of ammunition of various calibers and 10 sets of bulletproof vests. Gazing at this impressive array of equipment, Ling Feng could not help but exclaim. This was no mere assassin organization, it was akin to his own armory. In the final safe, he discovered a Tang Dao. Ling Feng picked up the sword and examined it closely. This blade appeared to be a Tang Hung Dao, a variant of the Tang Dao. The blade was straight, single-edged, approximately 1 meter in length, exhibiting excellent flexibility. The entire sword radiated a striking elegance. The Tang Hung Dao could indeed be considered a pinnacle of cold weaponry. Ling Feng held the Tang Hung Dao with great admiration. Every man harbors a dream of martial prowess, and none can resist the allure of such a blade. However, he had never wielded such a weapon before. It seemed he must devote time to studying its usage. Ling Feng resolved to upgrade the Tang Dao within his spatial storage and take the time to thoroughly learn its techniques later. After scavenging all the supplies, Ling Feng located the button to open the iron door. Meanwhile, the 6 remaining assassins in the hall were utterly oblivious to the events transpiring within. Ling Feng's approach was either to act decisively or not at all. The remaining individuals had to be dealt with. These were ruthless villains, each with blood on their hands. He bore no psychological burden in eliminating them. Ling Feng opened the first iron door and picked up the intercom. "Everyone come in." The black-clad assassins stationed at the door, hearing the unfamiliar voice from the intercom, felt a sense of confusion but did not hesitate. They promptly summoned everyone outside. Once Ling Feng observed that all the assassins in the corridor had gathered, he pressed the control button, and the iron door shut instantly, trapping them all inside the corridor. The bewildered assassins had no idea what was happening, yet they stood in the corridor, waiting. Ling Feng approached the iron door, opening the shooting aperture, and without mercy, he fired rapidly. The corridor was narrow and offered no cover. For these individuals, it was a veritable nightmare. 6 faint gunshots echoed through the space. In the face of a sudden onslaught, the assassins reacted swiftly, preparing to draw their weapons. However, Ling Feng's shooting speed was far too swift. Before they could even unsheath their guns, they were all eliminated. Once he confirmed the demise of all, Ling Feng opened the iron door and stored the bodies into his space, confiscating all surveillance equipment. Before departing, he secured the gym's entrance, hanging a sign that read "Closed for renovation," and then left with an air of nonchalance. The disappearance of these assassins would go unnoticed, and there would be no reports to the police. Ling Feng harbored no concerns about law enforcement seeking him out. Shortly after Ling Feng's departure, a middle-aged man, wrapped in thick clothing, arrived at the gym. Upon noticing the "Closed for renovation" sign, the man furrowed his brow and muttered, "What is going on?" This man was none other than Ling Yutong, who had come to inquire about the progress of a task he had commissioned. Observing the tightly shut door and the absence of lights within, he sensed something amiss. He retrieved his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed a number, only to be met with the message that it was out of service. Undeterred, he attempted over a dozen more calls, all yielding the same result. Ling Yutong began to analyze the situation. Could it be that this group had fled with the funds? However, this seemed unlikely, as the organization had a solid reputation in the industry, with a track record of successful missions, which was precisely why he had chosen to engage them. The other possibility loomed ominously. The mission had failed, and everyone had been killed. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out across his back. Could Ling Feng truly be so formidable? After all, these were seasoned killers. Yet, it was better to believe in the worst than to dismiss it. In that instant, he felt as though unseen eyes were observing him. Glancing around to ensure no one was present, he swiftly turned and took the elevator, leaving in a state of disarray. After resolving the issue with the assassins, Ling Feng's life entered a brief period of tranquility, gradually adopting a more structured routine. His daily life consisted of receiving packages, online shopping, ordering meals, and feeding his dog. Every few days, he would check on the progress of the villa's renovations. Currently, the construction was ahead of schedule and was expected to finish a week early. In the evenings, he would visit the gym to enhance his physical fitness. Occasionally, he dined with Yang Zihan and Lin Su. Although Yang Zihan seemed eager to advance their relationship, he had clearly rebuffed her advances. Nonetheless, Ling Feng was not a heartless individual. After spending some time with Lin Su, he found her to be quite agreeable, lacking the cunning often associated with others. However, he perceived Yang Zihan as overly scheming and not worthy of deeper connections. He had subtly suggested that the weather might grow colder in the future and advised her to stock up on supplies. Whether they heeded his advice was ultimately up to their own fate. Wang Long, as ever, frequently sought his company for drinks and foot baths. Following the unexpected viral spread of a fight video, he promptly engaged others to mitigate the situation, ensuring that the footage did not circulate further. 2.5 months swiftly elapsed, leaving merely half a month until the impending apocalypse. Throughout this period, Ling Yutong refrained from any troublesome antics. On occasion, he would even greet Wang Long warmly upon encountering him in the villa district, as if nothing had transpired. However, Ling Yutong himself was tormented by anxiety, dreading each night that Ling Feng might burst in and take his life. His partners incessantly applied pressure as well, ever since he seized control of the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company. The research on gene serums had stagnated. Crucial data and 5 developed gene serums had vanished. He had not anticipated that his father had preemptively safeguarded himself against Ling Yutong. He suspected that the gene serums and data were in Ling Feng's possession, yet he lacked the courage to confront him or search his villa. Previously, in a desperate bid to acquire the shares held by Ling Feng, he had liquidated all his assets, even selling off some shares for a staggering $1 billion to the world's largest pharmaceutical conglomerate, MK Group. This research stalemate had incited MK's dissatisfaction, leading to relentless pressure that left him in a state of constant distress. After more than 2 months of preparations, all necessary supplies had been procured, and the villa's renovations had been completed. On this particular morning, Ling Feng rose early. It was the day for the villa's inspection. He was particularly invested in the villa's transformation, as it constituted his foundation for survival in the impending apocalypse. After breakfast, he hurried to the villa to examine the renovation progress. Chapter 20. The completion of the shelter standing before the villa. Ling Feng observed that its overall appearance had not altered significantly. The sole visible changes were in the glass and the main entrance. The villa's external glass was fashioned from the finest bulletproof material available, and for added security, he had opted for triple-layered installation. This glass could withstand bomb attacks, ensuring a high level of safety. The second distinction lay in the villa's entrance door, constructed similarly to a bank vault door, made of steel plates and titanium alloy, capable of resisting small nuclear blasts. To further fortify the premises, Ling Feng had instructed the security company to install this material on every window for emergency use. Should the external bulletproof glass be shattered, the titanium alloy windows would serve as the final barrier to protect the entire villa. Upon entering the villa through the first door, one would find a corridor measuring 5 meters in length. At the end of this corridor stood an inner door, a design reminiscent of the internal structures utilized by assassin organizations. However, this corridor was constructed to be even more robust, entirely lined with 30-centimeter thick titanium alloy steel plates. Above the corridor, shooting apertures had been incorporated, facilitating counterattacks against any adversaries. The entire villa's walls and floors are constructed from titanium alloy, a material that is not only robust but also possesses excellent insulation properties, effectively preventing 95% of heat loss. Ling Feng first descended to the basement, which boasts the largest area among all levels, spanning 500 square meters. The basement primarily comprises laboratories, training rooms, an electrical room, and a control room. In the training room, aside from various exercise equipment, Ling Feng has deliberately installed a gravity room, where the pressure can be adjusted to alter the gravity within, allowing him to train and push his physical limits. The electrical room is equipped with 5 large generators. The output of 2 alone suffices to meet the villa's energy demands, while the remaining 3 serve as backups. In the aftermath of an apocalyptic event, the entire electrical system may face catastrophic failure, and these generators ensure that the villa remains operational even during power outages. The control room serves as the brain of the villa, managing the entire electrical circuit, network, surveillance, as well as the activation and deactivation of various devices. Upon exiting the basement, Ling Feng arrived on the villa's first floor, which features a simple layout comprising a living room, kitchen, and dining area. The second floor is dedicated to entertainment, where Ling Feng has transformed each room into esports arenas, shooting ranges, billiard rooms, KTV lounges, private cinemas, and bar areas, even including a golf section. These amenities will allow him to maintain a vibrant social life amidst the impending apocalypse. The third floor consists of several bedrooms, each equipped with an ensuite bathroom, providing the flexibility to alternate between rooms when boredom strikes. Every room in the villa is fitted with a fireplace, as air conditioning proves inadequate in frigid weather. Only this primal method of heating ensures warmth. To guarantee sufficient firewood, he has procured a staggering 50,000 tons of timber, enough for his needs during the apocalypse. In addition to heating, the villa's ventilation system has been specially designed to prevent toxic gases from the outside from infiltrating the space. The villa is constructed with a fully integrated smart home system, allowing all doors, windows, and various surveillance devices to be operated with a single touch on his mobile device. Nearly 100 smart cameras have been installed throughout, achieving comprehensive surveillance without blind spots. After a thorough inspection of the villa, Ling Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, as the construction had adhered closely to his specifications. Standing nearby, Hu Yong from the Huaqiang Security Construction Company handed Ling Feng a handover document. "Mr. Ling, if you have no issues with the service provided, please sign here." Without glancing at the document, Ling Feng promptly affixed his signature. Observing Ling Feng complete the signature, Hu Yong smiled and said, "Mr. Ling, please ensure the remaining balance is settled within a month." Ling Feng readily agreed, but inwardly mused, "Pay? When the apocalypse arrives, who will care about you?" With the villa's construction complete, Ling Feng felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. With a staggering sum of 15.8 billion at his disposal, he now finds himself with merely over 2 million. However, the abundance of resources in his possession is nothing short of immense. Just the ingredients from Chile Go alone are valued at nearly 20 billion, complemented by a plethora of everyday necessities, snacks, beverages, and pharmaceuticals. Yet, Ling Feng still feels it insufficient, for who would ever claim to have too much wealth? Prior to the impending apocalypse, he intends to execute a grand plan. The Tiannan Storage Center is a veritable treasure trove, housing over 10 billion worth of resources encompassing food, clothing, and medical supplies. This facility serves as a storage hub for numerous shopping malls, supermarkets, and corporate entities, containing an extensive array of goods essential for daily life. Should he successfully acquire these resources, it would undoubtedly propel him to unprecedented heights. Ling Feng has meticulously deliberated over this scheme for an extended period. Armed with a system that permits him to unreservedly gather anything within a 10-meter radius, he has honed his physical prowess to a level 20 times that of an average individual. With his remarkable speed, he could collect all the supplies within half an hour of full sprint. However, action must be postponed for now, as there remains a fortnight until the apocalypse strikes. The time is still premature. Ling Feng recalls that in the days leading up to the cataclysm, Beijing experienced a dire scarcity of resources. To be prudent, he has set his plans to commence 5 days prior to the onset of chaos. While he diligently contemplates the flawless execution of this operation, a call from Wang Long interrupts his thoughts. He swiftly answers the phone. "Hello, Fengzi, Come out and join me for a drink. Wang Long's tone carries a weighty gravity, devoid of his usual flamboyance and irreverence. Drawing from his memories of the past, Ling Feng surmises the cause of his friend's distress. Wang Long's father's company has declared bankruptcy due to operational mismanagement, accumulating a staggering debt. Unable to bear the pressure, his father took his own life. All of his father's assets were seized, and the shooting range, which was under his father's name, was also closed down. In his previous life, Wang Long could not withstand this blow, falling into a deep despair before vanishing just before the apocalypse, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Ling Feng had sought many leads, yet none could provide him with answers. Contemplating this, he promptly replies, "Where are you?" "I'm at Jiutian Hotel, room 305. "All right, I'm on my way." With the address in hand, Ling Feng promptly exits the villa, driving his Hummer towards the Jiutian Hotel. Chapter 21. Enhancement of Physical Abilities. Ling Feng navigates the bustling streets, his car racing towards the Jiutian Hotel, which he reaches in a mere 10 minutes. Upon entering the establishment, he is greeted by the sight of damp floors and the pungent scent of mildew permeating the air. He made his way directly to the third floor, approaching the door of room 305, which stood slightly ajar. As he pushed the door open, a pungent amalgamation of smoke and the musty odor of mold assailed his senses. Inside, Wang Long lay sprawled on the bed, his face unshaven, hair greasy and disheveled, exuding an air of despondency that starkly contrasted with his once vibrant demeanor. "You're here." Wang Long's voice was a mere whisper, filled with lethargy. "Let us go." Ling Feng gestured for him with a subtle beckoning motion. The unspoken understanding between brothers required no further elaboration. A single word sufficed. They made their way to a small yet delightful restaurant they often frequented. Upon their arrival, the owner greeted them with warmth, exclaiming, "It's been a while since you two have visited. How's business, Lao Zhang?" Ling Feng engaged in friendly banter with the owner. "Oh, just SOSO," Lao Zhang replied, his face beaming with cheer. No matter when Ling Feng dropped by, Lao Zhang always wore a smile, embodying a remarkably positive outlook on life. After a few pleasantries, Ling Feng ordered a selection of signature dishes: smashed cucumbers, hand-pulled chicken, claypot chicken, braised lamb, garlic fish, and a stir-fried vegetable medley, finishing with 2 cases of beer. Lao Zhang hurried off to the kitchen, bustling with enthusiasm. Before long, the food and drinks began to arrive in succession. Each took a bottle and began to drink. Wang Long remained silent, his gaze fixed downward, while Ling Feng chose not to pry, silently accompanying him in this moment of camaraderie. After consuming 6 bottles of beer, Wang Long finally spoke, revealing the tribulations of his family life to Ling Feng. "Fengzi, I have lost everything now. My father has left me." Wang Long's eyes glistened with tears. Sorrow etched across his face. "Brother, you still have me. In the days to come, I will walk with you." Ling Feng reassured him. "Money can be earned again. It's not the end of the world. We must look forward." Wang Long pursed his lips and nodded gravely, draining the last of his drink. An unspoken bond enveloped them. Their drinking session stretched from noon until dusk, culminating in the consumption of 8 cases of beer. Ling Feng placed the inebriated Wang Long in the back seat of his Hummer. Surprisingly, despite having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, Ling Feng felt no inebriation himself, a stark contrast to his usual limits compared to Wang Long, perhaps due to the alterations his body had undergone. He drove Wang Long back to his villa, casually tossing him onto a bed in one of the rooms. Outside, a small black dog observed the unfamiliar man with curiosity. After 2 months of meticulous care from Ling Feng, the little black dog had grown considerably, its round body delightful to the touch. Ling Feng had named it Black Panther. He patted Black Panther's head before descending to the gravity room on the lower floor. After the villa's inspection, he had yet to experience the effects of the gravity chamber. Fortunately, with a free evening ahead, he decided to engage in training within the gravity chamber. This extraordinary facility is capable of amplifying gravitational force up to 500 times. A remarkable feat considering that conventional gravity chambers can only enhance gravity by a maximum of 50 times. To meet his requirements, he invested a staggering 20 million in the customization of this equipment. The apparatus is self-contained and can be relocated at will. With a mere thought, he summoned the entire gravity chamber into the system space for an upgrade. Moments later, it re-emerged from the void, restored to its original position. Upon observing the upgraded gravity chamber, he noted its futuristic aesthetic, The titanium alloy, already robust, had been further reinforced, and the space had doubled in size. Now approximately 50 square meters. Fortunately, his basement was spacious enough to accommodate the enlarged device effortlessly. Approaching the control panel, he reviewed the equipment parameters, discovering that the gravity could now be increased to 5,000 times, complemented by a smart voice system that allowed for convenient gravity adjustments through simple commands. He issued a command to increase the gravity by 20 times, cautiously setting the parameters to allow his body to acclimatize. 2 seconds after the command was executed, he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a 1,000-pound boulder were resting upon him. Slowly, he shifted his feet forward, finding the pressure manageable. After a few minutes of adaptation, he gradually adjusted to this new state and commenced some basic strength training. Push-ups. The once ordinary exercise became increasingly arduous under the enhanced gravity. After completing less than 100, he began to feel utterly drained, his hands trembling uncontrollably as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead until his arms could no longer sustain him. Subsequently, he turned to leg muscle training. Jump squats. In this compound movement, he would squat and then leap upward. This exercise not only targeted leg explosiveness, but also engaged his cardiovascular system. After performing 200 jump squats, his legs reached the brink of exhaustion. In a mere 20 minutes of training, he had approached his physical limits. However, he refused to cease his workout, persisting in the jump squats. To transcend his limits, he understood that perseverance in such extreme conditions was essential for achieving the greatest breakthroughs. Gritting his teeth, he continued, amplifying the pressure within the gravity chamber by another 5 times. The immense strain coupled with his physical limits rendered his movements exceedingly sluggish, causing his back to gradually bend under the weight. He gritted his teeth and roared, straining to arch his back, while his legs trembled incessantly. Just as Ling Feng felt that his body was on the verge of tearing apart under the pressure, he sensed a gradual restoration of strength, as if a force was flowing steadily into his limbs. His previously trembling legs regained their vigor in an instant, rendering the 25-fold gravity far more bearable. Ling Feng glanced at the time. He had spent a full hour in the gravity chamber. He returned the gravity to its normal state, and instantly felt a lightness enveloping him. It was as though he were about to take flight. Though he recognized this sensation as merely an illusion brought on by the diminished gravity, Ling Feng felt quite satisfied with this training session. Perhaps the initial effects were particularly beneficial. An hour of training equated to the results of an entire month of effort prior. His physical capabilities had now likely reached around 25 times that of an ordinary person. After concluding his training, Ling Feng took a quick shower in the training facility. To facilitate his needs, he had also constructed a bathing area in the basement, complete with a sauna to aid in relaxation post-training. Chapter 22. Zero-cost purchase. Upon returning to his bedroom, Ling Feng found Wang Long already awake. After a comforting drink, Wang Long's demeanor appeared significantly improved. The weariness had vanished from his gaze. "Fengzi, why have you transformed the house like this?" Wang Long knocked on the wall, producing a heavy sound. Clearly discerning the quality of the materials as a former Special Forces operative, this house could withstand a missile strike, right? Do you have enemies? He looked at Ling Feng with a puzzled expression. Ling Feng smiled and shook his head, tossing a cigarette to Wang Long. "Come, I want to show you something." He then turned and headed downstairs. "Where are we going? Why all the mystery?" Despite his confusion, Wang Long followed Ling Feng's lead. Ling Feng guided Wang Long to a neighboring villa adjacent to his own. "What are we doing here?" Wang Long exhaled slowly, regarding Ling Feng with curiosity. "Just step inside and you'll see," Ling Feng replied, opening the door to the villa. As they entered, it became evident that the interior design mirrored that of Ling Feng's own residence. 2 months prior, Ling Feng had purchased this villa and commissioned Huachong Security to construct a similar safe house. However, the security level of this safe house was not as high as Ling Feng's, primarily due to time constraints. Once the materials were utilized for his villa, there was insufficient supply left for another. Thus, Ling Feng had to settle for a safe house with a slightly lower level of protection. Although this villa was not as robust as Ling Feng's, it still qualified as a top-tier safe house, capable of withstanding attacks from small missiles, adequate for the apocalyptic scenario. Aside from the slightly diminished security level, all other facilities matched those of his own villa. Ling Feng handed a set of keys to Wang Long, saying, "From now on, you shall reside here." Wang Long hesitated for a moment, refraining from accepting the keys. "Are we not brothers?" Why be so courteous with me? Ling Feng feigned anger. Wang Long's eyes glistened with emotion. This time, he took the keys without hesitation, gripping them tightly in his hand. Deep within, he reflected on the authenticity of friendship amidst adversity. He had always prided himself on having many friends and an extensive network, capable of gathering a dozen acquaintances for a night out with a mere shout. Yet, upon learning of his family's bankruptcy, they all seemed to shy away from him like the plague, some even reveling in his misfortune with mocking words. In that moment, Wang Long realized the absurdity of his so-called friends. In true times of hardship, only his steadfast brother, Feng Zi, would offer unconditional support. Ling Feng guided Wang Long through the villa, familiarizing him with its layout and the operation of various facilities. As Wang Long's sole true friend in this world, Ling Feng could not stand idly by in the face of impending disaster. Thus, he purchased this villa, transforming it into a sanctuary for Wang Long, ensuring he would have a safe haven when calamity struck. After an hour of instruction, Wang Long became proficient in the use of the villa's amenities. Feng Zi, constructing such a secure haven must have been quite costly. What prompted you to undertake this endeavor? Wang Long inquired. Do you believe me, Kaichong? Ling Feng replied earnestly, locking eyes with him. Of course, we are brothers bound by our lives. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust? Wang Long responded with equal sincerity. Very well. Then, I must inform you that a monumental change in the world's environment is imminent. All of my efforts are for self-preservation. He emphasized the need for confidentiality, warning Wang Long against any disclosure that could invite unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing Ling Feng speak with such gravity for the first time, Wang Long realized that he was not jesting. He nodded solemnly. Rest assured, this matter shall remain between us. Furthermore, during this period, you are to stay in Beijing and refrain from wandering, Ling Feng instructed, settling Wang Long into the adjacent villa. Although he had revealed a fragment of information regarding the impending apocalypse, he withheld the intricate details for safety's sake to avert any unforeseen complications. With Wang Long's arrangements complete, Ling Feng's preparations for the impending disaster were nearly finalized, leaving only one crucial task remaining: the Tiannan storage center. Days passed, dwindling the time left before the calamity, now only 5 days away. During this interval, Ling Feng devoted his efforts to researching the security measures and resource inventory of the storage center. To ensure the success of his operation, he disguised himself and worked as a laborer at the center for several days. Through careful observation, he gained a comprehensive understanding of the layout and security protocols of the entire facility, which was divided into 6 distinct zones. The supplies stored in each region are fundamentally distinct, and Ling Feng's primary objective this time revolves around 4 specific areas. The main inventory comprises food and daily necessities, encompassing every facet of ordinary life, with a staggering value of billions. The management of the entire storage center is exceedingly stringent, with security personnel patrolling around the clock. Additionally, surveillance is meticulously installed, allowing for virtually complete coverage without any blind spots. It can be said that executing any covert operations here poses considerable difficulty. Nevertheless, Ling Feng has discerned certain vulnerabilities within the system. After conducting a thorough investigation, he determined that the security patrol frequency is approximately once every hour, providing him ample time to complete his task of retrieving the supplies. Furthermore, concerning the surveillance, the monitoring room is staffed 24/7. By severing the surveillance feed and subduing the personnel within the control room, he could effectively neutralize the surveillance issue. Ling Feng rehearsed his plan in his mind countless times until he was confident it was flawless before preparing to act. Today marked the day of the operation. At 2 a.m., Ling Feng arrived at the entrance of the storage center, clad in a delivery uniform and donning a mask and helmet, riding an electric bicycle. This timing coincided with the shift change of the security personnel. Inside the security room, several guards were gathered around a table playing cards, with a massive LED screen displaying various surveillance feeds behind them. Ling Feng tapped on the window, gesturing with the takeout in his hand. Upon noticing the delivery person, the guards immediately adopted a fierce demeanor, clearly indicating the tense relationship between security personnel and delivery staff. "You can't come in here," exclaimed one particularly portly guard. "Brother, this delivery is for you. It's from a tenant inside who ordered it for you, knowing how hard you work during the night." Upon hearing this, the expression on the chubby guard's face softened somewhat, and he approached the window to retrieve the takeout. With a tone of annoyance, he remarked, All right, I got it. Before promptly shutting the window, Ling Feng maneuvered his electric bike around the corner, observing the movements of the guards from a distance. The previously mentioned portly guard, without any suspicion, opened the takeout box. To ensure the guards enjoyed their meal, Ling Feng had prepared a lavish spread of over a dozen dishes, all exquisite and expensive, previously ordered from a banquet hall. The flavors were beyond reproach. For these guards, most of the dishes were merely names they had heard but never tasted. Watching them indulge in the sumptuous feast, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. Chapter 23. A bounty of rewards. In order to ensure the guards would remain docile, Ling Feng had discreetly infused the meals with a sedative. Within 10 minutes, the guards began to succumb to slumber, sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Observing that the guards had been effectively subdued, Ling Feng retrieved an object resembling a mobile phone from his space. This device is known as a signal jammer, specifically purchased online. Once activated, it can sever network signals within a kilometer radius. Additionally, it disrupts surveillance equipment, causing it to cease operation. To enhance its efficacy, he deliberately upgraded the device. Ling Feng deftly activated the interference, and the distant security room's monitoring screen instantly transformed into a flurry of static. A surge of joy coursed through him. It was indeed effective. He sprang into action, swiftly leaping into the premises. Familiar with the layout, he navigated to the nearest sector, recalling that it housed essential food supplies. Observing the row of factories, he steadied his racing heart. He approached a warehouse, forcefully dismantling the lock on the door. Inside, the expansive space, spanning hundreds of square meters, was filled with beverages, evidently a wholesale distributor's stock. Without hesitation, he gathered every drink, cola, Sprite, iced tea, into his storage. Activating his extraordinary speed, he swiftly collected all the items in under 10 seconds. He then pressed on to the next warehouse. The second warehouse was significantly larger, exceeding 2,000 square meters, primarily stocked with snacks. Thousands of boxes containing instant noodles, preserved fruits, puffed snacks, biscuits, dried fruits, and candies filled the space. Ling Feng unabashedly took everything. He continued to the third and fourth warehouses, frantically collecting supplies until he had completely emptied the food sector. One must admit, the sensation of a zero-cost acquisition was exhilarating. Ling Feng felt no guilt regarding the supplies. Even if he did not take them, they would inevitably be appropriated by the elite before the impending apocalypse. Next, he ventured into the clothing and general goods area. A plethora of everyday essentials, bedding, and various types of clothing were available, more comprehensive than what he had previously purchased. Items he had not even considered were all present. He seized them all. Following that was the home goods section, filled with an array of furniture, appliances, computers, tablets, and gaming equipment. He commenced his sweep, and in less than half an hour, he had gathered all the materials from the 4 areas. Checking his phone, he noted that the time was nearly up, and with agile movements, he exited the scene of the incident. Once outside the premises, Ling Feng ran an additional 2 kilometers, the jammer continuously operational, rendering all surveillance along the route ineffective. He then retrieved his imposing Hummer from his storage and departed with flair. To ensure his safety, he took a circuitous route home, keeping the jammer active until he neared his residence, at which point he turned it off. Throughout the entire operation, he wore gloves, a hat, and a mask, donning inconspicuous shoes, leaving no trace behind. Even when delivering fast food to the security personnel, he disguised himself as a hunchbacked cripple, deliberately altering his voice. Such meticulous planning makes it exceedingly difficult to trace back to him. Upon returning home, Ling Feng indulged in a delightful bath and reclined on his soft bed, reviewing the resources he had acquired with a smile before drifting off to sleep. Unbeknownst to the leisurely Ling Feng, his actions that day had utterly astonished the world. Less than 10 minutes after his departure from the storage center, the patrolling security guards, while surveying the first area, encountered a series of vandalized warehouse doors. The warehouses lay barren, all resources vanished without a trace. The 2 patrolling guards were instantly struck with terror, their faces turning pale. "It's over, we're finished." Trembling, they hastily dialed the emergency number. Upon receiving the report, the officers promptly rushed to the scene for investigation. The entire case could only be described as bizarre. According to the security protocols of the storage center, guards perform patrols every half hour, meaning the perpetrator had to execute their plan within that time frame. Given the vast quantity of resources that had disappeared, Even 100 people working swiftly would require at least a day to load everything. Half an hour was patently impossible. Moreover, the entire scene bore no evidence, and all surveillance cameras had malfunctioned during that period. Not only was the storage center affected, but the surveillance within a several-kilometer radius had also failed. The investigating officers furrowed their brows, utterly confounded as to how the suspect could accomplish such a feat. The loss of resources valued at over 10 billion would inevitably cause a tremendous uproar. The officers, feeling helpless, could only report to their superiors. This case was too extraordinary and of such immense value that it was beyond the capacity of a mere junior officer to manage. Ling Feng slept until 10 the next morning, not due to fatigue but rather because he had awakened earlier and chose to linger in bed, watching videos. With all his preparations now complete, he simply awaited the arrival of the apocalypse. News of the theft of resources worth billions at the Tiananmen storage center in the capital city swiftly surged to trending status on short video platforms. Major media outlets began to report on the incident, with some quick-reacting stations broadcasting live from the storage center. Online viewership soared past 1 million. Of course, the peculiarity of the case left many astounded, prompting numerous netizens to engage their intellects in analyzing the unfolding events. Some speculated that the security guards were in cahoots. Others hypothesized an alien invasion, while some claimed the suspect possessed superhuman abilities. The discourse was vibrant, and the case's popularity continued to escalate, quickly reaching the top of the trending charts within hours. Ling Feng turned off his phone, preparing to head downstairs to the villa district for breakfast. As he approached the entrance of the community, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Su. Lin Su was dressed casually today, her face devoid of makeup, exuding a hint of youthful exuberance. What a coincidence! She took the initiative to greet him. Indeed, such serendipity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Su mentioned that she was off work today and was about to have breakfast. Their paths conveniently aligned. They proceeded to a breakfast shop together, where Ling Feng ordered a serving of soup dumplings, a bowl of wontons, and a bowl of congee, while Lin Su opted for a simple bowl of lean meat porridge. As they enjoyed their breakfast, they engaged in casual conversation. By the way, you mentioned last time that it's wise to stock up on food. Do you have any insights? Ling Feng, who was in the midst of savoring his wontons, momentarily paused, a sense of alertness stirring within him, though his expression remained unchanged. Why do you say that? Ling Feng replied nonchalantly while chewing on his wontons. It was essential to exercise caution around Lin Su, a woman with a legal background. Lawyers tend to possess meticulous minds and keen observational skills. Although he was uncertain of her intent behind the question, he felt compelled to remain vigilant. Chapter 24. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. I'm merely speculating. Recently, there has been a notable shortage of supplies in the market, with many everyday items becoming unavailable. Under normal circumstances, such shortages shouldn't occur in this season. It seems someone is intentionally orchestrating this, yet the authorities have remained silent. Suddenly recalling your previous comments, I find it rather suspicious, as if a storm is brewing, hence my inquiry. Lin Su spoke her thoughts with a calm demeanor. Ling Feng, upon hearing her analysis, silently commended her. He couldn't help but admire her exceptional analytical skills, as she discerned the underlying truths from mere fragments of information. I have only heard this from a friend. The current situation is uncertain, and it's prudent to prepare for the worst. I senti it? Ling Feng gazed at this astonishingly intelligent woman before him, wary of divulging any further information. However, with her intellect, she could likely piece together a general idea from the information provided. Lin Su nodded thoughtfully. After finishing their breakfast, they parted ways. Ling Feng, having completed his meal, packed a portion for Wang Long to take back, as he planned to remain in the training room to enhance his physical fitness. No one could predict what might transpire after the apocalypse. Every bit of strength he gained would bolster his capacity for self-preservation. As for Lin Su, she initially intended to rest at home for the day, but Ling Feng's words prompted a change of heart. Upon returning home, she called Yang Zihan. The voice on the other end was muffled. It seemed she had not fully awakened yet. Su, why are you calling so early? Lin Su was taken aback. It's nearly 10. How is this early? She then recounted her conversation with Ling Feng and invited Yang Zihan to accompany her to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. Yang Zihan expressed her disbelief with a tone laced with skepticism, proclaiming, I do not trust a word that scoundrel says. His mind must be deranged. Just a few days ago, I overheard the neighbors mentioning something about him setting up a safe house. Isn't that something only a fool would do? Susu. Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. Over the phone, Yang Zihan disparaged Ling Feng, feeling slighted by his rejection of her advances, which had severely bruised her pride. With beauty and a prestigious family background on her side, she had suitors aplenty. Who did he think he was? Any fish from her pond would be more admirable than him. As Lin Su listened to Yang Zihan's tirade against Ling Feng, a flicker of discontent stirred within her. In her eyes, he was far from the wretched figure Yang Zihan painted. With a somewhat indifferent tone, she replied, "If you don't want to go, then so be it." After exchanging a few more words, Yang Zihan mentioned her need for sleep and subsequently ended the call. Lin Su shook her head in resignation. Yet her confidence in her own judgment remained unwavering. An orphan from a young age, she had attained her current status without relying on anyone, solely by her own discernment. No casual remarks from others would sway her perspective. She then swiftly drove to procure supplies, ensuring she gathered enough food and necessities to last her 2 months. Just in case. On the 1st of August in the lunar calendar of 2098, at 8 a.m., Ling Feng, lost in slumber, was suddenly confronted by a chilling breeze that relentlessly invaded his dreams. Awakening, he sat up and approached the window, only to find that the sun had failed to rise as expected. A glance at the thermometer revealed a temperature of 30 degrees. It had begun. Ling Feng gazed out at the fog-laden horizon, fully aware of the implications. The apocalypse, like in his previous life, had arrived punctually. This was merely the beginning. In an hour, the temperature would plummet to -40 degrees, followed by months of relentless snowfall. In 12 hours, it would descend to a staggering -60 degrees. That, indeed, would herald the true onset of the end of days. Ling Feng stepped out of his villa and made his way to the neighboring residence of Wang Long. Knocking on his door, Wang Long opened it, shivering, and as the door swung wide, a gust of cold air assaulted him, causing him to huddle into his clothing. Once inside, he quickly shut the door behind him. What in the world is this weather? It's colder in summer than winter. This is just the beginning. It will only get colder, Ling Feng remarked casually as he settled on the couch and lit a cigarette. What? Even colder? How are we supposed to live like this? Wang Long lamented, his face contorted in despair as the frigid air left him sniffling. Ling Feng gestured towards the living room fireplace, assuring him, "With me here, what do you have to fear? This house has been specially modified to prevent 95% of heat loss." "I know that, but I have no firewood," Wang Long retorted. "Am I supposed to burn the furniture? Who says there is none? The basement is fully stocked for you." As he spoke, he led Wang Long towards the basement. Upon entering, Wang Long was utterly astonished. The entire basement was brimming with supplies, with firewood occupying a third of the space, while the rest was filled with abundant food, water, and various necessities. Among these, there were even 5 large barrels of diesel. These provisions could sustain a single person for 3 to 4 months. "Fengzi, when did you acquire all these supplies?" Wang Long inquired. "Just yesterday. And here is this," replied Ling Feng, handing over a handgun along with several boxes of ammunition. Wang Long gazed at Ling Feng in shock, feeling increasingly bewildered by his friend. "Wait, where did you get this? We're only facing a cold wave. It's not like we need a gun. It's as if we're preparing for the apocalypse." Ling Feng regarded him solemnly and stated, "This is the apocalypse. A gamma-ray burst has struck Earth, and humanity is on the brink of the 5th Ice Age, a state that could persist for centuries. Do you not perceive this as the end of days?" Wang Long stood frozen, struggling to believe Ling Feng's words, until a sudden realization struck him. "You must have known this day would come all along, which is why you made so many preparations." Ling Feng nodded slightly and continued, "In the apocalypse, trust no one. And also, conceal your kindness." He then briefed Wang Long on several critical matters, emphasizing that the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is not the extreme weather, but humanity itself. Do not trust anyone lightly, regardless of their frailty. Only through sufficient caution can one survive in this world. After imparting this wisdom, he hurried back home. Outside, snowflakes began to fall, accompanied by a biting wind that rattled the windows. Ling Feng lit the firewood and placed it in the fireplace, and before long, the temperature indoors reached a cozy 25 degrees. He approached the bar and poured himself a glass of Romani Conti. Gazing out the window to admire the snow-laden scenery while savoring the exquisite wine, he felt quite content. Chapter 25. A Blissful Life in the Apocalypse. Ling Feng opened his phone to check his social media feed, which was inundated with posts about the unexpected snowfall. Reactions varied. Some were jubilant, others grumbled, while still others expressed concern. A worker celebrated, saying, "Wow, no work today, what a delight. Though it's a bit chilly. I'd much rather be snuggled up in bed than at work. Let us get this party started." Meanwhile, a young lady posted, "Such beautiful snowflakes. It would be so much more romantic to enjoy them with someone special. As a solitary soul, I may never experience that kind of romance." Accompanied by a stunning photo of herself in stockings, standing in the snow while delicately holding snowflakes. Ling Feng observed her contrived pose, a single photo garnering hundreds of likes. Yet, he could not help but admire her audacity to wear stockings in sub-zero temperatures. She truly appeared enchanting. Some individuals have taken to social media to express their astonishment. "Oh my goodness! As a southerner, I have finally witnessed snow. Is anyone up for a snowball fight?" Conversely, others have voiced their concerns. "Why has the weather suddenly turned so frigid? Everyone should stock up on food. If the heavy snow continues, we might face food shortages. The conditions are so harsh that vehicles are unable to start, and the cold has caused the water pipes at home to freeze." Ling Feng glanced around, sensing that the apocalypse had just begun, yet most people seemed oblivious to the drastic climatic changes. The majority of posts were laced with humor, as many regarded this as merely an isolated incident, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. While Ling Feng was perusing his social media feed, a group message notification popped up. He casually clicked on it. West Bay Homeowners Group. With 120 members, the West Bay community comprises 80 villas, some of which have both spouses participating in the group. Since joining, Ling Feng had scarcely contributed to the conversation. Typically, little chatter occurred within the group as the affluent residents led busy lives. Most messages were posted by property management staff, primarily concerning fee payments or holiday greetings. However, today's chat was unusually lively. The catalyst was a message from the owner of Villa 26, Xiao Pengfei of Pengfei Industries. "I suggest everyone rush to procure supplies while the snow on the roads is still manageable. Li Lin, I just returned. The supermarket shelves have been completely cleared out. I managed to snag only a few bags of cookies." This announcement sent the group into a frenzy, with messages flooding in as members struggled to comprehend how supplies could vanish so swiftly. It is noteworthy that the nearest supermarket to West Bay is the largest in the entire Shangjing city, renowned for its abundant stock. To have everything wiped out in mere hours was astonishing. Many in the group began to question the veracity of this statement. Lu Haixiang, that seems improbable. The Dairuwei supermarket is well stocked. It cannot have emptied out so quickly. Li Lin, I assure you. I heard from the supermarket staff that there is a severe shortage of supplies, and today's food offerings were reduced by half compared to usual. He then shared a video filmed inside the supermarket, showing the chaos as shoppers frantically grabbed what they could, with shelves laid bare. Upon viewing the video, panic ensued within the group. Lu Feifei, we have never had the habit of stockpiling food. All we have at home is some red wine. What are we to do? Ling Yutong, our situation is similar. We only have enough provisions for 2 days. I trust that the authorities will implement measures. Everyone, please remain calm. Ling Feng, observing his uncle's message in the group, couldn't help but scoff internally. Authorities? This disaster has caused the collapse of social structures worldwide. The authorities are powerless. However, Ling Yutong's words garnered some agreement from the homeowners. Li Lin remarked, "What General Ling says is indeed correct. We must trust the authorities. If anyone has surplus supplies, let us share them to overcome this adversity." Wang Tianyi added, "Though my food supplies are limited, I am willing to share if needed." Lu Jiwei chimed in, "I may not have much food, but I am well stocked with medicines. Feel free to add me if you require assistance." Ling Feng perused the messages in the group chat, observing the amicable interactions among people who were still willing to lend a helping hand. After all, this was merely the onset of the apocalypse. Most still had some provisions at hand, and enduring for a few days posed no issue. The societal structure remained intact, with individuals adhering faithfully to laws and ethics. Ling Feng switched on the television, tuning into the news channel. The screens displayed 2 hosts clad in thick clothing, reporting on the extreme cold weather. Their pallid faces revealed the severity of the chill, a stark contrast to the usually warm environment of a studio, where hosts typically don lighter attire even in winter. This underscored the profound impact of the frigid conditions, as the outdoor temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees. Even with the air conditioning, it proved futile. The hosts asserted that this extreme cold was merely an isolated incident, urging the public not to panic, to take precautions against the cold, and to minimize outdoor activities, while assuring them to trust the officials. Furthermore, they promised that supplies would be swiftly addressed, requesting everyone to remain patient. Ling Feng found little amusement in the broadcast and promptly turned off the television, believing such proclamations could only lead to swifter demise. Outside, the blizzard intensified, with winds growing ever stronger. Yet, despite the heavy snowfall, the accumulation on the ground remained minimal. This was primarily due to Shizi Bay's proximity to the sea, where persistent strong winds blew away much of the falling snow, resulting in scant accumulation. Areas further from the coast, however, faced significant snowfall, and with the frigid temperatures, the snowflakes would soon solidify into ice. Feeling somewhat bored, Ling Feng ascended to the second-floor gaming room. Prior to the apocalypse, he had downloaded and purchased thousands of single-player games. In the gaming room, he had even placed a refrigerator for easy access to chilled beverages. After changing into comfortable loungewear, he reclined on the soft sofa, grasping the game controller to unleash havoc within the virtual realm. On the table lay chilled beer and an assortment of snacks, including duck products and other treats. Engrossed in gaming, snacking, and napping at his leisure, free from work and the need for social interaction, Ling Feng found this lifestyle rather pleasant. There is no need to fret over sustenance. The only concern lies in the daily dilemma of choosing what to eat, given the plethora of food options available in the space. For others, this may seem like an apocalypse, but for him, it is the embodiment of a dream life. Chapter 26. A simple bite time swiftly passed, and 5 days had elapsed. During this period, the community of Westlake was abuzz with activity, as daily complaints about the inconveniences of life filled the air. The food supplies of various households began to dwindle, and the severe cold rendered the water pipes frozen, leaving them without drinking water. The snow outside was rife with bacteria, leading some to consume melted snow, resulting in bouts of diarrhea. The promised supplies from the authorities had yet to arrive, prompting many families to tighten their belts. This predicament left the wealthy, accustomed to a life of luxury, in utter despair. These affluent individuals had never experienced such hardship. Each household was worth hundreds of millions. Now, their discussions revolved solely around food and drink. Simultaneously, a wave of panic began to spread, and apocalyptic sentiments permeated the group discussions. However, none of this concerned Ling Feng. He was reveling in sheer bliss during these days. Whenever he grew weary of gaming, he would summon Wang Long, and the two would don short sleeves to engage in a game of billiards. When evening arrived, and cooking seemed unappealing, he would simply retrieve a myriad of dishes from his space and uncork a few bottles of Maodai. The two would smoke, drink, and converse. Exhausted, they would collapse into slumber without a care for the morrow. Any leftover food was discarded, for the abundance stored in his space was staggering. Even if he dined on 10 feasts daily, it would take a lifetime to deplete it. In recent days, Wang Long began lamenting his weight gain. Ling Feng encouraged him to exercise in the training room, aiding him in shedding some pounds, while also helping him regain physical fitness. Since their retirement, Ling Feng had maintained his physical condition, remaining in peak shape. In contrast, Wang Long had succumbed to indulgences of wine and women. His physical prowess significantly diminished. Even his once expert fighting skills had dulled. In the military, Wang Long had been renowned for his combat techniques, unmatched in the special forces. If he could restore his former state, his abilities would suffice for self-preservation in dire times. Ling Feng led Wang Long into the gravity room, subjecting him to rigorous training by doubling the gravitational force. After a mere 30 minutes, Wang Long lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, utterly spent. "I can't go on. I'm finished," he groaned weakly, lacking even the strength to lift his arm. Observing that Wang Long had reached his limit, Ling Feng finally relented. After concluding their training, the two returned to the first-floor dining area to prepare for a meal. Ling Feng presented a selection of dishes, 6 Australian lobsters, 4 servings of steak, 2 portions of caviar, and 2 servings of pasta, along with a bottle of Lafite. A simple yet satisfying feast awaited them. As the two individuals were dining, the shrill ring of a telephone pierced the air. Ling Feng glanced at his phone, recognizing the caller, Ling Yutang. A cold smile crept onto his face. It appeared that their family had run out of provisions. In his previous life, it was indeed on the 5th day of the apocalypse that their household faced starvation. With a family of 5 and scant supplies, they could barely last 3 days. Taking a bite of his pasta, Ling Feng answered the call. "Hello, uncle." On the other end, Ling Yutang had initially dialed with a mere hope of chance. fully aware of the misdeeds he had committed against Ling Feng. He would not have resorted to this call if hunger had not driven him to desperation. He knew that Ling Feng possessed a wealth of food, having discreetly monitored him for days. Therefore, he mustered the audacity to reach out, hoping that Ling Feng might show some familial compassion and grant him a morsel to eat. "Little Feng, could you spare a bit of food for your uncle's family?" Ling Yutang, cocooned in his blankets, trembled from the cold, his teeth chattering as he spoke. "Alas, resources are exceedingly scarce at present. I have no surplus food." Ling Feng's mouth was stuffed with food, rendering his speech somewhat muffled, the sound of his chewing causing Ling Yutang to swallow hard on the other end. "Are you eating right now?" "Indeed, it is evening. One must indulge a little." He then snapped a photo of the sumptuous meal before him and sent it to Ling Yutang. Upon receiving the image, Ling Yutang clicked to view it, and his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the Australian lobsters, at least 6, each weighing over 3 pounds. In addition to the lobsters, there were steaks, caviar, and a half-consumed bottle of Lafite on the table. Ling Yutang's mouth watered. In the current societal climate, merely having enough to eat was a luxury. Yet Ling Feng was feasting on such an extravagant spread. Still, he found it hard to believe that anyone would indulge so lavishly amidst the apocalypse. "Little Feng, are you jesting with your uncle? Where could one possibly find such ingredients at this time?" To provide proof, Ling Feng sent another selfie, ensuring to capture the abundant dishes on the table. Upon viewing the photo, Ling Yutang's eyes filled with jealousy. He felt dizzy from hunger while this young rascal savored a grand feast, dressed in little more than a thin nightgown. It was evident that Ling Feng had some means of heating his home, unlike Ling Yutang, who was freezing in his own abode, where the temperature likely hovered around -40 to -50 degrees. The sight of such food only intensified his hunger, and he couldn't help but wish to feast at Ling Feng's home right then and there. "Little Feng, can you possibly finish all those Australian lobsters? Isn't that a waste if you can't? Waste not, want not. If we cannot finish, our dog can certainly partake. We must not neglect its needs, after all. It protects our home." As he spoke, he snapped another photo and sent it over, showcasing a sleek black panther crouched on the ground, with a sumptuous Australian lobster in the bowl before it. Ling Yutang was seething with rage. How could this little rascal feed such exquisite ingredients to a dog? Such extravagance was truly a waste. That mutt did not deserve such high-end fare. "Xiaofeng, you know, Uncle actually quite enjoys Australian lobsters," he said. Just then, on the other end of the line, Ling Feng interjected, "Hello. Uncle, what did you say? What is wrong with the signal?" He promptly hung up. Seated at the dining table, Ling Feng burst into laughter, fully aware that the call must have infuriated Ling Yutang. Yet, this was merely the beginning. There were many days ahead to relish in this game. On the other end, Ling Yutang was indeed furious, his face flushed with anger, feeling utterly insulted by the photos Ling Feng had sent. Most distressingly, he now felt even hungrier. A malicious thought began to brew in his mind. Chapter 27. The strategy of self-inflicted hardship. He swiftly summoned his family, his son, daughter, and wife, gathering all 5 of them together. Ling Kuer wore a disgruntled expression. Just as she had warmed her bed slightly, her father had called her awake. Now, she felt both cold and hungry. "Dad, why did you call us here?" she asked, tightening her down jacket. Her 2 brothers, Ling Yi and Ling Tao, also looked at him, awaiting his words. Ling Yutang said nothing but displayed the photos Ling Feng had sent. Upon seeing the Australian lobster, Ling Kuer snatched the phone from his hand, examining it repeatedly, along with Ling Feng's selfies. Australian lobster, steak, caviar, and Lafite. Did Ling Feng take this? She licked her cracked lips, her eyes gleaming with greed. Ling Yutang nodded slightly. The others, upon hearing Ling Kuer's words, eagerly seized the phone to scrutinize the images, their gazes filled with longing. "Dad, how does Ling Feng enjoy such a lavish meal?" Ling Kuer fixed her eyes on the lobster in the photo, as if staring intently could allow her to taste it. Ling Yutang divulged all about Ling Feng's stockpiling of supplies and constructing a safe house, as well as his recent desperate call for help that had been ruthlessly declined. "That little rascal has no sense of kinship. After all, we are relatives." Ling Yutang's wife, Mrs. Wang, wore a displeased expression, cursing Ling Feng under her breath. Indeed, what right does he have to reside in such a fine house and feast on grand meals? Ling Tao clenched his fists tightly, a hint of madness in his eyes. He had been hungry all day, and witnessing Ling Feng's indulgence only fueled his jealousy. "We provided him with 15 billion. Undoubtedly, He spent our money on these items, and now he should return it to us. Ling Yi wore an expression of sheer entitlement. Ling Yutang observed that his family's thoughts aligned closely with his own, and then he slowly spoke. We must devise a way to obtain the food in his possession. Ideally, we should manage to stay at his house. The reason I called you all here is to brainstorm a plan. We could simply break down the door and force our way in, suggested Ling Tao for the first time. However, this notion was promptly dismissed by Ling Yutang. Ling Feng, being a former Special Forces soldier, possessed formidable skills, and the few of them were no match for him. We could rally others in the community to join us. Ling Yi chimed in with his opinion. Are you foolish? If more people learn of this, once we succeed, we would have to share the resources with others. Do you think you could monopolize his house? Ling Yutang scolded Ling Yi vehemently. The two were merely trying to assert their strength, devoid of any intelligent thought. Ling Tao and Ling Yi fell silent, both being rather dim-witted. Their minds preoccupied with trivial pursuits. Forcing them to think was indeed a challenge. Ling Yutang gazed at his two disappointing sons, his expression one of frustration. I have an idea, spoke Ling Ku'er, who had been silent until now. Ling Yutang turned his attention to his youngest daughter, who had always been clever and full of ingenious ideas. Ling Ku'er, seeing that everyone was looking at her, cleared her throat and spoke calmly. We cannot approach this matter with brute force. We must employ some strategies. Ling Feng is quite sentimental. We just need to do this. A chorus of agreement arose among the group, and they swiftly began to take action. After playfully teasing Ling Yutang, Ling Feng felt elated, which even improved his appetite. The entire table of food was devoured. After dinner, he reclined on the living room sofa, engrossed in a game, while Wang Long returned to his villa. Only he and Black Panther remained at home. After 2 months of growth, Black Panther had gained considerable weight, now weighing about 40 to 50 pounds. The fully grown Black Panther was jet black, with no trace of mixed fur, and even its tongue was black, making it a genuine 5-black dog. It appeared somewhat foolish and exceedingly gentle. However, one should not be deceived by its appearance, for the 5-black dog possesses impressive combat skills. Capable of serving as a hunting dog, not only is it strong in battle, but it is also intelligent and fiercely loyal to its owner. Just as Ling Feng was engrossed in a crucial moment of the game, a sudden, urgent alarm blared. Ling Feng checked the surveillance footage on the large display screen he had installed in the living room for real-time monitoring of his villa. On the screen, a young girl was persistently knocking on her front door. Due to the protective barriers of his 2 doors, the sounds of knocking from outside were inaudible to those within. However, his surveillance system was equipped with an intelligent monitoring feature that would immediately trigger an alarm upon the presence of unfamiliar faces. Ling Feng gazed with some surprise at the girl knocking at the door. It was Ling Ku'er. Simultaneously, he noticed Ling Yutang hiding behind a tree not far away on the monitor. He was uncertain what schemes his relatives were concocting this time. Ling Feng rose and opened the second protective door, making his way to the entrance. He climbed a ladder to open the observation hatch above the door. Positioned 2 meters above the ground, the hatch could only be accessed from the inside. Who is it, knocking at this late hour? Do you not wish to sleep? Ling Feng questioned with a hint of irritation. Before him stood Ling Ku'er, her hair in disarray, eyes red and puffy, appearing fragile and eliciting a surge of pity. Nevertheless, Ling Feng was well aware of the true nature of her family. None of them were to be trusted. It was clear that her visit meant trouble. Upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, Ling Ku'er felt a glimmer of hope and, with a quivering voice, cried, Brother Feng, it's me Ku'er. Why aren't you at home sleeping at this hour? What brings you here? Brother Feng, I was chased out by my 2 brothers. I have nowhere else to go. I beg you, please take me in. She trembled visibly, and it was evident that she was indeed cold. Ling Feng scoffed, thinking how audacious she was to desire entry into his home. What do you mean they drove you out? What on earth happened? Ling Ku'er began to sob. They said our food supplies are dwindling, and to conserve resources, they forced me to leave and seek food on my own. They even hurt my father. What? Those 2 brutes. How could they commit such an atrocity? Ling Feng's voice, filled with indignation, resonated from within. Ling Ku'er sensed she had successfully hooked him. If she could just gain entry into the villa, her plan would be half accomplished. Brother Feng, I am freezing. Could you let me in to escape the cold? I promise to leave by tomorrow morning. Ling Feng's inner thoughts were filled with disdain, recognizing her ploy to invade his home. In a previous life, he might have allowed her entry, but not now. We are all family. It would be remiss to say otherwise. I shall fetch the key. he stated, adding, "But do not leave. Thank you so much, Brother Feng." Ling Kuer felt a surge of joy. Soon, she would reside in a warm villa and feast on Australian lobsters. No longer enduring hunger and cold, Ling Feng returned to the living room, feeling a bit warm. The fire in the fireplace was blazing rather fiercely, and noticing the time, he decided to head upstairs to sleep. Outside, Ling Kuer waited excitedly for Ling Feng to open the door for her. Gradually, she began to sense that something was amiss. After waiting for over 10 minutes, there was still no sign of Ling Feng coming to open the door for her. Ling Kuer thought to herself that perhaps he was still searching for the key. She instinctively shrank her neck and continued to wait. After another half hour had passed, she felt as if she were on the verge of freezing. She was already hungry, and standing outdoors for nearly an hour had rapidly depleted her body heat. It was then that she realized she had been played. She began to pound on the door with fervor, hoping to attract Ling Feng's attention. She was unwilling to accept defeat. She was so close to success. However, her knocks went unheard, while her venomous gaze was captured clearly by the surveillance camera. Ling Feng lay on his bed, watching the frantic figure of Ling Kuer outside through his phone, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Yet, he thought to himself that this was still insufficient for his revenge. After a moment's contemplation, he rose from his bed and returned to the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw Ling Kuer still knocking. In his hands, he held a cup of instant noodles he had just prepared. Although he had never been fond of instant noodles, he found himself craving them after a while without eating. He opened the peephole, allowing the aroma of the noodles to waft outside. Ling Kuer, who had been pounding on the door, suddenly caught a whiff of the enticing scent of instant noodles. Having been spoiled since childhood, she had always looked down upon such fare. However, at that moment, the fragrance seemed to her the most delectable thing in the world. Her throat involuntarily rolled, and her stomach grumbled audibly. At that moment, Ling Feng's voice rang out. "Kuer, I truly apologize for keeping you waiting." Upon hearing his voice, Ling Kuer instantly adopted a pitiful expression. "Brother Feng, I'm so cold. Please let me in. It's not that I don't want to let you in. It's just that I can't find the key. Without it, this door cannot be opened. Please wait for me to unlock it tomorrow. I will not sleep until I find it." As he spoke, he took a bite of the old pickled cabbage beef noodles in his hand. Ling Kuer, hearing the slurping sound, felt even hungrier and could not help but plead, "Brother Feng, could you spare me a bite? I haven't eaten all day." "Oh really? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" "Unfortunately, all I have is instant noodles, which I remember you dislike." Ling Feng replied with an air of regret, taking another slurp of noodles and deliberately making the sound quite loud. Ling Kuer hastily retorted, No, I have always liked instant noodles." Ling Feng chose not to respond, focusing instead on his meal, finishing every last drop of broth. Burp. He let out a satisfied belch, gazing at the shivering Ling Kuer outside the door. "Kuer, come back tomorrow morning. I shall surely open the door for you," he said gently, tossing a bun from his space. "This is my ration for the day. If you do not fancy instant noodles, then please have this instead." He then closed the observation port. Ling Kuer, seeing the bun thrown carelessly as if feeding a dog, momentarily disregarded her dignity, hurriedly bent down to pick it up, and stuffed it into her mouth. The bun still retained some warmth, and as it melted in her mouth, she had never perceived an ordinary bun to be so delectable as it was today. Ling Yutong, who had been watching from a distance, saw his daughter consuming the white morsel with great delight and rushed over eagerly. Upon noticing her father approaching, Ling Kuer hastened to finish the bun, quickly devouring it in a few bites. Eating too swiftly caused her to choke, turning her face crimson. She had to jump in place a couple of times to swallow it down. By the time Ling Yutong arrived, the bun had long been consumed. With a furious expression, Ling Yutong pointed at his daughter, scolding her. "How can you be so selfish? Not leaving a morsel for me. How did I raise such an ungrateful child?" Ling Kuer, unperturbed by his words, replied with a hint of arrogance, "I earned this through my own efforts. Why should I share it with you?" Disregarding the matter of the bun, he directly inquired about the progress of their undertaking. Ling Kuer simply replied, "We will discuss it at home," and set off toward their residence. Ling Yutong, with no choice but to sigh, followed her home. The scene of paternal affection and filial piety was clearly observed by Ling Feng, who monitored their conversation through surveillance that captured every word. However, the cameras he installed were all miniature, hidden devices, virtually indistinguishable to the naked eye. Watching the Ling father and daughter walk away, Ling Feng found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, they were not of the same ilk. Only someone as treacherous as Ling Yutong could raise such a remarkable offspring. In Building 27 of Shizi Bay Villa, Ling Kuer conferred with several others regarding the next day's operation. However, she refrained from mentioning her earlier bun consumption, knowing it would spark an argument. Ling Yutong had not been kind to her throughout the evening, especially since this operation was her own proposal. Having gained nothing and feeling the pangs of hunger, she declared, "Tomorrow, we shall act together as a family. We must ensure a decisive strike. Otherwise, we shall have no hope." Ling Kuer delineated the battle plan with unwavering confidence, assured that her impeccable acting skills would compel Ling Feng to open the door the following day. "Fear not, my second brother and I excel at this." Ling Tao and Ling Yi, the two brothers, patted their chests, promising that they would accomplish the mission. However, Ling Yutong remained apprehensive, finding the plan exceedingly perilous and consistently opposing this reckless scheme. However, it seems there are no other options left. "Ling Feng's skills are remarkable. You must act swiftly. Do you understand?" he advised with a hint of concern. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Ling Feng was roused from his slumber by the blaring alarm. Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes and checked the surveillance on his phone, discovering that the Ling Yutang family had arrived once more. What performance was to unfold today? Last night had been Ling Kuer's solo act. Today, it appeared to be a theatrical ensemble. Chapter 29. The shooting of Ling Tao. Ling Feng observed the comical scene outside his door. Ling Tao and Ling Yi stood on either side of the entrance, each wielding a machete, hands raised in a stance poised for attack. Ling Yutang's wife, Ms. Wang, leaned against her husband, her head wrapped in a bandage, crimson stains ominously seeping through. She appeared feeble, her demeanor one of utter weakness. Ling Kuer maintained her usual listless appearance, pounding on Ling Feng's door. Unbeknownst to them, their seemingly flawless plan had been captured in vivid detail by the surveillance cameras. Ling Feng regarded this repugnant family with disdain. How foolish he had been in his past life, allowing himself to be ensnared by such individuals. He chose to ignore them for the moment and proceeded to freshen up. After a simple breakfast of 2 fried eggs, a sandwich, and a cup of soy milk, he felt a craving for something lighter, having indulged in rich foods of late. By the time he finished his meal, an hour had elapsed, and he meandered toward the front door. Meanwhile, Ling Tao and Ling Yi, positioned by the entrance, were losing patience. They had stood there for over an hour, their arms numbed from the cold. Ling Tao quietly questioned Ling Kuer, "Is your plan even feasible? Why is there still no movement? My hands are nearly numb." Ling Yi echoed his brother's dissatisfaction. Ling Kuer shot him a disdainful glance and reprimanded softly, "Have a little patience, stay hidden." She harbored a deep-seated contempt for her brothers, who seemed incapable of anything other than chasing after women, utterly inept and leaving nothing for themselves. Just as they were conversing, a sound emanated from within the door. Ling Tao quickly recoiled, gripping his machete tightly, holding his breath, ready to deliver a lethal blow to whoever dared to open the door. Ling Feng opened the observation window and looked at Ling Kuer outside, an expression of surprise crossing his face. "Kuer, didn't we agree that only you would come in?" he remarked. Before she could respond, Ling Yutang interjected. "Xiaofeng, your aunt took a fall yesterday and is now feeling faint and weak. We truly have no other choice but to trouble you. I know your home is warmer. I merely wish for your aunt to recuperate there. You need only allow her and her mother to enter. Let Kuer attend to her mother. As soon as your aunt's health improves, they will depart immediately." Ling Feng displayed a troubled expression. "The provisions I possess are barely sufficient for my own survival. Accommodating two is simply unfeasible. One must be chosen to step forward." Kuer's face contorted with the threat of tears as she pleaded with Ling Feng. "Brother Feng, I implore you to save my mother. We are family, I beseech you." Ling Feng scoffed inwardly. The moral coercion begins. Observing their family's performance, he felt an urge to bestow upon them an Oscar. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "I comprehend your reasoning, but what is the purpose of your two cousins brandishing knives on either side of the door?" At this, Kuer's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic, her smile strained. "Brother Feng, what do you mean? I do not understand. Enough with the charade. I have seen it all on the surveillance." "Ling Tao, Ling Yi, don't your arms ache from holding those up for so long?" The two, upon hearing this, glared at Kuer with indignation. They then lowered their weapons and approached the door. "And as for that aunt, awaken and do not slumber too long, lest you catch a chill." Wang, who had appeared feeble, suddenly opened her eyes and rose from Ling Yutang's embrace. She pointed at Ling Feng with her right hand. You little bastard, do not think that just because you are inside, we are powerless against you. Wang spoke with vigor. Her voice robust, a testament to her health, thanks to her ample physique. Ling Tao, Ling Yi, shatter all the glass in his home. If you refuse us entry, you shall not have it easy either. Ling Feng, upon hearing Wang's unreasonable demands, could only laugh in disbelief. You, with your portly frame and prominent features. How long have you been steeped in such savory vitriol? I know you are straightforward, but surely you cannot articulate all that from your mouth. Wang's ire ignited at the insult of her appearance. She pounded the door with fervor. You little bastard, you are the one who is portly. Come out. You are both fat and ugly, resembling an extraterrestrial. I cannot fathom how your mother refrained from retching when she bore you. Ling Feng, leaning against the door, leisurely retorted through the barrier. Wang, incensed by his taunts, lost her composure and began hurling bricks at the windows of his home. Ling Tao and Ling Yi joined in the fray, while Kuer and Ling Yutang stood aside, lost in their own thoughts. The trio of Wang and her sons relentlessly bombarded Ling Feng's villa, eliciting hearty laughter from him. His home, fortified with bulletproof glass, was impervious to such assaults. Why should he fear bricks? He approached the window, made a playful face at them, and raised a middle finger, though he could not discern the frenzied words they exchanged. Their lip movements clearly suggested unkind sentiments. Ling Feng resolved to impart a lesson, treating it as an opportunity to collect some interest. He ascended to the third floor, opened the window, and retrieved a compound bow from his collection. He had specifically procured a barbed arrow, a device that, once embedded, would be quite difficult to extract. Ling Feng adjusted his stance, knocked the bow, and took aim. Whoosh! A piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed outside as Ling Tao collapsed, clutching his thigh in anguish. An arrow had penetrated his leg, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. However, due to the frigid temperature outside, the sweat froze almost instantaneously. Yet, after a few moments, the pain in his thigh vanished. Ling Tao hurriedly glanced down at his leg, only to find that the blood that had oozed out was swiftly frozen, leaving his entire thigh devoid of sensation, the wound encased in ice. In such extreme cold, a penetrating injury without prompt medical assistance would lead to rapid necrosis of the affected area, ultimately necessitating amputation. Witnessing Ling Tao's injury, Mrs. Wang was utterly horrified. As an ordinary affluent lady, she had never encountered such a scene. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, another arrow struck Ling Tao's other leg. Just moments ago, Ling Yi had been hurling insults, but now he was so frightened that he wet his pants and fled, disregarding Ling Tao on the ground. Terrified of suffering a similar fate, not far away, Ling Kuer and Ling Yutang hurried over to assess Ling Tao's condition. Upon seeing the frozen wound, a sense of dread washed over them. The three of them clumsily lifted Ling Tao and began to carry him home. Ling Feng stood by the window, observing the panicked retreat of the trio, and with a cold snort declared, "This time, I shall spare your lives. Next time you seek trouble, it shall not be merely a matter of 2 legs." Chapter 30. Ling Yutang strikes back. The Ling family hastily transported Ling Tao back to their villa. At this point, Ling Tao's complexion had turned pallid, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Ling Yutang fetched scissors and began to cut away the clothing surrounding the wound. Gasps filled the air as the group beheld the injury. Ling Tao's thigh had turned a deep shade of purple, and his legs had begun to stiffen, indicating that they were likely beyond saving. Without immediate assistance, in such icy conditions, his life would be in grave danger. Ling Yutang supported Ling Tao's thigh with one hand while gripping the tail of the arrow with the other, attempting to pull it out with all his might. The barbed tip, having penetrated completely through the thigh, made the extraction exceedingly arduous. After a tremendous effort, he finally managed to remove both arrows. However, no blood flowed forth, for his entire lower body had succumbed to the frost. In a flurry of activity, the group scavenged wooden furniture from the home. Although the Wangwali chair was of considerable value, it was rendered worthless in the apocalypse, merely suitable for firewood. Ling Yutang dismantled the chair into pieces and set about kindling a fire, hoping the warmth would offer some relief to Ling Tao. As the flames began to rise, the group gathered around the fire, savoring the long-lost warmth in the midst of their bleak existence. Wang could no longer contain her grief as she clutched Ling Tao's hand, weeping uncontrollably, her lips uttering curses. That wretched Ling Feng. All we sought was a morsel to eat, yet he struck with such ferocity. How could he be so cruel? Standing nearby, Ling Yutang's face turned ashen. These two sons were his heart's flesh, and now it appeared that Ling Tao was beyond saving. He had merely intended to ask Ling Feng for some food and perhaps stay at his home for a few days, never anticipating that it would culminate in this dire situation. At that moment, Ling Kuer felt no trace of sorrow, only resentment. Were it not for these two inept brothers, her plans would not have unraveled so swiftly. Had she approached Ling Feng herself, success might have been within her grasp, and gaining his trust in the future would now prove exceedingly difficult. Ling Yi, on the other hand, felt a mixture of relief and dread. He was thankful for his quick escape and for standing at a safe distance, for otherwise, he might be the one lying on the ground. Simultaneously, a flicker of fear for Ling Feng stirred within him. He wielded a weapon and was unafraid to act lethally. It would be best to avoid provoking this harbinger of misfortune. After a time, Wang ceased her tears and, through sobs, implored, Yutang, think of a way to save Tower. Yes, call the authorities, apprehend that scoundrel Ling Feng. With that, she lumbered toward the table, seizing her phone to dial emergency services. However, after several attempts, every call went unanswered. She then tried the hospital's emergency line, but predictably, none connected. Naively, she believed the world remained as it once was, and in despair, she collapsed onto the ground. In that instant, Ling Tao, who had been unconscious, suddenly stirred, murmuring, "Mother, mother." The previously silent onlookers hastily gathered around, hope illuminating their faces as they believed Ling Tao's condition was improving. Wang tenderly caressed Ling Tao's pale, cold cheeks, her voice trembling. "Mother is here, Tao?" Ling Tao's voice was faint and intermittent. "I am so cold." Upon hearing this, Wang and Ling Yutang quickly maneuvered Ling Tao closer to the fire. "Tower, do you feel any better?" Yet, at that moment, Ling Tao slipped back into unconsciousness, and his body temperature began to plummet rapidly. Half an hour later, he lay lifeless, a cold corpse. Wang wept profusely atop Ling Tao, her lips continuing to curse Ling Feng, though Ling Yutang did not weep. His face was etched with sorrow and loathing for Ling Feng. He did not reflect on the fact that it was his own provocation that had led to this tragic outcome, a consequence of his own making. All of this was Ling Feng's fault. Had he simply shared the food and allowed them to stay, this calamity would never have occurred. It was all the doing of that selfish and malicious wretch, Ling Feng. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of justice. He extracted his phone and captured a photograph of Ling Tao's tragic demise, promptly sharing it within the Westlake Villa owners group. He addressed Ling Feng directly, stating, "I merely wish to borrow a bit of food from you. With such an abundance at your disposal, sharing a little would not disrupt your livelihood. If you are unwilling to lend it, so be it. But why resort to such lethal measures? I am your paternal uncle, and Ling Tao is your cousin. Yet you have grievously injured him in the thigh with your bow and arrow, and now he shows no signs of life. This matter demands an explanation from your family." Upon Ling Yutang's message, the group erupted in outrage, casting Ling Feng as a heartless, brutal murderer. Accusations began to fly, particularly upon the revelation of Ling Feng's substantial food supplies, inciting jealousy among the members who increasingly aligned with Ling Yutang. Observing the swelling support, Ling Yutang felt a surge of satisfaction. Inciting animosity towards Ling Feng would facilitate the next phase of his scheme. Xiao Pengfei from Pengfei Industrial expressed disbelief. "I cannot fathom how such cruelty exists in this world. How could you harm your own cousin?" Zhang Deshan added, "With so much food at your disposal, why not share a little? Resorting to violence is inhumane." Lu Haixiang declared, "Such an extremist has no place in our community. He must leave." Lu Yong chimed in, "With all that food, you could at least help your neighbors. How selfish." Meanwhile, Ling Feng, engrossed in an online game, was oblivious to the incessant notifications on his phone. As he battled in a critical moment of the game, the persistent alerts began to irritate him. Just as he contemplated silencing his phone, a WeChat call came through. Turning to glance at the screen, he saw it was Lin Su calling. He answered, placing the phone aside while continuing to grip the game controller. As soon as he picked up, Lin Su's anxious voice pierced through. "Ling Feng, have you committed murder?" Taken aback, Ling Feng pondered the multitude of individuals he had harmed. Which one was she referring to? He was bewildered by her question, questioning how she could even suggest such a thing. "What do you mean? I am a law-abiding citizen. The group is accusing you of causing harm that has led to death. You must check the owners group immediately. They are furious." Ling Feng set down his controller. "All right, I understand. I will check it now." He ended the call and opened WeChat, where the group chat notification indicated 99 unread messages, along with several participants. Chapter 31. Provocation. Ling Feng opened the group chat, scrolling through the messages. After reading the exchanges, he let out a cold laugh. Ling Yutang truly had the audacity to persist in his schemes. From the remarks he posted in the group, one cannot deny the malice underlying his intentions. Firstly, he informs others that he possesses a substantial stockpile of supplies, a matter that currently poses no immediate threat. However, once the provisions of most households within the villa community are depleted, he will undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. At that juncture, he will find no solace, as this assemblage will surely unite against him. Although he harbors no fear of these individuals, their incessant scrutiny is tiresome. He merely wishes to live out his life in tranquility, devoid of being monitored at every turn. Secondly, Ling Yutang occupies a moral high ground in criticizing him, claiming in the group that he has resorted to violence, while conveniently omitting any mention of their family's conspiracy to harm him. Ling Feng promptly shares footage of the surveillance that reveals Ling Yutang's family lying in wait at his doorstep, directly confronting Ling Yutang with the accusation that they brandished knives to lure him out, questioning how anyone could claim to seek merely a loan of food while wielding a weapon. He follows this by posting a video of Ling Yutang's two sons and Wang's family vandalizing his property with bricks. I am merely defending myself. You are infringing upon my private property, and I have every right to protect myself. As for those self-righteous individuals in the group, the quantity of food he possesses is his own concern, utterly unrelated to them. They should not attempt to morally bind him. He is not familiar with them, and their starvation is not his doing. Should anyone dare to instigate further trouble, they shall meet the same fate as the aforementioned. Ling Feng unleashed a barrage of videos. His pent-up frustration finally alleviated somewhat. In this post-apocalyptic reality, it is audacious for them to presume to dictate terms to him. Their sense of superiority is rendered worthless in the face of such dire circumstances. Upon concluding his statements in the group, a notable silence ensued, a stark contrast to the earlier clamor. Some, after viewing the videos he shared, began to comprehend the unfolding events. A faction perceived Ling Yutang's malicious intent to conspire against him as deserving of retaliation. Conversely, there were those who felt Ling Feng's actions were excessively ruthless. After all, they were still family, and there was no need for such lethal measures. Among the group, some self-appointed mentors began to admonish Ling Feng, suggesting he temper his hostility, as they were all residents of the same community, destined to encounter one another frequently. Though your uncle's family may have erred, expelling them suffices. There is no need for lethal force. Such actions are excessive. I advise you to extend an apology and offer some form of restitution. Ling Feng, upon reading the comments from Building 20, found himself both amused and irate. Lu Jiwei, the individual in question, was a retired leader from a state-owned enterprise, known for his tendency to adopt an authoritative demeanor in conversation. Moreover, he appeared to have a prior acquaintance with Ling Yutang, suggesting some degree of financial entanglement between them. He is evidently supporting Ling Yutang, with the two performing a duet of contrasting roles to exert pressure on themselves. Even in this apocalyptic era, he still maintains an air of superiority, yet Ling Feng remains unfazed. A retired executive from a state-owned enterprise, residing in a villa worth tens of millions, is hardly credible when he claims to be virtuous. Such individuals are often the most avaricious and cunning. Nonetheless, Ling Feng refrains from retorting, curious to see what tricks Lu Jiwei might conjure up. Lu Jiwei, reclining on the sofa, brightened upon reading Ling Feng's message. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, this young man possesses some discernment. With the food supplies at home dwindling, he had been troubled by the lack of provisions, but now, a potential source of sustenance has emerged. The photographs sent by Ling Yutang indicated that this young man could afford Australian lobster, suggesting a considerable stockpile at his disposal. After days of subsisting on bread and compressed biscuits, he longed to savor some lobster himself. He promptly recorded a lengthy voice message. First, you must apologize in person to the Ling family. Secondly, you are to ensure their daily food requirements are met. Given the current critical situation, we must unite to face this calamity together. You should allocate a portion of your supplies to those households suffering from food shortages. Rest assured, you will not incur a loss, as we can purchase at double the market price. Furthermore, I've heard your indoor temperatures are quite favorable. I recommend allowing the elderly, the frail, and the sick to take temporary residence there, as their immunity is compromised. Once the disaster has passed, they can vacate the premises. I believe your contributions will earn you the gratitude of these homeowners. We are all reputable individuals in this group, possessing abundant resources that will greatly assist you in the future. After Lu Jiwei sent this voice message, many individuals facing shortages at home raised their thumbs in approval, praising him for his vision. Wang Tianyi, I believe we must unite to overcome this crisis. Xiao Pengfei from Pengfei Industries, I think this suggestion is excellent. Distant relatives are no match for close neighbors. Upon hearing Lu Jiwei's message, Ling Feng exclaimed in admiration. He could not help but respect Lu Jiwei, a true talent who exploited the situation even more astutely than others. Not only was he asking for food from everyone, but he was also suggesting they open their homes. No wonder he could assume a leadership role. It wouldn't be surprising if he left nothing but scraps behind. Should I offer all my supplies for you to distribute? Ling Feng continued to tease this esteemed leader, finding it rather amusing. Lu Jiwei, stroking the few strands of hair on his head, looked at Ling Feng's message, thinking this young man was quite perceptive. As for who should manage the supplies, I believe it is essential for everyone to discuss and decide collectively. If necessary, we can form a small group to make joint decisions. Hasten your research and arrive at a conclusion. Ling Feng reclined on the sofa, laughing heartily. This was far more amusing than playing games. Lu Jiwei truly regarded himself with undue seriousness, naively believing he could easily deceive others. In order to enliven the atmosphere within the group, Ling Feng took a handful of supplies from his space, captured a photograph, and shared it within the chat. To him, that handful represented an immense bounty. It is worth noting that he had amassed nearly 30 billion units of resources through purchases and zero-cost acquisitions, augmented by the replication system of his space, culminating in a staggering 30 trillion units, an inventory that could only be described as terrifying. Chapter 32. Yang Zihan's plea for help. Upon viewing the photograph shared by Ling Feng, the members of the owner group were left wide-eyed with astonishment. Dozens of boxes of instant noodles, various canned meats, fresh water, and an assortment of fruits, fresh meat, and snacks, an extensive variety of supplies sufficient to sustain a family of 3 for 3 years. After sharing the photograph, Ling Feng accompanied it with a message. If these resources were to be given to you, how would you distribute them? This prompted a lively discussion in the group. Lu Feng, I believe we should distribute them evenly according to the number of 80 villas. That would be fair. Wu Tianla, your thoughts are rather naive. You are but one person. How could that suffice for families of 5? Lu Lily, I think we should prioritize giving more to the women, and the remainder can be allocated per head. After all, ladies first. Li Lin, those who advocate for female preference can step aside. How convenient to champion such notions when seeking benefits. Lu Lily, when men speak, they ought to clean their mouths, lest they spew forth any nonsense. Ling Feng observed the fervent discussions, some even escalating into quarrels, and he could not help but chuckle, his stomach aching from laughter. In just a few short days, these elite individuals had begun to shed their facades, bickering over mere scraps of food. As he reveled in the lively exchanges, a message from Yang Zihan appeared on his screen. Are you there, Ling Feng? Surprised, he noted that they had not communicated in quite some time. Ever since he had firmly rejected her, she had not sought him out again. Why was she suddenly reaching out now? In truth, Yang Zihan had not wished to contact him, as she was a goddess of the public eye, with suitors lining up to pursue her. Typically, it was men who approached her, and whether she responded depended solely on her mood. To seek out someone who had previously turned her down was unthinkable in the past. Yet now, as hunger gnawed at her, pride paled in comparison to the need for sustenance. In the early days of the apocalypse, Lin Su had generously provided her with food, but when she sought more yesterday, there was none to be had. Now, her family had gone an entire day without a meal. Her thoughts turned to Lin Su, and a profound resentment welled up within her. For merely consuming a small portion of her food, Lin Su had severed ties with her, making her question her judgment in choosing such a friend. Observing that Ling Feng had not promptly responded to her message, Yang Zihan sent another emoticon his way. Is there something amiss? Ling Feng replied curtly, his 3-word response reflecting his desire to avoid unnecessary entanglements with this woman. Brother, could you spare me a morsel to eat? She implored, accompanied by a pleading expression. Absolutely not, came Ling Feng's reply, leaving Yang Zihan fuming, her nostrils flaring with indignation. As a strikingly beautiful woman, She found it exasperating that he would refuse her request for a mere bite, especially with so much food available in his home. Why such stinginess? She seethed internally, fighting the urge to lash out at him. Instead, she persisted in their conversation. Brother, are we not good friends? I only want a tiny bit. However, after waiting in vain for a response, she realized she had been left hanging. The tactic she was employing had often been used by her in the past, and now she was on the receiving end of it. Just as she was about to retaliate with a message of her own, Ling Feng unexpectedly replied. We're not familiar, he stated, eliciting a desire to hurl her phone against the wall. But she reconsidered. Being confined at home without a phone would be even more troublesome. Yet, with no food left at her disposal, she had to devise a plan to procure something to eat. Gazing into the mirror at her disheveled appearance, she felt a twinge of self-disgust. Ever since the harsh winter had set in, the pipes in her home had frozen, leaving her unable to wash for several days. Her hair was greasy and unkempt. She rifled through her contacts in a WeChat group whimsically named Fish Pond to find a suitable candidate, and, after a lengthy search, she finally stumbled upon one. Zhao Jun, a wealthy heir residing in her neighborhood. He had previously pursued her, but she had ignored his advances. During her live streams, he frequently showered her with gifts. With this thought, she quickly sent Zhao Jun a message. Brother, what are you up to? Adorably, Zhao Jun, lounging in bed with a piece of bread, sprang up at the sight of his goddess's message. He had long been infatuated with Yang Zihan, ever since he laid eyes on her beauty. No other girl had captured his attention, especially when she smiled sweetly at him after he gifted her luxury items during her streams. The way she called him brother made his nights blissful. He snapped a photo of his half-eaten bread and sent it back. I'm just lying in bed, enjoying some bread. How enviable. You have bread to eat, while I can only manage a single sausage each day, Yang Zihan replied, suppressing her discomfort as she sent him a voice message. Zhao Jun, short, stout, and dark-skinned, was not someone she would have even glanced at in the past. Now, however, desperate for food, she found herself pinching her nose to engage in conversation with him. Zhao Jun listened to the voice message sent by his goddess, and the sound made him feel utterly enchanted. Just the mere tone of her voice was enough to send him into a frenzy. He hastily replied with a voice message. Han Han, how could I ever let you go hungry? Please wait a moment. I shall bring you something to eat. Having sent the message, he quickly grabbed a backpack and filled it to the brim with provisions, rushing towards Yang Zihan's residence. Fortunately, his family owned a food company, which meant they had an ample supply of products stored at home. As he imagined his goddess playfully pouting at him, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Upon arriving at Yang Zihan's villa, Zhao Jun nervously pressed the doorbell. Moments later, Yang Zihan opened the door. Brother, you're here, she exclaimed, her face radiant with joy as she took hold of his arm, jumping with excitement. Seeing his goddess greet him with a smile made Zhao Jun blush and grin foolishly. He handed the backpack to Yang Zihan. Here, if this isn't enough, just let me know. Yang Zihan accepted the heavy backpack, her smile growing even brighter. Thank you, brother. You're so kind. With a satisfied expression on his face, Zhao Jun returned home, feeling as if he were in a blissful daze. He endlessly fantasized about a future love with his goddess. Today, he had finally made close contact with her. Surely, he would win her over in time. He chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had just rejected Yang Zihan and promptly blocked her, wishing to avoid further disturbances. Where were you when it was time to stock up? Now you come asking for supplies. He had no intention of dealing with such foolishness. Individuals like that tended to perish quickly in apocalyptic times. It was best to keep a distance from such people to avoid being dragged down. Only women like Lin Su, who were not only beautiful but also intelligent and decisive, could thrive in a world like this. As he recalled Lin Su's poised demeanor, her graceful and athletic figure, and her exquisitely perfect features, Ling Feng suddenly found himself entertained by certain thoughts. After all, survival was paramount. Chapter 33. The supervisory committee living alone in this villa felt somewhat lonely, even though Wang Long often visited to alleviate his boredom. However, some matters could only be resolved by a woman. Just as Ling Feng continued to ponder Lin Su in his mind, another WeChat call came in. Picking up the phone from the table, he glanced at the screen. Well, just as I was thinking. It was Lin Su calling. He answered the call. Ling Feng, are you truly preparing to distribute supplies to this group of people? It was evident from her tone that Lin Su was still skeptical about whether he would actually part with his resources. She knew Ling Feng well enough to understand that he was not one to suffer losses easily. Although Ling Feng harbored feelings for Lin Su, they had yet to reach a level of complete openness, especially in these trying apocalyptic times where trust was hard to come by. There was no alternative. If they came to seize it, she felt utterly helpless. Lin Su contemplated mentioning that we live in a society governed by law, but upon reflecting on her present circumstances, the words faltered on her lips. Subsequently, with a hint of embarrassment, she inquired, I possess certain medications that are currently in short supply on the market. If you require them, I would like to exchange some food with you. A faint blush crept across Lin Su's cheeks. She had never asked anyone for anything in her life, and today marked her first plea for assistance. The food she had on hand was only sufficient for a week, and with careful rationing, it might last 10 days at most. She needed to plan for her future, and Ling Feng undoubtedly represented the best option. Ling Feng was taken aback by her words. Logically, she should have stockpiled some supplies, and it seemed odd that her resources were already dwindling after just a few days. Don't you have any supplies at home? The situation was becoming increasingly troubling. She then recounted Yang Zihan's situation to Ling Feng, detailing how Yang Zihan's insatiable demands had resulted in the majority of her resources being consumed by her family. Consequently, she had severed ties with Yang Zihan over this matter. Upon hearing her account, Ling Feng experienced a moment of enlightenment. It appeared that Yang Zihan's family had no supplies at all and relied solely on soliciting from others. After refusing her, he wondered who her next unfortunate target would be. As for medications, I am not lacking. What else do you have to offer in exchange? Ling Feng mused, a glimmer of keen interest flashing in his eyes. On the other end of the line, Lin Su fell silent for a moment before responding. The only thing I can offer in exchange is medication. I studied biopharmaceuticals in college and specialize in genetic research. I wonder if that could be of any assistance to you? The mention of genetic research caused Ling Feng to instantly suppress the more lascivious expression that had briefly crossed his face. This was precisely what he needed. He possessed crucial data regarding genetic serum and had long wished to continue his research. Yet, his understanding of the subject was limited. He had always yearned to acquire knowledge in this area, but since the onset of the apocalypse, he had been unable to do so, and there was no one available to teach him systematically. Given that he had developed his brain to a capacity of 20, his learning speed would be remarkably swift. Though he genuinely required expertise in this field, he refrained from expressing immediate enthusiasm. Instead, he decided to evaluate whether Lin Su would indeed be a suitable partner for him in this post-apocalyptic world. Currently, your expertise could indeed be of some assistance to me. Though it is not urgent at the moment, I will reach out to you when the need arises. By the way, please keep an eye on the movements of others and inform me if they make any moves. After hanging up the phone, Ling Feng commenced his physical training for the day. Since the apocalypse began, he had not ceased his regimen. Presently, he had adapted to 32 times Earth's gravity and was capable of performing basic strength training under such immense pressure. However, today he intended to alter his approach and retrieved a Tang saber from his spatial storage. The knife in his possession was seized from the assassin headquarters and has undergone an upgrade. The enhanced Tang Hung knife can be described as capable of slicing through iron with ease, possessing not only remarkable hardness and toughness, but also an astonishing sharpness that defies common understanding. He once attempted to sever a cow bone with this blade, effortlessly cleaving it in two, the cut remarkably smooth and even. The edge of the knife exhibited no signs of damage, and Ling Feng had exerted minimal force during the act. He was quite enamored with this knife, which prompted him to dedicate time today to practicing the foundational techniques of the Tang Hung knife. The moves were primarily gleaned from instructional videos online, as he could not find a master to teach him in person and had to resort to self-study. However, his learning efficiency was remarkably high. After a single viewing of the videos, he had nearly mastered all the basic techniques. With both hands firmly grasping the knife, he practiced tirelessly within the training grounds. Although it was his first attempt, he displayed a vibrant flair in his movements. As he repeated the exercises, the initially awkward techniques gradually transformed into fluid mastery. His speed of execution increased exponentially, and with his extraordinary agility, his form became almost indistinguishable, leaving onlookers perplexed as to which was the real and which was the illusion. After an hour of relentless practice, he had completely mastered the knife techniques. However, he remained dissatisfied, feeling that his speed was still insufficient. He was merely acquainted with the basics of the art, lacking in intricacy. To gain an advantage in combat, his strikes must be executed with exceptional swiftness. Even the simplest moves could become formidable when executed with utmost speed. In the realm of martial arts, only the unyielding and the swift can prevail. He then entered the gravity chamber, adjusting the settings to 20 times normal gravity. He resumed his practice of the Tang knife. Under the weight of 20-fold gravity, his movements slowed to what felt like a fraction of their usual speed, as if time itself had been stretched. Yet, the force he bore was significantly greater. And after a series of techniques, he was drenched in sweat. However, Ling Feng felt exhilarated. He had not anticipated that such pressure would reveal the deficiencies in his movements. Moreover, through the process of practicing his techniques, he could continually enhance his physical endurance, a dual benefit indeed. After wiping the sweat from his brow and taking a sip of water, he resumed his training. Meanwhile, the residents of Shizi Bay had engaged in extensive discussions regarding the allocation of resources from Ling Feng, finally making significant progress. In order to facilitate better dialogue, the homeowners established a new discussion group, notably excluding Ling Feng from its ranks. After all, deliberating on the division of his resources in his presence would be rather inappropriate. With unanimous agreement, they formed a supervisory committee, tasked primarily with overseeing the utilization of resources to prevent any occurrences of embezzlement. Chapter 34. Live streaming dinner. Following a collective recommendation, Lu Weiji unhesitatingly ascended to the position of chairman of the supervision committee. The role of vice chairman was bestowed upon Ling Yutong, a decision met with unanimous approval, particularly due to the tragic loss he endured with the death of his son. The remaining 5 members, all ardent participants in the discussions, were Xiao Pengfei from Building 26, Li Lin from Building 59, Lu Haiyang from Building 5, Wang Tianyi from Building 27, and Zhang Dashan from Building 55. Upon the establishment of the supervision committee, the homeowners jubilantly celebrated within the group. For the anticipated provisions promised to be substantial for each household. Preparations were fervently underway, with everyone sharpening their proverbial knives, ready to exploit the opportunities presented by Ling Feng. The unsuspecting target. Lin Su promptly relayed this news to Ling Feng, who found the developments rather amusing. He had not anticipated such organizational prowess from these individuals. Orchestrating matters so formally, the next step seemed poised to involve the seizing of resources from the affluent. Ling Feng secretly hoped they would confront him directly, allowing him to resolve the situation in one fell swoop, alleviating future complexities. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, at 10 in the morning, Ling Feng was still languishing in bed, deep in slumber. The previous night had been consumed by fervent practice of his sword techniques, extending until 2 in the morning, when exhaustion rendered him incapable of lifting the sword any longer. Nevertheless, the results were evident. Under 20 times the normal gravity, he had managed to wield the sword at a normal pace. One could only imagine how terrifying his speed would be under regular conditions. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms pierced the tranquility of his dreams. Startled, Ling Feng sprang from his slumber and approached the window to peer down at the entrance. He observed a group of individuals gathered near the door, their ages indiscernible beneath their heavy layers. Yet, he recognized Ling Yutong among them. Returning to his bed, Ling Feng activated the surveillance on his phone to discern the intentions of the group and eavesdrop on their conversation. They stood at the entrance, stamping their feet, most experiencing the biting cold of the outside world for the first time. One individual, addressing the man in the center, inquired, "Chairman Lu, shall we knock now?" "Yes." Lu Weiji responded with an air of authority, nodding affirmatively. He relished this newfound sense of power, a sensation he had not experienced since his retirement. To his astonishment, in this apocalyptic world, he had regained control, particularly over the crucial allocation of resources. Henceforth, everyone in Shizi Bay would be beholden to his whims. With this thought, he straightened his back and lifted his chin high. The knocker was Xiao Pengfei, eager to impress his superiors. He clenched his fist and struck the door with all his might. Bang! Instantly, Xiao Pengfei's face flushed crimson as he clasped his hand and began to dance in place. Exclaiming, "Damn! Why is this door so sturdy?" Just moments ago, he felt as though his hand might shatter. What sort of door is this? It hurts like hell. What is going on? Lu Jiwei, observing the comical demeanor of Xiao Pengfei, felt a surge of irritation. "I merely asked you to knock on a door. Yet you've made such a spectacle of yourself. Are you intentionally seeking to vex me?" "Chairman, this door is exceedingly sturdy. I exerted too much force and injured myself." Xiao Pengfei gritted his teeth as he spoke. Lying in bed and witnessing the scene, Ling Feng found himself in fits of laughter, tears streaming down his face in amusement. How fortunate it was that his door was crafted from the hardest materials known to man, solid through and through. To strike it so forcefully without breaking a bone is nothing short of luck. Outside, Lu Jiwei looked at Xiao Pingfei with exasperation, regarding him as inept for failing at such a trivial task. "Allow me, I shall take my turn," volunteered Li Lin, stepping forward from the crowd. Having learned from the previous experience, he wisely refrained from using excessive strength, applying only half the force. The door emitted a deep, resonant sound. Ling Feng chose not to engage with them, deciding to leave them in suspense for another half hour. He descended the stairs and retrieved 3 boxes of quick-steam soup dumplings from his storage space, a semi-finished product, with just a brief steaming in a bamboo basket. They would be ready to eat. Ling Feng placed the dumplings into the steamer, igniting the induction cooker for heat. He then prepared a simple cup of soy milk and boiled 2 eggs. Currently, he was perhaps the only resident in the Shizi Bay community capable of utilizing high-powered electrical appliances. He was powered by a generator, affording him the luxury of unrestricted energy use. The plight of other residents was dire. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, electricity supply had become severely compromised, with frequent blackouts and diminished power output. Presently, the available power was only sufficient for charging mobile devices, leaving little else achievable. It would not be long before they faced complete power outages, and subsequently, the internet would falter as well. After all, such equipment requires regular maintenance. And in the current frigid weather, many were trapped indoors, unable to even procure a meal, let alone go to work. In some communities, snow accumulation had reached heights of 3 to 4 meters, while Shizi Bay, being near the coast and exposed to strong winds, only bore 30 centimeters of snow. After a brief interval, the dumplings were ready. Ling Feng placed them on the dining table, eager to indulge. Gazing at the steaming soup dumplings, his appetite surged. He grasped one and took a hearty bite, causing juices to splatter. The rich flavor of beef in the broth tantalized his taste buds. The meat was succulent, the wrapper thin and tender, providing sheer delight with each bite. In mere moments, he devoured 1 dumpling, then proceeded to relish them one after another with unrestrained enthusiasm. Meanwhile, outside the villa, those knocking on the door caught sight of Ling Feng enjoying his meal. The dining room of Ling Feng's residence aligns perfectly with the main entrance, and the dining table is positioned before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, allowing those outside to observe the interior with crystal clarity. At this moment, several individuals in the villa's courtyard gazed hungrily at Ling Feng, who was indulging in steaming soup dumplings, each swallowing hard in envy. Dressed in a light, comfortable pajamas and seated leisurely, Ling Feng exuded an air of bliss that made the surroundings seem like paradise, complete with a warm room and delectable food. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the sumptuous dishes laid out before him. Lu Jiwei, entranced by the sight of the dumplings, felt as though he might lose composure but maintained a facade of calm, mindful of his position as a leader. He approached the window, casting a stern gaze at Ling Feng and commanded, "Xiao Ling, please open the door." However, Ling Feng paid him no heed, continuing to savor his dumplings at an accelerated pace. It was not that he intentionally ignored Lu Jiwei. Rather, the soundproofing of the glass was so effective that he could not discern the words being spoken. The onlookers watched in astonishment as Ling Feng swiftly devoured 3 baskets of dumplings. Unsatisfied, he feigned a trip to the kitchen, only to retrieve a steaming, succulent pork knuckle from his spatial storage. Eating pork knuckle in the early morning was quite a rarity, yet the presence of spectators heightened the experience, making every bite extraordinarily flavorful. Outside the window, the crowd watched eagerly, and some, growing impatient, began to pound on the glass with increasing intensity. Their expressions were fierce, eyes reddened with desire, reminiscent of a scene from a zombie apocalypse film. Witnessing the fervent antics of these eager souls outside, Ling Feng found his meal even more enjoyable. However, he soon discovered that the richness of the pork knuckle was becoming overwhelming, and halfway through, he found it difficult to continue. "Black Panther," he called out, and the agile creature dashed to his side, its gaze fixated on the delectable pork knuckle, drool nearly spilling from its mouth. Ling Feng smiled as he offered the knuckle to the eager canine, improving its meal. Black Panther hesitated in disbelief, wondering if it were a festive occasion. "Go ahead," Ling Feng encouraged, and Black Panther eagerly bit into the knuckle, retreating to its cozy corner to feast. The onlookers outside, Witnessing Ling Feng feed the half-eaten pork knuckle to the dog became increasingly agitated. Their pounding grew more fervent, accompanied by mutterings of frustration. They resented Ling Feng for his abundance of food and lamented why they could not be the pampered dog inside. Lu Jiwei's expression darkened, casting a scornful glance at his incompetent companions, nearly bursting into a tirade against their ineptitude. Simultaneously, his animosity towards Ling Feng deepened. Perceiving the act of feeding the dog as a blatant insult, was this not a slap in his face? Today, he resolved to make Ling Feng pay for this affront. Ling Feng's provisions were meant to be his alone. Lu Jiwei retrieved his phone and dialed Ling Feng's number, noticing that an unfamiliar caller ID flashed on the screen. Ling Feng picked up his phone and answered. "Who is it?" "Ling Feng, open the door quickly," came the authoritative voice of Lu Jiwei, laced with an undeniable tone. Ling Feng felt a surge of irritation at this tone. "Who do you think you are? Speak properly." Suppressing his anger, Lu Jiwei recalled how, over the years, few dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, now was not the time to lose his temper. "I am Lu Jiwei. Open the door immediately." Ling Feng, glancing outside at Lu Jiwei, replied in astonishment. "Open the door? Why should I let you in? Stop playing dumb. Open the door and bring out the supplies. You must compensate for the life you took. Didn't you agree to the terms?" Ling Feng suddenly realized. "Oh, you mean that matter? I was just joking with you. Did you take it seriously? Hurry back, it's quite cold outside." Lu Jiwei's expression darkened instantly, feeling as though he had been made a fool of. "Ling Feng, do you understand the consequences if we report this to the authorities?" At this, Ling Feng burst into laughter. "Authorities? You think you can even find them? What an absurd threat. What consequences? I'm so scared. You old bald man, just get lost." Ling Feng emphasized the last word, his voice loud enough for everyone around Lu Jiwei to hear. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Jiwei bristled at the repeated insults and the audacity of Ling Feng to mock his appearance. "I have hair, it's just not abundant. Ling Feng, I warn you to open the door. We can let this matter slide, but if not, you will face the consequences." Ling Feng was eager for these people to come looking for trouble. They were the ones seeking conflict, not him. "Just get out of here." He hung up the phone and returned to his game on the third floor. Lu Jiwei's earlier nonchalance had vanished, replaced by a cloud of discontent. Ling Feng's words had diminished his authority and left a poor impression on those around him. "Chairman, Ling Feng is too arrogant, completely disregarding us. Isn't this a blatant provocation?" Ling Yutong remarked, adding fuel to the fire and signaling Li Lin with a glance. "Indeed, this cannot be overlooked. He's slapping you in the face." Li Lin chimed in, further inciting Lu Jiwei. "Let's head back and discuss our next steps." With that, Lu Jiwei turned and walked outside, followed closely by the others. The 7 members of the supervisory committee gathered in Lu Jiwei's villa. With few family members present, only himself and his young wife in her 20s, holding meetings was quite convenient. "Chairman, what shall we do next?" Wang Tianyi from the supervisory committee began questioning as soon as he took his seat. "Ling Feng is obstinate and impervious to reason. I suggest we adopt a more forceful approach and resort to direct, coercive measures." Lu Jiwei expressed his views, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "We must swiftly mobilize other homeowners in the group, calling upon all the young men. Let us establish a protective squad. Ling Feng, this scourge among us, must be the first to be eliminated." After finishing his statement, Lu Jiwei took out his phone and began disseminating information in the Zizuan group. "Dear family members, due to the extreme weather, we are currently unable to reach the authorities. We in Zizuan must unite and assist one another. In light of the tragic incident involving Ling Feng, I propose that we, the homeowners of Zizuan, voluntarily form a protective squad to safeguard the lives and properties of our community. Each household should contribute 1 member to the squad. Those without men aged 18 to 50 need not participate, whether the threat arises from within or an external invasion. With a protective squad, we can ensure our own safety." After this message was sent, members of the supervisory committee began to echo in the group, fervently encouraging others to join. However, the response was less than ideal. Not many were willing to engage, as they were all members of the upper class, and the prospect of becoming security personnel did not appeal to them. "Chairman, the homeowners are not responding well," Ling Yutong said, his face etched with worry. Yet Lu Jiwei maintained a calm demeanor. "No worries. I have a plan," he asserted confidently. He then began sending voice messages in the group. "Dear family members, several individuals have approached me privately, expressing their desire to join our protective squad. But a small portion has yet to reach out. I feel this group lacks solidarity. I urge everyone to actively sign up. If you do not participate, we shall not ensure your personal safety. We will only protect the lives of the squad members and their families. In the event of food shortages, priority will be given to the members of the protective squad. Following Lu Jiwei's remarks, the group indeed began to buzz with activity, as more individuals started to enlist. Soon, over 50 people had signed up, and the numbers continued to rise. Chapter 36. The Villa Under Attack. Chairman, your strategy is truly remarkable, Li Lin exclaimed, showering Lu Jiwei with praise, which he relished. Having been in leadership for decades, Lu Jiwei excelled at understanding human nature. Handling such trivial matters was a mere trifle. As long as he had supporters, what could Ling Feng possibly do? He envisioned leading a group of dozens to directly demolish Ling Feng's home, forcing him to kneel before him and sing a song of submission. However, unbeknownst to him, these plans had long been uncovered by Ling Feng. As for the source of the information, it was undoubtedly provided by Lin Su. Ling Feng scoffed at Lu Jiwei's forthcoming actions. Even if a multitude of individuals were to converge, it would pose no threat to his villa. Over the past few days, Ling Feng had advised Wang Long to remain at home and avoid unnecessary outings, as he was not part of the homeowners group and thus oblivious to the events transpiring within it. Nevertheless, Ling Feng insisted that he should maintain a daily exercise regimen to restore his physical prowess to its zenith. Ling Feng meticulously inspected every door and window of the villa to ensure they were securely closed, while also conducting operational checks on the villa's equipment in preparation for the impending conflict. After completing these tasks, he retrieved a slingshot from his space. Following its enhancement, this slingshot boasted formidable power. When fully drawn, the marbles could penetrate 3 millimeters of steel. Such power would undoubtedly be sufficient to deal with this group. Yet Ling Feng deemed the ordinary steel marbles inadequate. Subsequently, he retrieved a bottle of insecticide from his space, donned a gas mask, and vigorously sprayed the marbles with the insecticide. Once the marbles were coated, their destructive potential upon entering the human body would be significantly amplified. Who could withstand the combination of physical force and magic? Meanwhile, the members of Lu Jiwei's security team had nearly confirmed that, aside from a couple of homeowners who declined to participate, everyone else had sent at least one representative. The total strength of the security team had reached 65 members, a number Lu Jiwei found satisfactory. Observing that preparations were nearly complete, he decided to launch his initial assault on Ling Feng. He took out his phone and began issuing commands in the group chat. Dear family members, we are facing an unstable factor in our West Bay community. Ling Feng from Building 5. This individual is exceedingly dangerous, having brutally murdered his cousin and exhibiting a volatile temperament that could lead to further violence at any moment. To preserve the unity and stability of our neighborhood, I have resolved to lead a group to subdue this criminal. Furthermore, Ling Feng possesses a significant stockpile of resources. Just this morning, we witnessed him feeding uneaten pork knuckles to his dog. He claims that even when feeding his dog, he will not share the food with others. What an egregiously selfish act. I will first take 20 members of the security team to apprehend Ling Feng, and the resources we acquire will be distributed among us. Upon hearing this, the homeowners in the group began to praise Lu Jiwei. Zhang Yang. Thank goodness we have Chairman Lu in our community. His magnanimity is commendable. Li Yingying. That is wonderful. If we could share in the food, that would be splendid. He Wei. Such a scourge should be eradicated promptly. I volunteer to be the first. Hu Jiqiang. Wan Yang Huijun. The group responded enthusiastically to Lu Jiwei's call, gathering their weapons and assembling at Lu Jiwei's villa. The objects in their hands were varied. Some wielded baseball bats, others brandished golf clubs, and a few held kitchen knives. There were even individuals who had disassembled chairs to wield their legs, alongside others with steel pipes. Lu Jiwei, observing the assembled 20 individuals, felt a surge of confidence. With a commanding voice, he instructed the members of the supervisory committee to lead the 20 guards in a formidable march towards Ling Feng's villa. In the midst of a heartfelt song in the KTV room, Ling Feng was abruptly interrupted by the blaring of alarms. To address external threats promptly, he had installed alarms in every room. Approaching the window, he beheld a gathering of dozens of armed individuals outside his villa, their intentions unmistakably hostile. Ling Feng flung open the window and called down, Lu Jiwei, what is your purpose here? Lu Jiwei stood at the rear of the crowd, flanked by 2 protectors, clearly valuing his safety. He had heard whispers of Ling Feng's prowess with a bow. Should he be struck by an arrow, he might not survive unscathed. Ling Feng, I am offering you one last chance to surrender your supplies. Otherwise, we shall forcibly breach your door. Lu Jiwei looked up at Ling Feng, feeling uncomfortable with the way he had to tilt his head to speak with him. Supplies? I have plenty of resources here. If you dare, come and take them. Ling Feng retorted defiantly, spitting down at Lu Jiwei. Enraged by the insult, Lu Jiwei ordered his men to commence their assault on the door. The foremost individual swung a steel pipe with all his might against the entrance. The sound of the impact resonated deeply, and the tremendous recoil left his arm numb, nearly causing him to drop the pipe. What a resilient door, he exclaimed. The others, witnessing this, collectively struck the door with their weapons, only to find their arms equally numbed and pained by the effort. Meanwhile, the door remained unscathed, not even a scratch to mark their attempts. The entire assembly was astounded by the door's formidable strength. They had never encountered such an impenetrable barrier. One among them, realizing their efforts were futile, directed their gaze towards the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa. Smash the windows, he shouted. A horde of individuals began to assault the windows with fervor. Yet their efforts proved equally fruitless. The glass showed no signs of damage. Ling Feng, observing from the 3rd floor the futile attempts at breaching his glass, found amusement in their desperation. Even if they succeeded in breaking through, he had reinforced the windows with 3 layers of glass, ensuring they could hammer away for a decade without success. Seeing that neither the windows nor the door could be breached, Lu Jiwei ordered the retrieval of several large bedboards. A dozen men hoisted the boards and charged towards the door, reminiscent of ancient siege tactics. After several minutes of relentless battering, their faces flushed with exertion, the door remained utterly unmoved. Lu Jiwei couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a peculiar situation. Who would have such a sturdy door and windows at home? A group of individuals stood before the door, utterly perplexed and somewhat disheartened. Ling Feng gazed down at the crowd, retrieving a slingshot and specially processed steel balls from his space. Now, it is my turn to intervene. Chapter 37. Viciously beating a drowned dog. The reason for employing a slingshot instead of a firearm or compound bow is quite simple: boredom. Ling Feng found himself weary of solitude, despite an array of entertainment facilities at home. Using a gun or compound bow would swiftly eliminate these individuals. But that was not his intention. He desired to prolong their suffering, ensuring they remained occupied with him. Unless he grew tired of their presence one day and decided to eliminate them all, given that they had provoked him first. As he observed the crowd taking a brief respite before resuming their vigorous attempts to breach the door, Ling Feng prepared to commence his shooting game. He placed a steel ball in the slingshot. Snap! The ball was propelled swiftly, striking the right arm of a burly man in red, primarily due to the distinctive nature of his attire, making him the first unfortunate victim. Ouch! The weapon in the red-clad man's hand fell instantly, followed by his anguished cries. The moment the steel ball entered his body, his arm felt a tingling sensation, swiftly followed by excruciating pain. The man clutched his right arm, wailing, while the others, startled by the sudden outcry, turned to look at him. Blood began to seep from his hand, freezing rapidly as it flowed. The red-clad man felt as though his entire arm was swiftly losing sensation. It's the slingshot. He.S. shooting with a slingshot, Li Lin shouted, pointing at Ling Feng on the 3rd floor, prompting everyone to glance upward. Ling Feng wore an amused smile as he regarded them. However, in the next moment, he continued his barrage with the slingshot. By the time the crowd regained their composure, another individual was struck. That person immediately began to scream as well. Chaos ensued among the crowd as they scrambled to find cover, yet after searching, they discovered no refuge that could shield them entirely. In less than 10 seconds, 6 more individuals were hit, all in their right arms. This was Ling Feng's deliberate strategy. The right arm is the most frequently used and a crucial point of exertion. Once compromised, a person was rendered significantly incapacitated. At this moment, Lu Jiwei, surrounded by the distressed individuals, could not fathom such a calamity. Witnessing the 8 men on his side clutching their right arms in agony, clearly devoid of combat capability, he could only direct his impotent fury toward Ling Feng above. Ling Feng, how could you be so cruel? We merely sought supplies, and yet you resort to such lethal measures. Ling Feng looked down at Lu Jiwei, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You dare to forcefully destroy my family's door and then come to accuse me? Have you lost your mind? As he spoke, he brandished the slingshot in his hand, ready to strike. The members of the security team, witnessing this, were quick to flee, each one rushing toward the exit. Even several members of the supervisory committee were frightened into retreat, leaving only 4 individuals in the courtyard, including Lu Jiwei and Ling Yutong. Enraged by the sight of his fleeing subordinates, Lu Jiwei bellowed, "Damn it, come back. All of you return. Do you still want the supplies?" Yet, despite his desperate cries, no one paid him any heed. Fear had gripped them. They were ordinary people unaccustomed to such chaos and fled without a backward glance. "Ling Feng, you wait. This isn't over," Lu Jiwei shouted, directing his threat at Ling Feng above. However, Ling Feng was unyielding and swiftly sent a marble his way. The projectile pierced Lu Jiwei's ear, instantly creating a gory puncture. Lu Jiwei winced in agony, his high status having never exposed him to such pain, and panic began to creep into his eyes. Clutching his ear, he bolted outside, no longer daring to issue threats. Seeing their leader in flight, the remaining few hastened to follow him out of the courtyard. Perhaps in their overwhelming fear, Lu Jiwei failed to notice the slick ground beneath him and fell flat on his face. Ling Yutong, running beside him, rushed forward to assist. But as he extended his hand, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air as a steel ball struck his palm, bouncing off onto the ground ahead. Before he could react, another steel ball hit his arm, sending jolts of pain through his body. Terrified by Ling Feng's assault, Ling Yutong fled in a panic, leaving Lu Jiwei behind. The fallen Lu Jiwei, disregarding the pain from his tumble, crawled backward in a desperate bid to escape. Observing Lu Jiwei's disheveled flight, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He continued to unleash a barrage of steel balls at Lu Jiwei, deliberately avoiding vital areas, causing him to yelp in distress. As the villa fell silent once more, Ling Feng felt that this counterattack had unfolded rather swiftly. Within a minute, the security team had begun to scatter in panic. A bunch of rabble, utterly disappointing. Satiated yet wanting more, he closed the window and retreated to the basement to continue honing his skills in swordplay. In stark contrast to Ling Feng's leisurely demeanor, Lu Jiwei's villa was abuzz with commotion. A crowd had gathered in the living room, lamenting incessantly. The injured clutched their right arms, their expressions twisted in pain. The wounds had begun to darken, primarily due to the fact that Ling Feng's steel balls were all coated in insecticide, leading to infections in their injuries. Lu Jiwei's plight was even more dire, as he bore numerous wounds across his body, sprawled on the sofa and moaning, appearing exceedingly feeble. Given his advanced age, compounded by the recent trauma he endured and the injuries he sustained, he was nearly at death's door after a frantic escape. Among the security team was a physician who offered to tend to their injuries. He retrieved a surgical knife and alcohol-soaked gauze from his home and approached Lu Jiwei. "Chairman, I shall first extract the steel pellets from your wounds. It may cause some discomfort, so please bear with me," he said. Lu Jiwei weakly nodded in acknowledgement. The doctor used scissors to cut away the fabric surrounding the wounds, and his expression soured upon seeing the injuries. The affected areas had begun to necrotize due to the extreme cold. The internal condition remained uncertain, but under the prevailing medical circumstances, the only recourse was to excise the necrotic flesh. Unfortunately, without anesthetics, Lu Jiwei had to endure the pain. A sound akin to a pig's squeal escaped Lu Jiwei's lips as the intense agony stimulated his nerves, although the frigid air numbed his limbs. The piercing pain was beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. The injured bystanders watched Lu Jiwei's torment, their faces turning pale at the thought that they too would face a similar fate, causing them to tremble in fear. Yet, the one suffering most profoundly was Lu Jiwei himself, who was afflicted with over a dozen bullets compared to the single shot others had received. After extracting 5 pellets, Lu Jiwei succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. He awakened once more, only to be jolted back into consciousness by the excruciating sensations, a cycle that repeated thrice. When the final pellet was finally removed, he lay limply on the sofa, his body riddled with wounds, all the necrotic tissue excised, presenting a horrifying sight that was truly alarming. Chapter 38. Conspiracy. Once the physician had attended to Lu Jiwei's injuries, he proceeded to assist Ling Yutong and the other members. The villa echoed once again with anguished cries reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. After several hours of surgery, all were finally bandaged, though they had received treatment. The doctor delivered a grim reality. Your right hands are essentially rendered useless. Even if they recover, you will not be able to lift heavy objects. As these words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the room, casting a somber atmosphere. Damn it, it's all that old bastard's fault. Suddenly, one of the team members erupted in vitriol towards Lu Jiwei. Indeed, were it not for that son of a dog establishing this security team, we wouldn't have ended up like this. He merely uses us as pawns, that old man. I propose we disband this ridiculous security team, another chimed in. The members of the security team began to voice their grievances towards Lu Jiwei, their agitation escalating to the point where it seemed they might resort to violence. Terrified, Lu Jiwei, who had awakened, dared not open his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Everyone, please heed my words. Suddenly, Ling Yutong stood up and shouted, causing the previously boisterous crowd to fall silent. Dear neighbors, we have failed today. Our preparations were insufficient. However, we must not surrender. Shall we not resist and simply await our punishment? How can we confront Ling Feng, whose home is fortified like a tortoise shell? The crowd, once quiet, erupted in outrage directed at Ling Yutong. As the vice chairman of the supervisory committee, he bore undeniable responsibility for this operation. Friends, if we do not confront Ling Feng's household, how shall we secure our food supply? Are we to languish in starvation? Ling Yutong's words struck a chord. The bickering crowd began to reflect. Indeed, what food remained in their possession? If this continued, they would all inevitably perish from hunger. Seeing the impact of his words, Ling Yutong pressed on. Our villa community, due to its geographical location, has not been buried under snow. Just look at the plains below our villas. The snow has reached 5 or 6 meters. In such conditions, finding sustenance is nearly impossible. What shall we do next? Xiao Pengfei lamented. Ling Feng's defenses are too formidable. We cannot penetrate them. Ling Yutong, with a knowing smile, replied, if we cannot enter through the windows and doors, what of the walls? The walls of our villa, aside from their concrete framework, consist largely of hollow bricks, lacking substantial fortitude. If we employ the right tools to dismantle them, his defenses will be rendered ineffective. The others found merit in his reasoning. If they could not breach the doors and windows, surely they could dismantle the walls of his home. Yet, one injured team member raised an objection, but he wields a slingshot. We cannot defend against that. His hands still throbbed with pain, and he recalled the ordeal with trepidation. We can use bedboards as shields. While his slingshot is powerful, it cannot penetrate the boards. Ling Yutong's assertion rallied the faltering guard team, rejuvenating their resolve, and he ascended to the position of chairman of the supervisory committee. As for Lu Jiwei, sprawled on the sofa, no one cared for his plight. Racked with resentment, he seethed at his misfortune. Not only was he severely injured, but his position as chairman had been usurped. After toiling endlessly, he had gained nothing, an utter loss. Bitterness towards Ling Yutong began to fester within him. In stark contrast, Ling Yutong felt triumphant. With Lu Jiwei out of the picture, he had finally grasped real power. Ready to act once more. This time, I shall succeed. Ling Feng will meet his demise. Silently, he bolstered his resolve, determined to avenge his son. Having just completed his rigorous training, Ling Feng took a hot shower and, scarcely settling into bed, received a call from Wang Long. How's everything on your end today? Do you need me to come over and assist you? Wang Long had clearly witnessed Lu Jiwei and his men causing havoc from the 3rd floor. He had initially intended to confront these ruffians, but, recalling Ling Feng's explicit instructions to remain indoors, he restrained himself. It's nothing to worry about. A mere rabble cannot stir up much trouble. Just stay safe at home. The two conversed briefly about the recent activities of the security team, which left Wang Long incensed, contemplating coming to Ling Feng's aid against the marauders. However, Ling Feng declined his offer. Although today's assault had been thwarted, it was evident that these individuals would return. When driven by hunger, people are capable of anything. It was not yet a matter of desperation, but in about a week, the entirety of Shizi Bay would likely descend into chaos. That would be the most perilous time. Yet, none of these concerns pertained to Ling Feng, who yearned for a peaceful life in his villa. Ideally, he hoped to find a trustworthy woman, and Lin Su appeared to meet his criteria in various aspects. Nonetheless, he resolved to observe her further, unwilling to risk having a partner with ulterior motives. Having been reborn, he had grown exceedingly cautious regarding trust. Just as he pondered whether to allow Lin Su into his villa, he received an image from her. The photograph depicted a throng of individuals marching past her doorstep, some wielding hammers, shovels, and even carrying bedboards. However, their trajectory did not lead toward Ling Feng's villa. Lin Su messaged him to exercise caution. as these individuals were strategizing an assault under the cover of night, mobilizing their entire force. Ling Feng was quite pleased with Lin Su as an informant. She consistently relayed information regarding the security team's movements, allowing him to remain composed in his responses. After receiving the warning, Ling Feng commenced his preparations. Judging by the photograph, the attackers intended to use bed boards to shield themselves from his slingshot. This tactic was commendable, as his slingshot would indeed struggle to inflict significant harm. However, he was not beholden to using it. He retrieved a compound bow from his storage space, made a few simple adjustments, and gathered 100 arrows, sufficient to deal with these intruders. Yet, deploying the compound bow would inevitably result in fatalities. Nonetheless, they had brought this upon themselves. If they showed no mercy, they should not expect any in return. Chapter 39. Another defeat in the early hours of the 8th day of the apocalypse. Ling Feng gazed out at the snow cascading from the sky, relentlessly battering the window under the howling winds, producing a symphony of whistling sounds. The temperature outside continued to plummet, reaching a terrifying -70 degrees. For those deprived of sustenance and warmth, it is akin to adding insult to injury. In the future, an increasing number of individuals may succumb to the bitter cold or starvation. In the face of nature, humanity appears strikingly insignificant. Ling Feng lamented the terrifying prospects of the apocalypse. Even in this age of advanced technology, humanity remains utterly vulnerable. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately, enabling him to confront any harsh environment with equanimity. Lighting a cigarette, he awaited the impending danger, the dim room illuminated only by the faint glow of the burning tobacco. Halfway through his cigarette, the alarm within the room began to emit a piercing sound. They have come. Ling Feng approached the window and glanced down. A group of over 50 individuals had gathered beneath his building. Compared to their previous attempt, it was evident that this time they were far better equipped. These individuals wielded makeshift shields, effectively concealing their actions and intentions. Surveillance footage revealed that they were not assaulting his front door, but rather commencing the destruction of the villa's exterior walls. This unexpected tactic took Ling Feng by surprise. These individuals displayed a certain cunning, recognizing the efficacy of dismantling the walls. Armed with axes and hammers, they began to strike the wall, and soon enough, a gaping hole began to form. Witnessing their progress, the guards grew increasingly zealous, driven by the tantalizing prospect of endless food and warmth, inadvertently hastening their efforts. However, Ling Feng remained unfazed. He had meticulously considered this possibility during the construction of his abode. Every wall within the villa was fortified with 30-centimeter thick titanium alloy steel plates, impervious even to nuclear blasts. No matter their weapons, they could excavate for a millennium without success. Yet, observing the fervor of the crowd, Ling Feng felt reluctant to interrupt their enthusiasm. Among the throng, Ling Yutong, bandaged and wounded, stood resolutely at the back, supervising their efforts, demonstrating commendable dedication. As the newly appointed chairman of the supervisory committee, Ling Yutong led by example, earning the unwavering support of his team. Watching the wall nearing collapse, his anticipation surged. Success was within reach. "We've broken through. We've broken through," someone exclaimed, igniting a wave of jubilant cheers among the crowd, each face radiant with joy. Ling Yutong, hearing the rapture, felt a surge of happiness and swiftly ordered the next batch of team members to replace those at the forefront and continue the excavation. To ensure efficiency, he implemented a rotation system, with 6 individuals digging at a time, switching every 5 minutes. This method proved remarkably effective. Within 40 minutes, the outer wall had been breached. Just as Ling Yutong reveled in the success of his strategy, another gasp rippled through the crowd. "What the hell is this? It's harder than I expected," exclaimed one. "Here too, it's tougher than steel." Ling Yutong hurriedly pushed through the throng to investigate, while a nearby individual shone a flashlight to illuminate the scene. Outside the villa, there lay a formidable layer resembling steel beneath the exterior walls, impervious to the blows of a hammer that left no mark. Ling Yutong, momentarily bewildered, realized that after toiling for half a day, he had only reached the first layer. How could that scoundrel Ling Feng have fortified the house so robustly? Did he foresee this day arriving? Coupled with the thought of the substantial supplies Ling Feng had stockpiled in advance, Ling Yutong's suspicions solidified into certainty. The mere contemplation of this deepened his loathing for Ling Feng. That wretched brat had evidently anticipated the oncoming extreme cold, yet failed to warn the homeowners. prioritizing his own safety above all else. Infuriating. Suddenly, a cry erupted from the guard team. "Ah, I've been struck." Just as that voice rang out, another individual fell victim to an arrow. The crowd hastily turned their gaze to the injured, one with an arrow embedded in his chest, blood gushing forth, while another had been pierced through the throat. Ling Yutong could not fathom how, with a bedboard for protection, they could still be struck. What kind of arrow could penetrate such thick wood? Yet, Ling Feng showed no inclination to grant him time for contemplation, as arrows continued to rain down upon them. The air was filled with screams, and injuries accumulated at an alarming rate, with someone being struck nearly every second. The wounds varied. Some were hit in the thigh, others in the abdomen, and some near the heart, each injury fatal in the frigid environment of -70 degrees. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Ling Feng, expressionless, unleashed his assault with remarkable speed, requiring no aim. Arrows flew one after another towards the throng below, obscured by the bedboards, prompting a merciless, indiscriminate attack. The upgraded compound bow unleashed arrows of tremendous power, rendering the bedboards as fragile as paper in its presence. The guard team suffered catastrophic losses, with more than half incapacitated in less than 30 seconds. Terror-stricken, the remaining guards began discarding their weapons and fleeing, abandoning even their fallen comrades. Ling Feng, however, showed no mercy and continued his slaughter. Without the protection of the bedboards, the guards became mere lambs to the slaughter, as the compound bow harvested lives with each arrow, claiming one after another. Witnessing their comrades continuously falling, the survivors hastened their escape, driven by sheer desperation. Ling Yutong, the leader of this beleaguered group, lagged behind due to an injury and his advancing age. As he beheld the relentless demise of those around him, fear rendered his legs weak, as though he could see death beckoning him. Yet, it seemed that Ling Feng had not recognized him. Although he had fallen behind, he was, surprisingly, spared from the arrows. As he gazed upon the mere few meters remaining before the corner, a sense of safety began to envelop him, causing the fear within to gradually dissipate. Only 5 meters left. It was almost within reach. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Just as he felt the sweet taste of safety approaching, a sharp pain shot through his calf, and his body uncontrollably lurched forward. Looking down, he discovered a dark arrow had pierced his leg, blood oozing forth and beginning to freeze. Numbness crept into his calf, yet he paid no heed to his injury. Propelled by an indomitable will to survive, he sprinted towards the corner, his hands and feet scrambling desperately. The force of his determination tore open his wounds anew. But he pressed on without a second thought. Chapter 40. The starving neighbors observing Ling Yutong as he crawled forward, he refrained from firing another arrow. To end his life now would be too merciful. Even in death, he must endure greater torment. Bereft of legal and official constraints, ending his life was as effortless as squashing an ant. His gaze drifted to the ground, where over 20 corpses lay sprawled, while a dozen more, unable to walk due to leg injuries, writhed in agony, their wails echoing. Without assistance, they would succumb to the cold within mere half an hour. Ling Feng felt not a shred of pity for these individuals. The moment they trespassed upon his estate, they became his sworn enemies. If they were to occupy his home, would they show him mercy? Most likely, they would meet a far grimmer fate. Ling Feng dismissed these thoughts, closing the window to indulge in a midnight snack before retiring for the night. The following morning, Ling Feng awoke refreshed. Picking up his phone to find the WeChat group for homeowners inundated with messages, reaching a staggering 99 notifications. He opened the group chat, perusing the messages, each one laden with accusations of his murderous actions. 26 Tanjua. Damn you, Ling Feng. Why did you kill my husband? We merely sought a morsel of food. Was it necessary to resort to murder? 55 Zhang Dashan. You slaughtered 43 of us. Retribution will come. 27 Ling E. We are all family. Not only did you kill my brother, but now my father has lost a leg and an arm because of you. You bastard. 70 Zhao Dayo. My son was also slain by him. This scoundrel shall face a fate worse than death. You better stay hidden in your shell for the rest of your life. Ling Feng, surveying the vitriolic insults directed at him, smirked coldly. It seems their misfortune had prompted them to voice their grievances. How amusing these fools were. They dared to complain after attempting to seize supplies and meeting their end. Let me tell you, a few of you escaped this time, but next time, luck shall not be on your side. I possess ample resources, and I'll be damned if I give you even a hair. Your frustrations amuse me. Without hesitation, Ling Feng retorted in the group chat, showing them no leniency. Afterward, he even shared a photograph of his breakfast with the group. Breakfast was indeed quite sumptuous. Soup dumplings, deep-fried dough sticks, rice noodles, egg pancakes, sandwiches, meat-filled buns, milk, spicy soup, and an assortment of exquisite fruits, all contributing to a nutritionally balanced meal. Even in the apocalypse, one must indulge in delicacies. Along with the pictures shared, a caption accompanied. Today, my appetite isn't great, so I opted for something simpler. I shall share my daily meals with you all from now on, and family. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up. Along with it, a cheeky emoji was sent. As soon as this message was posted, a few individuals in the group began to respond with envy-laden remarks. How can you eat so much without bursting? Some people are like that. They would rather discard food than share it, their hearts having turned sour. May God not grant such souls entry to heaven, and may your food be poisoned. Wishing you a swift demise. In addition to the harsh words, some began to flatter him. Brother Ling, I have never participated in any actions against you. I don't want your food. Could you perhaps spare me your leftovers, just as if feeding a dog? Another chimed in. Brother Feng, could you give me a morsel? I would do anything for it, I beg you. Yet another asked, could you grant me an opportunity? And accompanied the request with a seductive artistic photograph. Ling Feng observed several individuals in the group sharing their own pictures and, with an appreciative demeanor, scrutinized them thoroughly. I must admit, these individuals possessed a measure of charm, and their figures were commendable, with bright appearances. However, he held little interest in them. He was not so famished as to eat anything. Moreover, he knew little about these individuals and was reluctant to invite them into his home. His life was far more precious than mere beauty. Notably, Lin Su did not seek to ingratiate herself. It seemed his judgment was sound. Lin Su was not the type to casually barter her body. As for those who flattered him, he paid little heed, regarding them merely as distractions during his meals. His WeChat contacts were continuously adding him, and Ling Feng opened the app to see that they were all from the community group. Brother, may we get acquainted? Mate, I need to discuss something with you. Hello, I'm from our community, seeking to understand the situation. Hey, we dined together previously. Let us connect. I'm Yang Zihan. Why did you remove me, brother? Gazing at the numerous friend requests, Ling Feng chose to disregard them, shutting off his phone to enjoy his breakfast. Time swiftly passed, and a week had gone by. It had been a full half-month since the apocalypse began, and during these 7 days, Ling Feng led a relatively tranquil existence. He maintained a normal routine of eating, training, playing games, and occasionally sharing his daily meals in the community group to provoke a reaction from them. Each time he posted a photograph of himself, it invariably attracted a multitude of sycophantic praise and vitriolic curses. He paid little heed to the latter, for those who harbored resentment knew it all too well. Over the past week, the group of guards had ceased to trouble him, likely terrified by the outcome of their last encounter. In that confrontation, Ling Feng had dispatched over 40 of them, leaving the entire guard force nearly obliterated. Nevertheless, he surmised that they would not relent, especially not Ling Yutong, who would undoubtedly return with a vengeance. After 15 days of apocalypse, food supplies in most households had been utterly depleted. Even those with some reserves were beginning to experience shortages. The situation was poised to become increasingly chaotic. This morning, individuals had begun to stealthily arrive downstairs to remove the bodies of those he had slain. After a week, what compelled them to collect the corpses now? Was it to grant them a proper burial? If it were to retrieve the remains of their kin, why wait until now? It seemed rather too late. The explanation was likely singular. When food became scarce, people would resort to any means necessary to survive. These individuals had now set their sights on the corpses. Cannibalism has existed throughout history. During the late Tang dynasty, Huang Chao's forces slaughtered thousands daily for sustenance amid warfare and famine. In the face of hunger, morality and humanity quickly dissipate. This is the apocalypse, a world where humanity devours itself. Ling Feng retrieved his phone, preparing to send a message to Lin Su. Feeling the time was ripe. After a week, her food supplies were likely running low. During this period, Lin Su had only broached the topic of exchanging resources once, and thereafter refrained from mentioning it again. Previously, she had discreetly provided him with information during several operations. Overall, she remained trustworthy. Chapter 41. Lin Su encounters danger. Are you still alive? Ling Feng messaged Lin Su. Upon receiving his text, Lin Su was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. She had not eaten for 2 days and was now cold and famished, curled up in bed, her figure noticeably gaunt, evoking pity in anyone who beheld her. Despite her desperate hunger, she refrained from seeking help from Ling Feng. Her innate pride prevented her from compromising her dignity, even in the presence of someone she admired. With great difficulty, she typed a few words on her phone. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." Reading her message, Ling Feng exhaled in relief. It would have been a tragic loss had Lin Su perished from starvation. She was a remarkable individual, and while her beauty was undeniable, he admired her skills even more. "Come to my place downstairs." Upon seeing Ling Feng's message, Lin Su felt an inexplicable unease. She was astute enough to recognize the implications of her visit. Others would not offer assistance without reason. She struggled to rise, packing all the medications she had hoarded into her backpack. Taking a final glance at her house, she stepped out of her villa. The biting cold wind whipped around her, the snowflakes stinging her face, and after 2 days without food, she felt increasingly dizzy. She trudged through the snow with great difficulty. Fortunately, her villa was not far from Ling Feng's residence. After 5 minutes of walking, she finally spotted his villa. Just a little further, she silently encouraged herself, only 50 more meters to go. Engrossed in her journey, she remained oblivious to the 2 figures trailing behind her. Yang Tianwu, accompanied by his son Yang Zijing, observed the slowly advancing woman with a predatory gleam in their eyes. These 2 were none other than the father and brother of Yang Zihan. Initially, they had ventured out in search of food, but had found nothing after wandering for quite some time. In truth, their family had only recently begun to run out of supplies. Previously, his precious daughter had been able to procure food from a sycophant. But their family's consumption was far too great, and the sycophant's stock had been depleted, leaving him on the brink of starvation as well. After 2 days of hunger, the family had no choice but to seek sustenance. They had intended to try their luck at Ling Feng's place. Having heard many rumors of people retrieving corpses to use as food, they planned to bring back a corpse, but unexpectedly encountered the solitary Lin Su. "Follow her and bring her back," Yang Tianwu commanded with a fierce expression directed at his son, Yang Zijing. Yang Zijing, understanding the implication of his father's words, felt a pang of fear. He had already been averse to the idea of searching for a corpse, and the thought of capturing a living person filled him with even greater reluctance. Moreover, the woman seemed vaguely familiar to him. "Dad, she is a living person. What of it? With food so scarce, survival is all that matters. How could I have such a weak son? A man must be resolute when the time calls for it." Yang Tianwu glared at Yang Zijing in frustration before urging him to stealthily follow Lin Su. As Lin Su continued on her way, she sensed an impending danger. Her instinct alerted her, prompting her to turn abruptly. She saw the 2 figures closing in on her. Now less than 20 meters away, they approached swiftly, and soon they were merely 10 meters from her, clearly intent on her. "Stop!" Lin Su forced herself to stay alert. The snowstorm had initially obscured her view of their faces, but now, as they drew nearer, she discerned their features. At that moment, Yang Zijing recognized her and exclaimed, "Dad." "It's Sister Lin Su." Yang Tianwu clearly comprehended Lin Su's countenance, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze as he realized she was his daughter's confidant. He had long held an infatuation for this young woman, admiring both her physique and beauty, which were truly exquisite. However, Lin Su was exceedingly proud, ignoring all his coercions and temptations, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Yet today, he unexpectedly encountered the solitary Lin Su outside, and a sinister thought instantaneously manifested in his mind. He was determined to take this woman away and indulge himself. It would be a shame not to relish the company of such a remarkable woman. Paying no heed to his son, he advanced toward Lin Su. As Lin Su beheld the approaching man, she instinctively tightened her grip within her sleeves. "Uncle Yang, what do you intend to do?" she inquired, her legs shifting backward, clearly skeptical of the 2 familiar figures trailing her. She harbored no fondness for this Uncle Yang. In fact, she felt a sense of aversion. He had harassed her numerous times before, displaying a lack of respect for his elder status, and now, following her with apparent ill intentions, she felt threatened. "Stop," she commanded, her voice firm, directed at the advancing Yang Tianwu. Unfazed, Yang Tianwu continued his deliberate approach, his gaze fervent and a smirk playing on his lips. "Little Lin, it's me. It's only been a few days, and you're treating your Uncle Yang so coldly." "Huh, I said to stop." Lin Su raised her voice once more, lifting her right hand to reveal a handgun aimed at Yang Tianwu. He was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The firearm in Lin Su's hand appeared genuine. However, observing her trembling hand, his smile deepened. As a seasoned player in the business arena, he was adept at reading subtle expressions. It was evident that Lin Su was frightened. Possessing a gun was one thing, but the willingness to use it was another matter entirely. Feigning surprise, he gazed at Lin Su. "Little Lin, what are you doing? Uncle Yang merely wished to greet you. Is it necessary to point a gun at me?" Yet, he dared not advance recklessly, opting instead to speak in an attempt to lower her guard. Behind him, Yang Zi was startled to witness Lin Su brandishing a firearm. Having never encountered such a scene, his legs quivered in fear. "Sister Lin, we mean no harm. Please don't shoot." Yang Zi's voice trembled as he spoke, clearly shaken. Although the father and son duo insisted they bore no malice, Lin Su remained vigilant. In this apocalyptic world, trust was a luxury she could not afford. Moreover, the man before her had previously harbored inappropriate thoughts. "Uncle Yang, this is a critical moment. It is wise to exercise caution. Let us converse from that distance," she declared, gripping her weapon firmly while continuing to retreat. Yang Tianwu's face was adorned with a gentle smile. "My dear child, you are indeed cautious. I assure you, Uncle harbors no ill intentions." He subtly began to inch closer to Lin Su. However, this slight movement did not escape Lin Su's notice. As she observed Yang Tianwu's intention to approach, she issued a stern warning. "Take another step closer, and I shall fire." "What on earth are you talking about?" Yang Tianwu responded dismissively, unfazed by her warning, continuing his advance towards her. Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed through the Shizi Bay community. Yang Tianwu stared in shock at Lin Su, unable to believe that this seemingly delicate girl had the audacity to pull the trigger. He glanced down to find a gory wound seeping blood from his chest. "You truly dared to shoot." A wave of weakness washed over him, and his body uncontrollably toppled backward. Behind him, Yang Zijing witnessed his father collapsing before him. Paralyzed by fear, his pants dampening in terror, Lin Su, wielding two firearms, pointed them at Yang Zijing. "Do not kill me, please. I beg you, Sister Lin Su." Yang Zijing knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Lin Su, desperate for clemency. "What do you intend to achieve by following me?" Lin Su questioned coldly. "It was him. It was all his doing. He wanted to abduct you. It has nothing to do with me." Yang Zijing screamed, pointing at his fallen father in a frenzy. "I will spare you. You may leave." The relief that washed over Yang Zijing as he knelt was palpable, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Sister Lin Su," he exclaimed, hastily turning to flee. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a malevolent glint overtook his gaze. His previous actions had solely been to save his own life. He could not let the murder of his father go unavenged. The anguish of Lin Su's brutal act searing into his heart. As he contemplated his revenge, another gunshot rang out. Yang Zijing looked down at his mangled chest, fear consuming him entirely. He struggled to turn and face Lin Su. "Did we not agree not to kill?" With that, he collapsed, utterly defeated. Lin Su, trembling with her hands still clutching the weapons, turned pale. The reality of her first kill overwhelmed her, and she sank to the ground, retching. After a moment's respite, she glanced at the lifeless bodies she had just claimed. Her gaze hardened, and she murmured, "You brought this upon yourselves." With that, she resolutely continued her path towards Ling Feng's home. Ling Feng had witnessed the entire ordeal unfold with clarity. Initially, he had intended to intervene when the Yang father and son followed Lin Su, but he chose to observe how she would handle the situation instead. However, the events took an unexpected turn. He never anticipated that Lin Su would possess a firearm, nor that she would act with such decisive ferocity, eliminating both threats without hesitation. It must be said that this resolute and decisive character greatly appeals to Ling Feng. Only individuals with such traits can endure in this brutal post-apocalyptic world. However, I must remain vigilant towards Lin Su. Until I have completely placed my trust in her, I must be cautious. Soon, Lin Su arrived at the entrance of Ling Feng's home. Ling Feng descended to the ground floor and opened the observation hatch. "Remove the magazine from your gun and hand it to me." Lin Su said nothing and complied, offering her handgun with the magazine detached. Only after receiving the firearm did Ling Feng unlock the front door with a key, then stepped back 2 meters, aiming the gun at the entrance while loudly commanding, "Come inside." Outside, Lin Su forcefully pushed the heavy door, straining with all her might to create a small opening. Instantly, the warm air from within poured out, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. She exerted herself once more, finally managing to push the door wide enough to slip inside. As she entered, the cozy atmosphere felt like stepping into an entirely different realm. Close the door. Seeing Ling Tian standing before her with a gun aimed cautiously at her, Lin Su felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, compelling her to turn and firmly shut the door. Now, remove your clothing. The command caused Lin Su's face to flush crimson, yet the warmth inside made her feel uncomfortably overheated in her bulky attire. She shed her clothes with haste, leaving only her undergarments. That will suffice. Ling Feng escorted her to the living room of the villa, observing the woman before him. After half a month apart, she had lost considerable weight, her eyes filled with fatigue. Despite her disheveled appearance, her innate elegance and aloofness remained undeniable. Ling Feng gestured towards the bathroom. First, go take a hot shower. At the mention of hot water, Lin Su's eyes brightened. In the past 2 weeks of the apocalypse, her home had long since run out of water, and she had not bathed in half a month. The oiliness of her hair made it feel as if it could be used for cooking. Just the thought made her skin itch. Nodding, she hurried towards the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water echoed within. Ling Feng rummaged through his supplies, finding a pair of slippers and some undergarments for her. Estimating her size to be a D, he felt quite confident in his judgment. These garments had been procured during a zero-cost acquisition from a clothing warehouse in Tiannan. He had taken them all without a second thought, not anticipating their utility today. I've placed your clothes here. Ling Feng called from the doorway. He then began preparing lunch, cooking a pot of rice in the rice cooker and preparing a tomato and egg soup. He directly retrieved 8 exquisite meat dishes from his spatial storage, all meticulously prepared for Lin Su. However, he had recently grown weary of such indulgence, opting instead to prepare a refreshing tomato salad and a scallion tofu dish to cleanse his palate. After an hour's wait, Lin Su finally emerged from the bathroom. Her skin nearly chafed from a prolonged absence of bathing. With her cheeks flushed and clad in a fitted nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure, she was a sight to behold, causing Ling Feng to nearly drool in admiration. Gracefully, Lin Su approached him, the delectable aromas wafting from the table prompting her stomach to audibly protest. Feeling a tad bashful, she cast a shy glance at Ling Feng, who smiled warmly at her, encouraging her to sit down and enjoy the meal. Chapter 43. Qinglong Society. Seated opposite Ling Feng, Lin Su gazed at the bountiful spread before her, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. The dishes, spicy and sour beef, peppery chicken, human lamb, clay pot chicken, braised pork, crystal pork knuckles, lion's heads, and spicy pig trotters, were a feast for the senses, each plate more enticing than the last. Unable to resist any longer, she dug in heartily, completely shedding her ladylike demeanor. Since the apocalypse, she had not savored a proper hot meal, let alone meat. In comparison to her previous experiences, this felt like heaven. Without concern for decorum, she seized a pig trotter and devoured it, oblivious to Ling Feng's amused gaze. Watching her relish her meal, Ling Feng found a newfound delight in witnessing another's enjoyment of food, understanding for the first time why eating broadcasts had become so popular. Initially intending to indulge in something lighter, he couldn't help but join her by savoring a lion's head himself. After half an hour, the table was nearly cleared, the remnants of their feast a testament to their appetites. Lin Su leaned back in her chair, a contented smile gracing her features. I'm full, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she recalled her earlier lack of restraint, feeling shy about her uncharacteristic display. Come, let me show you upstairs, Ling Feng offered, guiding her through the various rooms and entertainment facilities, ultimately arriving at the bedroom on the 3rd floor. He approached her, gently caressing her silky hair and lifting her chin. You've eaten well, now it's my turn. The next 2 hours were blissful. Ling Feng, feeling utterly satisfied, lit a cigarette, reveling in the delightful release he had experienced. Glancing at the girl beside him, now peacefully asleep, he tenderly stroked her smooth, fair back. He had not anticipated that such a perfect woman would be a novice in intimacy. Reflecting on their passionate 2 hours, he felt a stir of desire but, upon seeing Lin Su's serene slumber, he chose to quell those thoughts. There would be more time ahead. However, there remained a lingering heat within him. It must be said that the allure of this woman was overwhelmingly potent. Fortunately, his physique was robust. Otherwise, even a bull would struggle to withstand such intensity. He resolved to retreat to the basement to practice his swordsmanship and alleviate his pent-up energy. Through relentless perseverance, he had honed his skills to the point where he could wield his blade fluidly even under 30 times the normal gravity. His maximum load-bearing capacity had also surpassed 40 times, demonstrating remarkable progress. Retrieving his Tang Dao from the spatial dimension, he entered the gravity chamber. Today, he intended to practice his techniques under 35 times the normal gravitational force, retreating steps with blade in hand, slashing strokes, advancing with precision, retreating with a cleaving motion, parrying, and sweeping strikes. Each foundational movement was executed flawlessly, though the resistance at 35 times gravity was significantly greater than at 30. Each strike brought a sensation of exhaustion. Yet Ling Feng remained steadfast in perfecting every maneuver. After an hour of unwavering dedication, beads of sweat had thoroughly drenched his attire, while his movements became increasingly swift and fluid. Under the pressure of 35 times gravity, his swordsmanship grew ever more intuitive. Upon concluding a day's training, Ling Feng emerged from the gravity chamber, feeling invigorated, the previously restless energy within him now quelled. Returning to the third floor, he beheld Lin Su still deep in slumber upon the bed and chose not to disturb her. After a period of intense mental strain, she would undoubtedly be fatigued. It was best to allow her a restorative sleep. He then proceeded to the second-floor esports room, eager to immerse himself in gaming. Having recently developed an obsession with a post-apocalyptic survival game, dedicating countless hours to completing its quests, with little else to occupy his time, gaming was the most effective way to pass the hours. Lighting a cigarette and cracking open a chilled can of cola, he continued to play. Not far from Shizi Bay, a bald man reclined on a sofa, smoking, while a young girl beside him nervously massaged his legs. A hint of fear was evident in her expression. Across from the bald man sat a fierce-looking individual, his countenance marred by a gruesome scar. The very same scarred face that had been soundly beaten by Ling Feng after harassing Yang Zihan at a barbecue shop. This man was a self-proclaimed member of the Qinglong Society, originally a minor gang. The Qinglong Society had grown emboldened in the absence of law and order following the onset of the apocalypse. The members of this society became increasingly audacious, with their leader, Niu Xian, commanding dozens of underlings, effectively exerting control over the entire community through brute force. They ruthlessly plundered a vast array of essential supplies, committing heinous acts within the neighborhood. Women of considerable beauty were not spared from his grasp. Those who dared to cause trouble or disobey orders faced severe beatings, while others were outright killed. Living a life akin to royalty amidst such tyranny, the mortality rate within the community soared under his oppressive regime. Many families perished, starved as a result of the resources he had seized. At this moment, Scar gazed respectfully at Niu Xian across from him. "Boss, the resources in the neighborhood have been nearly exhausted. We only have enough supplies to last the brothers for 2 more days." Niu Xian furrowed his brow and took a deep drag from his cigarette. "Are you certain there's nothing left to scavenge?" "Boss, there truly isn't. Out of the 12 buildings in the community, fewer than 80 households remain alive." Upon hearing this, Niu Xian closed his eyes, lost in thought, though his expression clearly indicated his discontent. Scar, sitting opposite him, felt a pang of anxiety. His leader was known for his unpredictable temper, capable of extreme actions when provoked. Just a few days prior, he had executed a resident from Building 6 who refused to relinquish supplies, instilling fear in the remaining residents, who now trembled at the mere sight of him. "Boss, I have an idea. I'm not sure if it will work," Scar ventured cautiously. "Speak." Niu Xian opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Scar. "Nearby, there's a villa district, the most renowned affluent area in our city. There might be plenty of resources there. Moreover, it's rumored that there are many beautiful women residing within, including a prominent internet celebrity." He glanced at Niu Xian with an expression that suggested he understood his boss's proclivities. It was no secret that Niu Xian had a particular fondness for attractive women. The mere mention of them would surely pique his interest. Scar had his own motives, too. Recalling how he had been beaten at a barbecue stand by someone from the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Group, a member of the Ling family residing in that villa district. Once a mere street thug, he had never dared to confront them, but the tides had turned, and it was time to reclaim his dignity. Upon hearing Scar's suggestion, Niu Xian's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, why have we been holed up in this dilapidated community? Inform the brothers to gather our supplies and arm themselves. We are going to confront the wealthy." Chapter 44. Chef Ling Feng was so engrossed in his game that he lost track of time, only realizing how late it had become when he noticed the darkness outside. Checking the clock, he saw it was already 10:25 p.m. He closed the game and prepared to have dinner before continuing his work. As he made his way to the first floor, he suddenly remembered that there was another person in his home. He returned to the third-floor bedroom and, upon entering, saw Lin Su, barefoot and standing by the window, gazing outside. At that moment, Lin Su was dressed in a delicate white silk nightgown that accentuated her flawless curves, her long black hair cascading down to her waist. Even though she was seen only from behind, she exuded an alluring charm. Upon hearing footsteps, Lin Su turned to face Ling Feng, her cheeks slightly flushed. As his first woman, her emotions were tumultuous. She never anticipated that she would lose something so precious in such a manner. "Can you cook?" Ling Feng broke the silence. "Yes," she replied. "Let us proceed downstairs to prepare a meal." Ling Feng guided her to the kitchen on the first floor, where an enormous double-door refrigerator was brimming with a variety of ingredients, all meticulously placed there by Ling Feng in advance. "Dinner is entrusted to you. Feel free to utilize whatever ingredients you desire from the refrigerator. Prepare whatever you wish to eat. Furthermore, you shall be responsible for our daily meals from now on." Lin Su felt no sense of discontent. On the contrary, a sense of reassurance washed over her. Currently reliant on Ling Tian, she recognized the necessity of undertaking tasks within her capacity to demonstrate her worth. The haughty demeanor she once possessed before the apocalypse had to be relinquished. Embracing the role of a diligent caretaker was sufficient. Residing in such an environment, she was shielded from the chaos outside, where others struggled desperately for mere scraps. As Lin Su opened the refrigerator, her heart raced at the sight of its abundant offerings. The apocalypse had persisted for half a month. The outside world was devoid of resources, and while others fought viciously for a morsel of bread, here lay fresh vegetables and fruits. After a cursory glance at the array of produce, she began to deftly prepare the meal. Watching Lin Su's nimble hands at work, Ling Feng was exceedingly pleased. Having a beautiful and capable woman at home would undoubtedly make his life more comfortable. Leaning back on the sofa in the living room, he lit a cigarette. A bottle of soda on the table beside him, as he indulged in a leisurely racing game on his newly released limited edition Switch. This life was one he would not trade for anything. Lin Su's culinary skills proved impressive. Within less than an hour, she had prepared 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a sumptuous corn and rib soup. Once everything was laid out on the table and the rice was ready, she called out to Ling Feng to join her for dinner. Ling Feng gazed at the bountiful spread before him, the colors enticing and the presentation exquisite. He picked up a piece of beef and tasted it. This is truly delightful. The flavor rivals that of a 5-star hotel chef." He gave her a thumbs up. Lin Su smiled and replied, "As long as it suits your taste." Ling Feng was genuinely astonished by how delectable Lin Su's cooking was. It was a vast improvement over his own culinary attempts, which often relied on luck, sometimes palatable, yet more often than not, quite unappetizing. The two of them savored the feast with great enthusiasm, quickly devouring every dish on the table, most of which found its way into Ling Feng's stomach. Observing her creations being entirely consumed filled Lin Su with immense satisfaction. For a cook, nothing brings more joy than seeing their meal completely enjoyed. After the meal, Lin Su began to clear the dishes and tidy up the kitchen, even thoughtfully preparing a fruit platter for Ling Feng. While he played his game, she quietly sat beside him, watching intently, occasionally offering him a piece of fruit. It was a regal experience. "Would you like to join me in playing?" Ling Feng, concerned that she might find herself bored sitting alone, invited her to partake in the game. "I cannot." Lin Su shook her head. Having grown up in an orphanage, her childhood was marked by misfortune, and she had never encountered video games. It was only after entering university and subsequently the workforce that she devoted all her energy to her career, leaving no room for personal leisure. Her sole pastime was exploring the art of cooking. "Cannot." "No worries, I shall teach you. After all, time is abundant." Ling Feng gently took her delicate hand, guiding her to sit upon his lap, providing a hands-on tutorial in gaming. Sitting on a man's lap for the first time, Lin Su felt a rush of shyness, her cheeks flushing crimson, leading to frequent blunders in the game. Ling Feng, sensing her flustered demeanor, felt a heat rise within him and swiftly swept her up in his arms, heading towards the bedroom. Another sleepless night awaited. As Ling Feng reveled in the embrace of warmth, a group of several dozen individuals stealthily infiltrated the Shizi Bay community under the cover of night. This band was none other than members of the Qinglong Society, led by their formidable leader, Niu Xian, who intended to seize supplies from the area. Though Shizi Bay housed merely 80 villas, the expansive grounds boasted significant distance between each structure. Niu Xian gazed upon the row of luxurious villas, his heart racing with excitement. Having come from humble beginnings, he could hardly fathom residing in such opulence. In his wildest dreams, he would never have imagined it, yet now, he was poised to claim dominion over this place. All the resources and women here would soon belong to him. With his entourage of subordinates, Niu Xian approached the nearest villa. The interior was cloaked in darkness, devoid of light, rendering the situation inside indiscernible. Niu Xian, with a commanding presence, ordered his men to break down the door. One of the brash young men swaggered forward, wielding a steel pipe, and began to pound on the door relentlessly. The sound echoed ominously throughout the villa. "Hurry up and open the door, or I'll smash your windows," he threatened, continuing to strike for half a minute without eliciting a response from within. Just as the group prepared to force their entry, the sound of a lock being turned resonated from behind the door. Niu Xian illuminated the figure emerging with his flashlight, revealing a woman of approximately 30 years. Upon seeing her beauty, his eyes sparkled with delight. His luck seemed fortuitous to encounter such a striking woman on his first attempt. Startled by the uninvited guests, the woman froze in fear, sensing their menacing demeanor. With a quavering voice, she asked, "What do you want?" Niu Xian stepped forward, encircling her waist with a lascivious grin, and said, "Beautiful lady, we merely seek a place to stay for the night. If you cooperate, I assure you, you shall remain unharmed." As he spoke, his hands wandered inappropriately over her form. Just as she stood there, bewildered, a faint voice called from within, "Xiao Wu, who is it?" Chapter 45. Terrified without waiting for the woman named Xiao Wu to respond, Niu Xian led a group of his subordinates into the villa. As they entered, they were greeted by a chorus of moans. Following the sound, Niu Xian directed the light toward it, revealing a gaunt old man sprawled on a sofa. The anguished sounds emanating from his lips. The old man was none other than Lu Jiwei, the former chairman of the supervisory committee. At that moment, Lu Jiwei was far removed from his former vigor. Despair clouded his eyes, and his complexion was as pale as a sheet. Ever since he had been struck by a barrage of marbles during his last encounter with Ling Feng, his wounds had become infected due to inadequate medical care, causing his back to decay completely. He was now in constant agony, enduring excruciating pain. Moreover, due to a lack of sustenance, his young wife provided him with only half a piece of bread each day, rendering him unable to even stand. The torment had reduced him to a mere shadow of his former self. All he wished for now was to die swiftly and attain liberation. "Who are you?" he weakly inquired, gazing at the group that had suddenly appeared in his home. "Old man, we've come to borrow some food. Hand over what you have, and you might just get away unscathed. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Scarface brandished the machete in his hand, his tone laced with menace. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwei's eyes, previously devoid of life, suddenly sparked with a glimmer of excitement, and a hint of color returned to his pallid face. "Kill me. I beg you. Please kill me. I no longer wish to live." Lu Jiwei's words left Scarface momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone so eager for death. At that moment, Niu Xian, with his arm around Xiao Wu's waist, approached Lu Jiwei. He could discern the old man's frail state and said, "Old man, just hand over the food, and I'll grant you a swift end. How does that sound?" Witnessing another man embrace his woman ignited a surge of humiliation within Lu Jiwei. He had basked in glory for a lifetime, only to end up in such a state. Not only was he tormented by illness, but he also saw his woman taken away by another. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. These individuals were here for food. Why not divert their attention? Perhaps he could eliminate that brat Ling Feng and let them turn on each other like dogs. And Ling Yutong, if it weren't for him dragging Lu Jiwei into this predicament, he would not be in such a dire state. If he had to suffer, then Ling Yutong should not expect to fare any better. "Our food is insufficient for your needs, but I know of a household that possesses a significant stockpile." Niu Xian's eyes glimmered with intrigue at this revelation. His band of brothers consumed considerable rations daily. Without food, they would not fight for him. "Whose household?" "Ling Yutong. His residence is in Building 80, the last villa in this community." Upon hearing this, Niu Xian turned to the woman in his arms. "Do you know where Building 80 is?" Fearful, she nodded slightly. "Lead the way." After speaking, a group of people headed outside. Lu Jiwei, who was seated on the sofa, noticed their indifference towards him and, in a fit of desperation, shouted, "Stop! Stop! Kill me! You promised to grant me a swift end." Yet, no one paid him any heed. Soon, he found himself alone in the room, cursing the departing crowd. "Bastards! May you all meet a wretched fate. Ha ha! May you all meet a woeful end." Boo-hoo! Alas, no one would ever respond to him again, leaving only the echoes of his lamentation within the villa. After leaving Lu Jiwei's residence, Niu Xian, led by Xiao Wu, made their way to Ling Yutong's home. The group swiftly arrived at Ling Yutong's doorstep, and to save time, Niu Xian commanded his subordinates to break down the door. Several of them began to pound on the door mercilessly, the cacophony awakening the Ling family. Ling Yi and Ling Kuer rushed downstairs to investigate, while Ling Yutong, supported by Wang Shi, also made his way down. At that moment, Ling Yutong's condition was not much better than Lu Jiwei's. His right leg and right hand had been shot by Ling Feng, and, lacking timely medical assistance, were now rendered useless, causing him to limp painfully. Peering through the peephole, Ling Yi was horrified to see dozens of people outside, his face paling in fear. "Mom, Dad, there are dozens of people outside. What should we do?" Ling Kuer interjected. "Dad, let them in. If they break in, our fate will be even worse." With a resigned sigh, Ling Yutong replied, "Go and open the door for them." Reluctantly, Ling Yi, the only able-bodied man left in the house, steeled himself and cautiously approached the front door, opening it with trepidation. "Finally, you open the door. Are you trying to die?" Scarface kicked Ling Yi violently against the wall, causing him to crumple to the ground, sweating profusely. "On what grounds do you assault us?" Wang Shi, seeing her beloved son downed, rushed forward to confront them. Scarface, noticing the furious middle-aged woman approaching him, slapped her hard across the face. The force of the blow left Wang Shi momentarily stunned, nearly causing her to stumble. Her cheek ablaze with pain. Regaining her composure, she was instantly consumed by rage. Having never endured such humiliation, she charged at Scarface. "You bastard! How dare you strike me? I will fight back." Wang Shi raised her hand to retaliate, but Scarface was quicker, grasping her wrist firmly. In a fit of fury, Wang Shi bit down on Scarface's thumb like a rabid dog. In pain, Scarface began to swing his fists at her, yet Wang Shi, blinded by rage, clung to his finger tenaciously, refusing to relent despite the blows. "Damn you, let go." In a shocking turn of events, the once frenzied Wang was abruptly silenced. A bullet tearing through his skull, blood and brain matter splattering across the face of Scar. Startled by the sudden gunfire, Scar turned to look behind him, where Niu Xian, with an air of calmness, tucked his gun away and led the way into the villa. On the ground, Ling Yi, paralyzed by fear, lay still as if dead, even in the face of his own mother's murder. Ling Kuer, standing not far off, did not rush to check on her slain mother. Instead, she remained composed, her eyes darting about, lost in thought. Ling Yutang, upon witnessing his wife's demise, displayed no signs of sorrow. His feelings for the corpulent woman had long since faded, and her death brought him a semblance of relief. Had it not been for the powerful family she belonged to, he would have divorced her long ago. Niu Xian observed the unnaturally calm father and daughter duo with intrigue, and upon seeing Ling Kuer's demeanor, a smile crept back onto his lips. Chapter 46. The Plump Lamb. Ling Feng. Ling Kuer watched as the man approached her, his gaze heavy with unabashed lewdness, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Despite her inner trepidation, she maintained her composure and remarked, "If you are here in search of food, I fear you shall be disappointed. There is nothing to eat in our home." Niu Xian, intrigued by the unflinching young woman before him, noted her beauty and poise in the face of danger. "Nothing to eat? Then what do you all consume?" he inquired. "Humans," Ling Kuer replied coolly, as if speaking of an everyday matter. The members of the Qinglong Society exchanged disbelieving glances upon hearing her words, unable to fathom that this seemingly delicate girl would resort to cannibalism. Sensing their skepticism, Ling Kuer offered, "If you doubt me, I can take you to the kitchen for proof." Niu Xian followed her to the kitchen, where Ling Kuer pointed to a shadowy corner. "It's right there." Illuminated by the light, they indeed beheld a dismembered corpse. Half of it remained intact. This was none other than Ling Tao, her own brother. After his death, the family had been engulfed in grief, initially planning a burial. However, the harsh winter had rendered the ground too hard to dig. Thus, they were forced to keep the body at home temporarily. At first, there had been some food, but as days passed, the family reduced their meals in a desperate attempt to prolong their survival. Ultimately, They had no choice but to turn their gaze towards the frozen corpse after enduring 2 days of hunger. Ling Yutang's family had survived thus far by resorting to the remains of Ling Tao. Niu Xian was taken aback by the gruesome sight before him. While some of his underlings began to retch at the horror laid bare, Ling Kurer maintained a serene demeanor, her gaze having long since dulled. The daily task of dealing with dismembered remains had rendered her indifferent. Niu Xian suddenly realized he had been deceived by that old rogue Lu Jiwei. Damn it. That old fool tricked me. However, upon glancing at Ling Kurer, he felt that his visit had not been in vain. He grasped her hand with a smile, saying, I shall forego the food. As for you, just come with me, and I can offer you a morsel to eat. Before Ling Kurer could respond, Ling Yutang limped over, exclaiming, Boss, please allow us to join. As long as you provide me with a bite to eat, I can offer you my daughter. Niu Xian, still smiling, replied, No problem, I have dozens of brothers. We're not lacking a few more hands. Ling Yutang was overjoyed at this response, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Utterly unconcerned that this man had just slain his wife. Observing her father's eagerness, Ling Kurer felt a profound coldness within. To him, her hunger was of lesser importance. I agree. From now on, I shall be yours. Niu Xian was elated by this declaration. Ling Kurer, possessing beauty and the poise of a wealthy heiress, was a prize beyond reach for someone of his humble status. Now, he could indulge in such high-class company. Truly, the apocalypse had its silver linings. Niu Xian hastily commanded the members of the Qinglong Society to spend the night there, distributing some food to Ling Yutang's family. Then took Ling Kurer and Lu Jiwei's petite wife upstairs. 20 minutes later, lying in bed with a satisfied expression, he relished the exhilarating experience of their recent escapades. The little dancer, in particular, exhibited a plethora of skills. Her mere sounds had led him to surrender twice. It was a travesty that such a woman served an old curmudgeon. And Ling Kurer, with her refined demeanor and innocent visage, how delightful, though her movements were somewhat unpracticed. She made every effort to please him. The sensation of conquest was utterly exhilarating. Feeling somewhat drained yet content, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, as Niu Xian descended from the bed with unsteady steps, Ling Kurer and the little dancer approached him, bestowing sweet kisses that revitalized his somewhat feeble state. Upon entering the living room, he found all his subordinates awake, with one assigned to cook already having prepared breakfast. The meal was simple, a bowl of congee. He was the only one in the Qinglong Society to have breakfast, while the others had to endure hunger. Alas, food was scarce, and this group could only manage one meal a day. Even the meager rations would last only 2 days. Seated at the dining table, Niu Xian consumed his congee, while the others looked on with longing, their mouths watering. After finishing his breakfast, Niu Xian resolved to continue scavenging for food that day. He called out to Ling Yutang, Old Ling, do you know if anyone in this community has food? Yes. In our midst, the most abundant resource is undoubtedly Ling Feng. Ling Feng. That name sounds remarkably familiar. Niu Xian seemed quite acquainted with it, vaguely recalling having heard it before. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man stepped forward and declared, Boss, Ling Feng is the one who previously assaulted me at the barbecue restaurant and insulted our Qinglong Society. Ah, indeed. Niu Xian slapped his forehead, finally remembering Ling Feng. He had long harbored thoughts of revenge against this individual, yet had refrained due to the formidable influence of Ling Feng's family. Now an opportunity for vengeance had arisen. Old Ling, does he possess an abundance of food? Ling Yutang, overhearing the conversation between Niu Xian and the scar-faced man, discerned that Ling Feng seemed to harbor animosity towards them, filling him with delight. His chance had come. He hastily replied, not just abundant, but extraordinarily so. He previously boasted about his stock in the Owner S group, and it is remarkably plentiful. As he spoke, he reached for his phone to show Niu Xian the images, only to realize that the power had been out for several days, and his phone was dead. Ling Feng often flaunted his lavish meals in the group, featuring exquisite dishes and high-end beverages. While we lacked sustenance, his household still enjoyed Australian lobsters, steaks, and caviar, the epitome of gourmet fare. Furthermore, his villa had been renovated, making it exceedingly warm. In such weather, he could comfortably wear just a short-sleeved shirt at home. Ling Yutang rambled on about Ling Feng's supplies, causing Niu Xian and his underlings to salivate. If he spoke the truth, they had stumbled upon a veritable treasure. The thought of the luxurious seafood and fine wines made their mouths water. If they could gain entry to Ling Feng's residence, They would not only find an abundance of food, but also a cozy villa. Niu Xian felt a surge of excitement. He would no longer suffer from hunger or cold, and could even entice a few beautiful women to reside with him. The mere thought was delightful. Chapter 47. Dealing with mischievous children. Where does Ling Feng live? Let us there. Niu Xian's gaze flickered with eagerness. He was eager to proceed. He had always felt invincible, relying on the numbers of his subordinates. Ling Yutong's lips curled into a slight smile as he was about to reveal his plan when Ling Kuer interjected, "We must not act recklessly. Ling Feng's residence is heavily fortified, and he possesses lethal weapons. A forced entry would undoubtedly result in casualties." Niu Xian's brow furrowed at her words. Does he have a gun? He likely does not, but he possesses a bow and arrow, as well as a slingshot, which are not to be underestimated. Ling Yutong added, "A bow? A slingshot? Ha ha." Niu Xian and his subordinates erupted in laughter, with Niu Xian nearly shedding tears from his amusement. A slingshot? Ha ha. He unsheathed his handgun and slammed it onto the table. What power could possibly rival this? I surmise that the glass and iron doors of his residence are bulletproof. Your firearms are of no use. Ling Kuer doused him with a bucket of cold water, directly confronting him. She also recounted the failures of their previous 2 assaults. In her heart, Ling Kuer held an immense contempt for this Niu Xian, perceiving him as nothing more than a fool who knew only how to indulge in carnal pleasures with women. A muscle-bound imbecile. He would not have garnered even a fleeting glance in her past. Yet, at this moment, she found it necessary to utilize him to eliminate Ling Feng. To subdue Ling Feng, one must employ cunning. Brute force would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic losses. Upon hearing Ling Kuer's words, Niu Xian fell into deep contemplation. As she stated, Ling Feng indeed posed a formidable challenge. Their group might not prevail against him. However, aside from engaging in brawls, he could conjure no other strategies. He turned to Ling Kuer, sensing that this woman was anything but ordinary. Her analyses were astute. He inquired, "What do you suggest we do?" Ling Kuer unveiled her plan. A scheme she had meticulously crafted the previous night. Ever since Ling Feng had first spurned her, her mind had been consumed with thoughts of how to eliminate him and seize his estate. Unfortunately, she lacked the strength to execute her desires. However, the appearance of Niu Xian and his entourage had rekindled a glimmer of hope, prompting her to endure her distaste for this loathsome individual. She aimed to gain his trust and thus fulfill her vengeance. Upon hearing her plan, Niu Xian was elated. In his view, it was a flawless strategy, something his own mind could not have conceived. He resolved to proceed with her plan, initiating action immediately to ensure Ling Feng's capture today. Niu Xian commanded his followers to commence their tasks, and they eagerly set to work. At 8 in the morning, Ling Feng was roused by a gentle voice. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Lin Su leaning over the bed, a smile gracing her face. "Get up, wash up, and have breakfast." Ling Feng wrapped his arms around her slender waist, exerting force to draw her closer. Lin Su, losing her balance, fell into his embrace. He rolled over, pinning her beneath him, captivated by her luscious, tempting lips, and could not resist leaning in. The two engaged in playful antics for an hour, after which Ling Feng, satisfied, donned his clothes and took Lin Su's hand, leading her to breakfast. Lin Su, her cheeks flushed, gazed at him with a mix of longing and reproach. Feeling the daily craving intensifying, she stepped out of bed with unsteady legs, as if floating. Ling Feng smiled gently, wrapping his arm around her waist as they descended the stairs for their meal. Having just spent an hour in intimate exchange, their breakfast had turned cold. Ling Feng reheated the meal, which consisted of steamed dumplings prepared by Lin Su, accompanied by century egg and lean meat congee. He picked up a dumpling, savoring its delectable flavor, each one containing a succulent shrimp, perfectly bouncy and delightful. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as he began to devour his meal with gusto. The lean meat porridge was rich and delectable, enhanced by a sprinkle of scallions that elevated its flavor. For breakfast, Ling Feng savored 5 baskets of steamed dumplings, and fortunately, Lin Su was well aware of his hearty appetite, preparing an ample amount. After finishing his meal, Ling Feng lit a lotus flower cigarette. A post-meal smoke brought him immense joy. Recently, Huazi had indulged in smoking excessively, prompting a desire for a change in flavor. Ling Feng's collection was remarkably abundant, featuring an array of cigarette brands from both domestic and international markets. Should he grow weary of them, his space also housed a plethora of premium cigars, including renowned brands such as Cohiba, Davidoff, Monte Cristo, and Romeo y Julieta, ensuring he had plenty to enjoy. Reclining on the sofa, Ling Feng immersed himself in a game while Lin Su busied herself with cleaning. The Black Panther followed Lin Su closely. Seemingly captivated by her beauty since her arrival at the villa, the endearing little creature had grown fond of her, receiving morsels of meat whenever she cooked. Ling Feng had scolded the panther several times, calling it an ungrateful creature, which elicited laughter from Lin Su. Her presence infused the villa with newfound vitality, rendering Ling Feng's life more comfortable, and he found immense satisfaction in his current existence. He mused that living this way for a lifetime would not be a bad fate at all. Just as he envisioned this idyllic life, the alarm sounded once more. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that trouble was once again knocking at his door after only a few days of peace. He turned to the surveillance monitor and observed an elderly woman with a head of white hair standing at the entrance, accompanied by a frail little boy. The boy appeared emaciated, a clear result of prolonged malnutrition. Ling Feng recalled this grandmother and grandson duo. They resided in a villa not far from his own. The boy's father was the CEO of a publicly listed company, a prominent figure within the community, known for his ostentatious behavior. However, this man had met his demise during a previous altercation instigated by Ling Feng. The elderly woman, emboldened by her son's wealth, had a reputation for being domineering and unreasonable, often resorting to tantrums when confronted. In the entirety of Shizi Bay, few dared to provoke her. She spent her days at home, caring for her grandson, indulging his every whim without hesitation. This excessive pampering had transformed the boy into a troublesome brat, notorious for causing havoc within the neighborhood. Numerous homeowners had approached her to seek accountability for the child's misdeeds, yet they were met with her obstinacy and unreasonable behavior. The residents felt powerless, forced to endure the boy's antics as he grew increasingly brazen. Ling Feng recalled how his car had once been viciously scratched by this troublesome child, only for the family to deny any wrongdoing and claim he was attempting to extort them. Anger welled within him at the memory, and he resolved to take measures to address this unruly child. Chapter 48. The demise of the mischievous child. Ling Feng approached the entrance and opened the communication slot above, gazing at the elderly woman and her grandchild standing outside. With a cheerful demeanor, he exclaimed, "Ah, if it isn't Old Lady Lu. What brings you here today?" Upon hearing his voice, Old Lady Lu immediately donned a smiling face and replied, "Ling's young man, I know you have some food at home. Could you spare a little for Xiaoyu?" Ling Feng's expression shifted to one of mild regret as he responded, "Alas, had you mentioned it earlier, I would have gladly helped, but we have no surplus food left. I'm afraid I cannot assist you." Without warning, Old Lady Lu fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head to Ling Feng and tearfully implored, "Little Ling, I beseech you, grant our family a morsel of food. Xiaoyu is on the brink of starvation. Please, do a good deed, and kindness will return to you." Ling Feng's heart bore an icy amusement. Did I truly need her prayers? One's benevolence does not always yield rewards. Observing her persistent pleas, he remained unfazed, fully aware of her character, which could turn as swiftly as the pages of a book. "I must decline your generous offering, Old Lady Lu. Such an act would only shorten my lifespan. Please, do take your leave." Beside the elderly woman, the mischievous child could no longer contain himself. His face twisted with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Feng. "Hurry up and give me the food, you bastard. If you don't, when my dad returns, he'll make you pay." Upon hearing this, Old Lady Lu's expression darkened, and she quickly pulled her grandson aside, covering his mouth to silence him. She offered an apologetic glance to Ling Feng. "I am so sorry, little Ling. The child speaks without understanding. Please, do not take it to heart." Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Why should I be upset? After all, you won't be around much longer." He regarded the disgruntled child and added, "Rest assured, you shall soon reunite with your father." Old Lady Lu, incensed by his words, could no longer maintain her composure. No longer the picture of sorrow, she transformed into her former, belligerent self. "You insolent brat, do you even know how to speak? Your entire family will perish. You heartless wretch." The mischievous child joined in, hurling insults at Ling Feng. "Bastard, fool, scoundrel." Ling Feng remained remarkably composed in the face of their vitriol, choosing not to retaliate with shouts. Instead, he regarded the elderly pair with a calm demeanor. "Your father is dead and will not return. You shall starve." As he spoke, he nonchalantly produced a bag of chips and began to munch on them, the crunching sound echoing in the silence. He exaggeratedly smacked his lips, making the noise even more pronounced. Following that, he continued to unveil an array of snacks, relishing each bite. Outside, the mischievous child, witnessing Ling Feng indulge in various treats, became increasingly agitated, shouting, "Give me that! Give me! You scoundrel, it's all mine!" He relentlessly pounded his fists against his grandmother, demanding, "I want chips. Go and get them back for me." Ling Feng gazed upon the heartwarming scene outside. His spirits lifted as he observed the raucous antics of the unruly child. "Child, do you wish to have something to eat?" Upon hearing this, the child abruptly ceased his wailing, nodding earnestly with an innocent demeanor. "Not for you. Ha ha ha. I shall toss it away without a second thought." The child, upon hearing this, cried even louder, resorting to striking his grandmother. Old Lady Lu, exasperated by her grandson's incessant noise, found herself unable to strike him and instead directed her ire towards Ling Feng. With a sullen expression, she glared at him and declared, "You little scoundrel, do not be so arrogant. You have slain my son, and the government will not let you off the hook. Prepare yourself for their reckoning. We will never relent. You, the scum of society, shall face execution." Ling Feng scoffed, "I am terribly afraid. Just ensure that you do not show mercy when that day arrives. But you must first survive until then." He then threatened, "Leave at once, or I shall let you experience the sting of my slingshot." As he spoke, he brandished the slingshot, pulling it back menacingly. Old Lady Lu's expression shifted dramatically at his words. She had heard of the slingshot's formidable power and dared not to provoke him further. Grabbing her grandson, she retreated outside. The child continued to protest, yearning for the treats in Ling Feng's grasp, his countenance tinged with dissatisfaction. With the bothersome duo dispatched, Ling Feng returned to the living room to resume his gaming, refraining from taking any action against them, believing it unnecessary to waste ammunition. Without sustenance, the elderly and the child would scarcely survive in this apocalyptic world. Old Lady Lu took her grandson to Ling Yutang's villa to report on the recent events. Upon hearing of the failed plan, Niu Xian, although prepared for such a setback, was furious. "You two useless fools, you couldn't even manage this simple task. Get lost." Noticing that Old Lady Lu stood her ground, seemingly unwilling to leave, he barked, "Why are you still standing there? Am I to send you off in a grand procession? Get out, you wretched creature." Old Lady Lu forced a smile, trembling with trepidation, and replied, "Wasn't it said that we would receive some provisions?" Niu Xian, amused by her audacity, retorted coldly, "You expect resources when you have failed to accomplish a single task? Have you lost your mind? Now leave, or I shall break a leg." The unruly child, emboldened by his fearless nature, pointed at Niu Xian and shouted, "You scoundrel! Do not insult my grandmother. You owe her an apology." "Apologize? To you, brat?" Niu Xian responded with disdain, delivering a kick that sent the child crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Upon witnessing her grandson being hurled aside, Old Lady Lu let out a heart-wrenching scream and rushed to his side, cradling him in her arms as she wept uncontrollably. "You band of ruffians, he is but a child. How can you be so heartless?" Niu Xian, listening to the weeping and cursing of Old Lady Lu, felt his ears buzzing and could no longer endure it. He drew his pistol and fired a shot at her. Bang! The bullet struck precisely at the location of Old Lady Lu's heart. Her hands, which had been holding her grandson, slowly fell to the ground, and she collapsed entirely. At last, silence prevailed. Niu Xian calmly remarked, as if taking a life were as mundane as having a meal, "Throw these two out. They irk me." He commanded his subordinates to dispose of Old Lady Lu's corpse and the unconscious child. This scene was witnessed by Ling Yutang, who, trembling in fear, hurriedly lowered his head, terrified that this harbinger of death would turn his gaze upon him. Ling Kuer, however, remained remarkably composed, her expression betraying no emotion. Yet her tightly clasped hands revealed a tumult beneath her calm facade. Niu Xian, looking at Ling Kuer, inquired with a tone of curiosity, "When shall we set our next plan into motion?" "In an hour. We cannot delay too long, lest we arouse Ling Feng's suspicion." Niu Xian nodded in agreement. "I shall personally participate in the impending operation. We must eliminate this brat." Chapter 49. The onslaught of the Azure Dragon Society. After a brief wait within the confines of the house, a subordinate rushed in, bearing a bulging package. "Boss, I have retrieved the items." Niu Xian opened the parcel and, upon inspection, nodded in satisfaction. He summoned a clever subordinate, instructing him to accompany him in the forthcoming endeavor. The package contained 2 police uniforms, acquired during a prior raid when he encountered a resisting officer, whom he swiftly dispatched to procure these garments. Their next scheme was to masquerade as law enforcement, luring Ling Feng out to his demise. As the time drew near, Niu Xian donned the police uniform and, alongside another subordinate, made his way toward Ling Feng's residence. Upon reaching the exterior of the villa, Niu Xian gazed toward the house and caught sight of a woman diligently cleaning the dining table on the first floor. The reflection in the glass obscured her features, yet her figure and form were undoubtedly superior to those of the 2 women at his own abode. Unable to restrain his eagerness, he quickened his pace toward the dining area, yearning to behold her visage. Inside, Lin Su seemed to sense an observer and turned her head, locking eyes directly with Niu Xian. At last, he beheld the woman's countenance within the villa, and his breath caught in his throat. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Her beauty rivaled that of television stars, particularly her aloof demeanor and those strikingly alluring features that left him parched with desire. The 2 women he had acquired just yesterday paled in comparison. Indeed, they were no match at all. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush in and engage her in earnest conversation. Upon reflecting on the fact that Ling Feng not only possessed ample resources and a cozy villa in the apocalypse, but also had exquisite beauty by his side, an intense jealousy ignited within him. He silently vowed to seize everything that belonged to him. Lin Su, gazing out the window, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of 2 men clad in police uniforms. However, her surprise quickly morphed into discomfort as she noticed their lewd gazes scanning her from head to toe. She hurriedly drew the curtains and rushed into the living room to inform Ling Feng about the incident. At that moment, Ling Feng was engrossed in the surveillance footage. Lost in his thoughts, "These 2 individuals are unusual," Lin Su remarked. "What do you mean by unusual?" Ling Feng inquired with curious interest. "Although they are dressed as police officers, their demeanor is nothing like that of law enforcement, and their gazes are quite inappropriate, more akin to that of ruffians." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "I think your gaze is rather peculiar as well." Lin Su shot him a disapproving look, exasperated that he could still jest at such a moment. "You're just as much a rogue." "Then allow me to be a rogue," he chuckled, extending his hands toward her sensitive areas. Startled, Lin Su blushed and quickly swatted his hands away. "There are still people outside." Ling Feng retracted his hands with a smile, having only intended to tease her, relishing in her flustered demeanor. As Ling Feng observed the 2 individuals knocking at the door, he lazily strolled toward the entrance. He opened the small door above and addressed the 2 men outside. "What brings you here, officers?" One of Niu Xian's subordinates, with a serious expression, responded. "Are you Ling Feng?" Ling Feng nodded. The subordinate continued, "We are from the police department. We received a report alleging that you are suspected of intentional homicide. Please come with us immediately for questioning." Ling Feng was taken aback, then unleashed a barrage of expletives at the 2 men. "Are you both blind? How dare you attempt to arrest me? Open your eyes and see who I am. Even Director Wang and Director Zhao would never speak to me in such a manner. You 2 insignificant lackeys think you can apprehend me? Get out of my sight." Niu Xian's subordinate was left dumbfounded by Ling Feng's unexpected outburst. His rehearsed lines were rendered useless, prompting him to turn to Niu Xian for guidance. Niu Xian, momentarily incensed by the insult, contemplated striking back, but ultimately restrained his anger. He stepped forward, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Mr. Ling, Directors Wang and Zhao specifically instructed us to handle this matter professionally. Please do not make this difficult for us." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had merely fabricated the names of 2 individuals, and yet these officers had fallen right into his trap. His assumptions were indeed correct, given that the world had been in chaos for over half a month. The government had long since collapsed, leaving no one with the inclination to concern themselves with such trivial matters. It appears yet again, there is someone attempting to deceive themselves into gaining entry. However, this method is certainly more sophisticated than before. Ling Feng extracted a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and leisurely exhaling smoke rings. "If you wish to take me away, present your search warrant for my inspection." Niu Xian, inhaling the scent of smoke wafting from within, twitched his nose slightly. He had exhausted his last pack of cigarettes just yesterday, and now he felt the pangs of craving as he watched Ling Feng. "This matter is exceedingly urgent. We did not bring it with us. If you return with us now, I will show it to you," Niu Xian asserted with a serious expression. Observing the 2 still putting on an act, Ling Feng decided to indulge them a little longer. That will not suffice. Without a search warrant, I shall not accompany you. Sir, if you do not cooperate, we may be compelled to resort to forceful entry. Have you thought this through? Ling Feng nonchalantly exhaled a puff of smoke. Indeed, I have contemplated it thoroughly. Come on then. With that, he ended the call. Damn it. Niu Xian could no longer contain his frustration. He removed his hat, revealing a shiny bald head, and prepared to throw it, but a sudden chill enveloped him, prompting him to hastily replace the hat. Ling Feng, heed my words. I am Niu Xian of the Qinglong Society. Be wise and open the door, or when I force my way in, it will be the end for you. Ling Feng, through the surveillance, listened to Niu Xian's impotent fury, utterly unconcerned. He recalled the name Qinglong Society, which seemed familiar. He turned to Lin Su. Have you heard of the Qinglong Society? Why does it sound so familiar? Lin Su too had a vague recollection of the name, though it slipped her mind momentarily. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I remember. It's the group of thugs at the table next to us when we had barbecue last night, the ones you dealt with. Ling Feng then recalled the name Qinglong Society, surprised to encounter this group in the apocalypse, particularly since he had not crossed paths with them in his previous life. How curious it is that his reincarnation has altered certain trajectories of his existence. It is indeed possible. He had never encountered anyone from the Qinglong Society in his last life. However, now that they have come, it seems there is entertainment to be had. Chapter 50. Forceful Assault. Niu Xian, infuriated by Ling Feng's refusal to open the door, returned to prepare for a strong assault. Enraged, he stormed back to the villa, rallying his subordinates to arm themselves and follow him. Upon seeing Ling Kuer, his fury escalated, and he approached her, delivering a sharp slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. What kind of foolish advice did you give me, causing me to waste half a day's time? Then, accompanied by his entourage, he marched resolutely toward Ling Feng's residence. Ling Kuer, clutching her swollen cheek, coldly regarded Niu Xian's departing figure, her eyes flickering with disdain. It was his own foolishness, yet he placed the blame on her. How despicable. Ling Feng stood on the third floor, observing the throng of over 60 individuals making their way toward him. Each individual brandished a weapon, prominently led by a freshly uniformed bald man, who held a gun in his hand. Among the group, several others were similarly armed. At that moment, Wang Long received a call, inquiring about the situation. Evidently having spotted this gathering. Wind, I'm nearly bored out of my mind at home, Wang Long lamented. Ling Feng concurred that it was indeed time for Wang Long to engage in some activity. With so many people present, they were perfect for a bit of practice. You have a gun, don't you? Feel free to fire, but don't kill the leader just yet. If he is dead, there will be no fun left. All right, no problem, Wang Long replied excitedly before ending the call. Just as Ling Feng hung up, gunfire erupted from the neighboring villa. A figure from the Qinglong Society collapsed amidst the chaos. The members of the Qinglong Society were startled by the sudden shots. Someone's been hit. Just as the words left their lips, another shot rang out. Another person fell, both shots striking vital areas, resulting in immediate fatalities. Panic ensued among the Qinglong members, resembling headless flies as they scattered in all directions. These individuals were merely street thugs. While they might collect protection fees, they lacked the courage for a life-or-death struggle. Niu Xian, witnessing his subordinates fleeing in disarray, erupted in furious expletives. Get back here, you lot. Do you not wish to eat again? Whoever runs, I will take down. With that, he fired a shot into the air. The members of the Qinglong Society, intimidated by Niu Xian's ferocity, gradually returned, fully aware that their leader was not one to be trifled with. Niu Xian spotted the direction of the gunfire and aimed at Wang Long's position. However, the bullet ricocheted off the window, causing no damage whatsoever. Damn it, it's bulletproof glass. Everyone, dispersed towards Ling Feng's villa, Niu Xian bellowed, urging his subordinates to hasten their pace. This tactic proved somewhat effective, though it ultimately resulted in 4 to 5 casualties before they managed to break through. Upon arriving at Ling Feng's villa, Niu Xian instructed his men to force the door open, having learned from Ling Yutong that Ling Feng was unarmed. Thus, he felt a sense of invulnerability. Ling Feng observed the fools below attempting to breach the door, noting their failure to heed the lessons from the previous two groups. They pounded on the glass and door, leaving no discernible marks. Niu Xian, frustrated by the lack of progress from his subordinates and enraged by Ling Feng's deliberate display from within the window, alongside a striking beauty, felt his anger boil. Bring out the explosives, Blow the door open. Niu Xian, having previously worked in a mine, possessed knowledge of explosive fabrication, and these explosives were his homemade concoctions. Although it was merely homemade explosives, their power was not to be underestimated. They could undoubtedly obliterate ordinary walls. Lin Su, upon seeing the explosives they had brought forth, expressed her concerns, asking, "They possess explosives. Surely nothing untoward will happen?" Ling Feng, reassuringly wrapping his arm around her shoulders, replied softly, "Fear not. Such modest power poses no threat whatsoever." Seeing the confidence radiating from him, Lin Su felt a wave of relief wash over her, for she held unwavering faith in Ling Feng's words. Regardless of the challenges they faced, he always maintained an air of calm, effortlessly resolving even the gravest of difficulties with a smile. This was, indeed, one of the reasons for her fascination with the man before her. Niu Xian, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, felt a surge of jealousy that nearly ignited flames in his eyes. Unable to tolerate the sluggishness of his subordinates, he erupted in a furious tirade. "Hurry up. Place the explosives properly." Before long, 5 or 6 explosives were positioned at the entrance. Niu Xian took it upon himself to ignite them. With a resounding boom, the entrance erupted in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Niu Xian and his gang approached to inspect the scene, only to be met with sheer astonishment. The door stood unscathed, not even a dent to be found. "What on earth is this door made of? The bomb couldn't breach it," he exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. "I refuse to accept this. Continue the assault. If the door won't yield, then let us target the walls and windows." In the aftermath of the explosion, Ling Feng experienced only a faint sound and tremor, prompting him to admire the construction quality of the Huaqiang Security Company. He led Lin Su to the 3rd floor and retrieved a handgun, the very one he had taken from her on that fateful day. Checking the magazine, he noted there were still 8 rounds remaining. It then occurred to him that he had never inquired how Lin Su came to possess such a weapon. "Lin Su, where did you acquire this gun?" he asked. "I purchased it from the black market," she replied. "After our conversation before the apocalypse, I realized that as a woman, having a means of defense was essential, so I spent 10,000 yuan on this gun and 10 rounds. Little did I know it would eventually be put to use." Recalling the moment she had shot Yang Tianwu and his son, she felt a shiver of trepidation. Ling Feng expertly chambered around, opened a window slightly, and began firing at the individuals below. Bang! One of Niu Xian's subordinates was struck in the head, blood splattering across his face. Niu Xian, pale with fear, swiftly sought refuge behind a pillar. Upon witnessing Ling Feng firing from the 3rd floor, he retaliated. Though his aim was lacking, several shots fired only struck the window, ricocheting harmlessly off the bulletproof glass. Ling Feng, however, was a different story. Each shot he fired claimed a life, with every bullet finding its mark in the skull. Soon, 8 individuals lay lifeless, and the once stable subordinates, witnessing their comrades fall one after another, succumbed to panic and began to flee in all directions. Niu Xian was taken aback by Ling Feng's marksmanship, cursing the Ling family's inaccurate intelligence in his heart. Just as he felt his life was in peril, Ling Feng suddenly ceased firing. Chapter 51. My temper is quite high now out of bullets. Haha, even the heavens do not wish for my demise. Niu Xian dashed toward the courtyard gate, quickly vanishing from sight. After the members of the Qinglong Society departed, Wang Long called himself to boast about his accomplishments. After having stifled his urges for over half a month and taking a few lives, he felt a sense of relief. "Fengzi, it has been ages since we last shared a drink together. I've been cooped up at home for half a month, feeling almost moldy." Ling Feng agreed, recalling how he and Wang Long used to indulge in drinks every few days. Since the apocalypse, it had indeed been a long time since they had shared a drink. "All right, let us enjoy a drink together tonight. Head to the basement and wait for me." "What do you want to do in the basement?" Wang Long asked, a look of confusion on his face, unable to grasp Ling Feng's intentions. Ling Feng hung up the phone, instructing Lin Su to prepare extra dishes for the guests arriving that evening. Lin Su complied without further inquiry and busied herself in the kitchen. Ling Feng made his way to the basement storage room, moving aside a cabinet leaning against the wall. Behind it, a secret door was revealed. This hidden door had been deliberately arranged by Ling Feng during the villa's renovation, connecting to Wang Long's basement on the other side. Crafted from the same titanium alloy steel as the main entrance, this door could only be opened from Ling Feng's side, remaining inaccessible from the other. Its installation was so discreet that Wang Long had remained oblivious to its existence. Ling Feng opened the hidden door, and upon Wang Long's arrival at the designated spot, he was astonished to see Ling Feng standing by the door. "Wow, brother, you are simply incredible," Wang Long exclaimed, utterly shocked. He had not anticipated Ling Feng's ingenuity in concealing a secret door. Having frequented the basement daily, he had failed to notice it. As he approached Ling Feng with the intention of giving him a bear hug, he was promptly pushed away. "What are you up to? Keep your distance." Ling Feng regarded him with caution. "Come on, buddy. I just wanted a friendly embrace since it has been so long." Wang Long lamented, his expression one of feigned sorrow. Ling Feng, not in the mood for banter, offered him a cigarette. He then closed the secret door, leading Wang Long toward the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, Wang Long's eyes widened at the sight of Lin Su cooking in the kitchen, disbelief etched across his face. He stared at Ling Feng, circling him as he scrutinized him from head to toe. "What is going on?" Ling Feng asked, bewildered by Wang Long's circling. "You've done well for yourself. Haven't you? Is there a hidden beauty in your golden house? Even Lin Su has been won over by you." Lin Su is someone he knows. Previously, Ling Feng had brought him along to dine with her, and upon first meeting Lin Su, Wang Long was utterly captivated. He immediately wished to obtain her contact information, only to find that Lin Su had no interest in engaging with him, leaving him with no choice but to relent. However, he never anticipated that such an exquisite beauty would ultimately fall into Ling Feng's hands. Observing Lin Su's demeanor as a devoted wife, Wang Long felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Yet, he was genuinely pleased for his brother to have found such a stunning girlfriend. Although he had only met Lin Su once, it was evident to him that she was a good girl. While busy in the kitchen, Lin Su heard someone speaking and peeked her head out to investigate. Upon seeing Wang Long, she stepped out with a smile to greet him. "Mr. Wang, welcome to our home." "Hello, sister-in-law," Wang Long replied with a beaming smile, waving at Lin Su. The way he addressed her as sister-in-law made Lin Su feel a bit shy, her cheeks flushing slightly, while her heart brimmed with joy. "Hello. Please chat with Brother Feng for a while. I'll go prepare dinner," Lin Su said, inviting Wang Long before returning to her culinary endeavors. Wang Long, observing Ling Feng's smug expression, was infuriated and snatched the cigarette from his hand. The two then made their way to a small tea room on the third floor, where Ling Feng brewed a pot of da hong pao and poured a cup for Wang Long. After taking a sip, Wang Long savored the tea slowly. Excellent tea. Authentic da hong pao from Wui Mountain. I never expected to enjoy such fine tea in a post-apocalyptic world. Just how much do you have stashed away?" Ling Feng replied with a faint smile. "A secret. Suffice it to say, it's enough." Wang Long, recognizing Ling Feng's reluctance to divulge more, refrained from pressing further, trusting his brother implicitly. As they sipped their tea and discussed matters concerning the Qinglong Association, Ling Feng also revealed his reasoning for not exterminating them entirely. "Fengzi, you said they were beaten to such a state today. Do they still dare to return? They will undoubtedly come back. These people are driven mad by hunger, and as long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will give their all. You must be cautious. After your actions today, they certainly won't spare you either." Ling Feng warned Wang Long unbeknownst to them. Over an hour had passed as they chatted over tea, when Lin Su came upstairs to call them down for dinner. The dinner spread was exceptionally lavish. Lin Su had busied herself in the kitchen, preparing 8 dishes that looked rich in color and bursting with aroma, making Wang Long's mouth water. After half a month of eating frozen meals, he was thoroughly weary of them. Wang Long picked up a piece of braised pork and, upon tasting it, his expression transformed instantly. The pork was rich yet not greasy, gelatinous and succulent, melting in his mouth. The lean meat was flavorful yet tender, falling apart without being tough. It was so delicious it nearly brought him to tears, and he gave a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, not only are you beautiful, but your cooking is also exquisite." The aroma of the braised pork was utterly delightful, its flavor exceptional. His envy towards Ling Feng intensified. Having found such a splendid wife made life worthwhile. Ling Feng retrieved 2 bottles of Mao Tai, handing one to each of them, assuring that more was in stock. As they savored the exquisite dishes and sipped the liquor, the two engaged in pleasant conversation. However, Niu Xian found himself in a dire predicament. He had lost over a dozen brothers in a single day, and more critically, his food supplies were dwindling. Currently, the remaining provisions would suffice for just one more day. Beyond that, his men would face starvation. The thought of their potential unrest filled him with dread. Reclining on the sofa, he pondered how to secure more food, and his gaze fell upon Ling Kuer busily cooking in the kitchen, igniting his frustration. Had it not been for the misleading information provided by her family, he would not have suffered such losses. Come here. Niu Xian called out to Ling Kuer. Feeling apprehensive at the sight of his displeased expression, she cautiously approached. What is it? She inquired. Niu Xian let out a cold laugh. What is it? I am in a foul mood. With that, he forcefully pushed her head down. Chapter 52. The green tea girl knocks on the door. Ah, how refreshing. Ling Feng stretched and sat up in bed. Having indulged in drinks with Wang Long until 2 a.m., he had slept soundly until now and felt invigorated. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 10. After freshening up in the bathroom, he descended to the first floor for breakfast, where he found Lin Su engrossed in a drama series. These shows were downloaded by Ling Feng before the apocalypse, encompassing a plethora of classic films and television from both domestic and international sources. Lin Su was currently watching a palace intrigue drama, thoroughly captivated. Ling Feng harbored little interest in such series, finding the incessant chatter of a group of women surrounding a single man rather tiresome. Sometimes, missing an episode left him bewildered about the plot. Noticing Ling Feng had come downstairs, Lin Su rose to greet him. I'll warm up breakfast for you. I didn't wake you this morning as you were sleeping so soundly. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, breakfast was served, a bowl of tofu pudding, a steamer of shumai, 2 beef pancakes, 2 tea eggs, and a small plate of pickled vegetables. The sight of the meal stimulated Ling Feng's appetite. After a night of drinking, he was indeed quite hungry. He retrieved his phone, found a digital pickle video, and began to eat with great relish. Upon finishing his breakfast, Ling Feng felt considerably revitalized. Today he intended to have Lin Su teach him some fundamental concepts of genetics. He could not allow the core data left by his grandfather to go to waste. He was resolved to begin researching gene serums, completing the unfinished work of his grandfather. With his enhanced intellect, he would swiftly grasp this new discipline and efficiently undertake the foundational studies. If one could resolve the inherent flaws present in their genetic serum, their prowess would undoubtedly see a remarkable enhancement. However, he found himself in a quandary about whether to involve Lin Su in the research, as this matter bore significant implications. Yet, Lin Su was an exceptionally rare talent. With her intelligence and insight, her participation would surely prove invaluable. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the alarm at home blared unexpectedly once more. Enraged, Ling Feng glanced out the window to find a disheveled woman knocking fervently at his door. After scrutinizing her closely, he recognized her as Yang Zihan. She had undergone a striking transformation, now noticeably thinner. Her face was grimy, her hair unkempt, and her eyes lacked their former vivacity. The contrast with the exquisite and beautiful Yang Zihan he once knew was stark. Her expression indicated that she had been profoundly startled as she incessantly pounded on the door. Ling Feng noticed a few individuals lingering nearby, their gaze fixed upon Yang Zihan, yet they dared not approach his villa. He recognized them as members of the Qinglong Society. Seemingly intimidated by their earlier encounter with him, now intent on Yang Zihan. How should we respond to her presence outside? Lin Su, having observed the surveillance, approached Ling Feng with a query. Do you wish to let her in? Ling Feng was curious to see if Lin Su possessed an overly compassionate disposition. Had she been so inclined, he would have unhesitatingly expelled her. In a world ravaged by despair, excessive sympathy was a perilous trait, one that could lead to one's demise. Lin Su shook her head. Yang Zihan is cunning and insatiable. Allowing her entry would be akin to inviting trouble. Once others learn of her admission, they will flock here seeking assistance. Ling Feng found satisfaction in Lin Su's response. She was not one to be overwhelmed by compassion, possessing a keen understanding of human nature in such dire times. Then, let it be you who plays the villain, he remarked with a mischievous smile, nudging her toward the door to communicate with Yang Zihan while he listened in from the side. Lin Su ascended the ladder to the communication hatch and opened the small door above. Upon seeing it ajar, Yang Zihan's joy was short-lived as she beheld a familiar face. Why are you here? She exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lin Su could be in Ling Feng's home. Why her? What made her deserving of such favor? Ling Feng, why are you here? Yang Zihan cast a scornful glance at Lin Su, her eyes filled with jealousy, particularly as she noted Lin Su's refined features and rosy complexion. Her hair was impeccably styled, and a subtle touch of makeup adorned her face, presenting an image that was far from the dismal reality of a post-apocalyptic world. In fact, she appeared more vibrant than ever. This stark contrast stirred a sense of discomfort within her. Lin Su cast a cold gaze in her direction, stating, "My presence here is of no concern to you, nor do I have an obligation to report to you. Furthermore, Ling Feng currently has no desire to see you, so do not waste your time here any longer. Depart swiftly and do not linger at our doorstep." "You're talking nonsense." Yang Zihan erupted in fury upon hearing those words. "What do you mean your family? You are deliberately preventing me from seeing Ling Feng. And as for your family, do you truly consider yourself the mistress of this house? You're nothing but a despicable wretch seeking refuge by sharing a bed with Ling Feng." She continued, "Stop pretending to be virtuous." Lin Su felt a surge of anger at Yang Zihan's insults, her expression turning icy. Ling Feng, overhearing Yang Zihan's remarks, could no longer contain himself and shouted towards the door, "Yang Zihan, watch your language. Su Su is my wife, and if you continue to speak recklessly, do not blame me for being impolite." Upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, Yang Zihan immediately smirked and adopted a feigned tone of vulnerability, saying, "Ling Feng, dear brother, I implore you to help me. For the sake of our past friendship, just assist me this once." Ling Feng found her affected manner grating. "Our home is too small, and it would be inappropriate for you to enter as a young woman. I fear it would upset Su Su. Perhaps you should seek refuge elsewhere." Lin Su stared at Ling Feng in disbelief, casting a sharp glance his way. "So, you wish to play the benevolent one, while letting me bear the brunt of the harshness." Ling Feng, noticing her glare, mischievously winked at her. Yang Zihan, upon hearing his words, shot a furious look at Lin Su, realizing that she was the one orchestrating this situation. Her resentment towards Lin Su deepened. Not only had she stolen the man she cherished, but she was also constantly opposing her. If it weren't for Lin Su, she would be the one enjoying the comforts of this house and all its resources. "Ling Feng, don't be deceived by this woman's words. She has been lying to you all along. She does not love you. She merely seeks to exploit the resources you possess. Only I truly love you." Chapter 53. The arrival of the star Yang Zihan began to sow discord between Ling Feng and Lin Su. Lin Su scoffed, looking down at her disdainfully. "Yang Zihan, spare your breath. We will not allow you entry. If you wish to remain here, then do so." With that, she closed the small door, ignoring Yang Zihan outside. Yang Zihan's face flushed with rage, her expression filled with bitterness. She began to lash out at the door, striking it with her fists and feet, venting her frustrations, all while hurling a barrage of insults. However, her outburst elicited no response whatsoever. Panting heavily, she glared maliciously at the entrance of the villa. "Lin Su and Ling Feng, you wretched pair, I shall not let you escape." With a huff, she turned on her heel and strode towards the members of the Qinglong Society in the distance. The two Qinglong Society members, who had been pursuing Yang Zihan, cast furtive glances behind them, fearful that the figure from the villa might emerge to deliver retribution. The dread they had experienced at the hands of Ling Feng was still fresh in their minds. Just moments ago, they had received their boss's orders to capture the girl. But in a moment of distraction, they had allowed her to slip away. As they watched her approach, the brothers dared not venture into Ling Feng's villa to apprehend her, opting instead to observe the situation. To their astonishment, the girl lingered at the entrance for a moment before decisively walking over to them, leaving them puzzled. "Take me to your boss," Yang Zihan commanded, her expression inscrutable. The two henchmen of the Qinglong Society, understanding the gravity of her request, complied without protest. For she was a person of interest to their leader. They escorted her back to the villa with utmost seriousness. Soon, Yang Zihan found herself within the confines of the Qinglong Society's stronghold. Niu Xian, who was busy coordinating tasks inside the villa, could not suppress a flicker of joy upon seeing Yang Zihan enter. Hastily rearranging his responsibilities, he approached her with an eager gaze. He had heard of her fame. Prior to the apocalypse, she was a sensation on short video platforms, a colossal influencer adored by countless young men. Had he not learned from Ling Kuer that she resided in this community, he might have missed the opportunity to encounter such a breathtaking beauty. Though she may not possess the same allure as the woman residing with Ling Feng, she was still impressive. "Here comes the superstar," Niu Xian exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. "Is there anything to eat, big brother?" Yang Zihan inquired, casting her gaze upon the rugged and intimidating man before her. Despite the revulsion she felt inside, the pangs of hunger compelled her to feign sweetness and charm. Niu Xian was utterly disarmed by her endearing plea, his resolve melting away in the face of her pitiful eyes. evoking a profound sense of compassion within him. Of course, just a moment, he replied, rushing to retrieve provisions from Scar, the individual responsible for food storage. After contemplating briefly, he took an extra packet of bread, deeming one insufficient. He returned to Yang Zihan, brandishing the bread triumphantly. Her eyes sparkled with joy at the sight. It had been far too long since she had tasted bread. She had survived thus far solely on her stash of emergency rations, having withheld food even as her mother succumbed to starvation. "Thank you, big brother," she exclaimed, stepping forward to accept the bread, but Niu Xian withdrew his hand, a playful smile gracing his features. "Ah, dear starlet, this bread is not without its price. I wish to engage in a more profound conversation with you. Let us retreat upstairs for a more leisurely discussion." Yang Zihan undoubtedly comprehended his intentions. She approached Niu Xian, wrapped her arm around his, and remarked, "I too wish to engage in a more profound exchange with my brother." Niu Xian's face lit up with excitement as he playfully tilted her chin, eagerly pulling her upstairs for their intimate discussion. After a prolonged 10 minutes of close proximity, they had garnered a fundamental understanding of one another. Reclining on the bed, Niu Xian held Yang Zihan close, a look of reminiscence gracing his features. Though a hint of fatigue lingered in his brow, the past few days had proven somewhat taxing for him. In contrast, Yang Zihan, despite her dissatisfaction with Niu Xian's performance, feigned a contented demeanor, which he found exceedingly gratifying. "Brother, how much food do we have left at home?" Yang Zihan inquired softly, snuggling closer to Niu Xian. "Alas, our provisions are dwindling," he sighed, her question instantly plunging him back into a state of distress, dispelling the earlier contentment. Yang Zihan, upon hearing of the scarcity, became visibly unsettled, mentally chastising Niu Xian. "I endure your company in hopes of a hearty meal, and now you tell me we are running low? How infuriating." Though displeased internally, she maintained a seductive tone as she addressed Niu Xian. "Oh, does this mean we shall go hungry in the future? Fear not. I am already devising a plan to procure food." As Niu Xian spoke, his right hand roamed beneath her clothing, causing his cheeks to flush. With a coy exclamation, Yang Zihan protested, yet she continued, "Brother, does not the Ling family possess an abundance of food? Could we not borrow some?" Upon hearing this, Niu Xian's furrowed brow deepened, and a flicker of fear glimmered in his eyes. "That has been attempted. We lost over a dozen brothers in the effort to secure their resources." He recounted the failed attempts against Ling Feng. Yang Zihan frowned at his words, surprised at the fortress-like nature of Ling Feng's residence. Since the onset of the extreme cold, many had tried to breach it, yet none had made any progress. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, and her face brightened as she looked at Niu Xian. "Brother, I have a plan, though I am uncertain of its feasibility." "What plan?" Niu Xian, having exhausted all strategies against Ling Feng's estate, was intrigued but skeptical. Yang Zihan whispered her ideas into his ear, her fervent murmurs eliciting a growing spark of interest in Niu Xian's eyes, and his expression became increasingly animated. "Brilliant. I must admit, your approach may indeed prove effective. How did I not consider this before?" Niu Xian exclaimed, passionately kissing her on the cheek. "You truly are my lucky star, my darling. Should this plan succeed, you shall be hailed as the greatest hero. In the future, once we reside in Ling Feng's villa, we shall no longer endure hunger or the biting cold. Gone will be the days of consuming unhealthy junk food. Dear brother will treat you to sumptuous feasts." Yang Zihan's plan instilled a sense of feasibility in him, lifting the shadows from his face and rekindling his vigor. He gazed at the delicate and alluring beauty beside him, and in an instant, he felt a renewed sense of combativeness. With a swift motion, he flipped over and pinned Yang Zihan beneath him. Chapter 54. A touch of warmth for the Qinglong Society after completing a day of rigorous training. Ling Feng engaged in an intimate dialogue with Lin Su that lasted an hour, culminating in a shared understanding of their goals. They spoke candidly and embraced as they drifted into slumber. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a phone call from Wang Longfengzi. "The Qinglong Society has stealthily made their way to your vicinity. Exercise caution." Ling Feng hung up, his frustration mounting. Why disturb him at such an hour? He approached the window to observe the snowy landscape, and indeed, figures were drawing closer. Each individual carried large bags, though the size suggested they contained nothing overly burdensome. Alongside these sizable sacks, some were shouldering benches, sofas, and other materials. Ling Feng silently commended their dedication. Such diligence was commendable. As this group invaded the courtyard, the alarm promptly blared, and Ling Feng deftly silenced it. Lin Su, roused by the cacophony, sleepily inquired, "What is happening outside?" "Nothing to worry about, just those people. Return to sleep. I will check the second floor." Obediently, Lin Su lay back down, her eyelids heavy with fatigue from their hour-long exchange earlier that evening. Ling Feng ascended to the second floor, witnessing the Qinglong Society members arranging sofas, chairs, and bed frames against the walls, cautiously extracting garments from the bags and draping them over the furniture. Their movements were deliberate and silent. Once everything was in place, Niu Xian emerged from the crowd, producing a lighter from his pocket and igniting the clothing. "Arson." A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Feng's eyes as he observed the unfolding spectacle below. Intrigued by their audacious antics, the flames illuminated the faces of the participants, each adorned with smiles, whether from the warmth of the fire or the exhilaration of anticipated success. As the blaze intensified, Niu Xian's spirits soared. This fire, even if it did not reduce the house to ashes, would surely produce enough acrid smoke to drive you from your shell. "I refuse to believe you can remain hidden indefinitely." Humph. Ling Feng remained unfazed by the roaring flames. The unique materials of his villa would withstand the inferno without sustaining any damage. At worst, it might mar the external walls of the structure. As for the smoke, it had been taken into account since the inception of the construction, leading to a renovation of the house's ventilation system. The noxious gases from outside would not infiltrate the villa in the slightest. However, watching the members of the Qinglong Society huddling together for warmth, Ling Feng suddenly felt that this situation was perfectly suited for the deployment of a particular weapon, hand grenades. He possessed 30 grenades previously seized from the assassin headquarters, and after systematic replication, there were now 3,000 at his disposal. Thus far, not a single one had been utilized. Today, he could finally put them to the test, adding a touch of warmth to the chilly night for this group of Qinglong Society members. Ling Feng retrieved 2 grenades from his spatial storage, one in each hand. He pulled the pins with his teeth and aimed carefully at the crowd below, throwing them with force. In that instant, the second safety mechanism was triggered, releasing the shrapnel from the grenades. The members of the Qinglong Society, who had been relishing the rare warmth, were taken aback when one of them was suddenly struck on the head by an unidentified object. Enraged, he shouted, "Who threw a brick at me? Have you no sense of public decency? This is a public space." Before he could finish his words, 2 resounding explosions erupted, illuminating the courtyard with flames. The deafening blasts reverberated throughout Shizi Bay, awakening all the residents in the vicinity. Each person peered out their windows towards the source of the commotion, their expressions a melange of fear, curiosity, and schadenfreude. As the smoke dissipated, the site of the explosion gradually came into view, soon followed by a chorus of anguished cries. The area where the Qinglong Society members had gathered now bore 2 large craters, surrounded by severed limbs and drenched in blood. The ground was littered with dismembered flesh. A gruesome spectacle. Several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, their legs and arms blown off, some with their eyes obliterated, wailing in agony. The courtyard resembled a scene from the depths of hell. In mere moments, the 2 grenades had claimed nearly 20 lives, primarily due to the close proximity of the group. Nearby, Niu Xian watched the horrific scene with trepidation, his legs trembling in fear. He had just felt the warmth of the fire and had moved a bit further away in search of coolness, unwittingly saving his own life. Now, any thoughts of attacking Ling Feng had vanished. All he desired was to escape swiftly, uncertain of when another grenade might be launched. As if to affirm his fears, another explosion erupted not far away, taking down 5 more individuals, 2 of whom were wailing in pain. Among them was one of his most capable subordinates, Scarface. A hand was blown off and landed right in front of him. "Quick, retreat." Niu Xian fled in haste, no longer daring to linger in what he deemed a hellish den of devourers. He swore never to provoke Ling Feng again in this lifetime. As for his injured subordinates, he dismissed them with a bitter thought. "Damn it, I can barely save myself. I shall not concern myself with them, even if they are rescued. Such wounds inevitably lead to death," he repeatedly reassured himself. The surviving dozen or so watched their leader flee in disarray, prompting each to follow suit in a frantic escape. Ling Feng observed the fleeing individuals, resolute in his intent to pursue them. He retrieved his cherished AK from his space and commenced his hunting game. Since the onset of the apocalypse, his AK had remained untouched. Today, it was high time to put it to use. He aimed at the heart of the last runner and decisively pulled the trigger. A soft thud resonated as the rifle discharged, and the distant target collapsed. He continued to target the next individual, delivering precise shots, each bullet finding its mark. In mere moments, he had dispatched 8 foes. Pleased with his performance, Ling Feng felt his marksmanship had sharpened significantly. Since injecting the genetic serum, his focus had dramatically improved, honing his shooting skills to a fine edge. He closed the window and stored the AK back in his space. Outside, there were still anguished cries echoing, abandoned to their fates. These individuals would succumb either to excessive bleeding or the bitter cold. However, Ling Feng harbored no benevolence to save them. They had committed numerous wrongs and deserved their fate. Yet, the sight of so many corpses and severed limbs in the yard was unsettling, severely affecting his mood and appetite. He needed to devise a plan to clear the bodies from the premises. Chapter 55. Genetic Research. Since the last massacre of over 20 members of the Qinglong Society, Niu Xian had been relatively subdued for a time. For 10 consecutive days, Ling Feng experienced a marked tranquility, utilizing this period to delve into the study of genetics. His learning pace was remarkably swift, prompting Lin Su to remark upon his genius. Concepts that were challenging for others seemed to click for him after just a single exposure, allowing him to apply his knowledge flexibly. The notion of misunderstanding simply did not exist for Ling Feng. In just 10 short days, he absorbed knowledge that would typically require years for others, mastering it with remarkable agility. After all, a brain developed to level 20 was no trifling matter. In the latter days of this period, Ling Feng began to engage in research concerning the genetic serum. After much contemplation, he decided to allow Lin Su to partake in the study. Through their recent interactions, he had grown increasingly familiar with her, gradually lowering his guard. Although she was included in the research efforts, she was not granted access to the core data, as the implications of this matter were exceedingly grave. After 2 days of research, he discovered that his laboratory was missing 2 pieces of machinery and several genetic samples. These machines were substantial equipment that his grandfather had never equipped at home. Such devices could only be found in the company's laboratory. Ling Feng felt a headache coming on. In these apocalyptic times, he had no clear understanding of the outside world. His philosophy had always been to survive quietly, as he wished to avoid peril. However, if he did not make a trip to the company, the research on the genetic serum would come to a standstill. After much contemplation, Ling Feng decided that he must venture to the company, as the genetic serum would determine his future strength, and he needed to take this risk. Yet, before leaving the villa, he had to eliminate the uncertainties within it. Otherwise, he could not set off with peace of mind. Ling Feng gazed at the corpses outside, and suddenly an idea struck him. For the past few days, there had been individuals stealthily coming to move the bodies, including members of the Qinglong Society and local residents of Shizi Bay. Today was no exception, as Ling Feng observed 2 figures cautiously approaching from a distance. Peering into the villa, upon recognizing their faces, he realized they were local residents of Shizi Bay, 2 brothers who had run a construction company together before the apocalypse. Ling Feng stood at the 3rd-floor window and opened it. The 2 brothers, initially planning to stealthily remove the corpses, were startled to see Ling Feng open the window and immediately turned to flee. To them, he was like a living demon, a ruthless figure who would kill without hesitation. "Stop!" Ling Feng shouted, but the 2 men only ran faster, fearing that he might take offense and end their lives. "If you keep running, I will shoot." He raised his voice, pulling out his pistol and firing a shot into the air. The brothers froze in place, terrified and unwilling to move, for they had heard tales of Ling Feng's marksmanship. "Come here, I have something to discuss with you." They turned back with trembling trepidation, their expressions more mournful than that of someone who had just lost a parent. The older of the 2 stammered, "Ling Feng, we only wanted to move a body back. We have no other intentions, please don't kill us." Ling Feng was somewhat exasperated. He was not the kind of person to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. As long as others did not provoke him, he had no desire to take lives. "Who said I wanted to kill you? I have a matter to discuss with you." "A good matter." He retrieved 2 steaming buns from his space and tossed them at their feet. "These are for you." The brothers stared at the large, steaming buns that had fallen at their feet. Unable to resist, each picked one up and stuffed it into their mouths. As they savored the warm buns, they experienced, for the first time, just how delicious they could be. Having been starved for so long, they devoured each bun in just a few bites. After savoring the delightful taste of the steamed buns, the two men, their faces adorned with satisfaction, reflected on the experience, lamenting that they had consumed them too hastily without fully appreciating their flavor. The elder of the pair, Zhang Ning, gazed at Ling Feng and immediately knelt down, bowing his head repeatedly while expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. You are truly a benefactor. My life belongs to you." His younger brother, witnessing this act of reverence, followed suit and knelt beside him, thanking Ling Feng as well. "You are our great benefactor, and we vow to follow you until death." However, Ling Feng remained unmoved by their incessant gratitude. "You wish to follow me? Dream on. I have no intention of wasting food on such worthless beings," he thought to himself with a cold smile. "Do you yearn to have buns to eat every day?" Ling Feng's voice dripped with temptation. "I dream of it," responded the brothers eagerly, nodding fervently. "Go and gather all the living souls from Shizi Bay. Tell them I am distributing food for free," commanded Ling Feng to the two brothers. "Master, we shall do it at once," Zhang Ning flattered, pulling his brother Zhang and along to summon others. Meanwhile, Lin Su observed Ling Feng's actions with confusion. "Why the sudden generosity in providing food?" she inquired. Ling Feng smiled mysteriously. "You'll understand soon enough." Before long, a trickle of people began to approach Ling Feng, and after about an hour, nearly everyone had arrived. Among the crowd, he recognized many familiar faces, including Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer. However, he did not spot Ling Yutong, leaving him to wonder if he had perished or simply dared not come. Zhang Ning pushed his way through the crowd, a sycophantic expression on his face. "Report, master. Everyone from our community has assembled." Ling Feng nodded, quickly counting heads. There were fewer than 30 people remaining in Shizi Bay, now down to a mere 26. The once thriving villa community, which had boasted over 300 residents, had diminished to less than 10% of its original population, a staggering mortality rate. Each face bore the marks of hardship, gaunt and weary, resembling that of refugees. Clearing his throat, Ling Feng addressed the gathering. "Dear neighbors, it pains me to witness your struggles with hunger. I have decided to offer you what little food I possess as aid. Each of you shall receive a steamed bun. Please form an orderly queue to collect them." Zhang Ning, assist in organizing the others to line up. Upon hearing the promise of food, the formerly dull eyes of the residents sparkled with excitement. Though disbelief lingered regarding Ling Feng's benevolence, Zhang Ning began to coordinate the 24 individuals into an orderly line alongside Zhang Yin. Once everyone had lined up appropriately, Ling Feng retrieved a plastic bag and produced 26 buns from his space, tossing them down from the third floor. Zhang Ning, Zhang Yin, began distributing the buns. Chapter 56. The Death of Niu Xian. The 26 steamed buns were quickly distributed. These buns were utterly delectable, sweet, and delightful. I finished mine in just 2 bites, scarcely savoring the flavor. They were the best delicacies I had ever tasted. Now, my hunger had intensified. The crowd began to engage in soft conversations, each face illuminated by a long-lost smile. Sometimes, happiness is remarkably simple. A single bun is enough to satisfy these elite individuals for an entire day. However, not everyone wore a cheerful expression, such as Yang Zihan and Ling Kuer. Yang Zihan's countenance was exceedingly grim. Her eyes filled with animosity as she glared at Lin Su, standing beside Ling Feng. Observing Lin Su's exquisite features and elegantly tailored attire made her feel like a beggar in comparison. All of this was stolen from her by Lin Su. Ling Kuer's gaze flickered, her expression complex. Her elder brother had been shot by Ling Feng, her second brother was blown to bits, and her father was now left clinging to life. The source of all this calamity was Ling Feng. Yet when offered a bun, she could not muster the courage to refuse. She lacked the resolve for such defiance. Her schemes had inflicted not a trace of harm on Ling Feng, which severely undermined her confidence, leaving her engulfed in a sense of defeat. Ling Feng observed as the homeowners of Shizi Bay finished their buns and spoke kindly. "Were the buns to your liking?" "They were delicious, truly delightful. Ling Feng's buns are the most exquisite. I could eat 10 of these." The crowd chimed in, each voice eager to flatter him. Unfazed, Ling Feng continued, "If anyone can slay a member of the Qinglong Society, I shall reward them with 5 buns, a bucket of instant noodles, and a packet of pickled vegetables." As soon as Ling Feng uttered these words, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions brimming with greed and excitement. Some began to strategize on how they might eliminate one, for after all, that was 5 buns, enough to sustain them for 10 days. Yet, there were also glimmers of fear regarding the Qinglong society. These individuals were ruthless, having recently eliminated several disobedient homeowners. Ling Feng noted that while a few were stirred to action, the majority remained unmoved, evidently wary of the Qinglong society. Thus, he resolved to enhance his offer. He spoke gravely, 10 buns and 2 buckets of instant noodles for the head of a Qinglong society member. Furthermore, whoever can kill Niu Xian will receive double the reward, along with an additional roasted chicken. Upon finishing, Ling Feng produced a steaming roasted chicken, plump and golden brown, looking utterly delectable. The homeowners' eyes widened in unison, fixated on the chicken as they drooled, wishing they could snatch it and take a bite. Ling Feng showcased the roasted chicken for a few moments before retracting it, leaving the crowd yearning for more, their eyes filled with longing. All right, what I wish to convey is this. Those who accomplish these goals are welcome to come to me for their rewards. I shall await your good news. Best of luck to you all. After Ling Feng concluded his speech, he shut the window, disregarding those present. Lin Su gazed at Ling Feng with admiration. So, you intend to leverage these property owners to eradicate the Qinglong society, letting them engage in mutual destruction. Ling Feng regarded her with a look of approval and playfully patted her ample backside, exclaiming, "Clever." The property owners below began to huddle together, whispering among themselves. Initially cautious of one another, they now found common ground and began to reconcile. Yang Zihan and Ling Ku also congregated, conversing in hushed tones. And after reaching a consensus, they departed together. News of Ling Feng's intent to target the Qinglong society swiftly reached Niu Xian. Although the Qinglong members had not shown up, they had infiltrated the group with an insider. Should anything transpire with the individuals at Shizi Bay, he would be informed immediately. Niu Xian remained unfazed by Ling Feng's bounty. He still had 8 or 9 loyal men under his command. Though not as numerous as the property owners at Shizi Bay, each was fierce and formidable. He had successfully subdued the entire group, and he doubted they would dare challenge his authority, unless they were courting death. However, he overlooked the immense allure that sustenance holds for a ravenous crowd. In a post-apocalyptic world, a mere loaf of bread could cost a life, especially given the generous bounty Ling Feng had offered. As night fell, despite his outward indifference, Niu Xian felt a twinge of unease in his heart. He ordered his subordinates to take turns standing guard outside his door. Although his men were somewhat disgruntled, they dared not voice their discontent, as Niu Xian wielded a firearm, and crossing him could lead to dire consequences. Reclining in bed, Niu Xian reveled in the attentions of Yang Zihan and Ling Ku. This was the only time he truly felt at ease. "Brother, how about the 3 of us tonight?" Yang Zihan suggested shyly, her face blooming like a peach blossom, exuding an inviting allure. Upon hearing her words, Niu Xian's heart stirred. He had longed for a multi-partner encounter, yet Yang Zihan had always refused. To his surprise, she had initiated the idea today. Who would have thought such innocence masked a more provocative nature? "Ah, I have been waiting for you to say that." Niu Xian's gaze fixated on her delicate form, filled with eagerness. Yang Zihan and Ling Ku exchanged knowing smiles and quickly leaned toward Niu Xian. Soon, the room was filled with lively banter. This left the 2 subordinates stationed outside in a state of discontent. They glanced at each other, their eyes filled with yearning, envious of their leader within the room. Yet, who could argue with the status of being the boss? They could only entertain such thoughts in silence, resolving to satisfy their own desires later. 2 hours later, Yang Zihan and Ling Ku watched as Niu Xian lay sprawled on the bed, deep in slumber, his expression marred by disdain. In a bid to win Niu Xian's favor, the 2 women resorted to their cunning skills. Niu Xian, weary and exhausted, had succumbed to a profound sleep. A glimmer of determination flickered in Yang Zihan's eyes as she tentatively called out, "Brother?" Ling Ku leaned closer, whispering into his ear, "Brother, are you asleep?" and gently nudged him. Once they confirmed he was soundly asleep, the 2 exchanged glances and commenced their search on the bed, ultimately retrieving the handgun concealed beneath Niu Xian's pillow. With the firearm in hand, Yang Zihan wore a fierce expression as she regarded Niu Xian, the man who had tormented her for far too long, filling her with revulsion. At last, she could exact her revenge and reclaim her dignity. She aimed the gun at Niu Xian's chest and fired 3 shots in succession. Niu Xian did not have time to utter a single cry before he met his demise. Chapter 57. Conquering the owners of Shizi Bay. Outside, 2 henchmen stationed at the door were startled by the gunfire and immediately called out, "Boss, are you all right?" Receiving no response, one of them shouted again, "Boss?" Still, silence reigned. Alarmed, they sensed something was amiss and prepared to break down the door. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Ling Kuo, her face pale with terror as she exclaimed, "Your boss has been shot dead by Yang Zihan, and she has turned the gun on herself." Upon hearing this, the two rushed inside. The dim light of the room barely illuminated by the moonlight due to a power outage. They walked in, oblivious to Yang Zihan hiding behind the door. Without hesitation, she raised the gun and fired several shots into the backs of the two henchmen, who fell lifelessly to the ground. In mere minutes, she had taken multiple lives. Feeling no remorse, instead, she experienced a thrill in the act of bloodshed. Fortunately, she had accompanied her father to the shooting range on several occasions, making her somewhat familiar with firearms. After eliminating the two henchmen, Yang Zihan and Ling Kuo swiftly set to work, severing the heads of several individuals and placing them aside. Once their gruesome task was completed, they concealed the corpses beneath the bed. According to their plan, Yang Zihan hid behind the door, while Ling Kuo ventured out to lure in the next unsuspecting victim. Soon, Ling Kuo returned with another unfortunate soul at the threshold. The young man, with bleached hair, eagerly remarked, "Sister-in-law, is it true that my brother won't be coming back tonight?" Ling Kuo, linking her arm with his, whispered softly in his ear, "Rest assured, he said he wouldn't be spending the night here. Tonight, Zihan and I promised to make you feel utterly comfortable." Upon hearing this, the young man could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. A surge of anger coursed through him, wishing to swiftly enact justice upon the insolent figure before him, especially considering she was the woman of his superior. The thought alone was tantalizing. As the saying goes, nothing compares to a delicious dumpling, particularly when it comes to Yang Zihan, whom he had long coveted. The moment Ling Kuo opened the door, he eagerly enveloped her in an embrace, kissing her passionately, oblivious to the woman lurking behind. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the back of the yellow-haired man, causing him to wince in pain. He hastily turned to see what had happened, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, another shot pierced through, this time hitting his heart. He collapsed to the ground, his gaze filled with confusion and resentment. In his final moments, all he could see was Ling Kuo advancing towards him, brandishing a gleaming watermelon knife. Together, Yang Zihan and Ling Kuo executed this method throughout the night, eliminating every member of the Qinglong society. Having accomplished their grim task, the two exchanged relieved smiles, surveying the array of severed heads before them, their eyes sparkling with triumph. To them, those heads represented sustenance. As dawn broke the next day, they meticulously gathered the heads, preparing to visit Ling Feng in exchange for food. Ling Feng, who had been peacefully sleeping, was abruptly awakened by the sound of an alarm. He approached the window and beheld Yang Zihan and Ling Kuo, each dragging a hefty suitcase. Peering down at them, Ling Feng called out, "What brings you out so early? Does what you said yesterday still hold true?" Yang Zihan inquired coldly, the night's carnage having numbed her heart. Ling Feng yawned and stretched lazily, replying, "Of course, as long as you bring me the heads. I will not go back on my word." Upon hearing this, the two women wasted no time, crouching to unzip their suitcases, revealing the heads within, exactly 10 in total, including that of Niu Xian. Ling Feng looked at them with an expression of surprise. "You killed all of these?" They nodded in affirmation. Without further ado, he retrieved 2 roast chickens from his storage and tossed them to the pair. Impressed with their efforts, he decided to reward them. The moment the roast chickens hit the ground, the two dashed forward, snatching them up and devouring them with fervor. Grease dripped from their mouths as they stuffed their cheeks, their eyes solely focused on the savory meat. This was the first warm meal they had enjoyed since the apocalypse began. Before long, the chickens were reduced to mere bones, with not a scrap remaining. Satisfied, they licked their lips and exchanged a smile, reveling in their delightful feast. Ling Feng, in a jubilant mood, prepared 2 large bags filled with buns and instant noodles, tossing them down from the 3rd floor. The 2 women accepted the food without a word and turned to leave. Ling Feng, too, wore a pleased expression, having successfully dealt with the Qinglong society with minimal expenditure. This transaction had proven exceedingly worthwhile. Subsequently, he could venture out with peace of mind. However, before departing, it was imperative to secure the remaining individuals in Shizi Bay to prevent any potential troubles. Soon, Zhang Ning and Zhang An arrived at Ling Feng's modest courtyard. Upon seeing Ling Feng, they knelt down in reverence, indulging in flattery to the utmost degree. Ling Feng appreciated their self-awareness as they humbled themselves. From his spatial storage, he retrieved 2 boxes of instant noodles and tossed them down, proclaiming, "A token of appreciation for you. Thank you, master. Thank you, master." The 2 of them fervently bowed in gratitude, salivating at the sight of the noodles. A rare delicacy indeed. The mere thought of the pickled vegetables was mouth-watering. "You 2 are to inform the property owners that, from this day forth, they shall heed my commands and work for me. I shall provide each of you with a bun daily. Those who do not labor shall receive nothing. Come to me every afternoon to claim your bun." Afterward, he tossed down a walkie-talkie, remarking that mobile phones had become obsolete, and in this apocalyptic scenario, such devices were of utmost utility. He had ample walkie-talkies from his previous scavenging during a zero-cost acquisition event, and now they were coming in handy. "Use this to contact me on Channel 5. "Yes, master." With their orders given, the 2 departed with great enthusiasm. Soon, the property owners of Shizi Bay were gathered once more, though today, the number was reduced by 2. As Zhang Ning reported that 2 individuals had succumbed to a fever the previous day, Ling Feng paid it little mind. In accordance with routine, Ling Feng distributed a bun to each person. Once they had consumed their buns, he addressed the assembly. "From this day forth, those who work for me shall have food to eat. Those who do not shall go hungry. Furthermore, I shall reward those who demonstrate commendable performance. Henceforth, you are to follow the directives of Zhang Un and Zhang Ning. I shall delegate tasks to them." He observed the crowd's reaction, noting the smiles of relief on their faces, grateful for their reprieve from hunger. Though it was merely a bun, it was sufficient for survival. "Thank you for your generous gift, master." Zhang Ning led the way, bowing deeply before Ling Feng, prompting others to follow suit, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generous gift, master." Chapter 58. Encounter with Brother Kuan. As the apocalypse approached its 1-month mark, having resolved the issues in Shizi Bay, Ling Feng decided to venture out to Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company in search of resources. He donned a professional-grade winter outfit, snow boots, tactical gloves, and an upgraded bulletproof vest. The vest, procured from a killer organization, had been enhanced to be lighter and offer superior ballistic protection. He ensured his sniper rifle was fully loaded, with all magazines brimming with ammunition before preparing to depart. "Be cautious on the road." Lin Su expressed her concern, diligently adjusting his attire. "Rest assured. Stay home and await my return." Ling Feng gently kissed her on the cheek before moving to the entrance and opening the door. The moment the door swung open, a biting cold wind rushed toward him, causing him to instinctively squint his eyes. After nearly a month, Ling Feng was stepping outside his home for the first time. He retrieved a snowmobile from his storage, a vehicle he had purchased for 500,000. After his enhancements, it could reach speeds of 300 kilometers per hour, boasting excellent stability and shock absorption, an ideal means of transportation in a post-apocalyptic world. For someone like Ling Feng, who had a penchant for motorcycles, this model perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. He had been captivated by it at first glance and had subsequently acquired 10 of them. In the harsh realities of the end times, such vehicles were consumables, necessitating a surplus. Nevertheless, the upgraded model also exhibited remarkable resilience. Ling Feng mounted the motorcycle, donned his helmet, and started the engine. The thunderous roar immediately drew the attention of others in Shizi Bay. Observing Ling Feng's departure, they refrained from harboring any untoward thoughts, fully aware of the rifle slung across his back. In a shadowy corner, a pair of cold eyes fixated on the direction Ling Feng was heading, a faint smirk curling at the corners of their lips. Upon exiting the community, the motorcycle hit the road, though it was nearly indistinguishable from the surroundings. A month of relentless snow had accumulated to a depth of 5 meters, submerging the shops along the roadside, with only the signs hinting at their former purposes. Ling Feng, relying on his memory, sped toward the direction of his company. As the cold wind whipped around him, the motorcycle raced down the desolate road, devoid of any human presence. And Ling Feng felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. After being cooped up at home for so long, breathing in the fresh air was an incredibly refreshing experience. About halfway into his journey, a red building came into view, with the words Dragon Country Petrochemicals prominently displayed above the entrance. Ling Feng's eyes brightened. A gas station. He realized he was in dire need of such resources. Although he had stockpiled a portion of gasoline and diesel before the apocalypse, the supply was limited, sufficient for only 10 years of personal use at most. This realization stirred a sense of anxiety within him, especially considering the high fuel consumption of the snowmobile. The gas station ahead could alleviate his immediate concerns. As he drove into the gas station, he noticed it was completely buried under a thick layer of snow. To access the underground storage tanks, he would need to break through the frozen surface. Ling Feng contemplated the task before him. The snow was too thick to clear easily, and he was uncertain of the location of the storage tank's entrance. Clearing the entire gas station's surface seemed like an overwhelming endeavor. Ling Feng took out the ice-breaking tool from his spatial storage and began to clear the snow. With his formidable physique, he soon completed the task of clearing the ice layer within a 2-meter radius in just an hour. However, Ling Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. At this rate, it would be challenging to clear all the accumulated snow by the end of the day. He decided to temporarily abandon the task, marking the location to return to later. As this matter was not the most pressing at the moment, his priority was to head to the company to retrieve the necessary equipment. He stowed away his tools, got into his vehicle, and prepared to depart. A sense of unease gripped him as he glanced back, feeling as though something was watching him ever since he arrived at this gas station. Yet, as he surveyed the surrounding expanse of white, nothing seemed amiss. With a self-deprecating smile, he started the engine and left with a roar. Not long after his departure, a massive figure emerged from a snowbank, its chilling gaze fixed on the direction Ling Feng had taken. In a flash, it vanished from sight. As Ling Feng left the California station, he made his way with determination toward the city center. After a 20-minute drive, he finally arrived at the heart of Shanjing City. Once the most bustling area, teeming with life and vibrancy before the apocalypse, it now lay desolate and shrouded in white. The once crowded streets were devoid of any human presence, and the stark contrast of this emptiness evoked a profound sense of the cruelty of the new world. Ling Feng slowed his vehicle, beginning his search for the company's building. With much of the architecture buried under heavy snowfall, he relied on his sense of direction. After several minutes of searching, he finally spotted the company's edifice. To his surprise, he noticed the presence of people outside the building, living individuals. As he observed them, they too caught sight of him. Ling Feng scrutinized the group, noting that they were clad in matching uniforms and exuded a robust presence, unmistakably seasoned fighters, each equipped with weapons at their waists. Cautiously, he regarded them while feeling the weight of his handgun at his side. Ling Feng approached the group on his motorcycle, ready to act at a moment's notice. The individuals across from him began to adopt a defensive posture as he drew nearer. One burly man turned to their leader, a figure named Kuan, and said, "Brother Kuan, someone is approaching. Should we?" As he made a gesture across his throat. Kuan, visibly annoyed, replied, "I told you, during work, use titles." With a voice that was difficult to distinguish between masculine and feminine, complemented by a fair and striking visage, it was hard to ascertain his gender. "Let us assess the situation first. No need to escalate matters unnecessarily." The subordinate, sensing Kuan's displeasure, nodded awkwardly in response. Ling Feng halted a short distance from the group, removed the car key, and approached them. It was not his desire to engage with these individuals, but rather their location coincided with that of the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company building, necessitating his interaction. "Stop! What are you doing?" A burly man stepped forward, his tone brusque and confrontational. Ling Feng frowned. He found such a manner of speaking exceedingly irksome. "What business is it of yours? Step aside." The burly man's expression immediately turned icy at these words. "Listen, kid, I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. Otherwise, you'll be staying here today. Apologize and leave your snowmobile, and you can be on your way." Ling Feng merely smiled faintly, thinking how reckless they were to challenge him. Chapter 59. The fierce battle with Brother Kuan. Ling Feng held absolute confidence in his current strength. He feared not even those armed with firearms. His physical capabilities had long surpassed those of an ordinary person by a factor of 60. With his current speed, he was certain he could swiftly eliminate these few adversaries. Even if they possessed guns, he believed he could dispatch them before they managed to draw their weapons. "If you desire the vehicle, we shall see if you possess the capability to take it." Ling Feng removed his helmet, discarding it aside, revealing his chiseled visage. Upon seeing Ling Feng's face, Brother Kuan's expression shifted, his eyes sparkling with interest and a smile gracing his lips. The several subordinates beside him, upon witnessing their leader's demeanor, were overtaken by goosebumps. For their boss was an aficionado of fencing, and such an expression indicated his intrigue. Brother Kuan gazed at the young man across from him with a hint of flirtation. "Beard, I want him alive," he instructed the burly man, his eyes ardently fixed on Ling Feng. a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Ling Feng felt a shiver run down his spine as he noticed the androgynous creep leering at him, making his skin crawl and nearly causing him to regurgitate his breakfast. Frowning, he looked back at the peculiar man, discomfort radiating from him. Receiving Brother Kuen's command, the burly man approached Ling Feng with a mocking demeanor, saying, "Kid, you're in luck. Our boss has taken a liking to you, so you won't perish immediately. If you serve him well, perhaps our boss will show mercy and spare your life." Haha. Just as the burly man was about to continue his taunts, he witnessed Ling Feng charging at an astonishing speed. In a panic, he attempted to defend himself, but it was already too late. With a resounding slap, the burly man was sent flying, landing several meters away and skidding across the ground for a considerable distance. One side of his face was swollen grotesquely. Blood and teeth scattered around him. The force of the blow had shattered his jaw, had it not been for his robust physique. That strike might well have claimed his life. However, he was not faring well either, his mind buzzing as if a swarm of bees were buzzing incessantly in his ears. The noise was unbearable. Ling Feng disdainfully shook his hand. In the distance, onlookers witnessed this scene, their expressions filled with indignation. Only Kuen, seemingly unfazed, wore a hint of delight on his face. A sly smile danced at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. His scarlet tongue flicked across his lips. "You five. Seize him alive." The five individuals could hardly contain themselves, eager to eliminate this man immediately. Upon receiving Kuen's command, their faces twisted in ferocity as they surrounded Ling Feng. Kuen had commanded them to capture him alive, but he had not prohibited them from striking. They were to subdue this young man by any means necessary. One of them snarled, "Brothers, after our leader is done, we shall thoroughly torment him. I will shatter every single bone in his body." The group erupted into sinister laughter, exuding an air of confidence, for they were all specially trained warriors. Each of them could easily overpower a crowd of ordinary individuals, and together, they were more than capable of apprehending this delicate young man. He had merely relied on his speed for a surprise attack. With a little caution, they would prevail. The five launched their assault simultaneously from various directions towards Ling Feng. Unfazed by the onslaught, Ling Feng took the initiative and swiftly aimed a punch at one of them. He did not hold back. He unleashed a full-force strike, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. The opponent could not react in time and was struck squarely in the head. With one adversary eliminated, the encirclement was shattered. Ling Feng pressed on, continuing his assault on the others. With a swift sidekick, he sent one flying into a glass wall, shattering it instantly before crashing against a pillar inside the building. Kuen, standing not far away, watched in astonishment as Ling Feng rapidly dispatched two of his assailants. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail youth would possess such formidable strength. What an impressive young man. Yet, he remained unperturbed, clearly confident in his position. The remaining three, witnessing Ling Feng effortlessly take down two of their own, were thrown into disarray, contemplating retreat. They were merely workers, striving for a living. What was the point of risking their lives? However, Ling Feng did not afford them the opportunity to escape. With 3 consecutive punches, he sent them packing. Clap, clap, clap. Kuen applauded, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he remarked, "Young man, you are incredibly fierce. I find you quite appealing." Ling Feng's brow furrowed, his expression more repugnant than if he had consumed a dead fly. "Stop nauseating me with your flattery, you insufferable fool." Kuen gazed at him with deep affection, completely unperturbed by Ling Feng's invectives. With a smile, he said, "I truly adore your rough demeanor. Come, unleash your desires upon me." Ling Feng, taken aback, responded with confusion. Kuen shyly nodded in agreement. "Go to hell, you perverse bastard." Ling Feng, now truly enraged, withdrew a tang knife from his spatial realm and swung it toward Kuen. Kuen was astonished by this sudden display of power. In that moment of distraction, Ling Feng closed the distance, knife in hand. With urgency, Kuen dodged, feeling the blade slice through the fabric of his clothing. He quickly created space between them, only to feel a chill as he glanced down to see his shirt had been cleaved, revealing his fair skin beneath. The playful expression vanished from his face, replaced by a grave look as he regarded Ling Feng. "Are you also a genetic warrior?" Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, his murderous intent intensifying. Since the other had discerned his difference, it was evident that he too was a genetic warrior. The strike he had just delivered was beyond the capability of an ordinary person to evade, unless their physical prowess surpassed that of the average individual. Clearly, he was not the sole recipient of genetic serum in this world. Who are you? Ling Feng asked coldly. Kuan Gu flashed a seductive smile. If you agree to one condition, I'll divulge that information. Ling Feng remained silent, opting to respond through action. He thrust his long knife forward, continuing his assault on Kuan Gu. In response, Kuan Gu drew two short blades from his waist and met the long knife head-on. The moment the blades clashed, Kuan Ji's short knives were cleaved in two by the Tang knife. Undeterred, the knife continued its descent towards Kuan Ji's head. Startled, Kuan Gu hastily turned his head to evade the blow, feeling the blade graze his hair before embedding itself into his shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retreated. Swiftly, he retrieved a syringe from his waist, filled with a pale green liquid. Without hesitation, he plunged the syringe into the artery of his neck, injecting the verdant serum. Ling Feng, wary of this madman, tightened his grip on the long knife, poised for an attack. Before his eyes, Kuan Ji's body began to undergo rapid transformation. Chapter 60. The mutated Kuan Gu before him. Kuan Ji's physique appeared to inflate as if filled with air, his height surging until it surpassed 2 meters. His clothing could no longer contain his burgeoning form, bursting apart to reveal powerful arms, leaving him clad only in a remarkably elastic pink thong. His once fair visage morphed into a deep green hue, emanating a faint glow. His eyes, now a blood red, radiated a predatory light. Hulk! Ling Feng observed Kuan Ji's appearance with astonishment, noting the striking resemblance to a character from a film. However, the garish thong he wore was an affront to Ling Feng's sensibilities, leaving him feeling deeply insulted. Perverse fiend. Ling Feng muttered to himself, "Youngster, I've changed my mind. I shall crush every bone in your body." Brother Kuan spoke in a deep, resonant voice. He seized the corpse of a nearby companion and hurled it towards Ling Feng in a fit of rage. Ling Feng, observing the towering monster before him, felt a flicker of trepidation and cautiously retreated a step. However, Brother Kuan was not inclined to remain still for long, immediately charging at Ling Feng with a swift stride. Brother Kuan's speed was remarkable, nearly matching Ling Feng's own. With both hands gripping his blade, Ling Feng aimed a horizontal strike at Brother Kuan's waist. The long knife sliced through the air, producing a series of sharp, whooshing sounds. Brother Kuan let out a cold laugh, choosing not to evade but rather to block the blow with his arm, clearly confident in his defenses. Yet, he underestimated the sharpness of the Tang knife. The blade met no resistance, severing his arm cleanly, sending the robust limb flying. Remarkably, he seemed impervious to pain, his expression unchanged. As he lunged with his remaining hand towards Ling Feng's heart, Ling Feng, caught off guard, was struck by the force of Brother Kuan's fist, sending him sprawling backward for several paces before he could absorb the impact. Nonetheless, he sustained no significant injury. "You were given a chance, yet you failed miserably." Ling Feng scoffed. Brother Kuan, infuriated, pounded the ground with his fists, swinging his single remaining arm in a desperate charge. With the loss of one arm, his offensive capability diminished, allowing Ling Feng to adopt a more composed stance, evading Brother Kuan's assaults with deft movements. Ling Feng avoided even the slightest brush of his adversary's fists, causing Brother Kuan to grow increasingly agitated, his green visage tinged with a hint of crimson. Seizing an opportunity, Ling Feng struck at Brother Kuan's remaining arm, producing a sharp crack. Once again, Brother Kuan's arm was severed at the shoulder. Now devoid of both arms, his strength waned. Yet he persisted in his attacks, resorting to his body as a weapon in an attempt to ram into Ling Feng. Anticipating this, Ling Feng deftly sidestepped the charge at the moment of the arm's severance. In an instant, he maneuvered behind Brother Kuan, swinging his Tang knife towards the monster's neck. With a precise stroke, Brother Kuan's head was cleanly severed, the headless body continuing forward until it collided with a wall, finally coming to a halt. Ling Feng gazed at the lifeless form on the ground, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Who were these individuals? Doubts clouded his mind. It appeared that the world was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Encountering such events on his very first day outside was daunting. The individuals he had just slain were likely subjects of genetic enhancements, and their presence beneath the Tianhu Pharmaceutical Company was no mere coincidence. Were they in search of something? If my conjectures are indeed accurate, this group of individuals must be after the gene serum. My situation has become rather precarious, and it is only a matter of time before they come looking for me. I must swiftly ascertain the true identity of these individuals. Ling Feng approached the corpses of the few he had just slain, commencing his search for any useful clues. MK. He discovered the same letters emblazoned on their garments. Could they be affiliated with MK Pharmaceuticals? Ling Feng recalled hearing from his grandfather that MK had previously sought him out, wishing to collaborate on the research of gene serum. A proposal his grandfather had firmly declined. Given the circumstances today, it is highly plausible that MK's insatiable greed has driven them to return in search of the gene serum's whereabouts. After rummaging for quite some time without uncovering any further clues, he collected the firearms from the deceased and stowed them in his space, along with the snowmobile. Ling Feng then made his way towards the company's towering edifice, its entrance long buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, leaving the ground nearly level with the third floor. With a powerful punch, he shattered a nearby pane of glass and ducked inside, navigating his way to the fire escape. He noted that the global power outage rendered the elevators inoperable, compelling him to ascend the stairs to the 88th floor. This level housed the company's laboratory, where all new product development transpired. Utilizing his formidable physique, Ling Feng ascended to the 88th floor without breaking a sweat. Upon reaching the tightly sealed laboratory door, he resolved to blast it open with a grenade. The doors were fortified with bulletproof glass, and Ling Feng found no desire to employ any other means. He had an ample supply of grenades at his disposal. He retrieved a grenade and hurled it towards the door. With a resounding explosion, the entrance was obliterated. Grenades are indeed quite effective. It seems prudent to acquire more in the future. Ling Feng entered the laboratory and swiftly began gathering experimental equipment. He hastily collected all the apparatuses and stored them in his spacious confines, unperturbed by the space they occupied. Once he had amassed the equipment, he proceeded to the storage warehouse that housed raw materials, all of which were pharmaceuticals intended for genetic research, and fortunately, they were all well packaged and usable. After quickly gathering these items, Ling Feng prepared to depart. Just as he stepped out of the laboratory, he suddenly recalled that Ling Yutong's office was located one floor above. Why not take a look? Since he was already there, what if he stumbled upon something of interest? He ascended the stairs to the 89th floor, where Ling Yutong's office occupied the northwestern corner, the largest office within the entire company. Arriving at the entrance, he forcefully kicked the door open. Taking in the opulent decor of the office, Ling Feng silently cursed Ling Yutong once more. In Ling Yutong's office, aside from a few safes, there was nothing of substantial value. The space was primarily filled with antiquities and artworks. Ling Feng had little interest in such items, recognizing their worthlessness in a post-apocalyptic world where they amounted to no more than a loaf of bread. His gaze shifted to the three safes in the distance, hoping to discover something that would astonish him. With brute force, he pried open one of the safes, only to find an assortment of documents, primarily contracts, which proved to be of no utility. He proceeded to the second safe, which contained a handgun, several rounds of ammunition, and some passports. The lack of valuable finds from the first two safes left him feeling somewhat disheartened. His attention now turned to the third safe. Chapter 61. Ling Kuer's Conspiracy. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng whispered a prayer for good fortune before opening the third safe. Inside, there was a small box. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Gene serum. How could Ling Yutong possess gene serum? However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that this serum differed from the one he already had. The gene serum left to him by his grandfather was red, while the 5 vials before him were a pale green. Ling Feng speculated that the gene serum in the safe was likely a defective product resulting from Ling Yutong's own research efforts. Lacking the core data necessary for a genuine serum, this concoction was little more than a half-finished product. Ling Feng attempted to store the gene serum in his space, curious if it might trigger a special item upgrade, and selected a hundredfold enhancement. Gene serum. Enhancement effects. 1. No side effects. 2. Enhances human potential a hundredfold. It truly worked. Ling Feng was ecstatic as he beheld the upgraded gene serum in his space. However, this serum was rather subpar. Even after enhancement, it only offered a hundredfold increase, far inferior to the serum he already possessed. Nevertheless, he considered that these vials could be of use to Wang Long or Lin Su. What a disappointment Ling Yutong was, producing such a lackluster product. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hastily departed from Tianhu Building and mounted his motorcycle, heading towards Shizi Bay. Meanwhile, in the villa, Lin Su gazed out the window in sheer terror, her complexion pale. Outside, a humanoid creature relentlessly assaulted the door, its immense strength causing it to thud ominously. Lin Su felt a chill run through her heart. Watching the monster through the surveillance feed, her legs trembled, and her face contorted with fear. The creature was utterly terrifying. Far beyond her comprehension. The creature stood at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, its body covered entirely in fleshly spheres the size of longan fruits. With dark liquid continuously oozing from the corners of its mouth. Its eyes were a menacing crimson, bulging grotesquely, creating an aura of sheer terror. Lin Su found herself yearning for the presence of Ling Feng. Had he been there, he would undoubtedly have resolved this predicament with ease. Unbeknownst to her, her reliance on Ling Feng had deepened considerably. Outside the door, the creature seemed to realize that it could not breach the entrance. Growing increasingly agitated as it swung its massive fists against the windows of the first floor. The creature pounded relentlessly, its roars echoing through the air. Lin Su, watching the monstrous figure viciously assault the window, was too frightened to draw the curtains. Through the glass, she caught a glimpse of a silhouette in the second floor of the opposite villa, Ling Kuer. So it was she who was orchestrating this chaos. Ling Kuer stood there with an expression of icy indifference, observing her father, Ling Yutang, transformed into a monster, her heart devoid of any emotion. Father, you are nearing your end anyway. Let this be your final act of assistance for your daughter, she murmured softly. Ever since she learned about the genetic serum in her father's possession, a plan had begun to form in her mind. Yet, due to Ling Feng's caution, the plan had remained unrealized. This morning, however, Ling Feng had ventured out alone, leaving the villa. At last, she had awaited this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, her excitement nearly overwhelming her. How foolish of Ling Feng to venture out alone during such perilous times. It perfectly crafted an opportunity for her. She injected all 3 vials of the genetic serum into Ling Yutang's body, and the once-dying man suddenly erupted with formidable strength. With a single blow, he shattered the front door of their home. Under Ling Kuer's direction, Ling Yutang surged towards Ling Feng's villa, launching a frenzied assault. Ling Kuer watched with exhilaration. Once the door was breached, all of Ling Feng's possessions would be hers. Yet, her elation quickly waned. After an hour of relentless assault, the door showed no signs of yielding, remaining steadfast. In contrast, Ling Yutang, exhausted from his frenzied attacks, had depleted all his strength and potential. His strikes against the door grew weaker, and the fury in his eyes faded until they were entirely consumed by lifelessness. He could no longer sustain himself and collapsed backward, his massive form succumbing to the ground. Lin Su, still trembling from the ordeal, patted her chest in relief. Thankfully the creature had perished, otherwise she might have been frightened to death. Noticing that Ling Kuer had vanished, her suspicions were further confirmed. She retrieved her phone, poised to inform Ling Feng of the recent events and caution him about Ling Kuer. Just as she was about to dial, she spotted Ling Feng approaching on his motorcycle from a distance. Upon seeing him return safely, her anxieties dissipated. Lin Su set her phone aside and prepared to open the door for him. Ling Feng halted his snowmobile at the entrance of the villa and immediately noticed the grotesque corpse sprawled in the snow. A wave of unease washed over him. But when he beheld the intact front door, his tension eased once more. He approached the monster's lifeless body, observing its grotesque, bloated form resembling a repugnant toad. Judging by its appearance, it was likely Ling Yutang. Ling Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had not been able to confront the creature himself before its demise. It was a missed opportunity that weighed heavily upon him. He reached the entrance where Lin Su stood, holding slippers in anticipation of his arrival. As he stepped inside the villa, Lin Su graciously knelt to assist him in removing his shoes, replacing them with soft, cotton slippers. She then helped him shed his coat and hat. "I've prepared some ginger syrup for you. Let me bring you a bowl," she said, turning to head towards the kitchen. Ling Feng reclined on the sofa, exuding relaxation as he leisurely lit a cigarette. He couldn't help but reflect on the comforts of home, safe and warm. The outside world remained perilous, and he needed to enhance his strength swiftly, for mightier foes would inevitably emerge. Lin Su returned with a steaming bowl of ginger syrup, presenting it to Ling Feng. "Drink it while it's hot," she urged. He accepted the bowl, sipping the scalding liquid at a deliberate pace, its warmth soothing his body. Behind him, Lin Su gently massaged his shoulders while recounting the day's events. As she spoke of Ling Kuer, Ling Feng's demeanor gradually hardened, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his gaze. This individual truly possessed an unyielding heart. He had once granted her a chance at life, yet she had failed to appreciate it. Since she was so intent on her own demise, he would fulfill her wish. He drained the ginger syrup in one gulp, the glint of murderous intent briefly flashing in his eyes. "Wait for me at home. I must step out," he declared, rising to leave. "Hold on," Lin Su called out, hastening to catch up with him. She looked at him intently, cautioning, "Be careful. She may have a gun." Ling Feng caressed her smooth cheek, smiling, "Don't worry. I will return shortly." He turned and exited the villa, making his way towards Ling Yutang's residence. It was time to settle this grudge. Chapter 62. The death of Ling Kuer. Ling Feng arrived at Villa number 80. The door swung wide open, seemingly awaiting his arrival. He stepped inside and found Ling Kuer seated on the sofa. She sat there with a cold demeanor, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. "You have come to kill me, haven't you?" Ling Kuer smiled faintly, her tone devoid of warmth. Ling Feng settled onto the sofa across from her, lighting a cigarette. "I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it time and again." Ling Kuer chuckled bitterly, a pallid smile gracing her lips. "I have lost. This is all of my own making. But do not think you will survive." Suddenly, Ling Kuer drew a handgun from behind her, aiming it at Ling Feng, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. "I want you to accompany my family to the grave. Ling Feng, perish." Yet, Ling Feng remained composed on the sofa, showing no sign of fear. Ling Kuer, seemingly dissatisfied with his demeanor, retorted angrily, "Aren't you afraid? You are about to die, ha ha ha. What's wrong? Are you too frightened to move, you bastard? Weren't you so formidable? Where is that bravado of yours?" Ling Feng took a deep drag from his cigarette, a sardonic gaze fixed upon her. "Do you truly believe you can kill me with that pathetic gun?" Ling Kuer's eyes reddened in an instant, her expression twisted in rage. This was not the outcome she desired. She wanted to see Ling Feng kneeling before her, pleading for his life, only to then ruthlessly end his existence. "Bastard, die?" She pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and for an instant, she envisioned the bullet striking Ling Feng, a scene that had replayed in her mind countless times. However, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. The bullet struck the foam of the sofa, and Ling Feng, who had been seated there, had somehow appeared beside her. Ling Kuer was taken aback, hastily redirecting the gun for a second shot. Alas, her reflexes were too slow. Ling Feng was extraordinarily swift, beyond the ordinary. In a blink, the gun had been wrested from her grasp, and she could hardly comprehend his movements. "Are you human or a ghost?" Panic washed over Ling Kuer, and she felt an overwhelming weakness, collapsing to the ground. Ling Feng toyed with the firearm he had seized, a mocking expression on his face. "I am here specifically to deal with you." A tremor coursed through Ling Kuer as she grasped the gravity of her impending doom, her earlier composure shattered. She trembled uncontrollably, her face paling. "Brother Feng, spare me. I will do anything you ask." Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with interest as he scrutinized her from head to toe. "Anything at all." Ling Kuer, believing she had stirred something within him, nodded fervently. "Indeed, from this moment on, I shall be your devoted servant, ensuring your utmost comfort." At that moment, despite the boundless hatred she harbored for Ling Feng, her will to survive compelled her to make any concession. Even if one were to exist merely as a dog, being a comfortable dog is far superior to being a lifeless corpse. Ling Feng cast a disdainful glance at her. Indeed, one can discern that they are not of the same ilk, akin to the disposition of Ling Yutang. In pursuit of personal gain, they would resort to any means necessary. Spare her? That is out of the question. Ling Feng had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. With a decisive shot, he pierced her heart, and in an instant, a gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared on Ling Kuer's back, blood gushing forth relentlessly. You said you wouldn't kill me." Ling Kuer looked at Ling Feng with disbelief, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "I never claimed I wouldn't kill you. It was merely your misunderstanding." Ling Feng coldly retracted his firearm. After dealing with Ling Kuer, he swiftly searched the villa. The premises were littered with the corpses of Qinglong Association members, yet he found no trace of Yang Zihan. This revelation surprised Ling Feng slightly, although he did not dwell on it. Upon leaving the Ling family villa, a sense of liberation washed over him. He had finally avenged himself and, in doing so, sought retribution for his grandfather as well. Throughout his reincarnation, he had lived burdened by resentment, but now, with vengeance fulfilled, even the act of breathing felt infinitely more refreshing. Upon returning to the villa, Ling Feng summoned brothers Zhang En and Zhang Ning via intercom. "What is your command, master?" Zhang Ning stood respectfully in the courtyard, awaiting Ling Feng's instructions. Ling Feng presented him with 5 intercoms. From this day forth, arrange for hidden sentinels at every entrance and exit of the villa. Each post shall receive an intercom. Should any outsider enter, report to me immediately. The reward shall be 2 buns per day. Additionally, employ some robust individuals to dig holes around the villa. Their reward will be a bucket of instant noodles and 1 bun per meal. Ling Feng resolved to have the owners of Shizi Bay work for him, as he had ample provisions. Such demands were trivial for him. As long as they did not cause him trouble and remained obedient, he was inclined to grant them a chance at survival. Upon hearing Ling Feng's conditions, Zhang Ning and Zhang N's eyes lit up. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such terms would have been deemed unacceptable even for a dog, but under current circumstances, it was akin to a windfall. At the very least, they wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. Rest assured, master. I will implement your instructions and ensure the task is executed flawlessly, Zhang Ning pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction, rewarding the two with a bag of ham sausages. They bowed repeatedly, expressing their loyalty, which made Ling Feng feel somewhat uncomfortable. After sending them off, he began to contemplate his next steps. Since learning of MK Corporation's actions, he had gradually developed a sense of urgency. These individuals would inevitably seek him out, and he needed to prepare necessary precautions. Otherwise, waiting for those who come knocking at your door would render one excessively passive. Moreover, MK Company undoubtedly possesses a substantial number of individuals who have been injected with gene serum, each imbued with strength far surpassing that of ordinary people. This generation must be taken seriously. It is imperative for me to enhance my own abilities swiftly, and I must also ensure that Wang Long elevates his prowess. This way, I will have a reliable ally by my side. Additionally, I plan to seek out more formidable firearms. Although I am currently well stocked with weapons and ammunition, I lack the more powerful arms. I need to seize the opportunity to venture out and see if I can procure some weapons. Places like police stations and military bases are bound to have potent weaponry, and acquiring artillery would be even more exhilarating. The thought of the numerous matters awaiting my attention gives me a headache. I had simply wished to lounge at home, yet troubles seemed to come one after the other. In the kitchen, Lin Su noticed his troubled demeanor. She set down the cucumber she was holding and approached him from behind, offering a shoulder massage. Encountering some vexations again? She asked gently. Ling Feng nodded in response. Shall we go upstairs and unwind a bit? Upon uttering these words, Lin Su realized their potential ambiguity and quickly clarified. I meant to say we should rest upstairs, nothing more. However, seeing the glint of hunger in Ling Feng's eyes made her aware of how misinterpreted her words could be. Ling Feng scooped her up in his arms and headed upstairs. Chapter 63. Eerie traces. The following morning, Ling Feng awoke feeling refreshed and sat up in bed. After a brief wash, he made his way to the dining room on the first floor. Lin Su began to bring breakfast to the table in increments. Observing Lin Su, her complexion glowing like a ripe peach, he could not help but be tempted to take a bite. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Ling Feng approached her from behind, embracing her and savoring the elasticity of her figure, his hands beginning to wander. Lin Su sensed the shift in Ling Feng's demeanor and hurriedly evaded him, fearing his intentions. Noticing the flicker of alarm in her eyes, Ling Feng teased. Shall we head upstairs for a little lie down? At this, Lin Su shot him a glare, exclaiming, No? Can't I have just one day to rest? I'm utterly exhausted. Ling Feng laughed heartily, ceasing his playful advances, and sat down to eat. The breakfast was quite lavish. Barbecued pork buns, rice rolls, flat rice noodles, fried dough and eggs. Ling Feng's appetite surged, as the exertions of the previous night had left him ravenous. Having savored Lin Su's cooking for an extended period, he found it utterly delightful, always indulging to the point of being full. After finishing breakfast, Ling Feng exited the villa and visited Wang Long's home. After several calls, Wang Long finally opened the door at a leisurely pace, rubbing his eyes and appearing quite drowsy. Early morning and you're already disrupting my sleep, he complained. He opened the door and collapsed onto the sofa, completely ignoring Ling Feng as he fell into a deep slumber. Ling Feng observed Wang Long's state with exasperation. Ever since the apocalypse, he had grown increasingly reclusive and lethargic. It was imperative to rouse him, or he might truly become useless. He retrieved a balloon from his space, made his way to the bathroom, filled the balloon with water, and then tied it off. Ling Feng approached the sofa, where Wang Long was still sound asleep. and raised the water-filled balloon to strike his face. Good grief. Wang Long sprang up from the sofa, instantly awakened, and gazed at the laughing Ling Feng with a look of utter disbelief. What on earth are you doing? Ling Feng, tears of laughter streaming down his face, finally managed to say, if I didn't resort to such measures, do you think you would sleep until nightfall? Wang Long wiped the cold water from his body, looking notably discontented. What made you think of finding me today? I've come to present you with a grand opportunity, Ling Feng said mysteriously. Opportunity? What opportunity? Follow me, and you'll see in a moment. Ling Feng led Wang Long to the basement. Amidst his puzzled expression, he found a spacious area, ensuring that Wang Long wouldn't destroy anything when the effects of the drug kicked in. He took out the prepared gene serum and handed it to Wang Long. This is a gene serum. It will alter your body's structure and enhance your potential. Wang Long scrutinized the serum, doubt written all over his face. Have you used this? He asked skeptically. I haven't tried this particular one, Ling Feng admitted candidly. Wang Long became agitated. Are you treating me like a guinea pig? What if it poisons me? Ling Feng rolled his eyes. If I weren't confident, would I offer it to you? This is something others would fight tooth and nail to obtain. And you're hesitating? If you don't want it, give it back. As Ling Feng attempted to reclaim the serum, Wang Long clutched it tightly, realizing he had merely been venting. His brother was undoubtedly trustworthy. Perhaps this could indeed be a great opportunity. I want it. Wang Long grinned and circled around Ling Feng with a look of flattery. How do I use this? Ling Feng produced a specialized syringe, prepared the serum, and ready to inject Wang Long. Am I going to feel it soon? Here we go. Wang Long closed his eyes tightly, wearing an expression akin to someone straining. Ling Feng swiftly injected the serum into the vicinity of his heart. It doesn't feel like anything is happening, Fengzi, Wang Long said, feeling no discernible change. This stuff isn't expired, is it? Without responding, Ling Feng lit a cigarette, a smile dancing on his lips as he watched him. Approximately 10 seconds later, Wang Long exclaimed, ouch. Why does it hurt so much? Wang Long's complexion began to redden, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as the pain became unbearable. He fell to the ground, writhing in agony, his mournful cries echoing throughout the basement. Ling Feng observed Wang Long's distress with a look of schadenfreude, relishing the sight of his friend's misfortune. Naturally, he was keen to witness such a spectacle. Soon, a viscous, dark substance began to seep from Wang Long's skin, emitting a foul, fishy odor. After approximately half an hour, Wang Long's cries diminished, and he gradually regained his composure. An hour later, he gazed into a mirror, narcissistically admiring his muscles. Incredible. I feel as if I could take on 5 of my former self. This is astonishing. So handsome. Wang Long, filled with exuberance from his newfound strength, turned to Ling Feng, eager to test his abilities. Let us spar. You must be no match for me now. Come on. 5 minutes later, a bruised and battered Wang Long emerged from the basement, his expression contorted. The arrogance he once displayed had been replaced by a newfound humility. The once invincible Wang Long had been sent flying by Ling Feng's kick. After administering the serum to Wang Long, Ling Feng resolved to continue his quest for supplies. He intended to revisit the gas station he had encountered previously, where he had been unable to collect resources due to a lack of tools. Today, he planned to retrieve all the fuel within and perhaps find some weaponry as well. Upon learning of Ling Feng's outing, Wang Long insisted on accompanying him. Ling Feng, recognizing that the serum had significantly enhanced Wang Long's physical capabilities, believed he could fend for himself and agreed to his request. He communicated via radio with Zhang Ning, instructing him to remain vigilant regarding potential threats, and caution Lin Su against opening doors indiscriminately before departing with reassurance. Riding on a snowmobile, Ling Feng and Wang Long swiftly made their way to their destination, the gas station. The hole Ling Feng had dug the previous day remained intact, and no other footprints marred the surface, indicating that no one else had ventured here. Ling Feng retrieved his tools, preparing to continue clearing the frozen snow. Hey, come over here and see this. Wang Long beckoned from beside a derelict van not far off. Ling Feng set down his tools and approached him. What is it? Wang Long pointed to a peculiar mark on the ground, an unusual drag mark, approximately 50 centimeters wide, extending from the van to a nearby ruin. The imprint did not resemble that of a vehicle tire. Moreover, with the heavy snowfall currently blanketing the area, any older tracks would have been obscured long ago. This mark appeared to be freshly made. It looks like it belongs to some sort of reptile. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he gazed towards the distant ruins. an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. Chapter 64. The Giant Python. Yesterday, when Ling Feng visited the gas station, a sense of unease washed over him. Today, upon discovering the drag marks, that feeling intensified. He retrieved an AK from his spatial storage, firmly grasping it in his hand, and tossed another one to Wang Long. "Be cautious. This place feels sinister," Ling Feng warned, his demeanor tightening. Wang Long, unnerved by Ling Feng's words, felt a shiver run down his spine. The thought of such a large reptile was terrifying. He tightened his grip on the AK. "Could it be a snake?" Wang Long asked cautiously. "Let us investigate over there." "We need to find out where this trail leads," Ling Feng said, gesturing towards a nearby ruin. The two men approached the ruins, taking deliberate steps, one to the left and one to the right. Midway, Ling Feng raised his hand, signaling for them to halt. Wang Long instinctively stopped, adopting a position ready for action. Having participated in numerous missions together, their coordination was nearly instinctual. Sometimes, a mere glance sufficed to convey the next move. Ling Feng signaled for Wang Long to provide cover fire from a distance while he ventured closer to inspect. Just moments ago, his acute hearing had detected movement emanating from the ruins. Ling Feng advanced cautiously, pausing 20 meters from the debris. Silently, he produced a grenade from his spatial storage and hurled it towards the ruins. With a resounding explosion, the ruins erupted, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. Simultaneously, a long, thick figure slithered along the ground, surging towards Ling Feng with alarming speed. Its crimson eyes glowed like two ominous lanterns, coldly fixating on its prey. As the massive silhouette emerged, Ling Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The giant python, approximately 60 centimeters in diameter and an estimated 15 meters in length, was a fearsome sight. It flicked its scarlet tongue and opened its wide mouth, revealing sharp fangs on either side. Its entire body was covered in scales. Ling Feng quickly retreated while firing his AK at the python. Wang Long, stationed nearby, also opened fire as the creature appeared. The bullet struck the python but failed to inflict any harm, merely sparking against its hard scales. Nevertheless, the python hesitated, coiling its body and fixating its gaze on Ling Feng. "This creature has too thick a hide. We can't penetrate it," Wang Long remarked gravely. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, maintaining a defensive stance to guard against a sudden assault from the python. This creature seemed mutated, bearing a resemblance not to a typical python, but rather to a rat snake. "You fall back, I'll hold it off from the front." Ling Feng resolved to retreat. Recognizing the formidable nature of the creature before him, conventional firearms were utterly ineffective against it. Engaging in close combat would undoubtedly be disadvantageous. The most prudent course of action was to flee swiftly. Wang Long nodded, retreating backward towards the motorcycle. The python, noticing Wang Long's movement, seemed to sense an anomaly and swiftly slithered in his direction. Observing this, Ling Feng sheathed his long gun and sprinted towards the giant python at an astonishing speed, simultaneously drawing his tang sword. Wang Long's strength was merely a few times greater than that of an ordinary person, making him no match for the python. Thus, Ling Feng took the initiative to divert the creature's attention. The python, which had intended to strike Wang Long, let out a deafening hiss upon seeing Ling Feng rushing towards it, decisively altering its course. Its colossal body, surprisingly agile, opened its mouth to reveal menacing fangs. Lunging at Ling Feng's head, with both hands gripping the sword, Ling Feng executed an astonishingly swift horizontal slash towards the python's head. The clash resonated with a resounding clang as the Tang's sword met the fangs, emitting a shower of sparks. The razor-sharp blade severed half of the python's tooth. The creature recoiled in pain, violently shaking its head while simultaneously swinging its tail towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng, witnessing the tail approaching like a chain, swiftly evaded it by executing a forward roll. The python's tail struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a half-meter deep trench in the snow. Ling Feng, shaken by the near miss, felt fortunate for his timely dodge. Had he been struck, he would undoubtedly have sustained serious internal injuries. With its initial attack thwarted, the python swung its tail again, continuing its relentless assault on Ling Feng. Ling Feng began to nimbly evade, relying on his speed and agility to engage in a perilous game of cat and mouse among the ruins, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The creature's multiple strikes consistently missed, growing increasingly agitated as it failed to land a blow. Its attacks quickened, heightening Ling Feng's pressure. Yet, he discerned a crucial flaw. Despite the python's increased speed, its vulnerabilities had also multiplied. Previously, the python had maintained a relatively safe distance while relying on its tail to strike. However, after Ling Feng evaded its numerous attempts, the creature grew irritable and began to close the gap, attempting to encircle Ling Feng with its massive body. Ling Feng, however, was resolute in denying it that opportunity. He accelerated his pace, deftly dodging while, at opportune moments, delivering swift strikes to the python. In this life-and-death struggle, Ling Feng felt his potential rapidly expanding, his speed increasing with each passing moment. What had once been a strenuous evasion gradually transformed into a manageable endeavor. Eventually, the python could not keep up with Ling Feng's velocity. Moreover, with each calculated strike Ling Feng landed, the creature accumulated more wounds, causing its speed to diminish further. Under the ebb and flow of their battle, Ling Feng's momentum grew increasingly formidable, while the dynamics of their strengths began to shift. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng swiftly advanced to the vital spot of the gigantic python, channeling all his strength into a decisive downward strike. The python was cleaved in two, its massive body convulsing violently before succumbing to stillness. Observing the creature's lifelessness, Ling Feng allowed himself to relax, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Not far away, Wang Long approached with exhilaration, enthusiastically patting Ling Feng on the shoulder. "Well done, Fengzi. That was incredible. I was so worried back there. The skin of this colossal serpent was astonishingly thick. My gun couldn't even penetrate it," Wang Long lamented, kicking the python's remains in disbelief. Ling Feng gazed at the python's immense form, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Thankfully, his physical capabilities had surged at a critical moment. Otherwise, the two of them would have surely become the serpent's next meal. This creature must be a mutated species, he mused, propping himself up with his Tang Dao as he examined the python's body. I wonder if this delicacy is palatable. Perhaps I shall bring it back for Lin Su to prepare a snake soup for me. Moving closer to the massive head of the serpent, he intended to inspect its fangs. Suddenly, the lifeless python's eyes sprang open, and it lunged towards Ling Feng's neck with its gaping maw. In a narrow escape, Ling Feng sidestepped just in time. With its attack thwarted, the python dragged its severed body and fled towards the ruins. Chapter 65. Resources acquired. What in the world? Wang Long exclaimed, astonished as he watched the python flee. The creature, having been cleaved in two, was miraculously not dead and was attempting to escape. This was utterly outrageous, shattering his previous understanding. The beast had undoubtedly been feigning death, biding its time to flee. Damn it! Outsmarted by a serpent, Wang Long fumed, his frustration palpable. Without hesitation, Ling Feng brandished his blade and pursued the direction the python had taken. Before departing, he reminded Wang Long to keep an eye on the other half of the serpent's corpse. He intended to bring it back for his anticipated snake soup. Ling Feng cautiously followed the traces left by the python. This mutated creature had gained a semblance of intelligence. It might very well be lurking nearby, preparing to ambush him. Following the serpent's trail, he arrived at the entrance of a cavern. The cave's diameter was approximately 1.5 meters, and peering inside revealed a pitch-black void, obscuring any view of what lay within. Ling Feng hesitated, wary of the unknown, who knew what resided within, or if a second python awaited him. This serpent was exceedingly cunning, its intellect surpassing that of many humans. He retrieved a grenade, disengaged the safety, and hurled it into the cavern. As the grenade detonated, the cave erupted. Yet no sign of the python was visible. The recent explosion from a grenade has torn apart a section of the cave, yet it has not completely obliterated it. Gazing into the depths from the entrance, it remains unfathomably profound. This place is astonishingly deep, Ling Feng muttered under his breath, as he continued to hurl grenades into the abyss, confident in his ample supply. With relentless determination, Ling Feng unleashed a barrage of grenades upon the giant python's lair. And after a series of detonations, he finally laid eyes upon the creature. The python lay coiled on the ground, barely clinging to life, appearing utterly drained. However, following the recent assault, Ling Feng maintained his vigilance. One could never be certain if the beast was merely feigning weakness or if another giant python lurked nearby. After a thorough inspection of the surroundings and confirming the absence of any additional threats, Ling Feng cautiously approached the ailing serpent, gripping his blade with both hands. The python struggled to turn its head, attempting to shift its massive body, but failed repeatedly, evidently suffering from grievous injuries inflicted by the prior attack. Ling Feng, gathering his strength, swiftly struck at the python's head. Despite its apparent frailty, he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. The blade of his tang knife sank into the python's flesh, severing its head cleanly. Even in its diminished state, the head continued to flick its tongue, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of human-like resentment, sending shivers down Ling Feng's spine. Truly, it was a creature that refused to die easily. Nonetheless, the headless body posed no threat to him. Ling Feng promptly stored the snake's head and a portion of its body into his spatial storage, intending to investigate the cause of the python's mutation later, hoping for unexpected discoveries. With the giant python dealt with, Ling Feng returned to the gas station, feeling remarkably at ease. Upon seeing him, Wang Long, who was lounging atop the python's carcass while smoking, hurried over to check for any injuries. "Did you take care of it?" he inquired, his expression neutral. Ling Feng nodded in affirmation. "We need to locate the fuel storage room. The situation outside is perilous." The two of them, armed with tools, began to dig into the ground in search of the entrance to the storage room. After 2 hours of relentless excavation, they finally uncovered the entrance. It was fortunate that both had undergone genetic serum transformations. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have struggled to endure such conditions outdoors for that long. Upon entering the storage room, Ling Feng's face lit up at the sight of 4 large barrels filled with fuel. With these resources and the system's replication capabilities, he would have enough fuel for decades. He stored all 4 barrels into his spatial storage, leaving Wang Long momentarily speechless. Previously, Ling Feng had mentioned his unexpected acquisition of powers that allowed him to store objects in a different space, insisting that he keep it a secret. Initially, he believed that Ling Feng was merely toying with him. However, witnessing the miraculous disappearance of 4 enormous canisters of fuel left him utterly astounded. The existence of supernatural abilities was real. How he longed to possess such power. "Fengzi, how did you awaken your extraordinary abilities?" Wang Long inquired, his expression tinged with envy. Ling Feng, with a smile adorning his face, replied, "I have no idea. I just woke up with them." He then disregarded Wang Long, striding towards the exit, eager to depart with the supplies. The outside world was perilously dangerous, and he had no desire to linger. Once outside, the two mounted a motorcycle and collected the remains of the giant python. In the outskirts of Jing City, within an ordinary residential building, 5 men clad in identical uniforms queued to enter the basement. Leading them was a man of approximately 30, with a square face and a stern demeanor, exuding an air of seriousness. His robust physique indicated he had undergone rigorous training. Upon arriving in the basement, they re-entered the elevator, which descended towards the depths below. During a global blackout, this elevator continued to function normally. It halted at a depth of 30 meters, and the doors opened. The group exited the elevator, making their way to the innermost office of the subterranean space. The square-faced man bowed respectfully to a seated individual within the office. "Brother Chong, Silver Snake and the others have been killed. We discovered their bodies beneath the Tianhu pharmaceutical building." Silver Snake was slain after using the violent serum. The man known as Brother Chong displayed neither joy nor sorrow, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, his eyes closed in contemplation. "You say Silver Snake used the violent serum and was still killed?" he inquired, his voice low as he opened his eyes to regard the square-faced man. The latter, faced with the man's inscrutable expression, felt a twinge of trepidation. "Yes, Brother Chong." Silver Snake's body exhibited mutations, clearly a result of the serum. Wang Chong's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. "It seems he was slain by a genetic warrior, one of considerable strength. What discoveries have been made at Tianhu Pharmaceutical?" "I led my brothers for a thorough search, but the place had already been scoured. Even the laboratory equipment was taken. No useful information was found within the entire building." The square-faced man reported cautiously, fearing his leader's wrath. Wang Chong stroked his chin, scrutinizing the square-faced man with evident dissatisfaction. The latter, sensing his leader's growing displeasure, began to tremble uncontrollably. Based on his understanding of Wang Chong, this expression was a clear precursor to an emotional outburst. Just as he was about to defend himself, Wang Chong drew a pistol and shot the square-faced man in the head, ending his life instantly. The group of underlings beneath the square-faced man turned pale with fear, lowering their heads and daring not to breathe a word. Chapter 66. The Bounty of the Giant Python. Wang Chong, his expression calm, holstered his pistol and addressed his ashen-faced subordinates. "You lot, Dispose of the bodies for me. Then summon Kuang Hu. The underlings, as if granted a reprieve, exhaled in relief and hurriedly carried the corpses outside. Wang Chong sat in a swivel chair, toying with his firearm. Soon, a burly man with a full beard stood before him. Boss, what did you call me for? Kuang Hu's face was one of displeasure. He had been engrossed in a card game with his subordinates, riding a wave of luck, when he was abruptly summoned. Although Wang Chong felt a flicker of anger at Kuang Hu's lack of respect, he refrained from reprimanding him. After all, Kuang Hu was one of the top 5 genetic warriors in the organization, having contributed significantly to its cause. If he chose to abandon his post, it would mean losing a formidable fighter. Yingxi is dead, Wang Chong stated darkly. What? Kuang Hu's fury erupted, his fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously. He struck the wall beside him, leaving a 2-centimeter deep dent. Yingxi had been his closest friend, accompanying him through countless lonely nights. They shared countless cherished memories. Just last night, they had been playing cards together, and now this parting was to be eternal. They were brothers, well acquainted with one another. With Yingxi gone, who would keep him company in the nights to come? Who did this? Kuang Hu gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Wang Chong observed Kuang Hu's expression with satisfaction. It seemed there was no need for him to rally the man. With a little guidance, he would launch his own investigation. I don't know yet, but Yingxi was killed at the Tianhu Tower. I suspect this incident is closely related to the people from Tianhu Corporation. I have already dispatched someone to investigate Ling Tianhu's family. I believe we will have results soon. I will inform you the moment we do. Furthermore, do not act impulsively. The culprit likely injected themselves with the genetic serum developed by Ling Tianhu, which grants them considerable strength. Wang Chong continuously reassured Kuang Hu. I don't care who he is. He will know my power. Kuang Hu scoffed, dismissing Wang Chong's words. Let me take part in the investigation. I want to find the murderer swiftly. Wang Chong, pleased to see his objective being met, felt a surge of triumph. This fool, always engrossed in violence, lacked the wit to employ strategy. However, having him involved could expedite the resolution of this matter, as the higher-ups had repeatedly urged him to locate the research data and genetic serum samples hidden away by Ling Tianhu. Having returned to Shizi Bay on a snowmobile, Ling Feng and Wang Long parted ways at the entrance of the villa area. Ling Feng drove the snowmobile to an isolated spot to store it in a spatial compartment. He observed that work had commenced around his villa, where people were already digging. Zhang Ning stood nearby, methodically directing the construction efforts, and Ling Feng felt a sense of satisfaction with Zhang Ning's performance. Truly, he was worthy of running a construction company, displaying remarkable professionalism in the organization of the project. In just half a day, significant progress had been made. The snow in the entire yard had been largely cleared, creating a much more pleasant environment. As Zhang Ning noticed Ling Feng approaching, he hurriedly ran over, his face beaming with admiration. Master, you have returned. Ling Feng nodded, patting him on the shoulder. Well done. I shall reward you with a chicken leg at noon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ning's face lit up with joy. Thank you, master. I will certainly work hard. Those working nearby looked upon Zhang Ning with envy. He was to enjoy a chicken leg. The mere thought made their mouths water. To savor a single bite of chicken leg, they would willingly trade a year of their lives. With the envious gazes surrounding him, Zhang Ning unconsciously puffed out his chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. I, Zhang Ning, shall steadfastly follow my master from now on. Despite whispers behind his back labeling him as Ling Feng's dog, he chuckled to himself. What is wrong with being a dog? It comes with chicken legs. A rather audacious individual approached, fawningly addressing him. Brother Zhang, may I have a taste of the leftover bones from your chicken leg later? Just say the word, and I will heed your every command. Zhang Ning's brows furrowed, and his expression soured at this remark. The speaker, Lu Jingtian, was the owner of a logistics company, known for his cunning nature and tendency to cut corners at work. What nonsense is this? It is not about listening to you. We all must obey the master. Do you understand? This is a matter of principle. Your mindset is flawed. Do not let this happen again, understood? Lu Jingtian, frightened, quickly began to explain himself. If Ling Feng were to learn of this, the consequences would be dire. Given Ling Feng's ruthless disposition, he could very well end Lu Jingtian's life. Brother Zhang, you misunderstand. I have always been loyal to the master. Well, that's acceptable, Zhang Ning replied, lifting his head in triumph as he walked away. Once he was out of earshot, Lu Jingtian spat on the ground. His eyes filled with venom as he glared at Zhang Ning's retreating figure. Bah! a pretentious creature, full of airs. Just wait until I achieve success. I will make you all pay. After surveying the surroundings, Ling Feng returned home. Lin Su approached, assisting him in changing his clothes and shoes. While offering a warm towel to cleanse his face, Ling Feng luxuriated in Lin Su's attentive care, wearing a blissful expression. How was your haul today? Lin Su inquired cheerfully as she tended to him. Quite rewarding. I shall show you shortly. After changing, Ling Feng pulled Lin Su into the living room. His demeanor shrouded in mystery. You've never seen anything like this, so don't blink. Pay close attention. His words piqued Lin Su's curiosity, and she widened her eyes. Nodding eagerly. Here it comes. Ling Feng revealed the massive form of a python from his spatial storage. The moment Lin Su beheld the serpent, her face drained of color, and she clutched Ling Feng tightly, burying her face in his chest. Ling Feng, feeling the softness against him, experienced a moment of distraction. However, he noted Lin Su's fright. Her legs trembled, and her complexion was ghostly pale. Realizing he might have taken the joke too far, he gently patted her back, murmuring reassurances. It's all right. This snake is already dead. Ling Feng was taken aback to see the typically composed Lin Su so visibly shaken. Her startled scream marking a rare break in her usual demeanor. It seemed that the fear of snakes could unsettle even the most aloof of women. Gradually, with Ling Feng's continued comfort, Lin Su's color began to return, and she cautiously turned to gaze at the enormous python. Although aware of its demise, she still hesitated to approach, tightly grasping Ling Feng's arm. Chapter 67. Surge in power. Lin Su stared at the colossal python occupying the entire living room, taking deep breaths to alleviate her tension. The panic in her eyes gradually subsided. It's enormous. How can a snake be so large? She exclaimed, still shaken. Tonight, we shall feast on a full snake banquet. You can manage the preparations. Ling Feng deftly sliced a portion of the snake's flesh with a tang sword, simultaneously removing the skin. The hide was remarkably tough, capable of withstanding bullets. Ling Feng collected the skin, intending to use it to craft armor in the future. Though the skin was rigid, the flesh within felt surprisingly elastic. After handing the meat to Lin Su, Ling Feng descended to the laboratory in the basement. He retrieved the snake's head from his spatial storage and placed it on the workbench. Ling Feng aimed to dissect the giant python's head to investigate the cause of its mutation. After procuring the necessary tools, he exerted considerable effort to split the skull in half. To his astonishment, Ling Feng discovered a small, peanut-sized, transparent crystal nestled within the snake's head. What could this be? A tumor? He murmured. The crystal was located centrally within the brain, surrounded by numerous nerves and blood vessels. He carefully extracted the transparent crystal, holding it in his hand for a closer examination. The crystal felt exquisitely smooth and rounded, emanating a faint, pleasant aroma. Ling Feng meticulously placed the crystal into the apparatus and observed it for an entire afternoon, yet he discerned no extraordinary attributes. He then stored the crystal within the system's spatial compartment for enhancement. To his astonishment, the system generated a prompt, and Ling Feng gazed in wonder at the crystal suspended in the void. This marked the third occurrence of such an event, with the previous two involving genetic serums. It appeared that this crystal too belonged to a category of special items. With eager anticipation, Ling Feng opened the page for further inspection. Exceptional Beast Inner Pill contains an abundance of energy, capable of enhancing human physical constitution and developing 5 of brain capacity. Upon reading the system's description, Ling Feng was overwhelmed with delight. He had not anticipated that this item possessed the ability to augment physical health. What a serendipitous revelation. He retrieved the upgraded inner pill from the spatial compartment. This substance was, in fact, referred to as an inner pill. The upgraded version was entirely milky white, resembling the size of a longan, and emitted a rich fragrance that tempted one to consume it. Ling Feng could not help but swallow hard at the sight. He was unsure whether this item could be ingested directly. Ling Feng hesitated with the inner pill in hand, reluctant to take the plunge. However, considering that this inner pill was a product of system enhancement, he reasoned it should be devoid of risk. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to proceed and tossed the inner pill into his mouth. Once the inner pill entered his oral cavity, it glided down smoothly, causing no discomfort whatsoever. Ling Feng reclined onto a nearby patch of ground, bracing himself for any potential intense pain that might arise. Contrary to his expectations, he experienced no physical discomfort. Instead, A soothing warmth gradually radiated from his stomach, permeating throughout his body. It felt as though he were enveloped in a warm spring, so pleasurable that he couldn't suppress a soft exclamation of delight. "Oh, my goodness." Ling Feng lay on the ground, his expression one of blissful indulgence, eyes squinting in pleasure while sounds of satisfaction escaped his lips. Amidst this comfort, he continuously attuned himself to the changes within his body. His heartbeat quickened, the rhythmic thumping of his heart resonating powerfully. At that moment, his mind felt refreshingly clear, and past experiences flashed through his consciousness like vivid cinematic snippets. The entire process lasted for 2 hours, after which the warm sensation gradually dissipated. The frequency of his heartbeat slowly returned to normal, eventually settling even lower than before. Ling Feng rose to his feet, stretched his body, and heard his joints crackling pleasantly. Clenching his fists to gauge the transformation within him, he felt an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through him. The contrast to his former state was monumental. His mind had grown sharper, and significantly, his sensory perception had heightened dramatically. He could even hear Lin Su cooking on the first floor from the basement. To know that the soundproofing in his basement was exceptionally effective, he previously could not hear any noise while inside. He entered the gravity chamber, eager to test the extent of his recent enhancement in physical capabilities. Upon closing the chamber door, he adjusted the gravity to an astonishing 80 times Earth's gravity. His previous limit had been approximately 60 times, so this increase was remarkable. However, Ling Feng found the difference to be somewhat subtle, indicating that 80 times was not his maximum. Further increases were possible. He pushed the gravity to 100 times, then to 130 times, and finally to 160 times. It wasn't until he reached 200 times that he truly felt the oppressive force, ultimately managing to endure up to 230 times. He had reached his limit. After testing his maximum capacity, Ling Feng exited the chamber, his face alight with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that a single elixir could amplify his physical prowess several-fold. It had taken him months of arduous training to reach 60 times, suffering greatly in the process. Yet, this elixir had allowed him to break through comfortably, yielding a remarkable enhancement. Ling Feng now harbored a renewed desire to explore the world outside. If he could acquire more elixirs, he might rapidly surpass the threshold of 1,000 in physical capability. It seemed that he could venture out to witness the broader world more frequently. With his current strength, he could easily dispatch the giant python he had previously encountered. He finally possessed a semblance of self-preservation, a physical capacity of 230 times that of an ordinary person. Such resilience could withstand bullets. In that moment, Ling Feng's confidence surged. He estimated that his punches now possessed at least 10,000 pounds of force. Who could withstand that? He glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the evening. He made his way to the bathroom for a shower, feeling sticky and sweaty from his recent exertion in the gravity chamber. After bathing, he felt significantly refreshed. Lighting a cigarette, he leisurely descended to the first floor, where he found Lin Su serving dishes at the table. Just in time. "Come over and eat," he called out. Ling Feng gazed at the array of dishes, their enticing aromas wafting towards him, making his mouth water. Following his recent upgrade, he was ravenously hungry, his stomach almost touching his back. Lin Su approached with a bottle of Lafite. "Just opened. This will enhance the flavor." She smiled, gesturing with the red wine. Pouring a little into a goblet, she offered it to Ling Feng. He savored a piece of braised snake meat, his eyes lighting up. The texture was succulent and tender, delightfully chewy. He quickly devoured several pieces. In addition to the braised snake, there was snake soup, a delightful concoction of snake and chicken simmered together, yielding a remarkably rich flavor. Lin Su had named it Dragon and Phoenix Soup. As he ate, Ling Feng couldn't help but praise Lin Su's culinary skills. A lavish spread of dishes was consumed entirely by the two. Even Lin Su only paused when she could eat no more. "Su, is it just me? Or is it unusually warm in here?" Ling Feng remarked, loosening the buttons of his shirt and fanning himself, feeling an intense heat enveloping his body. "Not at all. The temperature is still a steady 25 degrees, but it does feel quite warm," Lin Su replied, her cheeks flushed and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her gaze slightly dazed as she waved her hand in front of her face for relief. Ling Feng, parched and captivated by Lin Su's presence, could not resist advancing toward her. In Chapter 68 of the study materials, Lin Su reclined against Ling Feng's strong chest, her hair slightly tousled, a rosy blush gracing her cheeks. imparting an alluring charm to her already beautiful face. Her eyes, though weary, sparkled with a hint of satisfaction after their 3-hour intimate exchange, the heat between them gradually dissipating. "Why do you seem so?" Lin Su looked at him with a hint of melancholy, feeling utterly drained. Unable to lift her hands, Ling Feng, oblivious to her delicate state, wore a mischievous grin, his hands not remaining idle. It was likely the snake meat's effect, known for its invigorating properties, especially since this particular python had undergone mutations, amplifying its potency. "Then perhaps you should eat less next time. Who can endure such excess?" he teased. "Well, there's still plenty of snake soup left. I'll take some to Wang Long later to nourish him." Ling Feng chuckled. He carried Lin Su to the bedroom on the 3rd floor, gently placing her on the bed to rest. After dressing, he descended to the kitchen on the 1st floor and ladled the remaining snake soup into a clay pot, preparing to deliver it to Wang Long. Upon arriving at Wang Long's home, he found him indulging in instant noodles. As soon as Wang Long caught sight of the enticing aroma wafting from the clay pot, he eagerly approached and snatched it from Ling Feng's hands. This smells divine. What kind of meat is this?" Wang Long exclaimed, eagerly sampling a piece, his face lighting up with delight. "It's the snake soup made by your sister-in-law. It's meant to replenish you. Enjoy. I must head back." With that, Ling Feng hurriedly departed from Wang Long's residence. Once home, Ling Feng settled onto the sofa, engrossed in a novel titled Apocalypse Rebirth. I have a hundredfold copy system, which was so captivating that he had forsaken gaming for it. After about an hour of reading, his phone rang. Wang Long's voice boomed through the receiver. "Did you add something to that snake soup? I feel an overwhelming heat coursing through me. I've taken several cold showers, but nothing helps." Ling Feng nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. The snake meat possesses invigorating properties, which explains your heightened body heat. Wang Long furiously berated Ling Feng, exclaiming, "Damn it! Are you trying to deceive me? As a single man, you offer me this? Are you intent on making me suffer? Is there any way to alleviate this? I have study materials. Would you be interested?" Ling Feng responded with a mysterious smile. "Indeed." Upon hearing about the study materials, Wang Long's tone shifted, infused with excitement. "Of course it's true. I will fetch them from the basement for you." These study materials, painstakingly gathered by Ling Feng for his own learning, had been meticulously categorized for convenience. A diligent scholar, Ling Feng frequently revisited his teacher's videos and often applied the knowledge in practice. He descended to the basement and handed Wang Long a hard drive containing 10 terabytes of study materials, along with a few small toys. Wang Long, clutching the hard drive and toys, hurriedly departed without uttering a word, his face slightly flushed. Another sleepless night awaited. Ling Feng marveled at the formidable prowess of the Snake Lord and prepared to return to his slumber. The following morning, Ling Feng rose early. To allow Lin Su some extra rest, he decided to prepare breakfast himself. Lin Su had exerted herself significantly the previous night, and he wished for her to recuperate. After a simple breakfast, he ventured outside. He first inspected the execution of the watchmen at several entrances of the villa. The results were satisfactory. The vigilance of the sentinels was commendable, and their concealment effective. Pleased with the watchmen, he rewarded each with a bag of bread. The recipients of the bounty were visibly thrilled, their motivation to work further ignited. After assessing the watchman's performance, he mounted his motorcycle and set off once more. Today, he aimed to procure some weaponry. The most promising source lay within the military barracks. As a veteran, he possessed a fair understanding of the stationed troops in Shanjing City. Prior to the apocalypse, approximately a brigade had been stationed in the suburbs of Shanjing City, specifically in a place called Shishan Town. Although Shishan Town was relatively distant from Shizi Bay, the current lack of activity on the roads had halved the travel time. Riding at full throttle on his snowmobile would take about an hour and a half. Ling Feng steered his snowmobile towards Shishan Town, passing several residential complexes along the way. His snowmobile attracted considerable attention, with many onlookers casting envious glances his way, while some even opened their windows to cry for help. Ling Feng, however, paid them no mind. He had no ties to these individuals and deemed their plight irrelevant. Yet, should anyone provoke him, he would not remain passive. As Ling Feng approached the entrance of a residential community on his motorcycle, he noticed a group of 6 or 7 individuals loitering on the road. Upon spotting him, they immediately obstructed his path with a robust tree branch. Ling Feng swiftly applied the brakes, causing his motorcycle to skid for several dozen meters before coming to a halt just 5 meters from the obstruction. Observing the advancing figures, He discerned a predatory glint in their eyes, indicating that these individuals were no strangers to violence. They were likely notorious for their ruthless deeds within this community. "Hand over your vehicle and the supplies you carry," commanded a middle-aged man clad in a fur coat, his voice low and menacing, revealing a hint of cruelty in his gaze. It appeared he was the leader of this band of miscreants. A sardonic smile crept across Ling Feng's lips, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "How audacious to attempt robbery on me. Get lost, or face death," he retorted fiercely, instead of anger. The middle-aged man erupted in laughter, his henchmen joining in a cacophony of mockery. "Spare me your bravado. I've taken the lives of dozens. You think you can intimidate me?" He scoffed, gesturing to his subordinates. "Tie this brat up for me. I detest pretentiousness, and I shall enjoy silencing him." Two of his lackeys volunteered eagerly, their expressions twisted with derision as they approached Ling Feng. "You're in for a world of hurt for crossing our boss," they taunted. Ling Feng dismounted from his motorcycle, stretching his limbs. The two thugs, noticing his readiness for confrontation, advanced with ill intent. Ling Feng remained still, awaiting their assault. One of the thugs lunged forward, fist raised to strike Ling Feng's face. As the punch descended, a smirk formed on the thug's face, relishing in the thought of easily overpowering Ling Feng, who seemed paralyzed by fear. However, before he could process the unfolding events, Ling Feng had seized his wrist with an iron grip. Before the thug could react, Ling Feng's fist collided with his face. The sound was akin to a watermelon bursting, as Ling Feng's punch obliterated the thug's skull, silencing the atmosphere in an instant. Chapter 69. Upgraded firearm. The remaining thug, who had intended to join the fray, stood frozen in terror. Ling Feng wasted no time, delivering a swift left hook that shattered the thug's head. All of this transpired within mere seconds, leaving the others unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Two of their own lay lifeless, their mangled remains and splattered blood decorating the ground around them. The gruesome scene before them rendered the onlookers paralyzed with fear. Was this the realm of One Punch Man? Could a single blow truly obliterate a man's brain? Moments ago, laughter and chatter filled the air, but now silence reigned as they stared in horror at the bloody spectacle unfolding nearby. A man clad in a fur coat swallowed hard, terror gripping him as he contemplated fleeing, yet his trembling legs betrayed him. The other subordinates, faces etched with dread, initially sought to escape, but halted their steps upon witnessing their leader's stoic demeanor. Ling Feng flicked the blood from his hands and approached the man in the leather jacket, his eyes radiating a chilling intent. It was commendable, the way he stood his ground amidst such chaos. Truly a man. Yet, the leather-clad figure's eyes reflected despair. Honor? Had his legs not betrayed him, he would have fled long ago. "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" he pleaded with a forced smile. "Oh, a misunderstanding?" Ling Feng inquired with a smile as he drew closer. "Indeed, a misunderstanding," the leather-clad man continued, but before he could finish, a resounding crack echoed through the air as Ling Feng's fist shattered his skull. "I detest being threatened. Do you possess the strength to rob me?" Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly. The remaining spectators, filled with terror, fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "Please, spare us. We were coerced. It's my first time out today. I haven't done anything. I'll follow you from now on. Please grant me this chance." Ling Feng scoffed, regarding them with disdain. Utterly unconvinced by their pleas, did they truly think they could survive this encounter? He drew a pistol, addressing the trembling group. "I shall grant you a chance to flee. In 3 seconds, I will fire my weapon. If you can evade the bullets, I shall spare your lives." The young thugs, eyes gleaming with desperation, heard the command. 3. Scatter. Someone shouted, and they bolted in various directions, summoning every ounce of their strength. 2. Ling Feng swiftly squeezed the trigger, and the sound of 5 gunshots echoed as 5 lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Having dealt with them, he remounted his snowmobile and departed. Following the harrowing events, the journey ahead was relatively smooth. An hour later, Ling Feng arrived at Shishan Town. He gazed upon the landscape, now cloaked in ice and snow, with only a few taller buildings peeking through. Navigating by instinct, he made his way to the military camp. Upon observing the snow-covered barracks, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The camp sprawled over an expansive area, covering hundreds of acres. Locating the ammunition depot within such a vast territory would undoubtedly prove a time-consuming endeavor. Ling Feng sat astride his motorcycle, igniting a cigarette as he surveyed the area. his mind meticulously analyzing the potential locations of the ammunition depot. Drawing from his military experience, he pinpointed 3 probable sites. Once the locations were established, Ling Feng resolved to commence excavation. In a bid to expedite the process, he summoned a fuel-powered cutting machine from his spatial realm and began to slice into the ground. He carved out a square section, then employed an icebreaker to shatter the frozen layer within. With his formidable physical prowess, he swiftly unearthed the underlying structure. Eagerly, Ling Feng approached to inspect what he had uncovered, only to find a mere garage, devoid of any military vehicles, all of which had evidently been removed. Disheartened by the fruitless endeavor, he pressed on towards the next site. After an hour of vigorous digging, he finally breached the architectural layer of the second location. Upon sighting a robust blast door, a surge of certainty washed over him. At last, he had located the correct place. Clearing the accumulated snow from the door, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the blast door swinging open. Stepping inside the ammunition depot, Ling Feng was taken aback by the emptiness of the shelves. An entire arsenal stood barren, not a single bullet to be found. Had someone arrived here before him? The thought flickered through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The untouched snow above suggested he was the first to arrive. It became evident that the munitions had been relocated prior to the apocalypse. Another unsettling realization struck him. During his excavation, he had encountered no corpses. It appeared that the military had received advance warning, evacuating both personnel and weaponry. Undeterred, Ling Feng resolved to search meticulously, for he had traveled a great distance and exerted considerable effort only to find nothing. The depot contained several smaller rooms. Perhaps they held remnants of value. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he ventured into the depths of the ammunition depot. Activating his headlamp, he entered the first room, which was lined with gun cabinets, all doors ajar and utterly vacant. Inspecting each cabinet yielded no discoveries until he reached one in the far corner. It was locked. Shaking the cabinet revealed its weighty contents. A surge of excitement lit up Ling Feng's face. With a determined force, he broke the lock with ease. His heart raced as he flung open the cabinet door. Inside lay machine guns, an exhilarating find. He leaped with joy, for there were 5 brand new squad automatic weapons. Pristine and untouched. This model was the latest issue for the entire army, boasting a 200-round capacity, rapid-fire capability, and formidable power. Equipped with a professional scope, it can strike with precision even at considerable distances. Ling Feng stowed the machine gun into his spatial compartment, preparing for an upgrade. Following the enhancement, the machine gun's ammunition capacity expanded to 1,000 rounds, boasting a firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute and a range of 4,000 meters. Furthermore, the durability of the upgraded machine gun was significantly enhanced, with the barrel's lifespan reaching an impressive 1 million rounds. Observing the machine gun's formidable capabilities, Ling Feng's heart brimmed with joy. With this weapon in his possession, the defensive capabilities of his villa would see a substantial increase. However, upon noting the gun's firing speed, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He had less than 1 million rounds of ammunition on hand, which might prove insufficient for the machine gun's voracious appetite. Clearly, he needed to amass more bullets. After thoroughly searching the entire room, Ling Feng found no additional items and proceeded to inspect the second room. Upon opening the door, he was astonished, his expression radiating sheer delight. Chapter 70. The Official Shelter. The second room was brimming with an abundance of ammunition. Ling Feng, like a child discovering a new toy, caressed the munitions eagerly. He estimated approximately 200,000 rounds of bullets. Additionally, there were 20 boxes of grenades, each containing 30 grenades, totaling 600. This was indeed a fortunate windfall. With exhilaration, Ling Feng stored the ammunition into his spatial compartment. Armed with this newfound arsenal, he could utilize the system's replication function with abandon. Especially with over 60,000 grenades at his disposal, the prospect of hurling dozens of them in his next confrontation was exhilarating. After collecting the supplies from the second room, Ling Feng ventured into a few other rooms. Unfortunately, he found them all empty, the ammunition having been entirely removed. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied. The day's haul exceeded his expectations. Ling Feng speculated that the departing troops must have been in a great hurry, as they left behind not a single item. It appeared that the core of the official establishment remained intact, albeit currently dormant. Yet, he was unconcerned. Regardless of their existence, society would undoubtedly not revert to its former state. As long as he could live well, it mattered little who they were. Anyone who provoked him would face dire consequences. Having gathered the supplies, Ling Feng exited the ammunition depot and stepped into the snowy expanse outside, where he encountered 10 soldiers clad in military uniforms. Each was robust and wore a stern expression. Judging by their demeanor and posture, they were no ordinary soldiers. Each had undergone rigorous training as special forces, and one among them radiated an aura of lethal intent. Unmistakably a veteran of combat, the squad raised their weapons upon spotting Ling Feng, advancing towards him with menacing intent. "Who are you? What brings you here?" One of the officers, adorned with the insignia of a second lieutenant, coldly inquired. Ling Feng bore no weapon in hand. All his belongings had been stowed away in a spatial pocket. "I am a local resident, merely here to see if there are any useful supplies," Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. The lieutenant's expression shifted slightly, his keen eyes scanning Ling Feng's figure, evidently skeptical of his words. This strikingly handsome young man, faced with such a multitude of weapons, displayed an unshakable composure that was uncommon in ordinary individuals, and he emanated an aura of danger. "I suspect you have ulterior motives. You must return with us for an investigation," the lieutenant stated with a stern countenance. "Return? Return where?" Ling Feng inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "To the official shelter, of course. I advise against any clever tricks, or I assure you, you will not know how you met your end." The lieutenant's expression was grim, his words laced with menace. "Ah, must I go?" Ling Feng feigned embarrassment. "Very well, if you can produce sufficient supplies, I shall let you go." Ling Feng let out a cold chuckle, perceiving that the tone of these individuals was far from that of true soldiers, rather resembling the demeanor of thugs. "What are you laughing at?" The lieutenant glared at him, his weapon aimed directly at Ling Feng's head. "Young man, do not test my patience." Despite the gun pressed against his temple, Ling Feng remained unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor. "I despise having a gun aimed at my head." The lieutenant, with a mocking glint in his eye, tilted his head, taunting, "And what will you do about it, now that I have a gun to your head?" Before he could finish his taunt, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist and looked down to find his hand, the one holding the gun, severed and lying on the ground. Still gripping the weapon, a wave of intense pain surged through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He gazed at the smiling figure before him, a flicker of fear rising within. "It was you. You did this to me." He had not even seen Ling Feng make a move. His hand had simply been severed, an occurrence too terrifying to comprehend. The other soldiers, witnessing their officer's injury yet bewildered by the unfolding events, turned to see the almost phantom-like Ling Feng standing behind them. They attempted to pivot and fire, but Ling Feng's speed rendered them incapable of aiming effectively. The soldiers could only fire erratically in his direction. Meanwhile, Ling Feng adeptly evaded the onslaught of bullets, his enhanced physical capabilities allowing him to dodge effortlessly. Drawing his tang knife, he charged at one of the soldiers. His strikes executed with such swiftness that the blade's trajectory was imperceptible to the naked eye. The soldier, upon noticing Ling Feng charging towards him, hastily prepared to redirect his firearm for a shot. However, it was already too late. Ling Feng's blade swept past his neck with lethal precision. The soldier felt a sudden chill at his throat and, as he glanced down, he beheld his own headless corpse. Consciousness swiftly faded thereafter. After dispatching one foe, Ling Feng continued to wield his Tang Dao against the remaining 8 adversaries. In his swift onslaught, none could withstand the might of his strike. Within mere seconds, all the soldiers on the field were decapitated, leaving only a lieutenant who had lost an arm. The lieutenant gazed at Ling Feng with sheer terror, filled with regret. Had he known, he would have let the man go. Why had he provoked him? It appeared he was doomed today. "We are officials. Do you dare to kill us without fearing retribution from the authorities? Even as an ability user, you must abide by the rules," the lieutenant uttered, his voice trembling with trepidation. "Huh? Officials? Ability users? Reveal all you know, and I may consider sparing your life." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the lieutenant's eyes. If survival was at stake, divulging a few secrets was a trivial matter. As long as he could return alive and report this incident to his superiors, they would undoubtedly send someone to investigate, and vengeance could be sought later. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. With a newfound resolve, the lieutenant began to elaborate on the shelter and information concerning ability users. Through his explanations, Ling Feng gained a comprehensive understanding of this so-called official shelter. Originally established by high-ranking military officials, it had been overtaken by an ability user who had slain those leaders, thus becoming the new commander of the shelter. These ability users manifested after the apocalypse, possessing one or more extraordinary powers. For instance, the current leader of the shelter wielded speed abilities, boasting a velocity far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Their combat prowess was formidable, allowing them to effortlessly slay common folk. I have divulged all I know. May I now be free to go? The lieutenant, having recounted everything, looked at Ling Feng with eager anticipation, his eyes pleading. His wound had become numb from frostbite, and without timely treatment, he feared he would lose his entire arm. But no. In a flash, Ling Feng's blade struck again, severing the lieutenant's head. To eradicate the roots of a problem, one must act decisively. He had no desire to expose himself. He collected the weapons of the fallen and retrieved a snowmobile from his spatial storage, setting off towards home. Chapter 71. The storm approaches in the outskirts of Shangjing City. Within an underground base, Zhang Ergu reclined leisurely on a sofa, a look of contentment adorning his face. Behind him, a woman with an exquisite appearance skillfully massaged his shoulders. Flanking him were two elegantly dressed young women, attending to his every whim. Despite the frigid weather outside, his office radiated a warmth akin to spring. Extending his right hand, he formed a peace sign, prompting one of the young women to deftly present him with a cigarette, while the other eagerly leaned in to ignite it for him. Zhang Ergu took a deep drag, his hands wandering indiscriminately over the two young women. Their faces flushing with a mix of excitement and embarrassment, their breaths gradually quickening. As Zhang Ergu's interest peaked, he prepared to delve into the next phase of his indulgent endeavors. Suddenly, an untimely knock echoed through the space. Zhang Ergu's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Who dares to disturb me at such an inconvenient moment? Come in, he barked, his tone laced with irritation. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man stormed in, his face etched with urgency. With a respectful demeanor, he addressed Zhang Ergu. My lord, the 15th search team we dispatched has yet to return, and there has been no response from the satellite phone. I suspect something has gone awry. Zhang Ergu listened to the man's report, maintaining a stoic expression as he exhaled a languid plume of smoke. However, his cold gaze bore into the middle-aged man, Long Hao. As the captain of the search team, you needn't report such trivial matters to me in the future. Handle it at your discretion. If every little incident requires my intervention, then what purpose do I serve in sustaining your position? Zhang Ergu's voice escalated to a fierce roar by the end of his statement. You dare to disrupt my enjoyment over such a minor inconvenience? So what if a few lives were lost? Is that worth such alarm? I was already troubled by a shortage of supplies, contemplating how to manage a surplus of individuals. The death of 10 people could even be seen as a boon. Long Hao sensed the wrath emanating from Zhang Ergu, his expression betraying a hint of fear. Though he harbored resentment within, he knew better than to express it openly. In his heart, he cursed Zhang Ergu, recognizing that had it not been for his supernatural abilities, he would have long since torn him asunder. This street thug, having awakened extraordinary powers, had slain the former head of the base and seized control through sheer brute force, arrogantly bestowing upon himself the title of Lord. Since taking command, this man had indulged in hedonism, exploiting the common folk mercilessly. Anyone who dared to defy his authority faced execution without exception. Even as the captain of the search team, Long Hao was met with nothing but disdain and brutality, treated with a callousness that was truly unworthy of a son. Although Long Hao harbored deep resentment towards Zhang Ergu, he lacked the strength to resist and could only bow his head in submission. After Zhang Ergu had vented his frustrations, he waved dismissively at Long Hao. If there's nothing else, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to. With his head bowed, Long Hao exited the room. Zhang Ergu closed his eyes, continuing to relish the massage. It was during such moments that he found his greatest joy. Once a mere thug, he now wielded formidable power, indulging in pleasure and amusement each day. After enduring so much hardship, what was wrong with enjoying life? His long-cherished dream had finally come to fruition. A flicker of disdain crossed the eyes of the woman attending to his massage, though she quickly masked it with a sweet smile. My lord, are you feeling upset? Would you like me to help you relax? Zhang Ergu's eyes, previously shut, suddenly opened wide, a smile spreading across his face. Ah, Zihan, you truly understand me. Come here. Yang Zihan smiled sweetly, obediently leaning down. 3 minutes later, Yang Zihan stood up, her cheeks flushed, rejoining Zhang Erge's side. He was exceedingly pleased with her performance. The thought of having a prominent internet celebrity completely at his mercy filled him with immense satisfaction. One day, he had merely stepped out for some fresh air, unexpectedly encountering the exquisite beauty that was Yang Zihan. With just a small offering of food, he had secured her unwavering loyalty. Despite her seemingly innocent appearance, Yang Zihan possessed a wealth of hidden talents, embodying a stark contrast that even an ability user like him found difficult to resist. Yang Zihan, standing behind him, gently inquired, "My lord, are you still troubled by the matter of food?" Zhang Erge nodded. "Indeed, we have thousands of mouths to feed at the base, and our daily consumption is considerable. The food scouting teams are returning with increasingly meager hauls, which is quite distressing. I happen to know of a place abundant in food." Yang Zihan smiled brightly. "Oh, where is it?" Zhang Erge immediately perked up with interest. Observing that she had successfully piqued his curiosity, Yang Zihan began to inform him about Ling Feng's substantial stockpile of resources. After hearing her words, a smile spread across Zhang Erge's face, though skepticism lingered. Could an ordinary person truly amass such a large cache of supplies? Does Ling Feng really possess that much? Of course. How could I possibly deceive you, my lord? Yang Zihan feigned nervousness, while inwardly, she sneered. Ling Feng, Lin Su, aren't you both quite formidable? Let us see how you handle this. If you wish to thwart my happiness, then no one shall find peace. And that wretched Ling Kur, taking advantage of my slumber to steal my gun and cast me out, I will ensure you suffer 100-fold for your transgressions. Zhang Erge observed her expression, which did not suggest deceit, thus dispelling his inner doubts. He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. "Summon Long Hao for me," he commanded the young girl attending to him. The girl, upon receiving the order, hurriedly dashed outside. Before long, Long Hao stood before him with a respectful demeanor. "Long Hao, arrange for someone to go to a villa area called Shizi Bay and apprehend a young man named Ling Feng, along with the women in his household." Upon hearing that Ling Feng's family harbored a stunning beauty, Zhang Erge felt a surge of excitement. "Oh, and don't forget to secure the food in his home. This individual possesses a firearm. Send 100 men quickly." Long Hao, upon receiving Zhang Erge's directive, did not dare to hesitate. Exiting Zhang Erge's office, he made his way to the barracks of the base. There, he summoned one of his squad leaders. Soon, a lean, dark-skinned man approached, Ma Wu, who had been with him for many years and was a trusted confidant, utterly obedient to his commands. "Captain, you called for me?" Ma Wu's expression was serious, his voice deep and devoid of levity. Long Hao nodded and promptly assigned him the task, instructing him to prepare immediately for departure. "Take 100 brothers with you, and bring ample ammunition. This person is armed, so exercise caution." A flicker of disdain crossed Ma Wu's face as he questioned Long Hao's orders. "Is it truly necessary to send so many just to capture one person? This seems overly cautious. My men are all elite soldiers, each capable of taking on 10 foes. Capturing one should be a simple endeavor." Nevertheless, recognizing the authority of his superior, he acquiesced to the orders. After receiving the directive, Ma Wu swiftly gathered his troops, ensuring their ammunition was well stocked before they set off toward their objective in an orderly fashion. Chapter 72. Hujiakin. After gathering weapons and ammunition in Xishan town, Ling Feng prepared to return on his motorcycle. After an hour and a half of travel, he finally arrived at the road near the villa area. Suddenly, he noticed figures moving in the distance. Though they were far away, his vision was extraordinarily keen. The figures, upon catching sight of him, quickly concealed themselves. He discerned at least 5 or 6 individuals, and he wondered if more were hidden beyond his line of sight. Despite their white attire, Ling Feng's perceptive gaze detected their presence. He let out a cold laugh. "It seems these people are after me." He promptly halted his motorcycle. Stopping 400 meters away from the group, he retrieved his prized sniper rifle from his space and concealed himself behind a nearby vehicle. Unaware of the situation across the way, he refrained from advancing recklessly, mindful of the potential presence of heavy weaponry or superhumans. Since the revelation of superhumans in this world, he no longer harbored blind confidence, adopting a more cautious demeanor. Problems that could be resolved from a distance with a sniper rifle would never be approached with hand-to-hand combat. He peered through the scope to assess the enemy's position. Upon realizing he had parked and concealed himself, 4 individuals stealthily approached from either side of the road. Ling Feng took aim at the one leading the group and fired, resulting in a resounding crack as the bullet shattered the man's skull. The remaining three, taken aback by the gruesome sight, froze in shock. Ching Chun, a middle-aged man standing behind him, registered disbelief at the fate of his comrade, swiftly replaced by a fierce anger as he fixed his gaze on Ling Feng and pressed forward. Just as Ling Feng prepared to take another shot, gunfire erupted from the opposing side. However, the enemy's aim was woefully inaccurate, the bullets landing several meters away from him. He adjusted his position and continued to aim toward the source of the shots, executing a seamless follow-up shot. The middle-aged man met the same grim fate as his predecessor. The two others, witnessing their companion's brutal demise, turned tail and fled in terror. Ling Feng, unwavering in his impartiality, dispatched each with a single shot, ensuring fairness in his actions. Following the death of 4 individuals, the remaining foes fell into silence, refraining from sending out more combatants. Based on the recent performance of these individuals, Ling Feng surmised they were merely ordinary people, lacking any professional military training. Yet, what motivated them to ambush him? How did they know of his outing today? It appeared that some among the homeowners in Shizi Bay were not entirely trustworthy. He reflected on his previous kindness toward them with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Nonetheless, he resolved to address the immediate threat at hand. Ling Feng continued to aim, but the remaining adversaries remained hidden behind cover, evidently intimidated by the recent casualties. Formulating a plan, he retrieved grenades from his spatial storage, opting for a grenade assault. Despite the distance of 400 meters, his extraordinary physical prowess allowed him to easily throw a grenade that far. He extracted 20 grenades, preparing to unleash a barrage akin to a human mortar. Grasping one, he pulled the pin and hurled it toward the concealed area of the enemy. The grenade soared through the air with the speed of a released arrow, heading straight for the enemy forces. Meanwhile, Hu Tian, sheltered behind cover, contemplated strategies to eliminate Ling Feng when a deafening explosion erupted beside him. Hu Tian swiftly turned his head to behold a horrifying scene. 2 of his companions, merely 10 meters away, had been obliterated into several pieces. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Hu Tian's heart shattered. For these individuals were his fellow villagers with whom he shared a close bond. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in light-hearted conversation, and now, in the blink of an eye, they had been reduced to mere fragments. He hurriedly alerted the others to seek concealment. The thunderous explosions began to erupt in rapid succession, transforming their surroundings into a hellish landscape. The cacophony of detonations intertwined with the anguished cries of the fallen, creating a haunting symphony of despair. After more than 20 deafening blasts, silence finally enveloped the scene. Emerging from the debris, Hu Tian was met with a sight so horrific it rendered him paralyzed with fear. All 15 villagers he had brought with him had perished in the explosions, leaving him utterly alone amidst the devastation. A tempest of fear and rage surged within him. He glanced in the direction of Ling Feng, who was leisurely approaching on his motorcycle. What once sounded like a normal engine now resonated as a harbinger of death. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Tian turned to flee. He had no desire to remain and await his demise. Yet, how could he outrun a motorcycle? Ling Feng quickly positioned himself directly in Hu Tian's path. Observing the unfamiliar face before him, Ling Feng was perplexed. He had never encountered this man, nor had their paths crossed before. Why, then, would this individual seek to harm him? Ling Feng removed the key from the ignition and approached Hu Tian, coldly demanding, "Who are you, and why have you ambushed me?" Hu Tian glared at him, silence enveloping his lips. Noticing Hu Tian's defiance, Ling Feng raised his firearm, aiming it squarely at his head. The sight of the gun sent Hu Tian's legs trembling, and he fell to his knees. I'll talk. Please, don't shoot. We are from Hujiazhuang." Ling Feng regarded him for a moment, gesturing for him to continue. In a rush, Hu Tian divulged their intentions and backstory. It turned out that they hailed from Hujiazhuang, not far from their current location. Days prior, a young laborer from the village had mentioned a remarkably sturdy villa nearby, one that he had constructed himself. It was believed to harbor substantial food supplies. Upon receiving this information, the village's decision-makers were elated, as their own food resources were dwindling. With news of Ling Feng's supplies, they resolved to organize a group of young villagers to raid him. They had conducted reconnaissance for several days, and upon seeing Ling Feng depart that morning, they began to dig traps and lay in wait, anticipating a successful ambush. They had assumed victory was assured. only to pay a grievous price for their hubris. Who was the informant? Ling Feng demanded coldly. It was Hu Yong. Hu Tian stammered. Hu Yong. Ling Feng realized, understanding now why these men had dared to attack him despite not recognizing him. It was indeed Hu Yong who had betrayed him. Hu Yong is a salesman for Huqiang Security Company, and he was the one coordinating with him during the construction of the safe house. Little did he expect that this individual would dare to set his sights on him after the apocalypse. How utterly reckless. Ling Feng observed Hu Tian's sudden change in demeanor and quietly inquired, "Has Hu Yong come today?" He said he was unwell and would not be coming. Hu Tian replied, his heart racing with trepidation. Ling Feng let out a cold laugh, approached Hu Tian, and retrieved zip ties from his space. Binding Hu Tian's hands behind his back, "Lead me to Hu Yong, and I shall spare your life." Hu Tian, filled with fear, nodded repeatedly. Ling Feng then tossed him onto the motorcycle's rear seat and rode towards Hujia village. Chapter 73. The Quick Shooter. After a 15-minute journey, Ling Feng and Hu Tian arrived at Hujia village. To his surprise, they were so close to Shizi Bay, no wonder these people could walk there. Upon reaching the entrance of Hujia village, Ling Feng spotted sentinels standing guard. It seemed this village was not to be underestimated. With a swift motion, he flung Hu Tian off the motorcycle. Unable to brace himself with his bound hands, Hu Tian's face met the ground with an unceremonious thud. Grimacing in pain, he simmered with resentment internally, though he dared not voice his anger. Lead the way. Ling Feng stowed the motorcycle and followed closely behind Hu Tian, who limped ahead with a mournful expression. The two villagers stationed at the entrance quickly noticed Hu Tian's presence, as well as the unfamiliar man trailing behind him. Grasping their iron rods, they hurried toward them. "Tian Ge, what happened?" inquired one young man of stocky build. As they approached, they realized Hu Tian's hands were bound, and their expressions darkened as they regarded Ling Feng with suspicion. "Who are you? Do you wish to perish for daring to bind someone from Hujia village?" The stout man began to threaten, but before he could finish, he found himself lifted off the ground by an iron grip around his neck. His face flushed crimson, and his legs kicked helplessly. "You fat fool." He managed to sputter, but his words were abruptly silenced as Ling Feng fired a shot, obliterating his head. Blood splattered across Hu Tian's face, causing him to wet himself in fear, his previous hopes extinguished as he looked at Ling Feng with terror. "Continue moving," Ling Feng commanded, exerting a slight pressure that snapped the stout youth's neck before casually discarding the body by the roadside. Trembling, Hu Tian finally approached the door of Hu Yong's residence. "We arrived," he stammered. "May I leave?" Hu Tian gazed at him with fervent eyes, a pleading expression upon his face. "You can go die." Ling Feng shot directly at Hu Tian's heart. Hu Tian looked down at his chest in terror, realizing that he could not escape death after all, and slowly collapsed. Ling Feng observed Hu Tian's lifeless body with indifference, devoid of any compassion. These individuals had intended to end his life, and their demise was merely a consequence of their own actions. He knocked on the door of Hu Yong's residence. Moments later, Hu Yong, wrapped tightly in layers of clothing, opened the door. Upon seeing Ling Feng, Hu Yong froze momentarily, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Hadn't someone been sent to his home? How was he still alive? Had the group failed in their mission and divulged his whereabouts? "Manager Hu, long time no see." Ling Feng greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Ling, what brings you here?" Hu Yong replied with a forced chuckle, his heart brimming with apprehension. "Oh, I came to escort you." "Escort me?" Hu Yong queried, puzzled. "Of course, to see you off," Ling Feng replied casually. In an instant, Hu Yong comprehended Ling Feng's intentions, taking an urgent step back to increase the distance between them. Ling Feng regarded his reaction with surprise, but soon understood, recognizing him as a former soldier. "It seems you are well aware," Hu Yong remarked coldly, his hand subtly moving towards his waist. "I advise you not to make any sudden moves," Ling Feng cautioned calmly. Hu Yong smirked coldly, swiftly drawing a dagger from his waist. However, before he could raise his hand, it was shattered by Ling Feng's bullet. Instinctively, Hu Yong raised his hand, only to glimpse the bloody stump of his arm, pain rapidly radiating throughout his body. The speed of the shot was astonishing. He hadn't even seen Ling Feng draw his weapon before his arm was severed. What an adept marksman! Gritting his teeth against the pain, Hu Yong glared fiercely at Ling Feng. "Kill me, and the people of Hu family village will not spare you." Ling Feng ignored his glare, his expression composed as he replied, "Then we shall see if the people of Hu family village are enough for me to kill." With that, He fired a bullet that obliterated Hu Yong's head. Having dealt with Hu Yong, Ling Feng mounted his motorcycle and began his journey back to Shizi Bay. Upon returning home, he sprawled tiredly on the sofa, reflecting on the day filled with numerous troubles and the deaths of dozens. All he desired was a peaceful existence. Yet it seemed perpetually elusive. Troubles incessantly sought him out, proving to be exceedingly vexing. Meanwhile, Lin Su, busy in the kitchen, noticed the weariness etched on Ling Feng's face and set down the cucumber she was holding. She approached Ling Feng from behind, gently massaging his temples. "Feeling better?" he inquired. As he comfortably squinted his eyes, a cough interrupted their moment, drawing his attention to Lin Su, who was visibly unwell, her lips pale. "Are you ill?" Ling Feng asked with genuine concern. "It's nothing, just a slight cold," she replied, only to be seized by a fit of coughing that reddened her cheeks. With a pang of sympathy, Ling Feng insisted she sit on the sofa. "You're sick. Why are you in the kitchen? You should rest in your room." He lifted her and carried her upstairs, retrieving a box of cold medicine from his space and a cup of hot water for her to take her medication. Obediently, Lin Su swallowed the medicine and, at Ling Feng's insistence, closed her eyes to sleep. As he watched her drift off, he quietly exited the room. He made his way to the bar area on the second floor, where he extracted a high-end Upmann cigar, his favorite brand known for its silky flavor. Costing a hefty 1,800 yuan each. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and savored it slowly. With the first sip, the day's fatigue began to dissipate. The thought of Lin Su's illness weighed heavily on his mind. After all, she was an ordinary person, vulnerable to sickness in this apocalyptic world. Unlike him, who had fortified his body with a genetic serum, rendering him nearly immune to ailments. Ling Feng contemplated whether to administer a serum to Lin Su. If she received the genetic enhancement, not only would her physical constitution improve, but she would also gain resilience against illness. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to inject her with a hundredfold enhancement serum, identical to the one administered to Wang Long. This serum had been procured from Ling Yutang's office and had undergone systematic upgrades to achieve a hundredfold potential enhancement. He had previously injected Wang Long and still possessed 4 vials. After finishing his cigar, Ling Feng returned to the room to find Lin Su awake. "Come, I want to take you somewhere," he said, affectionately stroking her hair with a smile. "Where are we going?" Lin Su asked, intrigued by his mysterious demeanor. "To the basement for your injection," he replied, guiding her off the bed. "I'm not feeling well today. Perhaps another time?" Lin Su's cheeks flushed as she shyly suggested. Ling Feng chuckled, realizing she had misunderstood, thinking they were headed for something else in the basement. "What are you thinking? Let us go," he urged, leading her downstairs, where he retrieved a vial of genetic serum from his space. "This is a genetic serum, completely free of side effects, capable of enhancing your potential 100-fold. Are you willing to inject it?" Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Lin Su was utterly astonished. She was well aware of what the genetic serum entailed, and to discover that Ling Feng had successfully developed it, devoid of any side effects, was nothing short of miraculous. As she took the serum from his hands and examined it closely, her eyes sparkled with excitement. In recent days, she had been diligently researching genetic serums herself and understood the immense challenges associated with such endeavors. To her surprise, Ling Feng had achieved success in such a short span of time, having only recently ventured into this field. It was almost legendary. "I am willing," Lin Su responded without a moment's hesitation. She did not wish to remain in Ling Feng's shadow for the rest of her life. She yearned to share some of his burdens. The reactions after administering this serum can be quite intense, so it would be prudent to prepare yourself mentally. Ling Feng cautioned her beforehand. Lin Su nodded in agreement, indicating her readiness. "Let us begin." She sat cross-legged on the ground, her expression serious as she closed her eyes. Awaiting Ling Feng's injection, Ling Feng said nothing further, taking up the syringe to commence the injection. Shortly after the serum was administered, Lin Su's expression began to shift gradually. Her brows knitted tightly, her lips pressed firmly together, and her hands clutched the edge of her garment as beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, clearly enduring immense agony. Yet, she refrained from crying out, only emitting low, subdued sounds from her throat. Even Ling Feng, a robust man, could not help but admire Lin Su's resilience. He and Wang Long had once rolled on the ground, vocally expressing their discomfort, and now, witnessing Lin Su, he felt a pang of embarrassment. Time passed swiftly, and after half an hour, Lin Su's weary form began to slump backward. Ling Feng, quick to react, caught her in his arms, feeling a surge of concern. At that moment, Lin Su's attire was thoroughly soaked with a mixture of sweat, blood, and a viscous dark substance. Slowly, she opened her eyes and smiled at Ling Feng, exclaiming, "I've finally made it through. I'll take you to clean up," Ling Feng said as he carried Lin Su into the bathroom, prepared warm water, and began meticulously washing away the grime from her body. An hour later, Lin Su stood before Ling Feng, clad in fresh attire. As he beheld this enchanting figure, his eyes burned with desire. The transformation brought about by the serum had rendered Lin Su even more alluring. Her cherry-like lips, willow-shaped brows, and sparkling eyes, combined with her now even more delicate complexion, exuded an enchanting charm that heightened her already aloof demeanor. Most importantly, her physique had improved, becoming more voluptuous. Ling Feng felt an overwhelming urge to seize her at that very moment. However, he restrained himself, opting instead to first ascertain Lin Su's condition. "How do you feel?" Lin Su moved her body slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "I feel as though I am in the best state I have ever been." A profound surge of vitality coursed through her, dispelling any remnants of physical frailty, and she sensed her cognitive faculties had remarkably intensified. This sensation was truly enchanting. Lin Su, her face alight with excitement, eagerly shared her experience with Ling Feng, observing the charm radiating from Lin Su with every smile and frown. Ling Feng could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to embrace her, his eyes nearly ablaze with fervor. "Allow me to conduct a thorough examination," he suggested playfully. 3 hours later, Ling Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, his mind still savoring the exhilaration of the recent escapade. Lin Su reclined languidly, her alabaster arm cradling her head, gazing at Ling Feng with a captivating allure, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. "Indeed, your physique has undergone a significant transformation," Ling Feng teased. "You naughty boy," Lin Su retorted with a playful glare. The two lay on the bed, engaged in conversation, sharing their innermost troubles. For the first time, Lin Su opened her heart, recounting the misfortunes of her childhood to Ling Feng. It was revealed that she had never known her father, as her mother had always withheld that information. Lin Su had relied solely on her mother until tragedy struck when her mother perished in a car accident when she was merely 7. Subsequently, she was sent to an orphanage. Although she had 2 aunts, they were unwilling to take her in, even swindling the compensation from her mother's accident. Without a support system, Lin Su's demeanor grew increasingly cold, maturing beyond her years and approaching situations with remarkable rationality. She dedicated herself to her studies and work, ultimately self-studying to become a lawyer, gradually earning a modest reputation in her field. It could be said that everything she possessed was the fruit of her relentless efforts, achieved without reliance on anyone. Upon hearing Lin Su's story, Ling Feng instinctively tightened his embrace around her, feeling a pang of sympathy for her years of hardship. "Everything is in the past. From now on, you have me," he declared with tender conviction. Lin Su murmured softly, her heart swelling with emotion as tears silently cascaded from the corners of her eyes. Just as the two basked in their affection, a voice crackled through the intercom at the bedside. Dong Yao, there is an emergency." Ling Feng swiftly grabbed the intercom and responded, "This is Dong Yao. What is the situation?" The voice on the other end sounded frantic, clearly rattled. "Report, Dong Yao. We have spotted a group of individuals in military attire advancing rapidly towards our location, all armed." "How many?" Ling Feng inquired. "Approximately 100. Expected to arrive in 1 minute." "Understood. You all should take cover," Ling Feng instructed before disconnecting the intercom. He rose to put on his trousers, while Lin Su also got up to dress, having overheard the preceding conversation. Now, having shed her previous frailty, she is no longer a weak woman. There are matters in which she can be of assistance. Ling Feng led Lin Su to the attic, where he had specifically instructed the construction team to reserve several concealed shooting apertures during the renovations, making them difficult to detect from the outside. Since the completion of the villa's transformation, Ling Feng had never utilized these design openings, and today marked their inaugural use. This time, the group was not composed of ordinary homeowners and villagers, but rather a cadre of seasoned soldiers, demanding his utmost seriousness. Chapter 75. The enemy approaches Ma Wu. Accompanied by 100 fully armed soldiers, finally arrived at the Zizuan villa after nearly 2 hours of travel. Filled with confidence, he knew that these 100 men were his elite troops, all former scouts before the apocalypse, including a sharpshooter among them. Each soldier was equipped with powerful rifles, several light machine guns, and 10 kilograms of TNT explosives. With such an armament, even a seasoned warrior would fall, let alone a mere retired special forces operative. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Long Hao began to deploy his forces. He first dispatched 2 scouts to survey the interior of the villa, ensuring a strategic advantage for the forthcoming actions. The scouts moved swiftly, gathering detailed information about the layout of the villa and Ling Feng's residence within half an hour. Ma Wu then assigned 10 soldiers to secure the 4 main entrances of the villa, ordered the sniper to seek advantageous positions, and set machine gunners to establish cover around Ling Feng's villa. The remaining 80 soldiers were divided into 3 squads, with the first 2 providing fire support while the third launched the primary assault. With everything meticulously arranged, Ma Wu initiated the attack on the target. Ling Feng, observing the enemy's deployment from the attic, felt a flicker of surprise. Their commander exhibited remarkable tactical acumen, clearly not a fool. He found himself entirely surrounded, encircled in 3 layers, and it was evident that such firepower would overwhelm any villa within the neighborhood. Yet, regrettably for them, they had encountered him. Ling Feng harbored profound confidence in his villa's defensive capabilities. He was unfazed by the prospect of 100 men, even if 1,000 were to descend upon him. He would remain unperturbed. Withdrawing an upgraded machine gun, he loaded it with ammunition, awaiting the slow advance of his adversaries. Soon, the first wave of attackers approached the villa's courtyard. 30 meters behind this group, Ma Wu raised a loudspeaker and began addressing the villa. Inside, Ling Feng listened attentively as Ma Wu proclaimed, "We are the search team from the official shelter. We have received reports that you are harboring a significant quantity of illicitly obtained materials. We are ordered to escort you back for questioning. Please open the door and refrain from futile resistance. Otherwise, we shall resort to coercive measures for your apprehension, and you will bear the consequences." On the loft, Ling Feng let out a cold snicker. How brazen, to rob his supplies under the guise of an official authority. In this apocalyptic era, did they truly believe that waving the banner of legitimacy would compel him to yield, regardless of who they were? Anyone daring to covet his resources would meet with fatal consequences. Without further ado, Ling Feng responded with a hail of bullets. In mere moments, a barrage struck the front line of soldiers, claiming 4 lives instantaneously under the tremendous force of the gunfire. "Old Lu, damn it!" Ma Wu exclaimed, his voice rising in anguish as he realized one of the fallen was his dear friend. Consumed by rage, he commanded his team to launch a full-scale assault. Instantly, a barrage of firepower unleashed upon the villa, the air filled with the relentless sound of gunfire as numerous bullets pounded against the glass and doors of the dwelling. However, Ma Wu soon discerned something amiss. Despite the onslaught, the villa's windows remained unscathed. "Bring explosives. I refuse to believe that door can withstand a bomb." Before long, 2 soldiers hefted explosives and stealthily approached the entrance, preparing to set the charges. Ling Feng, manning the machine gun, continued to rain fire down upon them. This upgraded machine gun boasted formidable power, with significantly reduced recoil. Just as he was reveling in his onslaught, an unsettling feeling crept into his mind. Without hesitation, he shifted to the side, narrowly evading a bullet that struck precisely where he had just stood. Recognizing the sound of a sniper rifle, Ling Feng quickly assessed the direction of the shot and meticulously searched for the sniper's position. Upon relocating, he retrieved his own sniper rifle, swiftly aiming at the adversary's marksman, and fired. The bullet struck the sniper squarely between the eyes, resulting in an immediate demise. Subsequently, he utilized his sniper rifle to eliminate the opposing machine gunners one by one. After neutralizing several fire points, the pressure on Ling Feng diminished significantly. The remaining threat was reduced to a handful of soldiers below, prompting him to stow the sniper rifle and return to his machine gun, unleashing a furious barrage. He wielded the machine gun with the precision of a sniper, achieving an extraordinary hit rate. No one who fell under his aim survived. The third squad, tasked with the assault, suffered grievously, with 26 men ruthlessly gunned down by Ling Feng. Witnessing such heavy losses, Ma Wu hastily ordered the third squad to retreat, instructing the first squad to continue the attack, buying time for the placement of the explosives. Yet, the second squad soon experienced its own catastrophic losses. Ma Wu felt his heart bleed at the sight. Fortunately, the explosives were set. Once the villa's door was breached, they could swiftly storm inside and capture Ling Feng. Clutching the remote detonator, Ma Wu pressed the button with resolve. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, the force of the explosives immense, causing the very ground to tremble. Ma Wu sneered as he gazed towards the source of the blast, contemplating how he would deal with Ling Feng once he captured him. As the smoke from the explosives gradually dissipated, Ma Wu was instantly struck with shock at the sight of the main gate, intact and unmarred, without even a hint of dent. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to prepare for a retreat. Today had seen significant casualties, with over half of his forces lost. The enemy's defenses were too formidable to breach, rendering a prolonged engagement futile. Ling Feng, observing the enemy's retreat, seized the opportunity to unleash a merciless assault on the fleeing adversaries. Bullets rained down on the enemy troops without restraint. He was determined that none of them would return alive. Ma Wu, accompanied by the remaining 30 soldiers, fled in disarray. Ling Feng ascended to the 3rd floor and instructed Lin Su to clear the battlefield, collecting all weapons and equipment from the fallen, particularly the sniper rifle and machine guns, prized assets indeed. He then opened a window and leaped down. Armed solely with a machine gun, Ling Feng pursued the retreating soldiers, firing with wild abandon. Ma Wu, witnessing Ling Feng daring to emerge from his fortified position, immediately commanded his troops to turn and retaliate. "Damn it, shoot him dead," he roared, as dozens of rifles aimed at Ling Feng and opened fire. Ling Feng, seeing the soldiers who had been fleeing now regrouping to counterattack, activated his speed and charged into the throng. He stowed his machine gun and drew his tang knife, deftly evading the hail of bullets aimed at him. In less than a second, he found himself amidst the search party. Chapter 76. Annihilation of the invaders. Ling Feng moved like a wraith among the search squad, his tang knife descending mercilessly with each strike, claiming lives with chilling efficiency. In mere moments, he had felled over a dozen adversaries, all seasoned fighters of notable skill. Yet, before Ling Feng, they were little more than oversized ants. Ma Wu, watching his dwindling forces and the terrifying speed at which Ling Feng dispatched them, felt his pupils constrict. Ling Feng's prowess surpassed his expectations, and that ghostly figure, coupled with his lethal blade work, made it painfully clear that he was facing an opponent beyond his reckoning. As warriors continued to fall around him, Ma Wu's expression darkened. However, he found himself powerless to halt Ling Feng's slaughter, forced to witness his brothers perish one by one. Within the span of a minute, only Ling Feng and he remained on the battlefield. "Are you an ability user?" Ma Wu asked, his face a mask of astonishment as he regarded Ling Feng. Ling Feng did not respond to his query, his gaze indifferent as he replied, "How did you know I possessed supplies? Who informed you?" Ma Wu let out a cold laugh, his face set with determination. "Go ahead and kill me. I will not speak," he declared, closing his eyes. He understood that he was no match for Ling Feng, yet he had no desire to flee. With the mission failed and 100 soldiers lost, he felt he could not return in disgrace. A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Feng's eyes. He had not expected this man to possess such resilience. His fearless spirit did not bring shame to a soldier. "He is indeed a man, far superior to the one I dispatched this morning," Ling Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Ma Wu's dark countenance darkened considerably. "Did you kill Zhang Zijian?" he asked coldly. Ling Feng smiled faintly, his demeanor casual. "I know not who he was. He threatened me, and thus I ended his life," Ma Wu retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Feng. "You possess great audacity to brazenly slay an official soldier. Do you not fear retribution?" Ling Feng regarded him with an expression of incredulity, astonished that such foolishness still existed. "Official? Your leader has been replaced by a petty thug, and you dare to speak of officials? You and your ilk merely disguise yourselves in the guise of authority while committing acts of desperation, flaunting your blind loyalty. How laughable." Ma Wu sought to counter these words, but found himself at a loss, for Ling Feng spoke the truth. Embarrassed by Ling Feng's remarks, he was acutely aware that their actions were indeed hypocritical, yet the unwavering command of military orders compelled him to comply. Observing the contemplation in Ma Wu's eyes, Ling Feng chose not to end his life and turned to depart. "You spare me?" Ma Wu asked, astonished. "You are a competent soldier. Today I grant you mercy. But know this, next time, I shall not hold back." Ling Feng's cold voice echoed from a distance. Ma Wu cast a long glance at Ling Feng's retreating figure, his expression shifting as he turned to leave. On his way back, he pondered Ling Feng's words, reflecting deeply. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, everything had changed. Once, their duty as soldiers was to protect the lives and property of the people. Now, under the directives of their superiors. They were compelled to turn their weapons against ordinary citizens, all for the sake of plunder. Despite their actions, they were still not regarded as human. Should their superiors be dissatisfied with their performance, they faced scorn or, worse, violent reprimands. His heart grew increasingly troubled, yet soon his gaze hardened, as if he had come to a profound realization. Upon returning to the base, Ma Wu entered Long Hao's office to report back. Seeing the dejected expression on Ma Wu's face as he sipped tea, Long Hao felt a twinge of unease and inquired, "Ma Wu, how did the mission unfold?" Ma Wu lowered his head, speaking in a somber tone. "The mission ended in failure, resulting in the loss of all those who accompanied me, leaving me as the sole survivor." Upon uttering these words, Ma Wu cradled his head in his hands, a visage filled with profound remorse. "What?" Long Hao gasped, his body trembling, causing hot water from the cup in his grasp to spill over onto his thigh. He stared at Ma Wu in disbelief. "All 100 elite troops perished?" Ma Wu solemnly nodded. After receiving this harrowing confirmation, Long Hao sank into the sofa, dazed. Those were 100 elite warriors, his most esteemed soldiers, for whom he had invested considerable effort in their training. Who was this Ling Feng, possessing such formidable prowess? How could one individual have dispatched so many? He began to meticulously inquire about the details of this operation to uncover the reasons for its failure. After listening to Ma Wu's account, he too was profoundly astonished by Ling Feng's strength, realizing that he was, indeed, an ability user, a speed-type ability user, no less. Feeling somewhat defeated, he waved his hand, signaling Ma Wu to withdraw. He adjusted his attire, preparing to report the outcome of this mission to the Lord without delay. Arriving at the Lord's office, he exhaled sharply, summoning his courage to knock on the door. Inside, Zhang Ergu was deeply engaged in conversation with Yang Zihan when the critical moment was abruptly interrupted by a series of knocks. Startled, Zhang Ergu trembled, rising unsteadily, his fury nearly boiling over. Gritting his teeth, he barked, "Come in." At the doorway, Long Hao, hearing the tone from within, sensed something was amiss and inwardly cursed himself. With trepidation, he opened the door and cast his gaze toward Zhang Ergu, only to find him glaring fiercely. "What brings you here at such an hour?" Zhang Ergu queried, lighting a cigarette. The lighter clashed against the table with a resounding crack. "My lord, the mission today has failed," Long Hao uttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Zhang Ergu's expression shifted dramatically, all his pent-up frustrations erupting in that moment. He leaped to his feet, forcefully hurling the cigarette at Long Hao. "A bunch of useless fools. What purpose do I serve in sustaining you? You can't even handle such a trivial task. With so many deployed, not a single one captured. Are you all eating dung?" Long Hao's complexion turned ashen, fearing that Zhang Ergu, in a fit of rage, might strike him down. He hurriedly explained, "Ling Feng is an ability user. Our soldiers were no match for him." Upon hearing the term ability user, a shadow of seriousness flickered in Zhang Ergu's eyes. An ability user? Besides himself, there existed another? If this individual were to discover his position, would he not seek to usurp it? No, this could not be. Ever since ascending to this station, he had enjoyed a life akin to that of an emperor. No one can obstruct his will. With this thought, a chill crept across his visage, and a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. He issued a deadly command without hesitation. "Long Hao, arrange for more capable hands to eliminate Ling Feng. Leave no survivors." The last attempt failed due to insufficient firepower. This time, ensure you bring a larger contingent and lead them yourself. Equip all heavy artillery. He must be utterly annihilated. Should you fail to accomplish this task, do not return. Long Hao said nothing further, silently exiting the room. After Long Hao departed, Yang Zihan emerged from beneath the office desk. Approaching Zhang Ergu from behind and embracing him. In a gentle tone, she inquired, "Shall we continue?" Zhang Ergu initially contemplated affirming her suggestion, but upon glancing down, he hastily donned his garments. He had been naked from the waist down during his conversation with Long Hao. "Let us call it a day. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Perhaps next time," he sighed inwardly, lamenting that it was not a lack of desire but rather an unfortunate timing. The brother had faltered at a critical moment. On the street outside the Shizibei villa, a remarkably burly man observed the scene with evident excitement, speaking to himself. Beneath his feet lay the lifeless bodies of two Shizibei property owners. "At last, I've found them. Ha ha, Captain Kwang, who will surely be pleased." After marking the wall, he swiftly departed. Chapter 77. The muscle giant Kuang, who having concluded matters with Ma Wu, Ling Feng returned home with a languid stride. After a night of combat, fatigue eluded him. He was in a state of heightened exhilaration. He decided to forego sleep altogether, heading directly to the gravity chamber in the basement to train. After consuming the inner elixir of the giant python, his maximum gravitational tolerance had astonishingly reached 230 times. Such formidable strength. Today, he resolved to continue pushing his limits. As his adversaries grew in number and prowess, the urgency to enhance his abilities was paramount. Ling Feng retrieved a generator from the control room and connected a wire to it, gripping the other end firmly in his hand. He wished to experiment with electric shocks to see if they could augment his physical capabilities. Once all preparations were complete, he activated the generator. With a crackle, electricity coursed through his body, leaving him tingling and trembling. A searing pain enveloped him. Fortunately, his physique far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and he experienced no adverse reactions. A voltage of 380 V would have incapacitated a typical individual. The generator hummed for approximately 10 minutes, during which Ling Feng endured the discomfort before finally shutting off the power. The current abruptly ceased, and Ling Feng sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite of several minutes, he felt a notable enhancement in his physical strength. A glimmer of joy illuminated Ling Feng's expression. Evidently, it was effective. He hastened to the gravity chamber, eager to test the results of the recent electric shock. Adjusting the gravity to 230 times, he perceived no significant strain. He continued to escalate the value. 240 times, 250 times, 260 times. Ling Feng persevered until he reached 260 times, finally sensing the limits of his body. A grin spread across his face. Indeed, it proved beneficial. It was as though he had unearthed a new realm. This self-imposed torment, though painful, was undeniably efficacious. He embarked on further self-discipline, dubbing this method electrotherapy, and proclaimed himself the Thunder King. Throughout the night, Ling Feng immersed himself in rigorous training, and when dawn broke, he was astonished to realize how late it had become. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 7 in the morning. Stretching his limbs, his body crackled with a symphony of pops and snaps. Today's training had progressed remarkably fast. His gravity endurance had surged to an astonishing 350 times, nearly a 50% increase overnight. Ling Feng held a love-hate relationship with this electrotherapy. Despite the torment inflicted by the current, the results were compelling. After a quick rinse in the basement, he felt significantly rejuvenated. Descending to the first-floor living room, he encountered the firearms and ammunition that Lin Su had collected the previous night, all scavenged from the bodies of the search team. His attention was immediately drawn to the prominent sniper rifle, and he approached to examine it closely. This particular sniper rifle was one he was intimately familiar with, having wielded it as a marksman during his military service. Gazing at the sniper rifle, a wave of nostalgia washed over Ling Feng. It was a relic of his youth that he could never reclaim. He meticulously stored the weapons in his spatial realm for upgrades, enhancing their potency. Soon, a batch of upgraded weapons materialized within the space. Retrieving the sniper rifle, he noticed that its weight had increased post-upgrade, and the scope was now remarkably clearer. He was left wondering just how much its power had been amplified. In addition to the pistol, he discovered approximately 20,000 rounds of ammunition, which he graciously accepted. There were also grenades, machine guns, and bulletproof vests among the items. Though he had no shortage of such equipment, one could hardly refuse what was readily available. While he was polishing the sniper rifle, Lin Su began to serve breakfast at the table. After finishing his meal, Ling Feng summoned Zhang En. After hanging up the phone, Zhang En arrived at the small courtyard of the villa in less than 5 minutes. Ling Feng leapt directly from the third-floor windowsill and landed before Zhang En. In a calm tone, he instructed, "Today, begin arranging for traps to be laid around my villa. Remember, the more powerful, the better." Upon receiving the command, Zhang En hurriedly scurried away. Ling Feng conducted a brief inspection of the hidden sentries at each entrance, ensuring everything was in order before he returned to the villa with a sense of relief. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to conduct specialized training for Lin Su, aiming to enhance her combat abilities swiftly. He led Lin Su to the basement, initiating her training regimen, which began with the use of the gravity chamber and fundamental exercises with the Tang sword. Although Lin Su had previously undergone a gene serum injection, the effects had only been evident for a day. rendering her physical attributes slightly superior to those of an average individual. The training commenced in the gravity chamber. Enduring the grueling regimen, Lin Su exhibited no signs of resistance, gritting her teeth and persevering. After 2 hours of intense training, she felt utterly exhausted. Yet her results were remarkable, with her capabilities having surged to tenfold. Following the training session, the pair delved into research on the gene serum. Just as they were immersed in their experiments, the laboratory alarm blared with an ear-piercing sound. Ling Feng descended to the first floor alone and encountered a group of muscular men assaulting his front door. Though unfamiliar with these individuals, their uniform attire led him to suspect they were affiliated with MK Corporation. Ling Feng approached the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the relentless assault on the door. A flicker of irritation igniting within him. Why did these individuals persistently seek conflict with him? All he desired was a few days of tranquility. Why was that so difficult? Why did they force his hand toward violence? As Ling Feng scrutinized the group, he noticed a towering figure among them, a man with a bushy beard. The man seemed to sense Ling Feng's gaze and met it with a scowling expression, muttering something that implied, "Just wait." Ling Feng smirked disdainfully, regarding the man with contempt and raising his middle finger in a gesture of provocation. This act of insult ignited fury within the towering man, known as the Crazy Tiger, who began to swell in size, transforming into a muscular giant exceeding 2.5 meters in height. With a fearsome glare directed at Ling Feng, he seethed with rage, yearning to exact revenge for the death of his dear comrade and for the affront to his dignity. The limits of his patience had been breached. With thunderous strides, the Crazy Tiger approached the door, delivering powerful kicks aimed at breaching it. However, contrary to his expectations, the door remained unscathed, standing resolute. The expression on Crazy Tiger's face darkened, yet he did not relent. Commenced the tactical resolution. He commanded his subordinates to begin excavating the foundation, intending to breach the villa's base and access the interior from below. Soon, a vast hole was created in the villa's outer wall. Upon hearing this, the ferocious tiger was elated and immediately ordered his men to detonate grenades. Chapter 78. The Mad Tiger with a Thunderous Explosion. The courtyard was engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. The ferocious tiger glanced towards the direction of the blast, his expression shifting dramatically. To his astonishment, the villa stood intact and unscathed. Enraged, he cursed incessantly, but found himself powerless to alter the situation. Inside the villa, Ling Feng was already accustomed to such explosive antics. He couldn't help but mutter, "You lot are obsessed with explosions. Can't you conjure a bit of creativity?" I'm not annoyed, but I dare say the readers might be. He was reluctant to remain holed up in the house in a passive defense, wasting precious time. With his newfound strength, he felt emboldened and yearned for a confrontation with the imposing figure outside. Should that individual prove formidable, he could rely on his remarkable speed to make a hasty retreat. With this in mind, Ling Feng ascended to the 3rd floor, flung open the window, and leapt down, landing steadily on the ground. The furious tiger, consumed by impotent rage, suddenly spotted Ling Feng emerging boldly, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Well, you truly are audacious, daring to come out and seek your demise. Hand over the genetic serum, and I might grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I shall ensure you suffer immensely. Ling Feng regarded the brazen tiger from a distance, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Comparing you to my mother? How absurd. Have you consumed too many potatoes? The tiger's countenance stiffened at this retort, a glacial glint flashing in his eyes. His gaze, as piercing as that of a venomous snake, fixed upon Ling Feng. You insolent wretch. I shall see whether your tongue is tougher than my fists. Ling Feng, with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes, replied nonchalantly, I am not merely tough-tongued. Every inch of me is resilient. Care for a test? Enraged, the tiger's brow furrowed, and he bellowed, arrogant fool. Seize him. With a flick of his gaze, he signaled several henchmen to take action. Upon receiving their leader's command, the thugs approached Ling Feng with menacing intent. Ling Feng stretched his joints and neck, preparing for a fierce encounter. He bent his legs slightly, gathering momentum as he surged towards the group of lackeys. Before they could react, he was upon them, delivering a powerful straight punch to one thug's face. The man was caught off guard, his head bursting like a watermelon, a gruesome spray of blood erupting forth. Observing his subordinate being obliterated in an instant, the tiger's eyes did not reflect anger, but rather a flicker of excitement. Ling Feng possessed considerable prowess. indeed worthy of engaging in battle with oneself. His greatest passion lay in combat with others. The life-and-death struggle served to awaken the latent potential within his body, allowing him to transcend the brink of mortality. Vanquishing such formidable adversaries was far more exhilarating than merely overpowering weaker foes. In the arena, Ling Feng unleashed his formidable might, dispatching adversaries with a single punch, leaving several minions reduced to mere fragments. Quite impressive. You have exceeded my expectations. No wonder you were able to slay the Silver Serpent. However, this is where it ends. With that proclamation, the Mad Tiger lunged at Ling Feng, executing a vicious roundhouse kick aimed directly at his head, striking with ruthless speed and ferocity, far superior to the previous lackeys. Faced with the fierce onslaught of the Mad Tiger, Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with the fervor of battle. He did not flinch, but chose to meet force with force. Clenching his right fist, he struck the Mad Tiger's calf with equal intensity. In an instant, their bodies collided, producing a resounding thud. Hiss! The Mad Tiger grimaced, a sharp pain radiating through his calf. He quickly exerted force with his other leg to distance himself from Ling Feng, casting a wary glance in his direction. How does that feel? Is it hard enough? Ling Feng scoffed, regarding his opponent with a derisive smile. Humph. I can see that you are quite resilient, but I only exerted 50% of my strength previously. Now, I shall unleash my full power. The Mad Tiger retorted defiantly. He flexed his previously struck calf, swiftly returning it to its normal state. Ling Feng gazed in astonishment at the Mad Tiger's recovery. He had thought his punch had shattered the bone, yet it mended so quickly. He pondered the extent of his own recovery abilities. Having never sustained injuries since the injection of the genetic serum, the Mad Tiger assumed a boxing stance, cautiously approaching Ling Feng. Once a renowned underground fighter, he had established an undefeated legacy with 30 consecutive victories. This was the very foundation of his standing among the organization's elite. Ling Feng, however, remained nonchalant, standing still and awaiting his adversary's assault. Here I go, the Mad Tiger bellowed, launching a straight punch toward Ling Feng's face, followed by a left hook and a right swing, executing a flurry of strikes. Ling Feng, utilizing his agile form, effortlessly evaded the barrage of attacks. Despite the Mad Tiger's immense size and strength, his agility was lacking. As Ling Feng deftly sidestepped, the Mad Tiger found himself spinning in circles, akin to a jester. Frustrated, the Mad Tiger ground his teeth in anger, realizing that his frenzied assault had not even grazed his opponent. If you are a man, do not dodge. Let us engage honorably, he shouted in exasperation. Ling Feng offered a calm smile. As you wish. I was merely testing your strength earlier, and I have concluded that your power is rather lacking. Having indulged himself to the point of exhaustion, he resolved to obliterate everything. Seizing the opportune moment, he identified a flaw in his opponent's defense and delivered a resounding slap to the face of the raging tiger. The tiger was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, the surrounding earth splintering into fragments. His face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. You squander your opportunities, my friend. Ling Feng mocked ruthlessly. When had the tiger ever suffered such humiliation? His opponent, capable of delivering a punch, had instead bestowed upon him a humiliating slap. Even now, his head swam in a haze. Damn it! The tiger's eyes reddened with fury, veins bulging on his neck, as he was wholly consumed by rage. I shall end you. You have forced my hand. Ling Feng regarded him with icy detachment, cryptically stating, I did not force you. Your mother did. The tiger smirked coldly, then produced a syringe filled with a mysterious black liquid. Await your demise. Chapter 79. The relentless spirit. The tiger plunged the syringe into his neck, injecting the entire contents. This was the latest serum, a superhuman concoction. Today, let me demonstrate my prowess. His physique began to swell once more, his height soaring to 3 meters, limbs thickening alarmingly. As his clothes burst at the seams, he had transformed into a monstrous figure. Can your company not produce anything remotely normal? Why must every creation be so hideous? Ling Feng frowned, disdain evident as he regarded the muscular behemoth before him. Die! The tiger roared, launching his assault, his speed multiplying several times over. Ling Feng's eye sharpened, his battle spirit igniting. He retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at the tiger's fist. The tremendous backlash forced both combatants to retreat. The tiger stumbled back dozens of steps before halting, his right foot deeply embedded in the ground, his arm trembling slightly. In contrast, Ling Feng merely took 3 steps back, effortlessly dissipating the force and appearing remarkably unruffled. The disparity in their strength was unmistakable. The tiger stared at Ling Feng in shock. He had anticipated that the serum would allow him to easily defeat his adversary, only to be soundly rebuffed. Having exerted all his strength in that last exchange, he found himself still lacking. A thought of retreat flickered in his mind, but the consideration of Ling Feng's speed swiftly extinguished it. With Ling Feng's agility, fleeing would be futile. His gaze hardened as he regarded Ling Feng, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He then retrieved another serum, preparing for another injection. From a distance, Ling Feng observed his actions and instantly sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the ferocious tiger. The tang knife materialized in his right hand, gripped firmly with both hands. A flash of steel glimmered as he swung the blade down towards the tiger's face. Startled, the tiger began to evade, a wave of alarm coursing through him. How had Ling Feng suddenly produced a knife? He could scarcely comprehend where it had come from. Where had he concealed it? A trick of magic? Ling Feng had caught him off guard. Barely escaping the lethal strike, the tang knife sliced through the air before him. Failing to land his initial blow, Ling Feng swiftly altered the knife's trajectory, transitioning from a downward chop to a thrust aimed at the adversary's arm. This time, the tiger could not evade. His entire right arm was severed at the root, dark blood gushing forth. A great shock gripped the tiger's heart as he endured the excruciating pain, turning to flee. Ling Feng's relentless assault had utterly shattered his will to fight. Observing the tiger's retreat, Ling Feng quickly pursued him, leaping forward as the tang knife plunged violently into the tiger's back. With a twist of the blade and a forceful pull, half of the tiger's body was cleaved apart, collapsing onto the ground. Struggling to turn, the tiger glared at Ling Feng with venomous eyes, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Our company will not let you go. Even if you kill me, what of it? The might of our organization is beyond your imagination. Ling Feng regarded him coldly. Rest assured, do not waste your concern on me. In a flash, the knife severed the tiger's head, which rolled to the side. Ling Feng sheathed his blade and began to search the tiger's body, soon uncovering 2 syringes, one filled with a black substance, presumably the very one the tiger had just utilized, and the other containing a red liquid of unknown purpose. Ling Feng collected both syringes, having long desired to investigate the peculiar pharmaceuticals developed by MK Company. His sudden violent outburst was merely to preserve the items on the tiger for his own research. He then searched the bodies of the other henchmen, yet found no such substances. It appeared that the drugs crafted by MK Company were indeed complex, usable only by those of formidable strength. After disposing of the corpses, Ling Feng leapt back to the 3rd floor. Observing the bloodstains on his attire, he frowned slightly. He discarded his soiled jacket and proceeded to the bathroom for a thorough cleanse. As he bathed, he pondered his forthcoming plans. Currently, his adversaries included the so-called official sanctuary, MK Company, and the Hu family estate. Although he had decisively vanquished these foes, they would undoubtedly return. Except for the Hu family, whose strength was lacking. The other 2 factions posed unpredictable threats. In the official refuge, there exist individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, a realm yet unfamiliar to me. Their prowess remains uncertain. Yet it is unlikely to be trivial. Furthermore, there is MK Corporation. The pharmaceuticals they have developed indeed possess considerable potency and lethal efficacy. According to the dying words of the fierce tiger, it seems there are even more formidable members within their ranks. Contemplating this, a slight headache begins to plague Ling Feng, as the multitude of adversaries he must confront daily is truly overwhelming. Fortunately, his strength is formidable, otherwise, he would have long been reduced to mere remnants by this band of foes. Power is the essence of survival in this apocalyptic world, and he must continuously strive to enhance his capabilities. Meanwhile, as he indulges in his bath, the people of Hu Family Village are gathered in fervent discussion. The meeting is presided over by Hu Santai, the elder with the highest rank in the village and the patriarch of the Hu clan, who commands immense respect. At nearly 70 years of age, he sits with an air of authority, appearing remarkably vigorous. Flanking him are 7 or 8 individuals, each bearing expressions of profound sorrow. These are the village elders. Surrounding the table stand dozens of young men from the Hu lineage, all brimming with youthful energy. A heavy silence envelopes the meeting room, the atmosphere oppressively tense. Observing the downcast faces of his kin, Hu Santai shakes his head and breaks the stillness. Look at you all, Do you possess no ambition? Is there any battle without casualties? Lift your spirits. One individual, his face etched with despair, speaks up. Third grandfather, both my sons have perished. You must avenge them. We cannot let this matter rest. We must ensure Ling Feng faces 1,000 tortures. However, his words are met with dissent from the assembly. Another voice rises from the crowd. We have already lost so many young lives. Ling Feng is not to be trifled with. Let us not send our children to their doom. Indeed, Huda Chong, our family did not send anyone. We shall not participate next time. The atmosphere grows increasingly charged, threatening to erupt into conflict. Enraged, Hu Santai slams his palm on the table, instantly silencing the room. What are you all bickering about? Each of you only considers your own grievances, lacking any sense of the greater good. Why do we send people to seize resources? Is it not for the sustenance of every villager? If we do not procure food, shall we merely await starvation? With a piercing gaze, Hu Santai admonishes his kin with a booming voice. Fixing his stern expression upon the individual who had spoken earlier, he states gravely, Lu Lao Si. Although you are an outsider, you too must engage in village matters. Last time your family did not contribute, that is one thing, but for the next operation, all 3 of your sons must enlist. Otherwise, you are to leave Hu family village. Upon being addressed as Lu Lao Si, his countenance darkened to an extreme. Yet he refrained from expressing his ire, mindful of his status as an outsider. Hu Santai surveyed the assembly and continued. This operation was marred by our lack of thorough planning, which led to such significant casualties. However, we cannot allow this matter to rest. Next time, we must devise a more meticulous strategy before proceeding. This Ling Feng must perish, otherwise, we would be dishonoring the memory of the young souls lost from our Hu family estate. Now, let us discuss how we shall implement our future plans. Chapter 80. The brutality of Zhang Ergu in the gravity chamber of the basement. Ling Feng emerged from his training session, his expression somewhat despondent. The outcomes of today's training did not meet his anticipated goals. The efficacy of the electric shock training method was gradually diminishing. This was primarily due to the fact that the maximum output of his home generator was no longer sufficient for him. Now, with his left hand tingling and his right feeling fiery, his body could only detect a slight, mild numbness, devoid of the invigorating sensations he had previously experienced. Today, he had aimed to push the gravitational intensity to 400 times, yet he had only managed to reach 360 times. It appeared he needed to devise a means to acquire a high-capacity generator or perhaps construct a power-generating device himself. Ling Feng began to ponder in his mind the locations within Beijing where large industrial generators could be found. He recalled having seen a news report about a factory in Beijing that specialized in power generation equipment, renowned for its cutting-edge technology and substantial scale. As far as he knew, all the factories in Beijing were concentrated in a remote suburb of the southern district, relatively far from his residence. He was not familiar with that area, nor did he know where the factory was situated. However, Wang Long should be aware, as his family was involved in industrial equipment, and they had a factory there. With this thought in mind, he promptly dialed Wang Long's number. After a lengthy ring, Wang Long answered the phone nonchalantly. What is up? Why are you calling so late? Hurry up, I'm watching a movie. Is it a serious film? Ling Feng inquired with a playful tone. Who watches serious movies at this hour? It's a film featuring Teacher's song. Oh, a tribute to the classics. Indeed, I've paid homage several times. The two exchanged banter, indulging in light-hearted conversation, until Ling Feng suddenly remembered his pressing matter and quickly shifted the topic. Almost got sidetracked by you. I have something important to discuss. What is it? Wang Long replied, his tone languid. Do you know where the factory in the industrial park of Beijing that specializes in power generation equipment is located? Ling Feng asked casually. Power generation equipment? Why are you asking about that? Wang Long responded with a puzzled expression on the other end of the line. I'm looking to procure a high-capacity power generation device. It's essential. Wang Long pondered for a moment before replying. Indeed, there exists a facility not far from my factory, which I had previously visited with my father. Ling Feng's expression brightened with joy. It seemed that a solution for procuring the power generation equipment was at hand. He continued, let us pay a visit tomorrow. I will come to find you then. For now, I shall hang up. And do take care of your health. All right, I understand. I'm busy. Wang Long impatiently ended the call. After hanging up, Ling Feng felt quite elated. Securing a large generator would significantly enhance his capabilities. He hummed a cheerful tune as he prepared to retire for the night. Upon returning to his bedroom, He noticed Lin Su was not in bed. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Suddenly, he remembered that he had not washed thoroughly. A grin spread across his face as he swiftly disrobed and tiptoed into the bathroom. An hour later, Ling Feng emerged from the bathroom, invigorated and refreshed. 5 minutes later, Lin Su slowly sauntered out, casting him an exasperated glance. Now I have to brush my teeth again. Upon seeing Lin Su drying herself with a towel, Ling Feng approached to offer assistance. No, I can manage on my own. I am wary of you. Lin Su immediately declined, swatting away his unwelcome hand. However, she was no match for Ling Feng, who playfully persisted until she relented. With a mischievous grin, Ling Feng retrieved a uniform along with some stockings and high heels, items he had previously procured during a zero-cost shopping spree at Tiannan storage. He still had plenty remaining in his inventory, and had nearly forgotten about them until he had organized his supplies that day, though he had never tried them on before. He thought it would be amusing to have Lin Su wear them, perhaps to enhance her combat prowess. At the official shelter in Beijing, Zhang Ergu lay on the couch clad only in his underwear, a cigarette dangling from his lips, engrossed in a video game with a controller in hand. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, his room remained as warm and comfortable as spring. Just as he was reaching a pivotal moment in the game, the lights in the room flickered, and the chandelier began to strobe, followed by the television screen going black. Infuriated, Zhang Ergu hurled the controller to the ground, shattering it into pieces. What is wrong with these incompetent fools? Why is the electricity becoming increasingly unstable? He grabbed his walkie-talkie and summoned the logistics officer. Moments later, a middle-aged man with glasses, panting and appearing flustered, hurried into the room. My lord, you called for me, he said cautiously. What are you doing? You can't even manage a power issue. What use am I to you? Zhang Ergu, after speaking, seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it towards the man. However, the man deftly sidestepped the projectile. Dare you evade? Zhang Ergu furrowed his brow and instantaneously employed his supernatural ability, appearing directly before the bespectacled man, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. The bespectacled man was sent flying, crashing into a table behind him, splintering it into pieces. With a cold snort, Zhang Ergu picked up the ashtray from the ground and forcefully struck it against the man's forehead. A deep gash opened up, blood streaming down his face and pooling on the floor. The bespectacled man lay on the ground, clutching his wound, his expression contorted, yet he dared not utter a sound. Fearful of inciting Zhang Ergu's wrath further, gazing down at the man beneath his foot, Zhang Ergu spoke with a fierce demeanor. If you're going to take a beating, stand at attention. If you dare to evade again, I will end your life. Do you understand? The bespectacled man trembled in fear, hastily nodding in response. Why, yes, I understand. Satisfied, Zhang Ergu relished the feeling of dominance. Tell me, what is the situation with the power supply lately? Why is it so unstable? Master, there has been a reduction in the workforce at the power station recently. A few days ago, many fell ill with severe colds due to the low temperatures and are currently resting, which has resulted in a shortfall of electricity, the bespectacled man replied obediently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ergu's expression darkened. What? They're allowed to rest? Am I feeding them for nothing? So what if they have colds? They should get up and continue working. Even when ill, they must pedal the bicycles to generate power, otherwise, they shall forfeit their meals. Furthermore, adjust their daily working hours to 14. Previously, allowing them to work only 10 hours was a mistake. It left them too idle. Now go and implement this. With the instructions given, the bespectacled man laboriously rose and turned to leave, secretly relieved. Just as he was about to depart, Zhang Ergu suddenly called out to him. I hear you have a daughter, 16 years of age? Zhang Ergu's chilling voice echoed behind him. The bespectacled man's heart sank, his face paling instantly. It was well known throughout the shelter that Zhang Ergu was lecherous, and this inquiry surely did not bode well. Gaining courage, he stammered, Master, my daughter is still young and naive. Zhang Ergu's gaze hardened, his tone icy. What of her youth? Ignorance is no matter. I shall take it upon myself to educate her. Have her come to me shortly. I wish to have a heart-to-heart talk. The bespectacled man, terrified, fell to his knees before Zhang Ergu, pleading in a humble tone, Master, I beg you, spare my daughter. I will comply with anything you ask. Zhang Ergu narrowed his eyes slightly, displaying a hint of impatience. If you dare to speak further, I shall turn your entire family into provisions. The bespectacled man abruptly halted, fully aware, as the logistics supervisor, of what provisions entailed. A wave of helplessness surged within him, Before the apocalypse, he had held the position of a director, and now he could not even protect his own family. With a dazed expression, he rose and trudged out of the office. Observing the bespectacled man leave in despair, Zhang Ergu reclined contentedly on the bed, awaiting the arrival of the man and his child. Meanwhile, Long Hao, the leader of the search team, was conducting the final pre-battle mobilization. To ensure the success of this operation, the entire search team had mobilized their finest. Long Hao dispatched 600 individuals, personally leading the charge. All were veterans of special forces, each possessing formidable combat prowess. Furthermore, having learned of the robust defenses surrounding Ling Feng's villa, he had equipped each soldier with the most advanced rocket launchers. Initially, he had intended to bring the powerful artillery from the shelter, but logistical constraints prevented him from doing so. Nevertheless, he was confident that the individual weaponry carried by the soldiers was sufficient to breach Ling Feng's doors. On the training ground, the 600 soldiers stood in perfect formation, exuding an air of determination. Long Hao nodded in satisfaction, resolute in his mission's success. He ascended the platform, preparing for the pre-battle address. Comrades, today's mission is not for trivial reasons. It serves but one purpose: to avenge our fallen brothers. 100 of our comrades were ruthlessly slaughtered by Ling Feng, and if I do not repay this grievance, I am unworthy of being your captain. I urge everyone to embody the spirit of fearlessness in order to avenge our deceased brothers. Do we have the confidence? As Long Hao's words echoed, the soldiers responded with a thunderous affirmation. Yes, yes, yes. Each individual was filled with righteous fury, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a sweeping gesture, Long Hao commanded, "Let us depart." The formation of the 600-man team adjusted, ready to set forth. Just then, a frantic voice rang out from a distance. "Wait." Ma Wu pushed through the crowd, swiftly reaching Long Hao's side. "Captain Long, we cannot go," Ma Wu exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Long Hao's expression darkened as he regarded Ma Wu, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Coldly, he replied, "Ma Wu, what do you mean by this?" The soldiers, who had been poised to move, halted, perplexed expressions adorning their faces as they turned to Ma Wu. With his extensive military experience and commendable military acumen, Ma Wu held considerable respect among the troops, even subtly surpassing Long Hao in esteem. Thus, the soldiers were curious as to why Ma Wu had suddenly emerged to intervene. Ma Wu quickly ascended the platform, raising his voice to address them. "Brothers, what is the purpose of our service? It is to safeguard the lives and properties of the people. Yet, what are we doing now? We are employing violence to suppress and plunder. What have we become? Accomplices to evil, executioners. How are we different from bandits? This is entirely contrary to our beliefs. Is this what we desire? Brothers, ask yourselves, is this truly right?" Upon hearing Ma Wu's words, a stir rippled through the crowd. Some soldiers furrowed their brows in deep contemplation, while others gazed at Ma Wu with bewilderment. "Enough." Long Hao's face darkened as he sternly interrupted. "Ma Wu, do not sow discord among the ranks. Everything we do is for the better development of the sanctuary." Ma Wu regarded Long Hao with a cold smile, his eyes brimming with scorn. "For the sanctuary? I believe it's for the indulgence of certain individuals. Ever since this dreadful weather struck, when have we experienced a normal life? We are divided into hierarchies, with the influential indulging in lavish meals and comfortable quarters, while we, the brave warriors, receive what? Not even the most basic dignity. Do they even see us as human?" By the end, Ma Wu's voice erupted like a roar. "Silence." Long Hao's chest heaved with anger as he drew his pistol, aiming it at Ma Wu's head. "If you speak further nonsense, I will execute you." The surrounding soldiers rushed forward to intervene. Unfazed by the gun barrel pressed against his head, Ma Wu stared resolutely at Long Hao. "Captain, do not lead our brothers to their demise. You cannot contend with Ling Feng." Long Hao looked at him with disdain. "I see you have been frightened into submission by Ling Feng. Just watch how I will defeat him." With that, he commanded the communications officer to disarm Ma Wu and assigned 2 men to keep watch over him. With a resigned sigh, Ma Wu had no choice but to follow the main force as they set out. The entire troop began its journey towards their destination, expected to arrive by the end of the day. At 6 in the morning, Ling Feng rose punctually to prepare breakfast. After the tumult of the previous night, Lin Su remained in a deep slumber. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he refrained from waking her. Instead, he prepared a simple congee with preserved egg and lean meat. retrieved a few packages of semi-finished soup, dumplings, and crab roe buns from his supplies, and placed them in the steamer. He also cooked a few fried eggs. Once all the dishes were ready, Ling Feng went upstairs to rouse Lin Su for breakfast. Lin Su, still bleary-eyed, rubbed her eyes and sat languidly in a chair. Ling Feng served her a bowl of congee and placed a fried egg on her plate. Eat first, then you can sleep. Lin Su nodded lazily, taking small bites. Last night, she managed only 2 hours of sleep, resulting in a profound state of sleep deprivation. Her body ached faintly. Conversely, Ling Feng, who had also slept for merely 2 hours, remained invigorated due to his superior physical condition, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. I still have many different styles of clothing. Why not try them on tonight? Ling Feng suggested with a smile. Lin Su shook her head vehemently at this notion. No, I can't take it anymore. Today, I must rest. Ling Feng could only shrug in disappointment. After their meal, Lin Su returned to the bedroom to continue her slumber, while Ling Feng prepared to head out. Having arranged with Wang Long to search for power generation equipment in the industrial park, it was another day brimming with hope. Ling Feng silently wished for a smooth journey ahead. Chapter 82. The emergence of abilities. Ling Feng rode his motorcycle to the villa of Wang Long, comfortably lighting a cigarette and taking a puff before dialing Wang Long on his satellite phone. Upon receiving the call, Wang Long quickly emerged from the villa, a slice of bread in hand, munching as he walked. He casually plopped onto the back seat of Ling Feng's motorcycle. Let's go, he mumbled, his mouth full. Ling Feng steered the motorcycle out of the community, perhaps due to the violent events that had transpired outside the villa. The roads surrounding the entire villa area were remarkably safe, with no foolhardy souls daring to obstruct their path. The two of them sped towards the eastern district without incident. The journey was expected to take about an hour and a half, as the distance was relatively considerable. Midway through their ride, Ling Feng recognized a familiar place, the Chiligo agricultural market. The majority of his supplies had been procured from here, amounting to a staggering value of over 20 billion. Ling Feng gazed at the once bustling market, now a desolate expanse of white snow. I wonder if there are any useful supplies left here? Should we take a look inside? Wang Long proposed. Ling Feng pondered for a moment, considering the vastness of the location. It was indeed possible that there were items of use within. He thus altered their course towards the market. Upon arriving at the market's entrance, Wang Long leaped off the motorcycle, and Ling Feng stored the bike within his space. The two began to search aimlessly through the market. Fengzi, there are footprints here, Wang Long suddenly exclaimed, waving urgently at Ling Feng. Ling Feng's expression shifted, and he quickly approached. Indeed, he spotted a series of scattered footprints. From the number of footprints, it was evident that there were at least a dozen individuals present. A glint of alertness flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. The two exchanged cautious glances, acutely aware that encountering people in the desolate wasteland was not a favorable situation, especially a group of that size. Humanity, after all, remains the most perilous of species. With utmost care, they proceeded along the trail of footprints, ensuring that their rifles were armed and ready to fire at a moment's notice. After traversing approximately 200 meters, they indeed stumbled upon a group of over 10 individuals gathered before a building. The attire of these individuals varied, and their weapons predominantly comprised cold arms such as long knives and iron rods. None bore firearms. Ling Feng felt a slight relief wash over him, surmising that this assembly was composed of ordinary people, posing little threat to him and his companion. At that moment, a woman emerged from the crowd, clad in a sleek black leather coat, her demeanor vigilant as she scrutinized Ling Feng and his companion. Appearing to be in her 20s, she possessed a tall and slender figure, her oval face exuding a sense of competence and vigor against the backdrop of her dark attire. Though her physique was delicate, it did not convey fragility. Her lustrous black hair was tied back in a ponytail, accentuating her perfectly proportioned form, particularly her long, straight legs that captured attention. In Ling Feng's mind, although her beauty did not quite eclipse that of Lin Su, it was comparably striking. However, the two women embodied distinct styles. Lin Su radiated an aloof elegance, while the woman before him exuded a spirited charisma. Ling Feng maintained his composure in the face of her exquisite appearance, while Wang Long beside him, overwhelmed by his emotions, wore a foolish grin, nearly drooling. Du Bai observed the sudden appearance of the two men with indifference, her brows slightly furrowed. Their gazes carried a hint of insincerity, particularly one who leered at her with overt lust, eliciting a sense of disgust. Filthy man, She silently cursed, extending her hand towards Ling Feng and Wang Long, directing an imaginary point in their direction. In an instant, several thick steel pipes erupted from the ground, levitating before her. With a swift motion of her hands, these pipes began to spin rapidly, aligning themselves neatly towards Ling Feng's direction. Ling Feng's gaze shifted, astonished by the spectacle before him. An ability user. He had previously heard from Ma Wu that the ruler of the shelter was an ability user, yet he had never encountered one himself until now. His fortune seemed remarkably ill-fated. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Surely, this woman was not intending to target him. As anticipated, the woman pointed her hands, and several of the stout steel pipes hurtled towards Ling Feng and his companion, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, swiftly approaching them. At a critical moment, Ling Feng grasped Wang Long's clothing and swiftly dodged to the side. A steel pipe whistled past, brushing against Ling Feng's chest, creating a gust of wind before it plunged deeply into the ground. Wang Long, still in shock, fixed his gaze on the steel pipe embedded in the earth, his expression growing grim. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. This woman, without discernment, had launched a lethal attack against him, truly brazen. Just as Ling Feng prepared to retaliate, the woman spoke first, her voice cold and piercing. "You rodents from the Xingho base, if you dare to follow me again, I will annihilate you." With a sweeping gesture, she caused the steel pipe to rise from the ground once more, floating ominously in the air, slowly rotating towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng wore a bewildered expression, questioning, "What base?" Surely, this woman must be mistaking him for someone else. Beside him, Wang Long, filled with resentment, retorted, "What nonsense about a base? You attacked us without cause. Is that not a bit excessive? Just because you're attractive, do you think you can act without reason?" Du Yibai smirked, clearly skeptical of his words. "If you are not from the Xingho base, why are you following us?" Wang Long snapped back, "Is this your territory? We can come and go as we please. Who are you to dictate that?" Du Yibai's face flushed with rage at Ling Feng's words. With renewed force, she summoned dozens of steel pipes from the snow, launching them toward Ling Feng. Ling Feng's temper flared at the woman's impulsive aggression. Did she think that possessing an extraordinary ability entitled her to kill at will? With a swift motion, he closed the distance, appearing before Du Yibai in a heartbeat. Shocked by his speed, she stumbled backward, simultaneously commanding the steel pipes to attack. She had not anticipated that Ling Feng was also an ability user, and his velocity was astonishing, closing in on her almost instantaneously. As Du Yibai retreated, Ling Feng seized the moment, accelerating to her rear and gripping her neck with his right hand. He had quickly discerned that her ability was likely a form of long-range control, making her vulnerable in close combat. As long as he could approach her swiftly, the battle would be resolved with expected results. Du Yibai, realizing her hands were firmly restrained, felt a surge of panic. She had not foreseen that her opponent would be so formidable and fast, leading to her defeat in mere seconds. "Go ahead, kill me," she spat defiantly. "Release our captain." The group of teammates behind Du Yibai shouted angrily at Ling Feng, who had moved with such astonishing speed that they could hardly discern his presence. By the time they realized what had transpired, their captain had already been captured. Chapter 83. Starfire Base. Ling Feng gazed at the woman before him, her beauty even more pronounced at such close proximity. However, despite her allure, he remained vigilant, his right hand firmly gripping her neck. She was an ability user, posing a potential threat at any moment. "I have already informed you that I am not from Starfire Base. Do you dare to take action against us? Are you seeking death?" Ling Feng's voice was cold and penetrating. Du Yibai recognized that she might have misidentified him, yet she stubbornly retorted, "How am I to know who you are? You were sneaking behind us." In today's society, one could never be too cautious. Who knew what motives lurked beneath their facade? This was the first time Du Yibai had been so close to a man, and she felt an uncomfortable sensation. Particularly, Ling Feng's grip on her neck made it difficult for her to breathe. Ling Feng observed her defensive demeanor with a faint smile. "This place is not your home. We entered openly, while you attacked us without discernment. Now you dare to accuse us. What compensation do you propose?" Du Yibai was infuriated, thinking to herself that they had just scrutinized her with their eyes multiple times, assuming she hadn't noticed. Had it not been for their frivolous gazes, she would not have acted against them. However, she refrained from voicing these thoughts. "What do you want as compensation?" she asked, her tone tinged with resignation. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before replying. "Answer a few of my questions, and I shall release you." Upon hearing this, Du Yibai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared Ling Feng would impose unreasonable demands. Having prepared herself for a desperate struggle, she certainly did not wish for her integrity to be tarnished. "What questions? How did you discover your ability?" Du Yibai was taken aback by this inquiry, surprised that he would ask such a question. Was he not an ability user himself? Why would he seek this information? "Are you not an ability user? Why do you ask?" Ling Feng did not refute her misunderstanding, instead elaborating. "I merely wished to ascertain whether my ability activation was coincidental." After a moment of contemplation, Du Yibai slowly responded, "To be honest, I am unsure. I discovered my powers after enduring extreme cold." "What is your ability?" "I can manipulate all metallic substances," Du Yibai answered candidly. Ling Feng then released his grip. As Du Yibai regained her freedom, she instinctively distanced herself from him, gasping for breath. "We are even now." As Ling Feng finished speaking, he prepared to leave with Wang Long. Du Yibai gazed in the direction of Ling Feng's departure, her face a mixture of shame and anger. She felt greatly wronged today, having been subjected to such intimate contact with a man. How infuriating! Observing their leader's displeased demeanor, the other members of the team averted their eyes, fearing that their boss might take out his frustrations on them. Ling Feng and Wang Long ventured into another section of the market, intent on searching for useful information. Engaged in light-hearted conversation, they had only traversed part of the way when they noticed 4 or 5 individuals emerging from behind a nearby building, approaching them with a menacing air. These individuals, wielding machetes and clad in matching uniforms, appeared to be unrelated to the group of women from earlier. Ling Feng and Wang Long dismissed these men as inconsequential, confident that they could easily handle the situation. As the group closed in, stopping within 10 meters of them, one of the men, with a fierce and arrogant tone, barked, "Halt! You cannot leave. This is Starfire Base's territory." Ling Feng remained silent, while Wang Long retorted without hesitation, "I don't care what base you come from. Get lost. If you dare stand in my way again, I will end you." The leader of the group was instantly enraged, having never before encountered someone bold enough to speak to them in such a manner. "You're asking for death. Brothers, take him down," he shouted, raising his weapon as they charged toward the two. Ling Feng, uninterested in engaging with such rabble, casually remarked to Wang Long, "This is your show. Remember to leave one alive." Wang Long nodded, a smile gracing his face, eager to test his skills after a long hiatus from combat. He cracked his neck and swiftly closed the distance toward the assailants. His strikes were rapid, fierce, and precise, devoid of any superfluous movements. Having been a champion in hand-to-hand combat during his military service, dispatching these men was effortless. Moreover, his physique, enhanced by genetic serum, had undergone significant improvements. Within mere seconds, several thugs lay incapacitated on the ground, leaving only the previously boisterous leader standing, now trembling in fear. Ling Feng approached him, coldly inquiring, "Who are you? And what is your purpose here?" "I am from Starfire Base. We came to ambush the people from Luan Base. Our boss ordered that everyone in this market must be killed," he replied, his expression pleading as he looked at Ling Feng. "Please, I am just following orders. Do not kill me. Where is your boss now?" "He is in the direction you have just arrived from, having led his brothers to besiege the individuals at the Luan Base." After posing his question, Ling Feng subtly signaled Wang Long. Wang Long stepped forward and delivered a decisive strike to the temple of the petty thug, who let out a pained cry and collapsed lifelessly. Approaching Ling Feng, Wang Long inquired, "Shall we go witness the commotion?" "Let us proceed." Ling Feng speculated that this Luan base referred to the enchanting girl they had encountered earlier. The Xingho base dared to assault an ability user, which suggested that their leader might also possess extraordinary powers. The battle between two ability users would provide an excellent opportunity for observation and understanding of their combat dynamics. Ling Feng and Wang Long retraced their steps. Before long, they heard the sounds of conflict emanating from within. The two quickly found a concealed vantage point to observe from afar. On the scene, two factions were engaged in a fierce battle, one of which was led by Du Yibai. However, the situation was clearly unfavorable for her, as the forces from the Xingho base vastly outnumbered her team, indicating they had come prepared. The Luan base was suffering heavy losses, with only 7 or 8 individuals remaining, surrounded by the adversaries from the Xingho base, and it appeared they could not hold out much longer. "Zhang Jichao, you despicable and shameless fiend." Du Yibai glared furiously at the man not far away. Chapter 84. Ability User Zhang Jichao. Du Yibai's pallor deepened as she witnessed the near annihilation of the elite members she had brought from her base. A lecherous middle-aged man from the Xingho base leered at Du Yibai. Du Yibai, cease your futile resistance and surrender. I shall treat you well. Ha ha ha. The members of the Xingho base erupted in laughter. In your dreams, Du Yibai retorted coldly. Zhang Jichao's expression darkened, his face clouded with malice. You wretched woman. Are you asking for trouble? Just wait and see how I will play with you. With that, he commanded his followers, brothers, eliminate everyone from the Xingho base except for this woman. As his words fell, dozens of his subordinates brandished weapons and began their assault on the members of the Xingho base. At the same time, Zhang Jichao sprang into action. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing 10 meters away. Teleportation. Ling Feng, observing from a distance, was astounded to witness Zhang Jichao's ability to teleport. This skill could indeed be classified as a spatial ability, a formidable asset on the battlefield. For one could never predict his location. He might appear right in front of you, or, in the blink of an eye, be behind you, rendering defense nearly impossible. Ling Feng continued to scrutinize the unfolding scene. As Du Yibai observed Zhang Jichao approaching her, she swiftly retreated, simultaneously gesturing with her hands. Instantly, dozens of steel pipes surged toward Zhang Jichao. He sidestepped to evade, then activated his teleportation skill, closing the distance to within 3 meters of Du Yibai. Armed with a dagger, he intended to strike, but the blade was inexplicably drawn away by Du Yibai. He refrained from using his powers again, evidently aware that such abilities were not limitless and consumed significant energy. Without his weapon and powers, he was left to resort to barehanded attacks, launching a straight punch aimed at Du Yibai's chest, which she skillfully evaded. Ling Feng watched the duel between the two, finding it rather uninteresting. A battle of novices. He had initially expected the powers of these individuals to be formidable and challenging, but after witnessing their encounter, he realized they were quite lacking. Their skills were overly simplistic and fraught with evident flaws. In contrast, his genetic serum offered comprehensive enhancements with no weaknesses. Du Yibai seemed to possess some combat skills, otherwise she wouldn't be trading blows with Zhang Jichao so evenly. Although Zhang Jichao's teleportation skill was formidable, it posed no real threat to him, as his speed matched that of the teleportation. Furthermore, the energy expenditure of his powers was considerable, with limitations on distance. Defeating this opponent would be a trivial endeavor. The battle continued, and the members of the Luan base had been entirely subdued by those from the Xingho base, who joined the fray against Du Yibai. The once evenly matched duel turned chaotic with the arrival of these reinforcements, leaving Du Yibai disoriented and quickly depleting her stamina, on the verge of defeat. Zhang Jichao watched with glee as Du Yibai neared her downfall, exhilarated by the thought of finally obtaining the beauty who had occupied his thoughts nightly. Tonight, he resolved to thoroughly ravage this woman, ensuring she experienced the essence of a real man in 3 minutes. Soon, Du Yibai's strength was utterly exhausted, and she was overpowered by the collective force of the Xingho base members. My dear beauty, you have ultimately fallen into my hands. Your Luan base will be mine as well. Zhang Jichao's expression was one of petty triumph as he reached out to caress Du Yibai's delicate face. However, she turned away, evading his lecherous advance with a look of disdain. His fury ignited at her scornful gaze. Vile wench, he spat, raising his right hand to strike her face. Yet, as his hand hovered in the air, he suddenly felt a searing pain. He glanced down to see his palm transformed into a mass of mangled flesh. With a cry of agony, he looked around, spotting 2 figures slowly approaching him from a distance. One of the individuals was brandishing a sniper rifle, evidently having recently sustained injuries inflicted by this very person. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he shouted towards Ling Feng. Who are you? Just a passerby? Ling Feng retorted, raising his weapon and firing in his direction. Zhang Jichao's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily utilized his teleportation ability, vanishing from his original position and reappearing behind the members of the Starfire base. Everyone attack. Eliminate these 2, he commanded furiously to his subordinates. The members of the Starfire base hesitated, standing frozen in place, reluctant to act. After all, Ling Feng wielded a firearm, and rushing at him would be tantamount to courting death. None dared to be the first to charge forward. Are you ruffians contemplating disobedience? I shall reward anyone who can take down this man with 10 crates of instant noodles. Zhang Jichao's underlings immediately lit up with excitement. 10 crates of noodles. That was a substantial bounty, enough to last them a considerable time, with the promise of material reward. The group of subordinates rallied their spirits and began advancing towards Ling Feng and his companion. Du Yibai, restrained by several subordinates, cast a complex gaze at Ling Feng, astonished that this man would intervene to save her. They were mere strangers, with not even names exchanged. Why would he choose to rescue her? Despite his formidable prowess, the overwhelming numbers of the Starfire base suggested he would struggle to cope. A flicker of concern passed through Du Yibai's eyes. Ling Feng surveyed the approximately 40 assailants opposite him with calm resolve, holstering his sniper rifle and flexing his wrist. He exchanged a knowing smile with Wang Long, and the two charged into the throng unarmed. Ling Feng's agility rendered him almost invisible, and with each punch he delivered, a life was extinguished. His strength was so overwhelming that those struck were instantly decapitated, leaving behind a gruesome array of headless corpses. Wang Long, though not as powerful, still managed to dispatch an adversary with each blow. Their speed was astonishing. In less than half a minute, every opponent on the field lay dead. Du Yibai watched in shock, having initially believed that Ling Feng would find it arduous to contend with such a group, yet the reality was strikingly contrary. He was immensely powerful, far surpassing her own capabilities. She silently thanked her fortune that he had not harbored murderous intent towards her. Otherwise, she would have perished moments ago. Zhang Jichao's countenance was grim. In less than 30 seconds, dozens of his subordinates had been annihilated. Even he could not have achieved such a feat. He had presumed that with his newfound abilities, he could dominate this territory without consequence. But now it appeared he had courted his own demise. These two were absurdly strong, and he was no match for them. However, as a member of the Starfire base, he thought that invoking his brother's name might afford him some respect from this formidable individual. Chapter 85. The first kill of the ability user. Having dealt with a swarm of minions, Ling Feng casually wiped the blood from his hands, his expression indifferent as he regarded Zhang Jichao. Do you know who I am? At this moment, Zhang Jichao's eyes had regained their composure. Emboldened by the formidable backing he possessed, Ling Feng chuckled derisively, curious about the threats this man would attempt to wield against him. Who you are is of no concern to me. Zhang Jichao was momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by Ling Feng's unconventional demeanor. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly began. I am from the Xingho base. My elder brother is Zhang Jibiao, the leader of the Xingho base and the most powerful ability user in this region. With an air of arrogance, he cast a proud glance at Ling Feng, convinced that the mere mention of his brother's name would instill fear, prompting an immediate apology from Ling Feng. After all, his brother's prowess was well known in the Eastern District, commanding respect from all. However, it was unfortunate for him that he encountered Ling Feng, who remained utterly unfazed upon hearing Zhang Jibiao's name. I do not know him, Ling Feng replied, shaking his head, showing no interest whatsoever, for he was fully capable of eliminating such ability users without a second thought, his own power continuously on the rise. Advancing step by step toward Zhang Jichao, he spoke in a chilling tone. No matter who your backing is, it will not prevent me from ending your life today. Realization dawned upon Zhang Jichao that he might truly meet his end here. This young man was genuinely intent on killing him. He began to retreat, his voice weakening. If you kill me, my brother will not spare you. He is immensely powerful. You will not survive after slaying me. In a flash, Ling Feng dashed forward, appearing before Zhang Jichao in an instant, gripping his neck firmly and lifting him off the ground. I detest being threatened. If your brother dares to confront me, I shall ensure he joins you in death, he declared sternly. Zhang Jichao's face flushed crimson, his neck ensnared, leaving him unable to utter a word. His eyes wide with terror. Crack! Ling Feng swiftly snapped his neck and carelessly tossed him aside. Yet, as if struck by a thought, he retrieved Zhang Jichao's lifeless body and stored it away. Having disposed of Zhang Jichao, Ling Feng approached Du Yibai. Once again, we meet, beautiful lady, he said with a gentle smile directed at her. Du Yibai, still pale from the recent battle, found herself utterly drained of strength, unable to muster any energy. Looking at Ling Feng, she earnestly expressed, "Thank you for saving me. I owe you a life. I did not save you for your sake. It was merely a coincidence that this fellow provoked me. Rescuing you was an unintentional result," Ling Feng replied, lighting a cigarette as he spoke leisurely. Wang Long approached Du Yibai, retrieving an energy bar from his pocket and gently offering it to her. "Please, have something to replenish your strength," he said softly. Du Yibai responded with a kind smile. Accepting the energy bar, and expressing her gratitude. Wang Long gazed at her with an exuberant smile, his eyes nearly glued to her. Du Yibai felt a bit uncomfortable under his intense gaze. Ling Feng observed Wang Long's somewhat lecherous demeanor, shaking his head in resignation. This fellow was utterly transfixed by beauty. However, it was evident that Du Yibai held little interest in him. After consuming an energy bar, Du Yibai felt a modicum of strength return, her complexion gaining a hint of color. She gradually rose to her feet and addressed the two men. I am Du Yibai, the leader of the Luan Foundation. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Wang Long quickly waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. It is only right to lend a helping hand when one encounters injustice. My friend Fengzi and I are always eager to assist. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce us. This is Ling Feng, and I am Wang Long. Ling Feng, choosing not to engage in their conversation, quietly stepped aside. As noon arrived, it was time for a meal. He retrieved a portable stove and a canister of gas from his spatial pocket, igniting it before producing a pot to begin boiling instant noodles. With his formidable abilities, he no longer feared exposing his spatial capabilities. Before long, the savory aroma of the noodles wafted through the air. Although Ling Feng was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, he had mastered the art of preparing instant noodles, having consumed them most frequently during his days at home. Moreover, his version of instant noodles was far from ordinary. It was a gourmet extravagance. He added ham, vegetables, marinated eggs, beef rolls, and fish balls to the pot, ensuring a harmonious balance of nutrition. Nearby, Du Yibai, enticed by the delightful scent of the noodles, felt her stomach rumble, and she discreetly swallowed her saliva. Since the onset of the apocalypse, it was her first encounter with such an enticing aroma. She was astonished by Ling Feng's lavishness. While others considered a single bowl of instant noodles a luxury in these dire times, he had included an abundance of toppings. The dish appeared irresistibly delicious, causing her to become somewhat inattentive to Wang Long's conversation, her mind consumed by thoughts of the noodles. Time to eat, Ling Feng called out, taking a small basin to serve the noodles, while Wang Long stood by, eagerly awaiting his turn. Noticing Du Yibai standing still, Ling Feng remarked with annoyance, "Come over and serve yourself." "Are you expecting me to serve you?" Du Yibai, feeling somewhat exasperated by Ling Feng's words, could hardly resist the allure of the noodles. She approached, grasped a basin, and filled it to the brim before diving into her meal with gusto. The flavor was undeniably exquisite, so delicious that it brought her to tears. She found herself hastening her consumption, swiftly emptying the basin, even savoring every last drop of broth. Ling Feng licked his lips, clearly still hungry. He noticed Du Yibai's embarrassment and directly served her the remaining noodles from the pot, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful in return. "Thank you," she said. Her cheeks flushed. Observing that there was little left in Ling Feng's bowl, she was deeply touched, realizing he had only eaten a small portion to allow her to indulge more. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Feng's modest appetite stemmed from his distaste for such food. He was accustomed to Lin Su's cooking and found it difficult to swallow what he considered inferior cuisine. To him, what others deemed delicacies were simply unpalatable. Were it not for the lack of Lin Su's dishes in the wild, he would have abstained entirely from such fare. After their meal, the group gathered around a portable stove, basking in the warmth of the fire. Ling Feng and Wang Long simultaneously lit cigarettes, relishing the moment. "What grudge do you hold against the Spark Base?" Ling Feng casually inquired, glancing at Du Yibai. Her eyes brimmed with resentment as she replied, "The people from the Spark Base have always sought to annex our base because we possess what they desire." Intrigued, Ling Feng pressed for details regarding the coveted item that sparked such relentless ambition from the Spark Base. After a moment's hesitation, Du Yibai explained, "Our base is situated atop a food processing factory, complete with a comprehensive food production system. The factory still houses a significant stock of flour and other raw materials. The Spark Base has repeatedly attempted to invade us. They have organized several ambushes, all of which I managed to repel. This time, they chose to strike while I was out. Had it not been for your intervention, they might have succeeded." Upon hearing Du Yibai's account, Ling Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated something of great significance, only to discover it was merely machinery and flour, resources he had in abundance within his own space. "What is the origin of this Spark Base that makes it so formidable?" he inquired with curiosity. "The leader of the Spark Base is named Zhang Jibiao. He was originally an employee at a chemical plant, but after the apocalypse, he and his brother both awakened their abilities. His power is exceptionally formidable, allowing him to manipulate gravity within a 10-meter radius, making it nearly impossible to evade. Anyone who enters his gravitational field is instantly subjected to extreme weight, capable of being crushed to pulp. He combines this ability with his brother Zhang Jichao's teleportation, rendering them virtually unbeatable in this area. With their immense powers, they established the Spark Base, annihilating several smaller bases in the vicinity. We at Luan Base are the last standing. After listening to Du Yibai's introduction, Ling Feng gained a fundamental understanding of the Spark Base. Zhang Jibiao's abilities were indeed rather troublesome, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to engage in combat. However, this posed little concern for him, as the immense gravity had minimal impact on his capabilities. Ling Feng subtly inquired about the methods by which ability users could enhance their powers, but regrettably, Du Yibai had no insights to offer. She was also in the process of exploration, with her progress being exceedingly slow. Having gathered sufficient information, Ling Feng resolved to depart. As his task for the day was to head to the industrial park, and he had already squandered half a day, he bid farewell to Du Yibai, while Wang Long waved goodbye to her with a reluctant expression. Ling Feng mounted his motorcycle and continued his journey toward the industrial park, encountering no incidents along the way. After half an hour of high-speed travel, the duo finally arrived at the industrial park, which was now completely blanketed by thick layers of snow, rendering any trace of the industrial complex invisible. Wang Long stared in disbelief at the scene before him. "Where has everything gone?" he exclaimed. Ling Feng was also at a loss, pondering how to locate anything amidst such obscurity, with no distinctive markers in sight. The entire area spanned a staggering 100,000 square meters, making the search for the power generation equipment factory rather challenging. It seemed they would have to rely on their general sense of direction to proceed. Ling Feng sighed and remarked that they would need to find a rough location to begin their excavation. After half an hour of diligent effort, they finally reached the top of a building. Ling Feng clenched his fist and forcefully struck the roof. With a resounding bang, a sizable hole, measuring 1 meter in diameter, was instantly created. Without hesitation, Ling Feng leaped down into the building, landing steadily, followed closely by Wang Long. The interior was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to see anything. Ling Feng retrieved a headlamp from his spatial storage, affixing it to his head to commence their exploration. With the aid of the light, Ling Feng quickly observed that they were within an excavator manufacturing factory, specifically in a warehouse where excavators were stored. His spirits lifted upon seeing the excavators. They were indeed a valuable asset, perfectly suited for breaking ice and enhancing efficiency. "I recognize this place. The factory next door produces power generation equipment," Wang Long deduced after careful analysis. Ling Feng stored one of the excavators back in his spatial storage and returned to the surface. After familiarizing themselves with the operation of 2 excavators, the pair commenced their digging. With the excavators at their disposal, their ice-breaking speed markedly increased. Within half an hour, they had excavated to a depth of 3 meters, revealing the roof of the building. Ling Feng retracted the excavator and, alongside Wang Long, entered the factory to search for a generator. Indeed, in the corner of the facility, they stumbled upon a large generator. By examining the equipment's nameplate, Ling Feng noted its specifications. This was an oversized generator, boasting a remarkable power output of 10,000 kW. Ling Feng felt a surge of joy, astonished at how effortlessly he had found it. With a sweeping gesture, he promptly stored the generator in his spatial dimension, and subsequently discovered several smaller generators. However, there were no further significant findings. Having completed his tasks for the day, Ling Feng returned to the surface, preparing for the journey home. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 4 in the afternoon, necessitating a swift return before darkness fell. The two mounted their motorcycles and began the ride back, encountering no difficulties and arriving home safely. Ling Feng parked at the entrance of the villa, where he noticed Zhang Ning waiting expectantly. "Master, you have returned." Zhang Ning approached with a demeanor full of respect. "What is it? Is something the matter?" Ling Feng inquired nonchalantly. "Well, the traps have all been set up, and I thought you might want to inspect them." Ling Feng's expression shifted slightly. He was pleasantly surprised by the rapid completion of the traps, impressed by the efficiency. "Very well, lead the way." Zhang Ning guided Ling Feng to examine the traps, and upon completion of the inspection, Ling Feng expressed his satisfaction with Zhang Ning's work. Truly, Zhang Ning, with his background in construction, possessed considerable expertise in this area. The entire perimeter of the villa was ensnared with traps that would ensnare any ordinary person, leading to either injury or death. In appreciation, Ling Feng rewarded Zhang Ning with a roasted chicken, which left Zhang Ning astonished. Although he verbally declined, his body betrayed him as he fixated on the chicken. With a silent smile, Ling Feng pressed the roasted chicken into his hands. Zhang Ning accepted it with overwhelming gratitude and departed. Ling Feng carefully navigated around the traps and returned home, where he was immediately surrounded by Lin Su and Black Panther upon entering. Chapter 87. Acquiring teleportation ability. Lin Su had prepared a sumptuous dinner for him, presenting an array of dishes that tantalized the senses and left Ling Feng salivating, primarily due to his hunger. The lunch had been rather unpalatable, leaving him unsated. As he sat down, he began to feast heartily, and after the meal, he engaged in a brief exercise session with Lin Su. Once they had finished exercising, Ling Feng made his way to the laboratory in the basement. He retrieved Zhang Jichao's corpse from his spatial dimension, intending to conduct a study. After having killed Zhang Jichao that morning, Ling Feng had a sudden realization. These individuals with supernatural abilities underwent physical changes upon awakening their powers. This could potentially provide valuable insights for his genetic research. Ling Feng proceeded to dismember Zhang Jichao, beginning his examination with the structure of the brain. Within the brain, he discovered a transparent, spherical crystal approximately the size of a longan. It appears that this item bears a striking resemblance to the essence obtained from the colossal python previously defeated. Ling Feng was filled with delight, for this artifact is indeed a remarkable treasure, capable of enhancing one's prowess and perhaps even awakening latent skills. After consuming the python's essence before, he had experienced a significant boost in his defensive capabilities. He promptly stored the transparent crystal within his spatial realm for enhancement. Following the upgrade, the system swiftly provided the following information. Premium essence, richly infused with energy, it aids in improving physical constitution and expanding cognitive abilities, potentially granting the power of teleportation. Upon reading the system's revelation, Ling Feng was utterly astonished. Setting aside the preceding details, the notion of acquiring the ability to teleport sent waves of exhilaration through him. Such a practical skill could prove invaluable, whether in evading danger or executing surprise assaults. Without hesitation, Ling Feng retrieved the essence from his spatial realm and consumed it whole. An immense surge of energy enveloped him, warming his entire being, reminiscent of the initial experience with the essence, leaving him in a state of profound comfort. 15 minutes later, as the sensation began to wane, Ling Feng gradually opened his eyes and stretched, feeling invigorated and empowered. His mind was exceptionally clear, having developed to a level of 30. As if he had undergone a metamorphosis, he sensed an extraordinary capability within his mind, as if he could manipulate objects. Concentrating intently, he endeavored to control a scalpel resting on the table. To his amazement, the scalpel floated effortlessly into the air. He then attempted to maneuver the scalpel forward and backward, as well as in circles, with his mental force, achieving success in every endeavor. Ling Feng was utterly fascinated. The experience was nothing short of magical. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the sword mastery depicted in novels. Could it be that those individuals were also honing their minds? Or had he awakened a latent ability himself? Ling Feng felt he was on the brink of a significant discovery. It seemed that developing the mind was far more crucial than merely enhancing physical capabilities. He resolved to focus his efforts on cultivating his cognitive prowess moving forward. Eager to test the teleportation ability, he swiftly moved, vanishing from his original location, only to reappear outside the villa moments later. Ling Feng stood momentarily, observing his surroundings with a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. This teleportation skill could indeed bypass obstacles. How extraordinary! Estimating the distance he had just teleported, he calculated it to be approximately 100 meters, a remarkable improvement over the capabilities of Zhang Jichao. How unfortunate that such a splendid skill was squandered in his hands. Once more, Ling Feng activated the skill, instantaneously returning to the laboratory. He proceeded to the gravity chamber to assess the growth of his strength. The results indicated that his power had escalated to 480 times, an increase of around 120 times. Though the increase in power was marginal, the newly acquired teleportation skill significantly enhanced his capabilities. Moving forward, during combat, he could swiftly eliminate foes with this newfound ability. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the inner core possessed by these supernatural beings. It seemed that he would need to vanquish more of them in the future to further augment his strength. However, the scarcity of such beings was a concern, as he had only encountered 2 thus far. After assessing his strength, Ling Feng retrieved a generator from his spatial storage. The generator had been upgraded to yield an impressive power output of 1 million kilowatts. While the increase in energy production was commendable, the fuel consumption was alarmingly high, and his current stock of diesel was running low. Ling Feng planned to venture out in a few days to scour additional gas stations for resources. The recently acquired excavator had notably accelerated his digging speed. As he refocused his thoughts to test the generator's efficacy, a call from the intercom interrupted him. Ling Xiao, a group of approximately 100 individuals is approaching our location, but their identities remain unknown, came the message from the gate's lookout. Ling Feng replied coolly, understood. Maintain a low profile. After ending the call, he reluctantly abandoned his training for the day to discern who the unfortunate souls were. On the road outside the West Zibei Villa, 100-strong contingent moved leisurely. Hu Santai, as the chief commander of this operation, was shielded by the villagers of Hu Family Village. He had personally taken charge of this mission, with a total of 108 participants, representing nearly the entire younger generation of the village. To ensure the success of their endeavor, they had procured several hunting rifles and even crafted makeshift cannons. Armed with these weapons, they were convinced that Ling Feng had no hope of survival. Though fatigue was evident in Hu Santai's eyes due to his age and the long journey, his spirit remained fervent, brimming with anticipation. Do not act recklessly. Wait for my command before proceeding. Hu Santai admonished the eager youths of Hu Family Village. Old master, will we leave any alive? A young man inquired, his face etched with ferocity, driven by the desire for vengeance as Ling Feng had slain his brother. Hu Santai stroked his graying beard thoughtfully before responding. That little brat has taken too many of our lives. We cannot afford to let him off too easily. Do not kill him, allow him to breathe, so that we may all vent our frustrations. At his words, a cruel smile crept across the faces of the villagers. A group of individuals gradually approached Shizibei, soon arriving at the villa belonging to Ling Feng. The villa was aglow with lights, captivating the onlookers from Hu Family Village with its opulent decor. Additionally, they spotted an extraordinarily beautiful woman standing by the window, gazing at them. Her figure was flawless, and every movement she made ignited boundless fantasies. The young men from Hu Family Village were filled with frenzy, their resentment towards Ling Feng deepening. Such a stunning beauty was clearly the result of Ling Feng's brazen abduction. They yearned to storm inside and claim her for themselves. Chapter 88. The assault begins. Hu Santai, observing the villa before him, felt a renewed resolve. He discreetly cast a glance at the woman within, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Who could resist the allure of a beautiful woman? Despite his age, he mused, could he not still partake in the fray? Let us commence our action, Hu Santai declared solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, over 100 villagers from Hu Family Village sprang into swift motion. The leading 20 young men charged into the villa's courtyard like ravenous wolves, their eyes ablaze with madness. Each one exerted themselves, eager to be the first to breach the threshold, pushing and shoving to be at the forefront. Hu Santai, commanding from the rear, watched with satisfaction as his subordinates displayed such fervor. A confident smile graced his face, but in the next moment, that smile froze. As the younger generation burst into the courtyard, they unwittingly triggered a hidden trap, and a chorus of anguished screams erupted from the crowd. They turned to behold the horrific sight. The trap was filled with wooden spikes and iron nails, and those who fell into it were impaled, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Some suffered punctures in their feet, wailing in agony, while several others were struck in the eyes, heart, and neck, dying on the spot. A few fortunate souls only sustained wounds to their extremities, left writhing in pain without imminent danger to their lives. To amplify the trap's lethality, Ling Feng had specifically instructed Zhang Ning to coat each iron nail and wooden spike with excrement. Thus, even if a victim did not succumb immediately, infection would ultimately claim their life. Witnessing the gruesome scene within the trap, the crowd stirred restlessly, a hint of fear etched on many faces. Upon hearing the cries of distress, Hu Santai hurried forth to assess the situation. His countenance darkened to an extreme upon witnessing the devastation. Each individual trapped was a junior of his. The loss of even one weighed heavily on his heart. Now, with a dozen or more injured or dead. How could he contain his fury? He seemed to sense something, his gaze shifting towards the villa, where a young man stood by the window. A smile gracing his face as he looked back. Hu Santai's expression darkened, and through clenched teeth, he commanded, "First, bring the people up." The crowd, with great effort, pulled those trapped from the depths. However, many had lost consciousness, and the pit was quite deep. After several arduous minutes, they finally managed to retrieve everyone. "Tianci, how are they?" Hu Santai asked gravely, his eyes fixed on the young man beside him. "Grandfather, Zhuzi and Dashin are dead. Only 2 are still breathing, while the others remain in a deep stupor," Hu Tianci replied, his voice laden with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Hu Santai's face turned pale with shock and fury. "Tianci, Zhuzi and Dashin are my beloved grandsons. Now both are gone. I have lost my young ones to the grave." His heart raged against Ling Feng. "Damn it! Ling Feng, you are a beast. I want you to suffer beyond death." Hu Santai roared internally. After a moment of silence, he suppressed his grief and spoke in a deep tone. "Send 4 people immediately to take the injured back for treatment." Upon receiving his grandfather's directive, Hu Tianci turned to arrange for the wounded to leave, but was seized by Hu Santai. "You go with them, and remember, do not return." Hu Tianci hurriedly protested, "No, I must stay and avenge Zhuzi and the others. I will personally slay Ling Feng." His face was twisted with resentment. Hu Santai sighed, knowing his grandson's stubbornness made him impossible to dissuade. With a resigned gesture, he allowed him to depart. He took a deep breath and addressed the villagers with conviction. "Children, let us avenge our fallen kin." The villagers were consumed with rage. Ling Feng had mercilessly taken the lives of dozens, and many had lost loved ones to his cruelty. They yearned to exact a brutal revenge on him. Observing the furious expressions of the crowd, Hu Santai continued, "Bring forth all our hunting rifles and explosives. First, we will blow apart the glass and doors, and then the remaining will charge in and swiftly subdue Ling Feng." Suddenly, he recalled something and added, "Do not harm the innocent. Aside from Ling Feng, do not injure anyone else. I shall personally interrogate the young woman inside the villa." The villagers of Hu village launched their second offensive, this time with heightened caution. 3 or 4 individuals carried homemade explosives and began their preparations, placing the explosives at the villa's entrance, ready to obliterate the door. Standing by the window on the 3rd floor, Ling Feng regarded the anxious preparations below with a look of utter disdain. He did not attempt to intervene, for it would be a futile endeavor. Better to allow them to flounder for a while longer. Yet, the inhabitants of Hu family village truly lacked self-awareness. After having previously slaughtered a faction of their number, how could they dare to return? It seemed he had been too merciful, allowing these wily peasants to believe themselves to be invulnerable, since they sought their own demise. Let them remain here. However, for the moment, he would observe their performance, permitting them to perish in their own despair. The explosives were swiftly arranged, and a cruel smile crept across Hu Santai's face. "Light it," he commanded. With that, Hu Tianci pressed the button with great force. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. The villagers of Hu family village erupted in applause, exhilarated by the spectacle. Yet, as the smoke cleared, their expressions turned to shock. The grand door stood unscathed and resolute. How could this be? Why could even the explosives not breach it? What material had forged this impenetrable barrier? Despair flickered in the villagers' eyes. Hu Santai gazed at the door, filled with bitter frustration, yet he did not concede defeat. "All those with firearms, shoot at Ling Feng. Continue detonating the explosives. I refuse to believe this door will remain unbroken." His visage contorted with rage, his eyes aflame with fury. His enemies stood before him, brazenly taunting, and he felt utterly powerless. It was infuriating, causing a dull ache in his chest. Soon, under his direction, a dozen villagers armed with shotguns began to load their weapons. Once the explosives were primed, they all aimed at Ling Feng, who stood nonchalantly by the window, and pulled the triggers with great fervor. The bullets rained against the window, leaving not a single mark. Hu Santai, undeterred, ordered the marksmen to reload and fire again. The second round yielded no results. Then came the third, and the fourth, until the last bullet was spent. Ling Feng remained calm, casually holding a sunflower seed, as if watching a play unfold before him. In Chapter 89, The Chosen One, despair once more enveloped the villagers of Hu family village, as thoughts of retreat began to take root. The enemy's defenses were insurmountable, Any further attempts seemed pointless. Hu Santai's heart sank into a void of hopelessness. Was he truly destined to merely watch Ling Feng stand there, taunting him? This was far more agonizing than killing him. However, a greater source of despair awaited him. Ling Feng, having noted the silence outside and finishing his sunflower seeds, brushed the remnants from his hands. With an air of ease, he retrieved a machine gun from his space. He then opened the window. Looking down at the villagers with grim faces, a broad smile illuminating his countenance. "Come down and face me if you dare. I will make you regret this." Hu Tianxi shouted furiously, his eyes ablaze with rage as he pointed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng merely smirked in disdain. "You? With your pitiful caliber. I can't even be bothered to lift a finger." Hu Tianxi was beside himself with anger, nearly bursting with the desire to launch himself at Ling Feng in a furious assault. Hu Santai intervened, halting Hu Tianxi, and stepped forward into the crowd. His expression dark as he fixed his gaze on Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, you have slaughtered dozens from the Hu family estate. Do you not owe us an explanation?" Ling Feng responded with an indifferent smile. "An explanation? This is your explanation." With that, he unleashed a barrage from his machine gun, causing 5 or 6 villagers in the front row to fall dead instantaneously, while others at the rear sustained varying degrees of gunshot wounds. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the crowd. "Is this explanation to your satisfaction?" Ling Feng remarked coldly. "You are utterly lawless." Hu Santai shouted, trembling with rage as he pointed at Ling Feng. "You will face retribution. We of the Hu family will not rest until we have our vengeance." Ling Feng merely chuckled at the remark. "In that case, do not leave. Stay here with me." Simultaneously, he swept his machine gun across the crowd with reckless abandon. Hu Santai, caught in the line of fire, was instantly riddled with bullets. "Grandfather!" Hu Tianxi wept uncontrollably. But there was no time for sorrow as he ducked to avoid the hail of bullets. Under the relentless fire of Ling Feng's machine gun, the villagers fell like wheat cut down by a scythe. With Hu Santai's leadership lost, chaos erupted within the ranks, and within mere moments, they had suffered catastrophic losses. "Run for your lives!" The crowd began to flee, abandoning even their wounded. Ling Feng continued to fire mercilessly at the fleeing villagers, his heart devoid of any emotion. Soon, over 100 souls from the Hu family estate had perished, with only a few fortunate enough to escape. He could not be bothered to pursue them. They were mere insignificant pests, incapable of causing any real disturbance. Ling Feng surveyed the field of corpses and called Zhang Ning over the radio to manage the remains. After stowing his weapon, he took a long, hot bath, finally allowing himself the rest he so richly deserved after a grueling day. In the vast darkness of the night, Hu Tianxi, along with several surviving villagers from the Hu estate, ran swiftly. Fear was etched on every face. The horrific scene of Ling Feng's massacre burned into their memories. They were genuinely terrified. The mere mention of Ling Feng's name sent shivers down their spines. Fortunately, they had narrowly escaped. After running several miles, they paused to rest. Reassured by the absence of pursuers, panting heavily, they exchanged glances, each pair of eyes reflecting a shared bitterness. Originally, over 100 individuals approached with ferocity, yet they ultimately fled like lost dogs. Hu Tianxi's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated on Shizi Bei, his eyes brimming with sorrow. In this endeavor, both of his younger brothers and his grandfather had perished at the hands of Ling Feng. His heart was entirely consumed by hatred, vowing to exact a bloody revenge on Ling Feng. The immense enmity made breathing a laborious task. Unable to contain himself, he howled at the heavens, "Ling Feng, I shall kill you." In a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. His head throbbed as if pierced by 1,000 steel needles, and soon, he stumbled and collapsed into the snow. A few companions rushed forward to check on him. One of them held a finger to his nose to check for breath. He's still alive, though he's in a state of fury. The others sighed in relief and carried him back to Hu's residence. When Hu Tianxi awoke, it was already the following morning. He opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by concerned faces, his parents and several companions who had returned with him the previous night. "Tianxi, you frightened me to death. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't know how to go on." Hu Tianxi gazed at his mother, tears streaming down her face, and felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. It seemed as if she had aged several years in just one night. Holding his mother tightly, his eyes reddened, he spoke, "Mother, it is my inadequacy that I could not bring back my brothers and grandfather." His mother wiped away her tears, her voice hoarse as she replied, It is enough that you returned alive. Please, listen to your mother and do not seek trouble with Ling Feng again. I cannot bear the thought of losing you too. Hu Tianxi nodded solemnly, yet his heart harbored a different sentiment. Revenge was a necessity. However, his current strength was insufficient. He could not recklessly venture forth to meet his demise. He needed to amass power, and when he grew strong enough, he would assuredly kill Ling Feng to avenge his grandfather and brothers. He was confident in his eventual success. During his unconsciousness, he sensed a transformation within his body. It felt as though he possessed boundless strength, and his perceptive abilities had heightened tremendously. Both his hearing and vision had undergone a remarkable change. In truth, he had awakened long before, merely attuning himself to his body's alterations. As a seasoned enthusiast of fantasy novels, he was well acquainted with such changes. This was undoubtedly akin to awakening a certain innate ability as described in stories. Having reassured his mother, Hu Tianxi ventured alone outside the village to find a secluded area. There, he prepared to test his newfound abilities. He extended his hands and pressed them toward the ground, causing dozens of ice spikes, each about a meter long, to erupt from the earth. Subsequently, he experimented with various applications of his skills. His eyes filled with fervor and excitement. Possessing the extraordinary ability to manipulate ice and snow, in this era of global frost, I stand as the sovereign of my time. Bearing the weight of deep-seated enmity, I awaken an unparalleled physique amidst despair. Undoubtedly, I am the quintessential protagonist of this narrative. Hu Tianxi, brimming with ambition, has set his sights far beyond the confines of the humble Hu family village, envisioning the entirety of Shangjing City and even the vast expanse of the Dragon Nation. Ling Feng is but a mere jester, an ant that I could effortlessly crush. Furthermore, his woman shall ultimately become my plaything. I, Hu Tianxi, am the true master of this chaotic world. Chapter 90. The Calamity of Hu Family Village. Ling Feng, prepare to face your reckoning. Hu Tianxi, invigorated and resolute, vows to carve his own invincible path. At that moment, a battalion of several hundred soldiers slowly approached Hu Family Village, causing Hu Tianxi to furrow his brow. Despite the distance, he discerned that this was a formidable force, each soldier exuding a remarkable aura. What could this group possibly want at Hu Family Village? Hu Tianxi resolved to bide his time, standing silently to the side, concealing his own formidable presence, keenly observing. Now endowed with a transcendent physique, he felt no trepidation in the face of hundreds. Such is the confidence of the skilled. Soon, the troop halted within 50 meters of him. He estimated their numbers to be around 600. Each soldier bore arms, with some even carrying small rocket launchers and machine guns. The contingent stopped, and from within the ranks emerged a middle-aged man clad in military attire, exuding an imposing presence, clearly a leader. This man was none other than Long Hao, the commander of the troop. Long Hao approached Hu Tianxi with a friendly smile and inquired, "Young man, is this Hu Family Village?" Upon hearing the name Hu Family Village, a flicker of caution swept across Hu Tianxi's eyes, and he replied cautiously, "What brings you here?" Long Hao responded with a calm smile, "Do not be alarmed, young man. We are an official military unit with no ill intentions. We are merely passing through on a mission and wish to find a place to rest." Judging by the sincerity in the man's gaze and the disciplined demeanor of the troop, Hu Tianxi relaxed his guard and smiled. "Indeed, this is Hu Family Village. Please, follow me." Hu Tianxi warmly led Long Hao into the village, with the orderly troop trailing behind. "I truly appreciate your presence," Long Hao remarked with a hint of apology. Hu Tianxi waved dismissively. "Not at all, not at all. Your protection of our safety and your selfless contribution is our duty." Hu Tianxi escorted Long Hao to the ancestral hall to report to the elders of the clan and arrange a resting place for the soldiers. Inside the hall, Long Hao sat among the venerable members of the Hu clan, engaged in earnest discussion. His brow furrowed, his countenance exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated the sheer brutality and heartlessness of Ling Feng. "As an official, I solemnly assure all of you, my fellow villagers, that I shall eradicate this scoundrel and avenge the more than 100 villagers of Hu Jiazhuang who met a tragic end," Long Hao declared with a demeanor full of righteousness. The elders of Hu Jiazhuang, moved by his words, were visibly stirred, tears streaming down their aged faces. "Captain Long, on behalf of our fallen compatriots, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." One elder, with tears in his eyes, bowed deeply in thanks. "In these crucial times, we can truly rely on our official army. Several elders lamented with profound emotion. After exchanging pleasantries with the elders, Long Hao continued. Given that the younger generation of Hujia Zhuang has nearly perished, I recommend that you all seek refuge in our official sanctuary. There, you will find a safe haven and protection. Upon hearing this, the elders displayed expressions of overwhelming excitement. If we could indeed receive official protection, it would be a tremendous relief. No longer would we have to live in fear of hunger and cold. Captain Long, we shall heed your guidance, spoke Hu Jiangwo, the brother of Hu Santai, who took over the chieftaincy after Hu Santai's demise. Long Hao nodded earnestly, stating, since you are willing to go to the sanctuary, I suggest you gather your provisions and bring them back collectively. I will dispatch a squad of soldiers to escort you, ensuring your safety along the way. Once we eliminate Ling Feng, I will lead everyone back to the sanctuary. What do you all think? Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Jiangwo readily agreed. The promises of the officials are trustworthy. We shall follow Captain Long's arrangement. I will now inform each household to prepare their belongings and collect their food supplies. The meeting concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. After their discussion, Hu Jiangwo departed with several village elders to relay the news to every household. Long Hao left the ancestral hall with a smile on his face. Not far from the hall, a communications soldier could no longer contain himself and quietly inquired, Captain, are we truly sending these people to the sanctuary? Did not the Lord prohibit us from increasing our numbers? Long Hao coldly replied, just transport their provisions back. As for the people, let them wait. With that, he strode away. The communications soldier watched Long Hao's retreating figure, his expression shifting. He had not expected the captain to be so ruthless, taking all the food and disregarding the fates of the villagers. Was this still the captain he knew? Long Hao arrived at his temporary office, intending to take a brief respite. Just as he was about to recline, a loud bang echoed through the room as the door was forcefully kicked open. Ma Wu stormed in, his face a mask of fury. Long Hao, how can you still call yourself human? You have deceived the villagers out of all their grain. How are they supposed to survive? Long Hao sprang to his feet, his voice rising in anger. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, Ma Wu? Do you not understand the hierarchy between us? My actions require no report to you. Seize him and place him under confinement, he commanded. Moments later, several soldiers entered, encircling Ma Wu. One soldier, visibly conflicted, addressed Ma Wu, Brother Ma, please don't make it difficult for us. Sighing heavily, Ma Wu looked at the soldiers and chose silence, following them out. Upon reaching the doorway, he paused and addressed Long Hao over his shoulder. You are unworthy of wearing that military uniform. With that, he left without a backward glance. Furious, Long Hao slammed his fist onto the table, shattering its surface, his expression darkening to a troubling degree. As afternoon approached, the villagers of Hu Family Village moved with remarkable speed, gathering all their grain into a sizable flatbed cart. Hu Jiangwo had brought several Alaskan dogs to assist the soldiers in pulling the cart. These dogs belonged to a villager and had been repurposed as sled dogs since the apocalypse rendered vehicles useless, forcing them to resort to primitive means of transportation. Long Hao watched as the soldiers transported the supplies, his heart swelling with excitement. With this bounty, he anticipated substantial gains from the Lord. Realizing it was getting late, he prepared to depart with his soldiers, ready to attend to pressing matters. Just as he was about to leave, Hu Tianxi unexpectedly appeared, requesting to join the expedition to Shizi Bay. Initially, Long Hao was opposed to his inclusion. However, Hu Tianxi insisted he was quite familiar with the layout of Ling Feng's villa and could serve as a guide. Reluctantly, Long Hao acquiesced to his request. After a day of rest, the soldiers had regained their spirits. With a commanding voice, Long Hao signaled for the team to set forth towards their destination. Chapter 91. The Wrath of Zhang Biao in the outskirts of Beijing, within an underground safe house belonging to the MK Beijing branch, Wang Chong sat on the sofa. A cigar clenched in his hand, his expression darkened to an alarming degree. The loss of the Mad Tiger was a dire blow. The implications were all too clear. As one of the top gene warriors in the company, his failure was a devastating revelation. This Ling Feng was indeed a formidable opponent. The thought of the ultimatum the company had issued him over the satellite phone earlier left him pale with dread. You have 1 week to obtain the genetic serum, otherwise, you shall become the test subject yourself, came the cold, indifferent voice from the other end of the line before the call was abruptly terminated. As a seasoned employee of MK Corporation, he was acutely aware of the company's unwavering commitment to its words. The prospect of being subjected to experimentation filled him with dread. for it meant a fate worse than death, transformation into a grotesque being, neither alive nor dead. The mere thought of such a scenario sent chills coursing through his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. As for escape, it was a notion he dared not entertain. The power of the corporation was beyond his imagination. The publicly visible MK Corporation was merely a facade, a glimpse of its true nature. Despite his extensive tenure spanning over a decade, he remained on the periphery, utterly unqualified to access the core secrets of the company. He recalled a vague remark from a colleague at headquarters, alluding to the fact that core members possessed the strength to shatter half-meter-thick steel plates with a single punch, an ability that transcended the bounds of terror. Ling Feng. A flicker of madness crossed Wang Chong's eyes. He commanded the assembly of all the elite talents from the subsidiary, preparing to unleash his full arsenal in this decisive confrontation. For failure was not an option. He could no longer afford to underestimate Ling Feng. The ability to vanquish a ferocious tiger was testament enough to this individual's formidable prowess. This time, meticulous planning was imperative to ensure absolute success. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Xingho base, Zhang Jibiao stood in his office, silent and icy. The very temperature of the room plummeting. The senior members of the Xingho base remained hushed, fearful of incurring their leader's wrath. The leader had always showered affection upon his younger brother, acceding to his every request. Now, with his brother slain and his body missing, one could only imagine the depth of his fury. Is it confirmed that the second brother went to eliminate the Luan base? Zhang Jibiao's voice was frigid. An elderly man stepped forward, trembling, and replied, "Yesterday, the second brother stated he would lead the brothers to eradicate the Luan base. He left early this morning. Why did he not report to me before departing?" Zhang Jibiao's gaze was piercing, his tone icy. The elder felt a chill run down his spine, sweat breaking out on his back as he stammered, "I thought you." Before he could finish, the elder was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The onlookers' pupils dilated in shock, their heads bowed in silence, not daring to breathe. Zhang Jibiao retracted his recently unleashed hand, his expression softening slightly. The act of taking a life had alleviated some of his sorrow. Yet, the memory of his beloved brother's gruesome end ignited a tempest of rage within him that was impossible to contain. His younger brother was his only kin. The two had been orphaned since childhood. Together, they endured a life of hardship, both employed at a chemical plant, initially resigned to a mundane existence. However, following the apocalypse, they unexpectedly awakened their latent abilities. Their powers complemented each other so perfectly that they became virtually unmatched in their vicinity. Swiftly, they established a base, indulging in a life akin to that of local monarchs. Yet, just as they began to relish their newfound tranquility, calamity struck, and his brother was slain by thieves. A wave of fury surged within him. Without his brother, the strength of their spark base would be drastically diminished. Luan base. Zhang Jibiao gritted his teeth, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. "Dui Bai is it? I shall ensure that your entire base pays the ultimate price for my brother's death." Nevertheless, he had pressing matters to attend to first. He would allow that despicable woman, Dui Bai, a few more days to live. Casting a glance at the senior members of the base gathered in the room, he spoke solemnly, informed the brothers below to prepare their supplies. "Tonight, we shall proceed to Wangzhuang Mine." "Understood." The crowd exhaled in relief as they exited Zhang Jibiao's office, grateful to have evaded a dire fate. Meanwhile, in Shizi Bay, Ling Feng rose comfortably from his slumber and approached the window, gazing outside. Zhang Ning was busy setting traps, having found all previous ones destroyed in yesterday's skirmish with the people of Hujiakan. The bodies in the courtyard had been dealt with, and Ling Feng was thoroughly impressed with Zhang Ning's efficiency. After a light breakfast, he made his way to the laboratory. The generator he had upgraded the day before awaited his attention, yet he hadn't had the chance to test it before the arrival of Hujiakan's forces. Today, with no immediate concerns, he could devote time to its study. Though he had yet to encounter formidable foes, he understood the necessity of remaining humble. There were undoubtedly other powerful abilities out there, and their strength could evolve as well. Thus, he resolved to enhance his prowess swiftly. Concurrently, he needed Lin Su to expedite the development of the gene serum to prepare for future power advancements. Ling Feng ambled lazily to the generator, which occupied a significant portion of the basement space. He filled the fuel tank to capacity. Noting with dismay the generator's high fuel consumption, it was indeed a source of anguish for him. Clearly, he needed to gather more fuel. This resource was vital to his endeavors. He retrieved a cable from his storage and connected it to the generator, while grasping the switch in his other hand. As he initiated the startup, he was cautious, not daring to unleash its full power during the first test. Even with his formidable physique, such an act could lead to catastrophic consequences. During his initial test, he operated at merely 1% of the power. At the moment the device was activated, Ling Feng felt as if his entire body were pierced by countless steel needles. A searing pain enveloping him, and his veins bulging. Sweat incessantly seeped from his skin. As time passed, Ling Feng's body began to numb, the pain gradually diminishing until only a slight tingling sensation remained. He switched off the device and exhaled heavily, releasing a breath of stale air. Glancing at the clock, he realized the electric therapy had lasted 2 hours. After resting for a while, he sensed a significant recovery in his condition. As if a surge of energy were coursing through him, he proceeded to the gravity chamber to commence extreme training. Chapter 92, 700 times combat power, 500 times gravity. 600 times gravity, 650 times gravity. After an hour of gravity training, Ling Feng's maximum tolerance reached an impressive 700 times. Observing the data display in the gravity chamber, a faint smile graced his lips. He had grown significantly stronger. In just one training session, his physical capacity had surged by an astounding 200 times. His strength had ascended once more. He believed that once he achieved a tolerance of 1,000 times, a qualitative transformation in his body would occur. Currently, he surmised that his power ranked among the elite in Jing City. Contemplating these thoughts, Ling Feng approached the generator and stored it in his spatial compartment. As the machine occupied considerable space and was more conveniently stored away. After organizing, he checked the time. It was nearly 8 in the evening, and his stomach began to protest. Wondering if Lin Su had prepared dinner, he suddenly remembered that Wang Long and Lin Su were still too weak. He needed to expedite their strength enhancement. They would have to utilize the gravity chamber to bolster their abilities, as future adversaries would only become more formidable, and their current strength barely sufficed for self-preservation. Ling Feng descended to the first floor and saw Lin Su busily preparing dinner. He chose not to disturb her and instead turned on the television, ready to indulge in a game. Black Panther sauntered over to his feet and lay down. Ling Feng absent-mindedly patted its head. Over the past few months, Black Panther had grown significantly, now exceeding 100 pounds. Its fur was sleek and glossy, emanating an imposing presence. However, Ling Feng observed Black Panther's size with increasing concern. Typically, a puppy of 2 to 3 months would weigh around 30 to 40 pounds at most. Yet Black Panther's size far exceeded normal canine parameters and continued to grow at an astonishing rate, seemingly changing day by day. With this thought, Ling Feng set down his game controller and crouched down for a closer inspection. The Black Panther seemed to sense something, lifting its head to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked for a brief moment, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. The panther glanced once and then resumed its slumber. Could it be that this panther has undergone some mutation? Ling Feng pondered. However, judging by its current reaction, it appeared to harbor no ill will towards him or Lin Su. After all, dogs are known to be the most loyal of creatures. Ling Feng retrieved a chicken leg from his space and placed it near the panther's nose. The previously slumbering panther twitched its nose, instantly awakening and standing up. With its mouth agape and tongue lolling, it nudged its head against Ling Feng's arm, its eyes brimming with a pleading expression. Ling Feng smiled slightly and tossed the chicken leg to it. The panther devoured the leg in just a few bites, then looked back at Ling Feng with hopeful eyes. As if to say, not enough, I want more. For the first time, Ling Feng noticed a glimmer of human-like intelligence in the panther's gaze. Go fetch me a pack of tissues, he commanded. In an instant, the panther dashed out, returning moments later with a pack of tissues clamped in its mouth. Ling Feng was convinced that the panther had indeed mutated, its intelligence having increased, as he had never taught it such tasks. It seemed capable of comprehending his words. Ling Feng tested it several more times, and each time the panther executed the task flawlessly. A smile graced Ling Feng's face. He had a dog that could understand human speech. How wonderful! With further training, it might even become his very own hound of heaven. Just as he contemplated how to train the panther, a voice crackled through the intercom once more. Ling Feng, wearing a nonchalant expression, activated the intercom and inquired, "How many more have arrived this time?" The sentry on the other end sounded somewhat fearful, stammering, "Too many. I estimate at least 400 to 500. All dressed in military uniforms." Ling Feng's expression froze for a moment, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. He hadn't anticipated such a substantial force arriving. Clearly, they had invested heavily this time. It seemed that the so-called official sanctuary was nearly at full capacity. This was fortuitous. It would save him the effort of exerting himself further. Today, he would capture them all in one fell swoop. Ling Feng's gaze shifted slightly, a cold smile forming on his lips. Soon, the troop entered the villa area. Hu Tianxi trailed alongside Long Hao, offering strategic counsel while revealing the layout of Ling Feng's home and the locations of the traps. After an afternoon of discussion with Hu Tianxi, Long Hao began to view this young man with a newfound respect. Hu Tianxi possessed an exceptionally astute mind, adeptly analyzing matters with remarkable clarity. Long Hao held him in high regard and extended an olive branch, inviting Hu Tianxi to join his ranks. Naturally, Hu Tianxi eagerly acquiesced. He was brimming with untapped abilities, yearning for a platform to showcase them. By aligning himself with Long Hao, he was poised to gain entry into the official sanctuary, where he could truly flourish. Captain Long, the villa you see in the far corner ahead belongs to Ling Feng. Hu Tianxi respectfully indicated the residence. Indeed, Long Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Captain Long, Ling Feng is quite cunning. We must approach him with caution. Hu Tianxi cautioned. Fear not, no matter how many schemes he devises. They are futile in the face of absolute power. Long Hao replied with a confident smile. Ma Wu, standing behind him, contemplated interjecting but ultimately refrained. Sighing as he retreated to the back of the crowd, Long Hao gazed at the brightly lit villa with fervor. For the Lord had informed him that it harbored an abundance of provisions, all of superior quality. Moreover, it was said to conceal a breathtaking beauty, Yang Zihan, the Lord's beloved, who had discreetly revealed this to him. Should he succeed in breaching the villa, she would be his for the taking. The thought quickened his breath. He began meticulously preparing the battlefield, encircling the villa with a formidable presence. He deployed 10 snipers. Should Ling Feng dare to surface, he would be swiftly reduced to a mere sieve. In addition, he had brought rocket launchers, grenades, explosives, and artillery, all potent weapons. Even if Ling Feng remained hidden, these heavy arms would ensure he was obliterated into mere fragments. Hu Tianxi watched with satisfaction as the armed soldiers tightly surrounded the villa. The sight filled him with exhilaration. Against such weaponry, not even Ling Feng, let alone he, the chosen one, could hope to escape. He yearned to witness Ling Feng's demise, a fitting resolution to the resentment that festered within him. The thought of avenging his grandfather and 2 younger brothers soon brought tears to his eyes. Grandfather, Zhuzi Dashan, at long last, I shall avenge you. Chapter 93, Fire. Ling Feng, standing atop the loft, observed the unfolding scene. To his surprise, he recognized a petty fish who had previously fled. He regarded Hu Tianxi with a bemused expression. However, it seemed this individual had undergone some transformation, though Ling Feng could not quite discern its nature. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned. He would deal with them all in due course. Gazing upon the fully armed soldiers, Ling Feng felt a deep reluctance to unleash a massacre upon them. After all, I was once part of them. Yet, I am compelled to take action. If I do not eliminate them, it is I who shall perish. Therefore, let the blame rest upon your master. A cold glint flashed in Ling Feng's eyes as he gazed expressionlessly at the crowd below. At that moment, Long Hao, standing below, produced a loudspeaker and began to address Ling Feng. To the one inside the villa, I am Commander Long Hao. I now command you to come out and surrender. In hopes of leniency, he proclaimed with an air of dominance. Ling Feng let out a disdainful laugh, regarding Long Hao as if he were a fool. He took out his phone and opened the app to control the villa, which featured a voice system connected to a loudspeaker on the roof. Through this system, he could transmit his voice in real time. This functionality was something he had only recently discovered, previously overlooked due to its seemingly trivial nature. Today, however, he found it quite useful. Holding his phone, Ling Feng began to converse with Long Hao outside. Surrender? To hell with that. If you want to fight, then do it quickly. Stop your incessant prattling. His arrogant voice echoed from the loudspeaker into the crowd below. Long Hao's expression darkened instantly, infuriated by Ling Feng's blatant disrespect. How dare he insult me in front of everyone? Ling Feng, you are truly overstepping your bounds. Long Hao's voice was laced with cold menace. Ling Feng scoffed at him. What does it matter to give face or not? You're nothing but a dog, daring to act tough before me. Listening to Ling Feng's tirade, Long Hao's face turned a mix of red and green with rage. Open fire, he bellowed. Instantly, a barrage of artillery rained down upon the villa, engulfing it in flames. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and chaos, while thick smoke enveloped the structure. This assault continued relentlessly for 20 minutes. Ling Feng, however, lay leisurely on the floor of the attic, engrossed in a novel, occasionally glancing at the battle below with an air of ease. His strategy was straightforward. He intended to wait until their ammunition ran low and they were exhausted before unleashing his own slaughter upon the swarm of insects below. Meanwhile, Longhao stood at the rear of his troops, coldly observing the villa shrouded in smoke. After the previous round of firepower, he believed the villa must have been decimated. With unwavering confidence, he moved to the front to assess the damage. But as the smoke cleared, Longhao's smile vanished in an instant. The villa was not only unscathed, but bore not a single scratch. A tempest of disbelief surged within Longhao. How could this be? Even if Ling Feng's abode was fortified with thick walls and bulletproof glass, it should have been breached under such an onslaught. The villa stood impervious and intact before him. What manner of glass and wall material is this, so remarkably resilient? As he pondered his next course of action, the taunting voice of Ling Feng echoed from the rooftop. Is this the extent of your firepower? Such grandiose claims, yet it seems rather unimpressive. Longhao clenched his fists tightly, his expression as dark as a storm cloud, and bellowed towards the villa. Ling Feng, do not be so arrogant. I shall demonstrate how your precious villa will be obliterated. He strode purposefully towards the rear, where a battalion awaited. He approached the commanding officer of this unit and inquired solemnly, is everything prepared? Reporting, Captain. The howitzer has been fully assembled and is ready for firing. The officer replied with resolute determination. Longhao nodded, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. To ensure maximum firepower, he had deliberately instructed the soldiers to disassemble a howitzer, utilizing it as a clandestine weapon. He had not anticipated the villa's formidable strength, making this an opportune moment for its deployment. This howitzer was the most powerful artillery currently in service, capable of leveling the villa. Under Longhao's command, the artillery was swiftly maneuvered to the forefront. Ling Feng, perched in the attic, also noted the presence of the howitzer, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He was well acquainted with the destructive capability of this artillery. To his astonishment, they had managed to bring such a weapon. Nevertheless, he remained confident in the defensive fortitude of his villa. After all, if it could withstand a nuclear strike, how could it possibly fear a mere howitzer? Below, empowered by the howitzer, Longhao's demeanor transformed, a renewed confidence washing over him. He continued to provoke Ling Feng. You must be familiar with this weapon. Surrender now. If you kneel and apologize, I might consider sparing your wretched life. Spare me your nonsense, came Ling Feng's icy retort. Longhao's expression turned frigid. Ling Feng's repeated insults were intolerable. In a fit of rage, he flung his hat aside and shouted, fire! Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the entire villa to tremble ever so slightly. Ling Feng, observing through the surveillance, inspected the targeted area and discovered it unscathed. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. It appeared that the construction quality of this security company was indeed impressive. Now he could comfortably return to his novel. Longhao gazed despondently at the unscathed villa, a profound sense of helplessness welling within him. Was there truly no way forward? Observing from the rear, Hu Tianxi's eyes were red, his face contorted with distress. If even such a powerful howitzer could not thwart Ling Feng, would he indeed escape unscathed? The bitterness was palpable. Why? Why is his villa so formidable? Is there truly no hope for vengeance? He gazed upon the mansion, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Since this group is unreliable, I must rely on myself. Ling Feng, I shall kill you sooner or later. Hu Tianxi gradually retreated behind the crowd, vanishing into the night. After a fleeting moment of distraction, Longhao resumed the artillery assault, believing that the firepower was insufficient and that with repeated attacks, he would surely breach the defenses. The villa was once again engulfed in a relentless barrage of cannon fire. As night passed, Longhao surveyed the villa with a maniacal expression. After a whole night of bombardment, the soldiers had exhausted their ammunition, yet had made no progress. Chapter 94. Longhao's demise. Ling Feng observed the frenzied Longhao below, along with the weary faces of the soldiers. Among the crowd, he noticed Ma Wu, whose countenance was particularly grim, standing at the rear of the formation, not participating in the assault. First, I must eliminate this Longhao. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. In an instant, he appeared directly before Longhao. Startled by the sudden appearance of a figure, Long Hao broke into a cold sweat. How could a strikingly handsome young man materialize before him when there had been no one there moments before? What are you? Long Hao stammered in terror. Ling Feng regarded him with amusement, initially thinking Long Hao to be a formidable character, only to find him a coward, frightened by such a trivial scenario. It was a mystery how he had come to assume a leadership position. Weren't you the one urging me to surrender? Now that I have come, why do you not recognize me? Ling Feng said nonchalantly. You are Ling Feng. Long Hao's voice escalated, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding soldiers quickly closed in on him, dozens of loaded rifles aimed at Ling Feng's head. Long Hao laughed triumphantly, reveling in his perceived advantage. Who would have thought you would walk into my trap? Truly a fool. Weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? Let us see you act tough now. Ling Feng smiled faintly, maintaining his composure. Unfazed by the encirclement, he casually remarked to Long Hao, you are indeed a fool. There's no need for repeated confirmation. Long Hao's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he shouted in rage. How dare you boast when death is imminent? Before he could finish, Ling Feng teleported, gripping his neck tightly and lifting him off the ground. Long Hao's face turned crimson as he futilely pounded on Ling Feng's arm, but to no avail. Ling Feng's body was as hard as iron, his grip like a vice, constricting Long Hao's throat and making it difficult for him to breathe. Release our captain, or we will open fire. The surrounding soldiers warned coldly. Ling Feng turned sharply to regard the soldier who had just spoken, his icy gaze ensnaring the man, causing him to feel as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, instinctively retreating a step. The surrounding soldiers dared not advance recklessly, merely watching in silent horror. With a slight exertion of his right hand, Ling Feng effortlessly hurled Long Hao 10 meters away. Long Hao crashed violently to the ground, sliding several meters along the surface like a lifeless dog, bloodied and battered, struggling to turn over. Long Hao attempted to rise, but failed repeatedly until a quick-witted soldier came to his aid, helping him to his feet. With a face twisted in malice, Long Hao glared at Ling Feng, his ribs painfully fractured, agony coursing through him. Kill him. Long Hao gritted through clenched teeth. The soldiers immediately opened fire, dozens of guns unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Ling Feng. Long Hao let out a sinister laugh, his eyes dark with intent as he fixed his gaze on Ling Feng. Ling Feng, unconcerned by the bullets flying toward him, perceived their trajectories with remarkable clarity. To him, their speed seemed almost languid. He deftly evaded the projectiles, moving like a wraith, elusive and unpredictable. Drawing a tang saber, he transformed into a blur once more, reappearing behind the cluster of soldiers. In a flash, a soldier's head was severed, and Ling Feng launched into a relentless assault. The soldiers around him oblivious to his presence as their heads fell in swift succession. From a distance, the remaining soldiers attempted to aim their weapons, only to find they could not lock onto their target. Long Hao's face contorted in horror, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. Who is he? His speed surpasses that of the Lord. No, it is far greater. He is an extraordinary being. Despair engulfed Long Hao as he realized the magnitude of the force he had provoked. Ling Feng's presence on the battlefield was pure carnage. The soldiers stood no chance, and soon half of them lay fallen. Ma Wu, anxiety etched on his face, rushed to the front lines, his eyes ablaze with urgency as he bellowed, Ling Feng, I beg you, cease this slaughter. We surrender. Many of these soldiers were his own comrades, now perishing before his very eyes. Unlike Long Hao, who was consumed by ambition, Ma Wu felt genuine sorrow for the lives lost. In the midst of his ruthless rampage, Ling Feng halted, sheathing his tang saber, and materialized before Ma Wu. You cannot even preserve your own life, yet you wish to speak for them? Ling Feng remarked with an expression of indifference. Ma Wu's expression shifted slightly, his face etched with sorrow as he spoke. I am aware that I cannot escape death today. These soldiers are compelled by circumstance. They do not wish for this. Yet military orders are not to be defied. Should I perish, I willingly accept my fate if you can spare these men. A resolute determination marked Ma Wu's features. The soldiers present, upon hearing his words, felt their eyes welling with tears. Ling Feng's heart was also stirred. Ma Wu was indeed a man of honor. Yet he would not allow compassion to sway him into sparing the group. Do you think I would release my adversaries? Ling Feng replied coldly. Ma Wu's gaze flickered, and then, with unwavering conviction, he declared, I am willing to lead my brothers to submit to you. From this moment forth, we shall hold you in reverence. No sooner had he spoken than Long Hao bellowed in anger. Ma Wu, what do you think you are? I am the highest commander of this unit. What right do you have to surrender the troops? Ma Wu cast a disdainful glance at Long Hao, resentment palpable in his expression as he retorted. Had it not been for your obstinacy, leading our brothers into peril, they would not have met such a fate. You have colluded with Zhang Ergu, perpetrating atrocities against the soldiers and oppressing the common folk. You are unworthy of being this unit's commander. I shall put an end to you. With fury burning in his eyes, Long Hao glared at Ma Wu and drew his pistol from his waist. However, before he could raise his arm, a loud gunshot echoed through the air. A bloody hole appeared in Long Hao's chest, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Terror filled his eyes as he looked down at his wound, then turned to Ma Wu, incredulous that he would dare to shoot him. Baffled by how he had acquired a weapon after having confiscated it. Who provided him with that gun? Afterward, he could no longer maintain his stance. The soldiers, witnessing Ma Wu's act of killing their commander, were taken aback, yet none dared to intervene. While shocked, they felt a flicker of exhilaration. The tyrant who had oppressed them was finally dead. Their long-standing grievances against Long Hao had festered, and now, with Ma Wu avenging them, they held him in deep respect. Chapter 95. Gaining the army's allegiance, Ma Wu turned to Ling Feng, who stood a short distance away, and spoke solemnly. Long Hao is dead. I am willing to persuade everyone to submit to you. Ling Feng's demeanor remained indifferent, his gaze betraying no emotion. Ma Wu felt a tinge of anxiety, uncertain of Ling Feng's intent. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng slowly replied, I can spare your lives. At these words, Ma Wu felt a surge of joy. However, Ling Feng continued, this mercy is granted but once. Should I witness any further disobedience, every one of you shall meet your end. With that, Ling Feng's penetrating gaze fixed upon Ma Wu. A chill ran through Ma Wu as he felt the weight of Ling Feng's stare, his complexion paling. He quickly affirmed his loyalty, his expression earnest. Rest assured, such a situation will never arise. Should it come to light, I shall show no mercy. Ling Feng nodded slightly. You all take a moment to regroup. If anything arises, I shall summon you. With that, Ling Feng turned and vanished in an instant. The soldiers gazed at his departing figure with reverence. In the military, they have always held a deep respect for the powerful, and if a strong leader were to guide them, their pride would swell immensely. Ma Wu collected his thoughts and began attending to the aftermath of the unit. Ling Feng reclined on the sofa, his expression shifting restlessly. Lin Su approached, holding a chilled glass of cola, which she offered to him. Encountering troublesome matters again? She inquired softly. Ling Feng nodded, casting his gaze toward the soldiers outside. How do you suggest we handle this group? Lin Su chuckled lightly. I believe these individuals can indeed be integrated. Ling Feng looked at her in surprise, urging her to elaborate. She continued gently. These men are all skilled soldiers with substantial combat experience. They could easily resolve minor troubles, sparing you from unnecessary hassle. Moreover, Ma Wu is sincere and earnest. Enjoying the soldiers' trust, he is a person worthy of confidence. Lastly, in this chaotic world, you stand alone and vulnerable, making it difficult to contend with those from the larger bases. You must build your own faction to secure your footing in this realm. Lin Su's words resonated with Ling Feng's own thoughts, although he had previously harbored a degree of hesitation regarding the acceptance of these individuals. After all, he had initially sought a tranquil existence, yet troubles inevitably seek one out. Even if he remained unambitious, there would always be those who would target him. It seemed he could no longer afford to remain inconspicuous. With this realization, Ling Feng's gaze solidified with determination. He embraced Lin Su and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek, teasing, truly, you are my wonderful wife. Tonight, I shall reward you splendidly. Lin Su's cheeks flushed crimson. As she listened to Ling Feng's words, her face subtly betraying anticipation for the evening ahead. Stepping out of the villa, Ling Feng sought out Ma Wu, who was engaged in a meeting with the soldiers. Upon seeing Ling Feng approach, Ma Wu hurried over. Commander Ling, you have arrived. Ling Feng nodded and strode confidently to the front of the ranks. Addressing the more than 200 resolute soldiers, he declared, I believe I need no introduction. Since you have chosen to follow me, let me be clear from the outset. I require a loyal, valiant, and tenacious army, not cowardly, deceitful miscreants. Should I uncover any such individuals among you, I will personally expel them. The soldiers shifted slightly at his words, their expressions revealing a complex blend of emotions as they regarded Ling Feng. They had witnessed his ruthless efficiency firsthand. Ling Feng paused momentarily before continuing. Certainly. If you perform well, I shall not be remiss in rewarding you. Although your rations may not reach the standards of the pre-apocalyptic era, they shall not fall too short. It is even conceivable to restore them to their former level, contingent upon your performance and capabilities. With that, Ling Feng refrained from further elaboration and turned to depart. Before leaving, he instructed Ma Wu to temporarily reside in the vacated villas at Shizi Bay, and once he had settled in, he was to return to collect provisions. Once Ling Feng had departed, the soldiers exhibited signs of excitement, astonished by his unexpected generosity. They recalled their previous conditions in the shelter, where they were afforded merely 2 meals a day, each consisting of a single bun and a bowl of thin porridge, scarcely distinguishable from dishwater, devoid of even a grain of rice. Now, Ling Feng had promised them nearly the same treatment as before the apocalypse, a standard that surpassed even that of the higher-ups in the shelters. Unbeknownst to him, the soldiers' fondness for Ling Feng had significantly increased. Though he was ruthless in battle, he exhibited no stinginess towards his comrades. Upon receiving Ling Feng's orders, Ma Wu promptly began assisting the soldiers in locating the available villas. Their efficiency was remarkable. Within an hour, they had nearly completed the arrangements. Ling Feng had placed all the pre-prepared supplies on the road outside the villas. When Ma Wu and dozens of soldiers arrived to receive the provisions, their expressions shifted in astonishment as they beheld a veritable mountain of supplies, leaving them momentarily speechless. A glance across the bounty revealed a complete assortment of goods: flour, rice, vegetables, and a rich variety of pork. It was sufficient to sustain over 300 individuals for a month. In addition to food, there were blankets, cotton clothing, and other winter supplies. Approaching Ling Feng, Ma Wu's face radiated excitement as he spoke earnestly. "Thank you for your generous gift, young Master Ling. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Ling Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, responding lightly, "From now on, we are all brothers. This is but a trifle to me. If you work diligently, things will only improve." Ma Wu nodded gravely and began directing the soldiers in transporting the supplies. The soldiers gazed longingly at the provisions, each swallowing in anticipation. It had been far too long since they had enjoyed a hearty meal, and today they would finally feast. Joyous smiles illuminated their faces. After the distribution of the supplies, Ling Feng summoned Ma Wu and Wang Long to gather together. After briefly introducing them, he stated, "Ma Wu, you shall manage the troops alongside Wang Long. He also hails from a special forces background and possesses considerable strength. You both must coordinate effectively moving forward." Ma Wu nodded in agreement. Wang Long, with a resolute expression, earnestly replied, "Rest assured, Fengzi, I will cooperate fully with Brother Ma to manage this team and enhance the soldiers' combat effectiveness." Ling Feng nodded slightly, concluding the meeting. After bidding farewell to Wang Long and his companion, Ling Feng began to contemplate his next course of action. Primarily, he resolved to eradicate the so-called official shelter, particularly its leader, who had repeatedly provoked him, mistakenly believing he could act without consequence. Most importantly, this Zhang Ergu was an ability wielder, and eliminating him could significantly enhance Ling Feng's own power. Ever since he had acquired an inner core from an ability user during their last encounter, his desire for such powers had intensified. According to Ma Wu, Zhang Ergu was initially just a petty thug, but after awakening his abilities, he had slain the leader of the official shelter and seized control through brutal means. Once he became the de facto ruler of the shelter, he neglected its development, indulging instead in a life of debauchery. The members beneath him suffered severe exploitation, leaving the entire shelter in a state of despair. It seemed imperative for Ling Feng to pay a visit to this shelter soon. Furthermore, he needed to devise a strategy to bolster the soldiers' capabilities. At their current level, they could manage ordinary individuals, but they would be utterly outmatched against ability wielders or genetically enhanced beings, destined only for slaughter. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. This predicament was indeed challenging. The only solution to enhance their strength lay in one avenue. He rose and made his way to the laboratory in the basement. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with augmenting his own strength and searching for resources, leaving him little time to delve into the research on gene serum. He was unsure of Lin Su's recent progress. In the laboratory, Lin Su, clad in a white lab coat, was diligently conducting experiments. However, her furrowed brow and somber expression indicated she had encountered a significant challenge. Upon opening the laboratory door, Ling Feng briefly detoxified himself and donned a white coat. Lin Su noticed his arrival, setting aside her work, and her tightly knit brow gradually relaxed upon seeing him. Ling Feng smiled as he approached her side. What seems to be the problem? Lin Su sighed, her expression one of resignation. Currently, the experiments are progressing well in many aspects, but we have yet to completely eliminate the side effects. What specific issues are we facing with the side effects? Ling Feng inquired. If the test subjects use the serum, their emotional state is somewhat affected. Other issues have been largely resolved. Moreover, the current serum can only enhance potential by a factor of 100 at most. Exceeding that threshold risks emotional instability. Lin Su's expression darkened as she spoke. This dilemma had occupied her thoughts for quite some time, without a perfect resolution. Ling Feng proceeded to extract the research data, meticulously analyzing it. Lin Su sat quietly beside him, waiting. He had always harbored an inexplicable trust in Ling Feng, for his intellect was anything but ordinary. Ling Feng's mind began to race, absorbing the hundreds of densely packed pages of data before him. He tirelessly analyzed and reorganized this information within his thoughts. For a full 2 hours, he remained motionless, eyes slightly closed, in search of a solution. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and finally, at a pivotal moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, his expression shifting. A smile of relief graced his face. Have you found a solution? Lin Su inquired eagerly, her eyes alight with joy. Ling Feng nodded and slowly presented a page of data, explaining, observe this information. After an hour of elucidation, Lin Su finally grasped his concept. It dawned on her that there was indeed an alternative resolution. Enlightened, she gazed at Ling Feng with admiration. Darling, you are truly remarkable. The technical dilemma that had plagued her for quite some time was effortlessly resolved by Ling Feng, leaving her in awe. How extraordinary was his mind. With the issue of the gene serum resolved, Lin Su eagerly immersed herself back into her experiments. She confidently declared that within a month, she would develop a gene serum devoid of side effects. Ling Feng left the laboratory with satisfaction, feeling a bit weary from the mental exertion, more exhausting than a battle itself. After tackling the gene serum problem, he resolved to venture out in search of fuel. Currently, his fuel consumption was substantial, particularly due to the generator's demands. Another objective of his outing was to locate the position of the Luan base. During a previous conversation with Dui Bai, he learned that another ability user at the Xingho base possessed the power to control gravity, a skill he greatly coveted. He aimed to ascertain the location of the Xingho base through Dui Bai and then confront it directly. As Ling Feng exited the villa, he noticed a contingent of 10 soldiers stationed at the entrance, a full squad on guard duty. Upon seeing him, the soldiers saluted. An experienced soldier stepped forward to report. Young Master Ling, we are the guard team assigned by Captain Ma. My name is Chen Shan. You may command us as you wish. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. You have all worked hard. He retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Chen Shan with a light smile. Distribute these among your comrades. After giving Chen Shan a pat on the shoulder, he departed. Chen Shan gazed at the cigarettes in his hand, his throat tightening. As an avid smoker, he had not indulged in a month. The soldiers below, upon witnessing Ling Feng's departure, eagerly rushed toward Chen Shan. In no time, the 2 packs of cigarettes were eagerly divided among them. Chen Shan cursed with a look of exasperation. You bunch of brats, couldn't you leave me a couple more? He produced a few precious cigarettes he had managed to save, now crumpled and battered after being seized by the crowd. After straightening them out, he placed one in his mouth, igniting it with fervor and taking a deep drag. Ah, what bliss! Chen Shan reveled in the clouds of smoke, while his subordinates closed their eyes, basking in the euphoria brought on by dopamine. After departing from the villa, Ling Feng began to meander aimlessly through the villa district. Soldiers patrolled the premises, with heavy guards stationed at every entrance and exit. Ling Feng was thoroughly impressed with Ma Wu's defense efforts. He was indeed an exemplary commander. However, the soldiers' weaponry seemed somewhat lacking in firepower. Ma Wu mentioned that many heavy weapons had been stored in the shelter and used due to inconvenient transportation. Ling Feng's desire for these weapons intensified. Possessing them would undoubtedly elevate the defense of his villa to unprecedented levels. It seemed imperative to seize this shelter swiftly. Ling Feng resolved in his heart, yet for prudence's sake, he decided to enhance his strength 1,000-fold before launching an attack. At his current training intensity, he would achieve this in no time. Retracting his thoughts, Ling Feng mounted his snowmobile. ready to venture into the Eastern District in search of fuel and to locate the Luan base. He chose to act alone this time. As Wang Long's current capabilities were still insufficient, the external dangers remained considerable, and should peril arise, he would need to divert his attention to protect him. With the wind at his back, Ling Feng sped through the terrain, reaching the Eastern District after an hour. Shortly after entering, he stumbled upon a large gas station, a smile breaking across his face as he steered his motorcycle towards it. Chapter 97. Storm Base. Ling Feng gazed at the expansive gas station before him, his expression brightening. He promptly extracted an excavator from his spatial storage and began to operate it, digging into the frozen snow on the ground. Having gained experience from his previous operation of the excavator, Ling Feng's proficiency had notably improved. After approximately an hour, he effortlessly cleared the entrance to the gas station's fuel storage room. Navigating with ease, he entered the storage chamber to collect his bounty. The gas station boasted an impressive reserve, featuring several large storage tanks. Once he had secured the fuel in his spatial storage, he promptly replicated it 100-fold. With this newfound supply of fuel, he would not have to worry about running low for quite some time. In good spirits, Ling Feng whistled cheerfully as he made his way outside. Little did he expect that everything would unfold so smoothly today. Ling Feng mused contentedly to himself. After resolving the fuel matter, Ling Feng prepared to search for the location of Luan base in the vicinity. As the vehicle roared to life, a distant rumble caught his attention. He turned his gaze toward the horizon and scrutinized the scene. Two large snow vehicles, engines roaring, were barreling towards him. Ling Feng felt a flicker of intrigue. It was his first encounter with others driving snow vehicles besides himself. The direction of these individuals was unmistakably aimed at him, leaving him uncertain of their intentions, whether they were friend or foe. As he pondered, the two snow vehicles arrived at the gas station, coming to a sudden halt beside him. Once the vehicles were stationary, 8 robust individuals emerged one after another. From their gait, Ling Feng quickly deduced that they were all seasoned fighters, possessing remarkable skills. Among them was a young man of average height, with a plain visage and a neatly cropped haircut, exuding an air of solemn authority. Although he was not as towering as the others, his piercing gaze conveyed a palpable sense of danger. Upon disembarking, all but the cropped-haired youth approached Ling Feng, their expressions menacing. One burly man with a round face coldly inquired, "What are you doing here? Do you not realize this is a site coveted by the storm base?" In the face of such formidable adversaries, Ling Feng responded with an air of nonchalance. "Why should I report my actions to you? Who do you think you are?" The round-faced man's expression soured drastically, his eyes narrowing with ferocity as he glared at Ling Feng. "You must be lost." Like a lantern in a latrine, before he could finish, Ling Feng swiftly moved, appearing before the round-faced man and delivering a powerful slap that sent him flying. The man soared through the air, his teeth scattered amidst a spray of blood, before crashing violently against a column of the gas station. The sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. With an impassive demeanor, Ling Feng casually remarked, "Next time, choose your words wisely, otherwise I may be compelled to respond." The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the others stunned and bewildered. By the time they comprehended what had transpired, Ling Feng had already returned to his original position. The remaining individuals exchanged wary glances, their expressions reflecting apprehension as they slowly began to encircle Ling Feng. Not far away, a young man with a buzz cut leaned against the car door, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Just moments ago, Ling Feng's swift slap had caught even him off guard. It is worth noting that he is an extraordinary individual, possessing abilities far beyond those of an ordinary person. This implies that had that slap landed upon him, evasion would have been a formidable challenge. The young man, shedding his earlier disdain, approached Ling Feng, his expression dark and foreboding, and inquired, "Which faction do you belong to, brother? Is it not a tad excessive to assault a member of our storm base without cause?" Ling Feng responded with a chilling smile, "Excessive? To dare speak to me with such insolence, sparing your life is already a generous act. While I remain resolute in my decision, I suggest you depart swiftly, lest you face the consequences." The young man, consumed by rage, laughed derisively, "Unaware of your own peril. I have never encountered anyone bold enough to address a member of the storm base in such a manner." Ling Feng feigned surprise. "The storm base? Is it truly formidable?" The young man regarded him with disdain, pride radiating from his demeanor. "No wonder you are so arrogant. You are oblivious to the might of our storm base. How could I fault you for that?" Allow me to enlighten you. Our base is one of the largest in the entire Handong province, boasting tens of thousands of members and over 100 extraordinary individuals. Our leader's power is unparalleled, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Now, do you comprehend the magnitude of the entity you have provoked? As the young man finished, he observed Ling Feng with a smirk, anticipating a reaction of fear from this rustic fool. Yet, to his astonishment, Ling Feng's expression reflected delight. Could this lad be so foolish as to be frightened? What a spectacle! The young man mused inwardly. Meanwhile, a subtle smile played at the corners of Ling Feng's lips. Over 100 extraordinary individuals? Just imagine the power I could attain by absorbing them all. The mere thought fills me with exhilaration. As Ling Feng pondered the implications, the young man resumed. What is this? Are you afraid? If you kneel and bow 3 times to each of us, addressing us as grandfather, and then sever your own hands, I may grant you a chance at survival. With a sneer, the young man regarded him. What should you call us? Ling Feng inquired nonchalantly. Grandfather, the young man emphasized, his tone heavy with mockery. Ah, my dear grandchildren, today your grandfather treats you to a grand feast. The young man's eyes glinted with a cold light. Dare to mock me? It seems I must show you the depths of my strength. Just how formidable can you be? Let us see. Ling Feng retorted with a cold smile. In an instant, he sprang into action, launching an assault on the surrounding individuals. He unleashed a barrage of punches, swiftly closing in on several men. The muscular brutes, caught off guard, were propelled away by Ling Feng's strikes. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed, and the remaining members of the storm base were sent sprawling several meters away by a single punch from Ling Feng. They lay on the ground in disarray, murmuring softly. The young man with a buzz cut wore an expression of utmost fury, his cold gaze fixed on Ling Feng as he gritted his teeth and declared, Do you think defeating a few worthless opponents gives you the right to be arrogant? Today, I shall teach you a lesson and show you that there are always greater beings. With a sudden surge of power in his legs, he launched himself at Ling Feng like a cannonball. Chapter 98. Slaying the superpowered of Storm Base, the buzzcut youth aimed a punch at Ling Feng's face, his fist emanating a faint flame, the heat so intense that the air shimmered under the extreme temperature. Ling Feng, observing the fiery fist hurtling toward him, felt a surge of battle spirit. He roared and swung his own fist, the force of it rushing forth like a tiger descending from the mountains, meeting the buzzcut youth's blow with great might. The 2 fists collided midair, producing a resounding boom. Both combatants staggered back. Ling Feng retreated 2 or 3 steps, gracefully dissipating the force of the impact. In contrast, the buzzcut youth was forced to step back several paces before regaining his balance, his right hand trembling slightly from the force of the exchange. Though his expression remained unchanged, his mind was tumultuous with shock. What immense strength! His powers could refine his body, and he had never encountered an opponent of such physical resilience. Moreover, the power behind Ling Feng's strike was formidable. His arm still tingled with a fierce sensation. The buzzcut youth regarded Ling Feng with apprehension, his expression grave. Ling Feng, captivated by the faint flames surrounding his opponent's fist, was filled with astonishment. If only he could acquire such abilities, his strength would surely ascend to new heights. Whatever the cost, this man must perish today. With renewed determination, Ling Feng charged forward, swinging his fist once more at the buzzcut youth. The latter, his demeanor darkening, allowed a flicker of ferocity to cross his eyes. Activating his powers again, the flames on his hands intensified, radiating warmth and heat waves in all directions. The 2 figures clashed fiercely, eschewing fancy techniques for raw, visceral combat. They exchanged blow after blow, and the buzzcut youth's anxiety grew with each strike. For reasons unknown, he felt Ling Feng's power escalating, his fists growing increasingly solid. Each punch he absorbed brought intense pain, and it seemed as though Ling Feng, tireless and relentless, showed no signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, the buzzcut youth's powers were dwindling fast. Was he destined to be defeated here today? In that moment of distraction, Ling Feng landed a direct punch squarely on the buzzcut youth's chest. The young man with a buzz cut was instantly hurled away, colliding with the snowmobile behind him, his body becoming entirely embedded within it. He abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze shifting to his chest, where he could sense the agonizing reality of shattered ribs. Struggling to rise, he regarded Ling Feng with a wary expression, a flicker of fear glimmering in his eyes. Ling Feng, filled with a mix of pity and anger, observed the snowmobiles behind him, which he had intended to acquire, now damaged beyond repair. With a fierce countenance, Ling Feng teleported directly in front of the young man, delivering a swift slap to his face. The young man, realizing the impending strike, hastily attempted to defend himself, but Ling Feng's speed was simply overwhelming. With a resounding crack, the young man was sent flying once more, skidding across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Half of his face swelled grotesquely, rendering him a comical sight. In a flash, Ling Feng reappeared before him, hoisting him from the ground with his left hand while unleashing a barrage of strikes with his right, berating him with invectives. "You dare damage my vehicle? How am I supposed to drive now?" The young man inwardly screamed. "Whose vehicle? This is mine." The audacity of being robbed while being so brazenly insulted left him seething. As blood spilled from his mouth, he succumbed to unconsciousness. After venting his frustration, Ling Feng noticed the young man had fallen silent. He probed for a pulse, muttering, "So weak, and I hadn't even exerted myself fully before you met your end. Ah, the solitude of invincibility." He then stored the young man's lifeless body in his spatial realm, planning to extract the crystals within later. Not far off, several members of the storm base, recently toppled by Ling Feng, were still struggling on the ground. Upon witnessing their leader's brutal defeat, despair washed over them like a tidal wave. If even the powerful abilities of their leader were no match for this man, what chance did they stand? As Ling Feng approached, their faces drained of color. Their bodies trembling uncontrollably, they began to plead for mercy. "Grandfather, we were wrong. Please spare our lives. We were forced into this. I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old child. I am the only son in my family. I cannot let my lineage perish." Listening to their frantic pleas, Ling Feng's pupils narrowed, and he coldly warned, "Silence, or I shall send you on your way." At his words, they immediately fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ling Feng then brandished a handgun, speaking in a low tone, "I have a few questions for you. Answer honestly." The men nodded fervently, desperation etched on their faces. "The first inquiry pertains to the location of your base." Upon hearing this, several individuals exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their unease, and none dared to speak. With a cold chuckle, Ling Feng swiftly discharged his weapon, executing one of them with a bullet to the head. The remaining few shuddered, their eyes betraying their terror. Ling Feng, fiddling with his handgun, stated nonchalantly, 3 seconds. Should no one speak, I shall randomly select another fortunate audience member. 3, 2, I'll speak. I'll speak." One individual, drenched in sweat and pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably. "Speak," Ling Feng commanded with an indifferent expression. "Our base is located within a mountain at Huangting Mountain in Jingzhou City." The man stammered, fear evident in his voice. Ling Feng nodded and proceeded with his second query. "What brings you to Jingzhou City? How many of you are there?" The man glanced at his companions, seemingly hesitant. However, under Ling Feng's piercing gaze, he gritted his teeth and replied, "We are here primarily for the Wangzhuang mine. Our leader informed us that there are items here that are essential for the supernatural beings, and we must acquire them. We have dispatched a total of 5 squads, each led by a supernatural being." Wangzhuang mine. Ling Feng's expression shifted as he pondered deeply. Items that could aid supernatural beings? Could it be that they enhance their abilities? If so, the Wangzhuang mine might indeed be a treasure trove, potentially containing something beneficial for himself. After inquiring further about the mine's location and failing to elicit any additional useful information, Ling Feng decided to put an end to the matter. Once he had dealt with all of them, he turned his gaze towards the 2 snow vehicles, a smile of satisfaction gradually spreading across his face. Chapter 99. Reunion with Du Yi. The 2 all-terrain snow vehicles possessed a robust exterior and a spacious interior. Ling Feng promptly stored the vehicles in his space for upgrades. Once the enhancements were completed, he retrieved one of the snow vehicles. With a swift motion, a brand new all-terrain snow vehicle materialized before him. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as he caressed the vehicle. The upgraded snow vehicle appeared even more formidable and imposing, its body noticeably larger and sturdier than before. Yet, he remained curious about its power. He opened the door and agilely slid into the driver's seat, preparing to test the vehicle's capabilities. With practiced ease, he ignited the engine and pressed the accelerator. Roar! The engine erupted in a thunderous roar, propelling the vehicle forward. Within 3 seconds, it reached a speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. For such a heavy vehicle to accelerate with such swiftness was comparable to a top-tier sports car. Moreover, the vehicle's shock absorption was exceptional, providing a remarkably comfortable driving experience. Ling Feng was exceedingly pleased with this bounty. Truly, as a product of the system, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. After a brief test drive, he maintained his speed and headed directly towards Wangzhuang Mine. With opportunities beckoning, he felt compelled to investigate. Should he encounter any useful resources, it would be fortuitous to gather them. Driving at full throttle, he reached the vicinity of his destination in less than half an hour. Upon arriving at the periphery of Wangzhuang Mine, Ling Feng, exercising caution, refrained from driving into the mine itself. Instead, he parked his vehicle outside and stored it in his spatial pocket. He then proceeded on foot into the mine, which sprawled over a vast area, akin to that of a small village. After walking approximately 500 meters, he faintly discerned the sounds of a skirmish. His expression shifted at the realization. The commotion emanated from a dilapidated building ahead, prompting him to move towards the source to investigate. Upon reaching the abandoned structure, he finally beheld the fighting crowd. Among them was a familiar face, Dui Bai. In the midst of the fray, Dui Bai was under siege by 3 extraordinary beings. The ground was littered with a dozen corpses, blood flowing freely, indicating they had perished not long ago. A few remaining young men, injured, were surrounded by dozens of armed adversaries, their faces pale and etched with despair. At that moment, Dui Bai appeared gravely wounded, with injuries to her arm and calf. In the face of the fierce assault from the 3 extraordinary beings, she seemed to be struggling. If the situation continued as it was, defeat was imminent. Despite her dire circumstances, Dui Bai maintained a defiant expression, gritting her teeth in resistance. Among the attackers, one squat, unattractive middle-aged man let out a sinister laugh, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Dui Bai. He spoke to a companion beside him, his excitement palpable. "Zhang, let me have my fun with this little lady first. It would be a shame to kill her outright." Zhang Zhibiao, his expression cold and eyes glinting with malice, responded icily, "Rest assured, I have no intention of killing her just yet. She murdered my brother, and I won't let her off easily. Soon, all my brothers will have their share. Today, you shall savor the premium goods." The remaining henchmen, upon hearing this, exchanged eager glances, their excitement evident. "Our boss is the best. Following him comes with such perks." Dui Bai's heart quaked, her face reflecting a resolute determination. "Humph, even in death, I shall not grant you your desires." The squat middle-aged man, upon hearing her words, became even more animated, grinning as he replied, "Death? I prefer that. Hee." The third psychic, who had remained silent until now, was fixated on Dui Bai, his gaze brimming with insatiable greed. However, unlike the diminutive middle-aged man, he did not overtly express his intentions. Instead, he spoke in a deep voice to the short man. "Huaqiang, shall we join forces?" Zhao Huaqiang turned to him, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. The trio advanced step by step towards Dui Bai, intent on capturing her. Zhang Zhibiao was the first to strike. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, he bellowed, "Spatial descent." Dui Bai's form wavered, her previously agile body suddenly rendered sluggish, as if she were ensnared in a quagmire. Observing her predicament, Zhao Huaqiang charged towards her with a swift leap. Dui Bai retreated rapidly, her hands moving in a flurry. In an instant, countless minute metal fragments surged from the ground, hurtling towards Zhao Huaqiang with alarming speed. As the dense swarm of metallic shards raced towards him, Zhao Huaqiang's expression shifted, and he hastily twisted his body to evade them. Yet, the shards were too swift, and their extensive coverage left him with little room to maneuver. Just as he braced for imminent impact, the fragments abruptly lost their momentum and plummeted to the ground. Zhao Huaqiang exhaled a silent sigh of relief. He had narrowly avoided a grievous injury. From a distance, Zhang Zhibiao's lips curled into a slight smirk, a taunting glint in his eyes as he regarded Dui Bai. Zhao Huaqiang steadied himself and called to another psychic, "Lao Gao, let us go all out. This girl's abilities are far too troublesome for us to handle alone." Gao Mingyuan nodded in agreement. The two flanked Dui Bai, preparing to unleash their combined assault. Both wielded their powers. Zhao Huaqiang's arms swelled to an extraordinary size, starkly contrasting with his slender frame, creating an oddly formidable appearance. Gao Mingyuan's body gradually turned to stone, transforming him into a stone-like figure. Faced with their relentless advance, Du Yibai once again summoned her powers, yet this time it was evident that she was straining, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her complexion paler than ever. As the metal shards approached the two assailants, they suddenly fell once more. Witnessing this, Zhao Huaqiang's lips curved into a triumphant smile, a glimmer of confidence sparkling in his eyes. Both of them excelled in close combat, and as they swiftly closed the distance to Du Yibai, they were certain their combined strength could easily subdue her. Du Yibai stepped back with heavy feet. Her abilities were now beyond her reach. Having exhausted all her energy in the preceding battle, a chilling sense of despair washed over her as the image of Ling Feng flickered in her mind. If only he were here, he would surely be able to defeat these adversaries. Regrettably, I shall never have the opportunity to see him again. Du Yi's eyes were filled with coldness, her right hand gripping the dagger at her waist. She thought to herself, even in death, I shall not yield. Just as she was preparing to take her own life, a languid voice echoed through the air. Are you Zhang Jibiao? Everyone turned their gaze towards the speaker. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of aloofness, strolled forward leisurely. The expressions of those present varied greatly. Chapter 100. All of you here are worthless. Du Yi, recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, slowly opened her eyes. A fleeting look of surprise crossed her stunning face. Ling Feng, how could it be him? What brings him here? Could it be that he has come specifically to rescue me? Du Yi's mind raced, filled with imaginative scenarios regarding Ling Feng's intentions for this unexpected rescue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Jibiao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the unfamiliar visage before him. It seemed they had no prior acquaintance. Who are you? Ling Feng responded with a benign smile, casually remarking, Oh, I forgot to mention, my name is Ling Feng, and I was the one who dispatched your deceased brother. Zhang Jibiao's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He spoke in a low, ominous tone. What did you say? Ling Feng maintained his cheerful demeanor, his smile radiating warmth. At that moment, he was elated, having unexpectedly encountered Zhang Jibiao here. He had long harbored a fascination for his supernatural abilities. Originally, he had intended to inquire about the location of the Xingho base through Du Yi and then proceed to eliminate him. Yet, he had fortuitously stumbled upon him without any effort. What a delightful surprise. Ling Feng regarded Zhang Jibiao, whose eyes were ablaze with fury, and with a smile still gracing his lips, remarked nonchalantly, You are quite young, yet your health seems to be failing? If you can't hear me, come closer. I shall repeat myself. Zhang Jibiao's expression darkened to an extreme. This sudden intruder dared to speak to him so disrespectfully. A profound insult that he had never encountered since awakening his powers. Could it be that this individual is also a supernatural being? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Jibiao scrutinized Ling Feng with a grave expression. Who is this insolent fool? Seeking death, are we? Zhao Huaqing suddenly interjected, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Beside him, Gao Mingyuan cast a hostile glare at Ling Feng, his hands restlessly flexing, clearly ready for a confrontation. Ling Feng cast a disdainful glance at the group, declaring, Trash. Zhao Huaqing's expression shifted dramatically, his anger surging as he bellowed. Who are you calling trash? Say it again if you dare. I will cripple you today. Ling Feng, with a smile still in his eyes, quickly clarified. Hey, don't misunderstand. I wasn't referring to you. I address everyone present. All of you are worthless. With these words, the expressions of all those in attendance darkened. A group of subordinates under Zhang Jibiao glared at Ling Feng with murderous intent. For his statement had insulted everyone in the vicinity. Gao Mingyuan, with a frosty gaze fixed on Ling Feng, spoke in a low voice. Do not presume that being an ability user grants you the liberty to act wantonly. Before you stand 3 formidable ability users, each of whom is your equal in strength. To provoke us demonstrates your audacity. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. Ling Feng regarded him with a defiant expression. Is being young synonymous with arrogance? What a joke. Gao Mingyuan's anger surged, his face suffused with murderous intent. Ignorant child, you seek death. Remember the one who will end your life. Gao Mingyuan of the Green Vine Base. With a fierce shout, Gao Mingyuan's form erupted with incredible speed, his body becoming petrified and exceptionally hard. Coupled with his high velocity, he barreled towards Ling Feng like a speeding automobile. One can only imagine the fate of an ordinary person struck by such force. They would likely be reduced to mere pulp. Yet, in the face of Gao Mingyuan's full-force assault, Ling Feng remained serene, standing motionless, exuding an air of nonchalance. In the distance, Zhao Huaqiang observed Ling Feng's lack of action and could not suppress a sneer. He had initially assumed Ling Feng to be a capable ability user, but it became apparent that he was merely a braggart who could only speak grandiloquently. Faced with the might of a powerful ability user, he stood there foolishly awaiting his demise. Du Yibai furrowed her delicate brows, her expression rife with concern. She could not fathom why Ling Feng refrained from fighting back and instead remained still. Could it be that his energy had been exhausted, leaving him powerless? Despite his evident fatigue, he still risked his life to save others, which deeply moved Du Yibai, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Gao Mingyuan, wearing a sinister grin, envisioned the moment he would reduce Ling Feng to mere flesh and bone, causing a thrill of excitement to course through him. As he closed the distance to Ling Feng, his smile grew increasingly cruel. Ling Feng, observing the approaching figure of the stone-like man, quickly discerned his flaws. He was too slow, his body too cumbersome. Such an ability was utterly ineffectual, lacking practical combat capability. Just as Gao Mingyuan was about to collide with him, Ling Feng's body finally sprang into action. He unleashed a rapid punch. In an instant, their bodies made contact with a resounding crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Gao Mingyuan was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall of an abandoned building. His formidable body smashed through the wall, embedding itself deeply within, unable to extricate himself. Blood gushed from his mouth incessantly. The man's gaze was vacant, seemingly on the brink of despair. Everyone present was transfixed, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Du Yibai observed Ling Feng, his face alight with excitement, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. He remained unyielding, undaunted by anyone, and his strength appeared to have surged beyond that of their last encounter. Remarkable progress in just a few days, truly a prodigy. The bravado that once adorned the faces of Zhang Zhibiao's followers evaporated, leaving them slack-jawed in astonishment. Zhao Huaqiang wore an expression of disbelief. Gao Mingyuan's abilities were comparable to his own, placing him among the ranks of mid-tier combatants among the empowered. Yet, his full-force strike had been effortlessly thwarted by the audacious youth before him. Terrifying. This individual's prowess was formidable. Even he feared a similar fate should he dare engage. A shiver of apprehension coursed through Zhao Huaqiang. He was grateful for his restraint, for otherwise, he might now be the one lying there. Zhang Zhibiao's eyes flickered. He subtly began to retreat from his position at the back of the crowd, keenly aware of the precariousness of his situation. Trash belongs in the trash bin. He had dismissed the notion of being deemed worthless, only to find himself having to prove his worth by risking his life. What folly! Ling Feng shook his head in resignation. Wearing a look of pity, Ling Feng took deliberate steps toward Zhao Huaqiang, who felt a tremor of fear as the distance closed between them, though his exterior remained cold and unyielding. Are you certain you wish to oppose me in conquering the space? I warn you, my benefactor wields incomprehensible power beyond your reckoning. Zhao Huaqiang declared, his bravado faltering. Ling Feng simply scoffed. Oh, and why should I care? A fleeting look of terror flashed in Zhao Huaqiang's eyes. He had anticipated this individual would be so impervious to threats. In a panic, he glanced toward Zhang Zhibiao. Boss Zhang, we should join forces. But upon spotting the direction where Zhang Zhibiao had stood, he was left dumbfounded. Chapter 101. Distribution of power. Zhang Zhibiao, who had just moments ago been boasting, had inexplicably vanished. A chill enveloped Zhao Huaqiang as he silently cursed Zhang Zhibiao's family. It was he who had summoned both himself and Gao Mingyuan to assist in besieging Du Yibai, and now, at the first sign of trouble, Zhang had fled, abandoning him to his fate. As he regarded Ling Feng's seemingly innocuous expression, a wave of dread washed over Zhao Huaqiang's spine. He feigned composure, stating, "My faction boasts a dozen empowered individuals. Are you certain you wish to oppose me?" "Absolutely," Ling Feng replied earnestly, continuing to advance toward him. "Do not come any closer. If you do, I shall not hold back." Zhao Huaqiang screamed in terror. Ling Feng ignored him, steadily closing the gap until he stood directly in front of Zhao Huaqiang. Thud! Zhao Huaqiang knelt directly before Ling Feng, his pallid visage reflecting desperation as he pleaded, "I was wrong. I implore you, spare my life. I shall never dare again." With those words, he struck his own face with fervor, slapping himself repeatedly. A short distance away, a group of Zhao Huaqiang's subordinates gazed at their leader with complex expressions. They were taken aback that a powerful ability user, usually so imposing, would kneel before another. What a spineless wretch. Such a person is unworthy of their loyalty. Soon, the flesh on either side of Zhao Huaqiang's face began to swell, rendering him somewhat more palatable to the eye. Ling Feng observed him with a bemused expression. To his surprise, Zhao Huaqiang displayed both submission and adaptability. A dignified ability user, bowing before another in front of his subordinates. This level of restraint was truly remarkable. Zhao Huaqiang, noticing Ling Feng's indifferent stance and lack of aggression, felt a glimmer of hope. Kneeling on the ground, he wore a sycophantic smile as he declared, "From this day forth, I shall regard you as my utmost superior. You are my leader. With but a word from you, I would traverse mountains of blades or plunge into boiling oil without hesitation." Ling Feng scoffed inwardly at the insincerity of such a fair-weather friend. If someone like him could be trusted, even pigs could climb trees. Ignoring the disreputable man, he circled around Zhao Huaqiang and walked directly towards Du Yibai. Du Yibai's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. As she beheld Ling Feng, clad in black, with deep-set eyes and striking features, exuding an aura of commanding authority, her heart raced. Was this not the very embodiment of her dreams? While Du Yibai wrestled with how to express her gratitude, Ling Feng unexpectedly ignored her and continued past her. Her expression faltered as she turned to follow his gaze. Ling Feng halted before Gao Mingyuan, who lay lifeless against the wall, his eyes wide open in a final expression of shock. Ling Feng retrieved a dagger from his waist and skillfully extracted a crystal from the man's head. With a heart full of delight, he stowed the crystal away and prepared to inquire Zhao Huaqiang about the Wangzhuang mine. As he passed by Du Yibai, her gentle voice rang out. "Thank you for saving me." Ling Feng paused for a moment, dismissively replying, "I merely came to kill, not specifically to save you. Do not misunderstand." With that, he resumed his stride towards Zhao Huaqiang. Du Yibai felt a tinge of disappointment. Ling Feng turned his cold gaze upon the still kneeling Zhao Huaqiang and said, "Now, tell me about the situation at the Wangzhuang mine." Zhao Huaqiang's eyes flickered with urgency as he responded, "Yes, master. What specific information would you like to know?" "Everything." Ling Feng spoke with a hint of displeasure. Zhao Huaqiang, looking anxious, hurriedly explained, "I am here to report on the situation at Wangzhuang mine. It is said that this mine contains or is capable of enhancing the abilities of those with special powers, though their quantity is limited. The discoverer of this mine was also an ability user. It is rumored that after realizing the ore's potential, he utilized it several times, significantly boosting his strength. However, somehow, the mine's secret was revealed to others. Many powerful factions have sent representatives here, hoping to claim a share of the ore." After Zhao Huaqiang finished his account, he looked at Ling Feng with utmost respect. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Which factions have come to the mine?" Zhao Huaqiang reflected for a few seconds before responding. "Due to the allure of the ore, numerous factions have received wind of it and hastily arrived, over a dozen of them, both large and small. Among them, the three most formidable are as follows. First, the Storm Base, which has sent 4 remarkable ability users, making them the strongest team in this competition for the ore. Second, the Liu family from Qingzhou, a lineage steeped in martial traditions, has dispatched 3 ability users. Third, a group known as the Co-Creation Base Alliance has brought 4 individuals. The remaining factions are primarily smaller bases, each usually represented by a single ability user with relatively lower strength. Master, this is essentially all I know." After concluding, Zhao Huaqiang gazed at Ling Feng with an air of anticipation, as he had remained kneeling throughout the discourse. Though it was not painful, it was distinctly uncomfortable. Ling Feng contemplated Zhao Huaqiang's words, gaining a general understanding of the current situation. He was surprised to learn that such a multitude of ability users had congregated at Wangzhuang mine. His spirits lifted at the prospect. Should he manage to acquire all their crystals, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to unimaginable heights. Zhao Huaqiang observed the shifting expressions on Ling Feng's face. His heart filled with trepidation. Unexpectedly, Ling Feng smiled slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his gaze. "Well done. You have performed admirably." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huaqiang's expression brightened, and he felt a profound sense of relief. It seemed he had managed to save his life today. As long as he survived, there would surely be an opportunity for vengeance in the future. The indignities he endured today would be repaid 1,000-fold. However, Ling Feng's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon Zhao Huaqiang. The latter felt an unsettling chill run through him, offering a nervous laugh. If there is anything troubling my master, I am more than willing to assist. I will spare no effort. Ling Feng's pupils constricted as he calmly replied, "It is quite simple. I want you dead." With that, he produced a tang knife and swiftly swung it towards Zhao Huaqiang's head. Zhao Huaqiang's face twisted in terror, unable to evade in time. He felt a sudden chill at his neck and lost consciousness. Ling Feng calmly extracted the crystal from Zhao Huaqiang's severed head and stored it in his spatial realm. Having eliminated two extraordinary beings in swift succession, Ling Feng felt a profound sense of anticipation for the forthcoming endeavors. Chapter 102. Brother Ji. Ling Feng observed as Zhao Huaqiang's and Zhang Jibiao's subordinates regarded him with palpable fear. With a cold demeanor, Ling Feng commanded, "Leave. Do not let me see you again, or you shall face death." At his words, the group of subordinates fled in a state of panic. Once they all vacated the premises, he approached Du Yibai with measured steps. He retrieved a box of anti-inflammatory medication from his spatial realm and handed it to Du Yibai. "Wangzhuang Mine is not a place for you to linger. A storm of bloodshed is imminent. Depart swiftly." After placing the medicine in Du Yibai's hands, he turned and walked away. Du Yibai watched Ling Feng's departing figure, a sense of loss washing over him. He stomped his foot in frustration and prepared to leave with the remaining few subordinates. One could not contain his curiosity and spoke up, "Boss, are we truly abandoning this operation?" Du Yibai sighed helplessly, his expression tinged with reluctance. "Let us go. Our strength is insufficient, and remaining here will only lead to greater casualties." After resolving this minor nuisance, Ling Feng continued toward the heart of the mine. The closer he got, the more individuals he encountered. Upon reaching the central area of the mine, he found dozens of makeshift tents scattered about, some of which were emitting wisps of smoke. Among the occupants were both extraordinary beings and ordinary people, all on high alert, prepared for a confrontation at any moment. Ling Feng settled onto a large, flat stone, sitting cross-legged to rest. His arrival quickly drew the attention of several individuals. Not far from him, within a tent, 5 men were whispering conspiratorially while gesturing toward him. One of the men with an elongated face spoke respectfully to another. "Brother Ji, I have just observed. This individual is a lone wolf, without companions or allies." The man addressed as Brother Ji, exhaling smoke, contemplated with darkened eyes before responding slowly, "Long face, go and test his depths. If he is an extraordinary being, he must either join our ranks or depart. This batch of extraordinary or shall belong to me alone." Long face nodded slightly and began to approach Ling Feng. Ling Feng remained seated on the stone, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, betraying not a hint of emotion. His attention delved into the system space, where 3 crystals belonging to extraordinary beings floated serenely in midair. Following an upgrade, they had all transformed into top-tier inner elixirs. His current physical strength is approximately 700 times that of an ordinary person. Ling Feng anticipates that upon consuming these 3 inner elixirs, his physical limit will likely surpass the 1,000 mark. He senses that reaching such a threshold will induce significant changes within him. Previously, he was capable of manipulating small objects with his mental prowess, yet this ability, at present, lacks substantial lethality. Should its potency increase in the future, this skill would undoubtedly become his formidable weapon. Gazing at the 3 inner elixirs, each the size of a longan, Ling Feng is tempted to consume them immediately. However, the presence of numerous onlookers makes him wary of potential anomalies during his breakthrough. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately suppresses his impulsive desire. While Ling Feng is deep in thought, a resonant voice breaks through his reverie. "Brother, are you alone?" Furrowing his brow, Ling Feng slowly opens his eyes and glances at the newcomer. The man possesses an average build and an unremarkable appearance, with the only distinguishing feature being his elongated face, resembling a shoehorn. "What do you want?" Ling Feng replies coldly. The long-faced man displays a congenial smile and takes a seat beside Ling Feng. In a hushed tone, he remarks, "Brother, you're here to try your luck as well, aren't you? I have a piece of, or I extracted from within. Would you be interested?" He pats his pocket as he speaks. Ling Feng casts a disinterested glance at him, a faint smirk gracing his lips, yet he remains silent. Noting Ling Feng's apparent indifference, the long-faced man continues, "Brother, I perceive an extraordinary aura about you. You must be an ability user, correct?" Ling Feng slightly turns his head, giving the long-faced man a cold stare. Leave, he states bluntly. At these words, the long-faced man's expression darkens, revealing a menacing grin. You have some nerve, just wait. Before he can finish his sentence, Ling Feng delivers a swift slap, sending the man flying through the air in a spiraling arc, ultimately crashing into a tent, which collapses under the impact. The scene is horrifying, as half of the long-faced man's face is crushed. Startled by the commotion, several individuals resting inside the tent emerge, their faces contorted with anger. Among them, an unattractive long-haired man shouts furiously, "What is going on? What is happening? You nearly ruined my looks." Upon witnessing the grim fate of the long-faced man, his expression drains of color, and he collapses in terror. The crowd around them erupts into chaos, with many spectators gathering, pointing and whispering. Who is this person, so ruthless? I don't know. He killed him with a single slap. It seems the deceased was affiliated with Ji Kuan, who is known for his vindictiveness. He will surely retaliate. Ji Kuan possesses considerable strength, ranking prominently within this mining area. He is remarkably ruthless. Just this morning, I witnessed him skinning a man alive for offending him. A gruesome sight indeed. The onlookers immediately cast sympathetic glances towards Ling Feng. One can only imagine the wrath that would befall anyone who harmed Ji Kuan's subordinate. The young man before us is likely to endure Ji Kuan's ferocious retribution. Ling Feng remained composed, indifferent to the surrounding commentary. He preferred to keep a low profile, yet some individuals seem intent on courting disaster, and he could not simply endure such provocation. That was not his style. However, from the murmurs of the crowd, it became apparent that this individual was a subordinate of Ji Kuan, who evidently possesses formidable powers, presumably an ability user. Ling Feng paid no mind to such titles. Should anyone dare to approach him, he would strike them down without hesitation. After all, he had been lamenting the scarcity of inner cores from ability users, and if someone were willing to deliver one to him, it would be a welcome occurrence. With this thought, Ling Feng closed his eyes slightly, settling in place to await the unfolding events. Inside the tent, Ji Kuan wore a grim expression, his cold gaze fixed on the subordinate reporting to him. "Where's that man?" he demanded. The subordinate, instinctively recoiling under Ji Kuan's menacing countenance, replied nervously. "He is still sitting there, hasn't he left?" Ji Kuan's fury surged, twisting into a sinister smile as he found amusement in the audacity of his adversary. "So, the one who killed my subordinate dares to wait here for me? Bold indeed." With that, Ji Kuan abruptly stood, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him as he strode toward the exit. Chapter 103. The Kai family of Jinling. Just 10 minutes after Ling Feng had dispatched the long-faced man with a single strike, the crowd had not diminished. Instead, it swelled with eager spectators anticipating the spectacle. Ling Feng rose to stretch, his patience wearing thin as he awaited the arrival of his opponent. Had they surrendered? At that moment, a commotion rippled through the throng. Ling Feng scanned the crowd and noticed a path parting before him. A man with a cold demeanor entered, flanked by a dozen burly subordinates. He was tall, with long hair cascading casually over his shoulders. His hands were clasped behind him, his expression stern, and his eyes were filled with an icy ruthlessness. Strapped to his back was a formidable 9-ring broadsword, exuding an air of authority. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. This is Ji Kuan, a figure shrouded in mystery, rumored to be from a significant base. He has trained with the long blade for 2.5 years. No wonder he acts so brazenly. His connections are formidable. Hush, keep your voices down. We wouldn't want him to hear us, or it could spell disaster. Ji Kuan's piercing gaze fixed coldly upon Ling Feng, silence enveloping the air for an extended moment. Ling Feng, equally composed, stood there, scrutinizing Ji Kuan with indifference. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. Just as Ling Feng's boredom prompted a yawn, Ji Kuan's chilling voice broke the silence. "You dare linger here after killing my men? You possess quite the audacity." Ling Feng responded with a calm smile, his demeanor unfazed. "I am aware, and what of it?" Ji Kuan let out a cold, mirthless laugh, his tone softening slightly. "I admire your courage. If you would submit to me, I might consider sparing your life." Ling Feng scoffed dismissively, regarding Ji Kuan with disdain. "You? Really?" Ji Kuan remained silent, his presence imposing. One of his subordinates, brimming with arrogance, interjected, "Our boss is a formidable ability user. Not only has he defeated 5, but he has also slain 3. Upon finishing, the subordinate cast a boastful glance at Ling Feng. The onlookers erupted in astonished murmurs, taken aback by Ji Kuan's prowess. Who would have thought Jikuin was so powerful? That person opposite him is in peril. Each ability user was regarded as a near deity, and to have slain 3 was indeed terrifying. In the center of attention, Jikuin puffed out his chest, reveling in the accolades. His gaze towards Ling Feng bore a hint of provocation. If a fight is what you seek, then let it commence. I detest pretentiousness, Ling Feng declared impatiently. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Jikuin's eyes as he unsheathed his 9-ringed broadsword. Since you are so intent on your demise, I shall not hold back. With that, he charged towards Ling Feng with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was before Ling Feng. Jikuin's blade sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. A faint green glow emanated from the sword, creating ripples that distorted the very air around them. It was an eerie green flame. With a merciless strike aimed at Ling Feng's neck, Jikuin's speed was astonishing, leaving only a white silhouette in his wake. Gasps of awe filled the crowd. Such swiftness, they exclaimed. Even an ability user would likely struggle to withstand this blow. As the blade approached Ling Feng's throat, Jikuin's eyes gleamed with madness, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. Yet, in an instant, just as the blade was about to make contact, Ling Feng's form vanished. Jikuin's expression morphed into disbelief. Where did he go? He was just within reach. As he grappled with shock, a mocking voice echoed in his ear. Is this truly all you are capable of? Jikuin spun around, his sword instinctively slashing toward the source of the taunt. But once again, Ling Feng's elusive figure had disappeared. Are you truly capable, or merely pretending? The mocking voice of Ling Feng echoed once more in his ears. Jikuin furrowed his brows in fury, wildly swinging his weapon. Yet he could not even strike the shadow of Ling Feng. His pride suffered a grievous affront before the eyes of the gathered crowd. He felt as though he were a mere dog, led about at will. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, incredulous that the battle unfolded in such a manner. Doubts began to surface regarding Jikuin's claimed prowess, with whispers suggesting that he had vanquished several ability users. Yet now he could not even lay a finger on his opponent. How absurd! As Jikuin absorbed the derisive murmurs from the crowd, his eyes blazed with fury, a glint of madness flickering within. Come out. Face me. I demand a fair fight. He bellowed, his throat raw with impotent rage. Very well. Ling Feng's indifferent voice resonated as he suddenly appeared before Jikuin, delivering a powerful punch. Jikuin had no time to evade. The blow struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward, his body contorting in midair, ultimately crashing into a wall